Reborn in 1982 Hong Kong, he awoke in a coffin room of merely 4 square meters amid the Kowloon slums. The streets were ruled by violence, money, and blood. Yet he was no ordinary nobody. He had once commanded global capital. Armed with the Disha system and the mind of a strategist, he ascended step by step from a dockworker to an underground financial orchestrator, dismantling Triad networks and their corrupt protective umbrellas, expanding into Macau border trade and the realm of shadow finance, venturing into the Golden Triangle to forge a transnational empire. From the slums of Kowloon to the war zones of Southeast Asia, he was no longer destined to merely survive in this world. He ruled it all. A tale of rebirth, underground empire building, and absolute power. Early summer 1982. Kowloon to Kowloon. The sultry sea breeze was trapped in the narrow crevices of the densely packed Tong Lao, stagnant and unyielding, rendering the entire slum as oppressive as a moldy iron can. A yellowed tungsten filament bulb hung in midair in the corridor with exposed wires and charred tape. Its wavering light split the weathered walls into patches of brightness and shadow. The corridor exuded 3 persistent odors: the greasy smell of cheap peanut oil, the stench of urine from public toilets, and the inescapable sour reek clinging to the impoverished. Inside a coffin room of less than 4 square meters, a stiff, cold wooden plank bed stood, with a thin, darkened blanket marred by stains that defied cleansing. Lin Shen suddenly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently. A tearing, dull pain surged from his right rib, as if his bones had been pulverized by an iron rod, each breath lacerating flesh with excruciating agony. He blinked blankly as his vision cleared from a haze. The tiny window, sealed by welded iron bars and pressed against an adjacent Tong Lao less than a meter away, blocked the daylight and left the room perpetually dim and gloomy. In the next moment, 2 torrents of memory crashed into his mind like a raging tide, one belonging to his past. In the 21st century, a cross-border trade company boss held the entire Southeast Asian shipping network in his grasp. Having witnessed the cold, cannibalistic rules of capital, adept at strategy, calculation, and consolidating influence, he was ultimately betrayed by his partners and met his end on the high seas. The other memory belonged to this very body, a 17-year-old orphaned and solitary, a street punk from the very bottom of the island. With no money, no education, and no backing, he lived in the coffin room, gnawing on cheap bread when hungry, wandering the streets in idle moments, surviving on odd jobs. A recent bout of gambling had forced him into a 2,000 Hong Kong dollar predatory loan. Last night, debt collectors barged into the alley. A club shattered his right rib before they abandoned him beside a heap of garbage, leaving him to bleed and await death. The sole survivor was Lin Shen from the future. Huff. He exhaled a long, murky breath, his fingertips clenched until the knuckles turned white. He raised his hand, revealing waxen, fragile skin with wrists so thin they seemed ready to snap, and arms marred by old bruises and cuts, scars from years of abuse and wandering. This was a young body crushed by life and trampled by violence. Beep. Disha system bound. Host Lin Shen. Age 17. Identity: a street punk with no affiliation. Order value 0. Current available access: basic black market. A cold, mechanical, and unfeeling prompt sound flashed in his mind, devoid of flashy visuals or extraneous explanations, stark and restrained. There was not the slightest glimmer of delight in Lin Shen's eyes, only a deep, pervasive coldness. In his past life, he had witnessed the predatory traps of capital and human betrayal, fully aware that no pie would ever fall from the sky. This system was not a favor, but a tool, the sole leverage for surviving and climbing the brutal hierarchy of this man-eating island. Hong Kong in 1982 was an age of raw savagery. The ICAC had only just established a foothold, while collusion between police and Triads still ran rampant. Street gangs sprouted everywhere, with various cliques such as Elian Tang and Chaos Hun Hui carving out their territories. The law remained a sham, where money could avert calamities and a blade could secure survival. Across Victoria Harbour, glittering prosperity and the nightly revelries of tycoons contrasted sharply. In the slums, human life was valued so cheaply that the death of a petty thug was worth less than that of a stray dog. The original self was weak, a gambler, and soft-hearted. Hence he perished in the mire. But Lin Shen trusted neither loyalty nor law. He believed solely in profit and always kept a backup. Dong dong dong. The brutish pounding of the door suddenly tore through the corridor's stifling silence, shaking the wooden panels and sending dust cascading down. Outside, a hoarse, arrogant shout pierced through the door crack, bitter and savage. Lin Shen. Open up. Oh, 2,000. If you don't pay today, we'll break your other leg. Lin Shen slowly turned his head toward the dilapidated, fragile wooden door, scarred by scratches. A faint, icy smile lifted at the corner of his lips. Oh, money. It wasn't his debt to bear. Those who dared assault him yesterday would have to pay dearly today. He slowly propped himself up against the wooden plank, each piercing twinge in his rib accompanied by cold sweat soaking his tattered vest. The pain kept him alert. The greater the agony, the more composed his gaze became. There was no panic, no fear. In this chaotic, sordid era, only ferocity could safeguard oneself. Lin Shen spoke in a low, raspy tone, his voice dry yet imbued with a coldness far beyond his years. Bang! A dull crash exploded through the air as the rickety wooden door was kicked open with brutal force. The doorframe shuddered loose, splinters flew, and dust from the corridor billowed up in a choking cloud. Two figures stood backlit in the doorway, blocking what little dim light there was. Both wore gaudy floral shirts and rolled-up trouser legs, their hair greasy and disheveled. One had his hair dyed a glaring yellow and a cheap red Double Happiness cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Smoke curled lazily upward as contempt and mockery gleamed in his eyes. In Yellowhair's hand was a hollow iron pipe, its surface mottled with dents and nicks, the edges worn pale from use. Clearly a tool often swung at people. His companion beside him was on the lean side, his right hand stuffed into his trouser pocket where the handle of a switchblade bulged. A faint cold glint seeped out from within. In an instant the cramped, coffin-sized room was shrouded in hooligan menace, the air so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Trash your life is stubborn, huh? Yellowhair flicked the cigarette from his mouth. The butt landed on the damp floor and hissed as a thin wisp of white smoke rose. He took 2 steps forward and looked down at Lin Chen's bloodless face from above, his gaze the way one would look at a half-dead stray dog. You got a rib broken yesterday and still didn't die? 2,000. You pay it back today. No money, I take an arm as collateral. Beside him the lanky punk let out a cold chuckle, his fingers rubbing the knife handle inside his pocket as he spoke in a sinister tone. Shin boy, don't try to act tough. We're all bottom-feeder scum, no need to suffer for nothing. If you're broke, come back to the club with us. Lick the boss's shoes and run errands, and you can pay the debt back slowly. The words sounded like persuasion, but were in truth pure humiliation. All three present knew perfectly well that once you stepped into their turf you would be reduced for life to the lowest kind of errand-running drudge, beaten, abused, and never seeing a day of relief. Lin Chen did not reply. His dark eyes calmly swept over the two of them. The next second 2 lines of faint transparent blue text flickered to life in his mind. Character: Yellowhair. Loyalty 60, hostile. Stats: brute strength 3, cunning 1, timid and greedy. It was simple and blunt, devoid of embellishment. Tough on the surface, hollow inside, a bully who feared the truly vicious. Lin Chen understood at once. This kind of street punk only preyed on those weaker than himself. When faced with a real killer he feared death more than anyone. Seeing his silence, Yellowhair took it for the same old cowardice and grew bolder. He stepped forward and reached out to grab Lin Chen's collar, rough and domineering. Still daring to daydream. You really have a death wish. At the instant his palm was about to brush the fabric, Lin Chen suddenly moved. Using the momentum of standing up, he twisted his body aside and dropped his center of gravity, his right hand clamping precisely onto Yellowhair's wrist joint. His fingertips dug into flesh, and a sudden explosive force erupted. He wrenched it back against the joint. Crack! A crisp, piercing snap of bone echoed through the tiny, enclosed room, chilling in its clarity. Yellowhair's pupils shrank, his face drained of color. His mouth gaped open, a shrill scream stuck in his throat for a heartbeat before finally bursting out. Aya! His entire wrist twisted grotesquely, bone displaced and jutting out. His body buckled helplessly, dropping to his knees and slamming onto the cold concrete floor as tears and cold sweat streamed down his face in torrents. The lanky punk beside him froze completely for an instant, mind blank for 2 full seconds before he finally processed what had just happened. You dare fight back? He growled low, yanking a switchblade from his pocket. The blade snapped open with a metallic click, gleaming with a cold light as it drove straight toward Lin Chen's chest. The movement was crude and untrained, nothing but a street thug's savage lunge. Lin Chen's gaze remained steady as he slipped his body past the knife's point and with his left hand snagged a loose old wooden stool beside him, his arm tightening as he swung. Bang! The stool crashed down hard onto the thug's kneecap. A dull thud mingled with the agony of bone being wrenched out of place. The lanky punk's body buckled, one knee hitting the floor. The switchblade flew from his grip and clattered across the ground. Howls of pain once again rang down the corridor, shrill and grating. In barely 3 seconds the 2 debt-collecting punks had completely lost the ability to resist. In the cramped coffin room the metallic tang of blood slowly spread, mingling with the original moldy stench until it made one's stomach churn. Lin Chen walked forward at an unhurried pace and lightly set the sole of his foot on the side of Yellowhair's face. The pressure was not great, yet it carried an absolute crushing dominance. He lowered his head to look down, his eyes devoid of any trace of boyish emotion, leaving only icy indifference. Go back and tell your boss this, he said. Lin Chen's debt doesn't need to be paid. From today on, this back alley into Kowloon is under my protection. Yellowhair lay sprawled on the floor, half his face pressed against the icy concrete, bones blazing with pain. As he raised his head to look at the youth, a nameless chill rose in his heart. The person before him was no longer the weak, timid loser who used to be at everyone's mercy. He was like a cold blade buried in mud, silent, unseen, yet lethally sharp. Ding! You have intimidated hostile targets and completed your first show of force. Order value 15. Order value 15. Redeemable items: basic dagger, 5 order value; hemostatic medicine, 8 order value; simple lockpicking kit, 3 order value. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the system list, but he did not rush to redeem anything. What he lacked now was not weapons, but time, territory, and starting capital. He bent to pick the switchblade up from the floor, its blade flashing with a trace of cold light under the dim bulb. "Get out," he said, the single word flat and emotionless. The two punks scrambled and crawled, enduring the pain as they fled the coffin room and vanished into the depths of the shadowy corridor. Lin Shun closed the warped wooden door, leaned his back against it, and slowly lifted his head to gaze at the narrow strip of sky outside the window. Night fell quickly over Hong Kong Island, a darkness like thick ink slowly swallowed the entire city. Lin Shun knew with crystalline clarity that from the moment he struck back today, there would be no returning to an ordinary life. In the mire, you either rot to death or claw your way up and devour others. Lin Shun intended to be the one who eat. At 6 in the evening, the sun began to set. The dim golden light filtered through the gaps between the dense buildings, scattering in fragments in the back alley of Duguo Bay. This alley is a gray dead corner of the slums, perpetually uncleaned, where garbage is piled into small mountains, rotting vegetable leaves, tattered clothing, and discarded debris fermenting together, exuding a pungent stench in the heat. Swarms of mosquitoes buzzed about, and the damp walls were covered with dark green mold. The water pooled in the corners was murky and black. At the deepest part of the alley, 3 boys huddled together, silently gnawing on hard, stale, cheap bread. The 3 boys were ragged and stained, their bare arms scarred, thin and bony, the most inconspicuous street urchins of this neighborhood. The boy on the left was robust, broad-shouldered, with dark skin and thick, sturdy fingers. His white teeth stood out exceptionally. His name was Ego, gifted with natural strength, simple-minded and kind-hearted, only recognizing those who treated him well, fighting recklessly. The boy in the middle was thin and frail, wearing a pair of old broken glasses resting on his nose, his sleeves perpetually grimy, but his fingers were slender and clean. His name was Awen. Having studied at a private school for 4 years, he could read, keep accounts, and was meticulous in thought, timid yet skilled in calculations. The boy on the far right was silent and sullen, with darker skin, sharp features, and an always straightened back. He was Awe, a Vietnamese refugee, a veteran of the Vietnam War who lost all his family in the chaos of war, smuggled to Hong Kong, with precise shooting skills, adept at assassination, stealth, and survival in the wild. The 3 were homeless and helpless, often mingling with the original owner on the streets, scavenging, doing odd jobs, and being bullied. They were the only people Lin Shun could connect with after his rebirth. Footsteps gradually sounded. Lin Shun walked into the alley, his shadow stretched by the sunset, falling onto the filthy ground. He had changed into a clean old vest, his bloodstains wiped away, his face still pale, but his back straightened, and his aura cold and imposing. "Brother Chun." Ego was the first to look up, his eyes wide, forgetting to chew the bread in his mouth, his tone filled. Yesterday, the entire back street was buzzing with rumors that Lin Shun had been beaten by loan sharks, his ribs broken, thrown into the garbage heap, and had bled to death at night. His body had already been dragged into the sea by a homeless person. The 3 of them thought they would never see this person again. Awen pushed up his crooked glasses, his gaze fixed tightly on Lin Shun, keenly sensing the change in him. The boy before them had shed his previous timidity, humility, and confusion. His eyes were calm and deep, surrounded by an aura that warned others to stay away. Awe remained silent, merely lifting his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the faint smell of blood lingering on Lin Shun's sleeve, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes before quickly retracting. Lin Shun approached the 3, pulling a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, flicking his fingers to ignite the tobacco. The pale white smoke gradually rose, obscuring his profile. "I'm not dead." His tone was flat, devoid of excess emotion. "I didn't die yesterday, and I won't die again." With that, he casually pulled out a crumpled stack of Hong Kong dollars from his pants pocket, the denominations mixed and piled together, amounting to 800 Hong Kong dollars. This money was scavenged from those 2 thugs. In the slums of 1982, ordinary workers earned just over 1,000 a month. 800 Hong Kong dollars was enough for 4 people to live comfortably for a month. Lin Shun tossed the money onto the cement floor in front of the 3. "Take it. Fill your stomach first, then go to the clothing stall to exchange for clean clothes." The 3 were simultaneously stunned, their breaths caught, their eyes filled with shock. In the past, Lin Shun was even poorer than they were, often relying on their bread to survive. Now, he casually tossed out 800 Hong Kong dollars, extravagantly generous. Awen, meticulous in thought, lowered his voice and cautiously asked, "Brother Chin, where did the money come from?" He knew well that in this neighborhood the poor could not suddenly have money overnight. Lin Shun exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist dispersing in the damp evening breeze. "Debt collection." His reply was concise, without elaborating on the process. Some things were bloody and did not need to be elaborated. Some harshness was best kept hidden in his heart. Ego, simple-minded, only knew that Brother Chun had become powerful and wealthy. He grinned widely, honest and straightforward. "Brother Chun, from now on I'll follow you. Whoever you want me to beat, I'll beat." Awe remained silent, merely lowering his head slightly and accepting the coins without a word. Lin Shun's gaze swept over the 3, and a clear character panel popped up in his mind. Character: Ego. Loyalty 70 loyal. Ability: Strength 7, Endurance 9, IQ 2. Character: Awen. Loyalty 65 observing. Ability: Strategy 6, Accounting 8, Fighting 1. Character: Awe. Loyalty 80 devoted. Ability assassination 8, marksmanship 9, resilience 10. A perfect base of support. Thug strategist assassin all present. Lin Shen extinguished his cigarette, but crushing the ember underfoot. From today onward we will no longer scavenge for garbage, beg for food, or rely on others' faces. He raised his eyes to the distant shimmering lights of Victoria Harbor, his voice deep, yet carrying an undeniable ambition. What others have we will seize. What others do not have we will also take. Tonight we will conduct our first business, black on black. Night had soaked 2 gua 1 of the hour was 11. The daytime clamor of the night market had fallen utterly silent. Vendors shuttered their stalls, metal roll-up doors clanged down, sealing away the last scraps of street life. The aging street lamps on either side of the road were half dead, half alive. Their jaundiced light stretched warped silhouettes across the damp asphalt. The nights in Guangdao were never tranquil. Where shopping districts glittered with neon and debauchery, the hovels and alleys of the poor harbored only wrought blood and transactions that could not see the light of day. The evening wind carried the damp chill of the sea through the empty lanes, lifting cigarette butts and discarded paper into eddies that spun in shadowed corners. Deep in the back alley 4 dark shapes hugged the cold wall, hidden in a dead corner beyond the reach of the lamp, uttering not a single needless sound. Lin Shun wore a thin black cloth mask bought from a stall, hiding most of his face and leaving only a pair of lacquer black icy eyes exposed. In his right hand he gripped a jet black switchblade. As the blade slid open and closed, it cast a fleeting glint of cold light. A dull pain in his ribs persisted. Each breath carried a fine sting. Yet that very ache tightened his nerves and sharpened his awareness. To avoid drawing attention, all 4 had changed into clean dark cloth clothes, unadorned, plain as any street laborer, perfectly absorbed by the surrounding darkness. A ghost stood at the leftmost edge, his burly frame slightly hunched, both hands wrapped around a solid iron rod whose surface had been worn to a shine. His jaw was tight, his heavy breathing deliberately low, his knuckles blanched from the grip, and a barely contained excitement glinted behind his eyes. For him, fighting and robbing were the only exits from hunger and bullying. Owen curled up in the shadow at the alleys, into the lenses of his spectacles reflected the weak light. Slender fingers clutched a crumpled little notebook, a pen tip pinched between them. He served as lookout, recorder, and escape mathematician. His frail body trembled not from fear of bloodshed, but from the dread of the syndicate power behind this block. At the front, Au stood erect like a crouching lone wolf, footfalls utterly soundless. In his hand he held a length of threaded rebar, honed to a razor edge. Its tip was blackened by the night. His gaze locked onto the alley mouth, sharp and sweeping every dim corner. Instincts honed by years of skirmishes let him preempt every surrounding danger. Shinga, say it again. How many of them? Owen dropped his voice to a whisper, thin as a mosquito's hum, quickly briefing the others with a tremor of unease. They're Liantang's peripheral runners, specialized in smuggling and reselling. They picked up a new shipment tonight. They've got at least a few thousand Hong Kong dollars on them, and a carton of untaxed cigarettes. The ringleader goes by Lai Pai Chong, active around Ma Tu Wei. He's ruthless, and everyone with him carries knives. 7 men, and there were only 4 of them. The numerical gap approached double. If they were ordinary street punks, they would have backed away. In a rough whisper, Go asked Chinga, should we wait a bit longer? Or swap teams? These Liantang bastards don't pull punches. Lin Shen gave no answer. His gaze remained calmly fixed on the alley mouth. Inside his mind, a system interface opened without fanfare. No pop-ups, only cold text nearby. Hostile personnel 7. Comprehensive combat assessment, average combat power 23. No professional fighters, no firearms. Weaknesses: lax discipline, careless when drunk, low vigilance. The blunt assessment stripped the other side clean to the bone. Lian Tang sounded fearsome, but these were merely the fringe scum of an old syndicate. No strict rules, no coordinated tactics. Drinking, boasting, and sloth were their habit. Though they seemed numerous, they were a scattered heap, precisely the best target. Lin Shen rolled the cold blade between his fingertips. His hoarse voice rose in the silent alley, steady, unruffled, etched with absolute resolve. No need to switch. Right now we have no right to be choosy. He knew their situation all too well. 800 Hong Kong dollars would not last. The 4 had no fixed shelter, no steady income. Once the money ran dry, they would be forced back into the gutter to survive. To stand in this cannibal island, called Guangdao, one must climb over the corpses of others. Tonight they had to draw blood and take the money. Lin Shun tilted his head and issued a calm order. You hold the alley corner. Wait until the whole group enters, then cut off their retreat. If anyone tries to run, don't hold back. You nodded in silence, then slipped soundlessly into the black along the right side wall, as if dissolving into the night. Go. When I signal, charge the front. Don't conserve your strength, hit limbs, don't kill, leave someone alive. Go clenched the iron rod and nodded heavily. Understood. 1. Stay at the rear, don't approach the fight, watch the surrounding exits. If you hear sirens, tell us to retreat immediately. Owen pushed his crooked glasses up the pen he held, whitening at the tip. He answered solemnly clear. Orders given, each assumed their role without needless words. Time slipped by, the wind grew colder. In short order, shuffling footsteps reached the alley mouth mixed with crude laughter and the clink of bottles. 7 lax figures, arms slung across shoulders, ambled into the narrow, dim passage. The leader had messy short hair and freckled cheeks, a cigarette dangling from his lip. Lai Pai Chong. He cradled a carton of hard-packed cigarettes. A crude smuggling label was taped to the box. No official anti-counterfeit mark in sight. The other 6 swung beer bottles or wore short blades at their waists, reeking of alcohol. Steps, unsteady faces wearing the brazen insolence of thugs. Tonight's haul sells. We each pocket at least 500, then tomorrow we'll hit the UMA-D clubs and live it up. Strong bros generous. Stick with him and you never go hungry. Heard some punk from Tu Gua Wan's been mouthing off at Lian Tang. When we've time we'll teach him a lesson and show our obscene boasts and jeers echoed in the alley. They noticed nothing as a cold blade hidden in the dark already aligned toward them. Lin Chen's back pressed to the icy wall, his chest rising and falling evenly as he forced down the pain in his ribs. His eyes were cold, utterly devoid of warmth. When all 7 had stepped into the middle of the alley and were fully within the trap, a single terse word fell act. The next instant, a yell like a night leopard sprang from the entrance shadow. The sharpened rebar was planted against the last thug's throat, swift, decisive, without a trace of hesitation. The thug could not even cry out. A bone-deep chill pressed against his neck, his body locked rigid as he trembled in terror. At the same time, Ego howled and lunged, his hulking body driving forward. The iron rod whistled through the air and smashed into the back of the outermost man. The hollow thud and the ensuing screams shattered the night. Chaos erupted. Lai Pai Chong sobered at once. His face went dead pale as he bellowed, ambush. Grab your weapons. But it was too late. Lin Chen flashed into the crowd. He did not brawl aimlessly, his gaze locked with Lai Pai Chong's, and the switchblade at his hand gleamed cold as it pressed against the man's Adam's apple. The icy blade lay against warm flesh. With the slightest pressure, it could slit the carotid. Lai Pai Chong froze, his breath caught, arrogance stripped away, leaving only primal fear. He had lived the streets for years and fought in countless scuffles, yet he had never seen such calm, ruthless composure in a youth. There was no roar, no fury. Only eyes as indifferent as if staring at the dead. Don't move. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse and flat, carrying an inescapable oppression. Whoever moves die. The cold spring knife pressed against the throat of the scoundrel, the sharp edge slightly indenting the skin, and with just a slight exertion from Lin Chen's fingertip, it could easily slice through that thin layer of flesh, causing scalding blood to spray out instantly. The alley fell into sudden silence. The 6 ruffians who had been arrogant and abusive moments ago were now frozen in place, their drunken bravado completely dissipated. A beer bottle slipped silently from someone's hand, crashing onto the concrete, ground, the crisp sound of shattering particularly jarring in the stillness of the alley. Shards of broken glass scattered in all directions, glinting with a cold white light. You still held down the ruffian at the back, the sharp end of the steel bar embedded in flesh, a trickle of crimson blood slowly sliding down the steel bar, dripping onto the ground, staining it with a small patch of dark red. The ruffian gritted his teeth, trembling all over, not daring to make a sound. A dog stood on the side of the crowd, a metal rod across his front, his heavy breathing particularly clear in the silence, his large copper bell-like eyes fixed fiercely on the remaining ruffians, looking fierce and intimidating. No one dared to approach easily. This group of low-level thugs from the Lian Tang usually only bullied street vendors and honest commoners, relying on their gang's name to intimidate others, having never encountered such unreasonable and ruthless opponents. The young boy before them was terrifyingly calm, his eyes showing no ripples, as if he wasn't holding a human life, but rather a trivial object. The scoundrel's throat rolled, his dry throat swallowing nervously, the cold knife pressed against his skin, the fear of death gripping his heart tightly. He had mingled on the streets for many years, seen tough guys, and had been in fights, yet for the first time, he was completely at the mercy of a 17-year-old boy. Brother, let's talk this out. The scoundrel's voice trembled, no longer filled with arrogance, speaking in a humble and ingratiating tone. We are people of Lian Tang. We operate in the Ma Tu Wei area. We are all from the underworld, seeking wealth without seeking trouble. You want money, you want cigarettes, take them all. We want say a word. He knew very well that in this dark, desolate alley, the death of a few low-level ruffians would be like the death of a few ants. The police would mostly classify it as street brawl or accidental disappearance, and no one would investigate deeply. Lin Chen's gaze was indifferent, showing no emotion. He slightly lowered his head, his warm breath filtered through the mask, brushed against the scoundrel's ear, his hoarse voice icy and piercing. Lian Tang, is it very powerful? The scoundrel's body stiffened, hurriedly shaking his head. Not powerful, not powerful. We are just low-level thugs, not worth mentioning. Earlier, who said they would deal with me in Tu Guawan? Lin Chen's tone was flat, yet carried a crushing sense of oppression as he pressed the knife down a little more. A sting coursed through and tiny beads of blood began to ooze from the scoundrel's neck, the chilling cold spreading across his body. His face turned pale, his back instantly soaked in cold sweat, and he hurriedly turned to look at the few subordinates. The ruffian who had been boasting earlier suddenly softened in the knees, collapsing onto the damp ground, his pant legs stained with filthy water, his eyes filled with terror. Chun, Brother Chen, I was wrong. The ruffian's voice quivered, his teeth chattering. I spoke out of turn, I spoke carelessly, I beg you to spare me. From now on I will avoid this area of Guawan, I will never dare to step in here again. Lin Shen couldn't be bothered to look at this sycophantic waste of space. He slightly twisted his wrist, the spring knife gently brushed against the scoundrel's neck. With a soft sound, a fine line of blood appeared. It wasn't a severe injury, but a naked warning. Under the dual pressures of pain and fear, the scoundrel's body stiffened, cold sweat dripping from his jaw. Money, take it all out. Cigarettes, leave those behind. Everything valuable on you, not a single item left behind. Lin Shen's tone remained unwavering as he issued an order that brooked no refusal. The scoundrel dared not resist in the slightest, hurriedly raising his hands to search all his pockets. A stack of crumpled Hong Kong dollars, a few gold and silver rings, an old electronic watch, all placed on the cold ground. The other 6 ruffians, seeing this, also hurriedly followed suit, emptying their pockets in a panic, fearing that a moment's delay would bring them to their doom. Owen lowered his head, quickly stepped forward, squatting down to count the goods. His slender fingers quickly flipped through the bills, his glasses reflecting a cold light, his expression meticulous. Cash amounting to 3,720 Hong Kong dollars, 3 rings, 1 electronic watch, and half a pack of imported cigarettes. Owen quickly reported the numbers, his pen flying across the notebook, clear and organized. In just a few minutes the stolen goods were counted. For the 4 of them at present this was undoubtedly a fortune. Lin Shen retracted the spring knife from the scoundrel's neck and casually patted the greasy cheek of the scoundrel, the action dripping with humiliation. Go back and tell your gang members. The back street of Guawan from today onwards is under my control, Lin Shen. From now on all protection fees for private cigarettes, small stalls, and night markets in this area belong to me. People from Liantang are not allowed to step a foot in here. If you disobey, and I catch you again next time. He paused for half a second, his gaze sweeping over every ruffian present, a chilling aura enveloping them. What gets severed won't just be a single bone. The scoundrel hurriedly nodded, not daring to utter a word of rebuttal. Understood. I will definitely inform them. Get lost. The single word fell crisp and clean. The 7 ruffians felt as if they had been pardoned, not daring to pick up the scattered bottles or dropped items, helping each other in their hurried escape, their backs appearing flustered and desolate, fearful that Lin Shen would change his mind. In the empty dark alley, only Lin Shen and his 3 companions remained. The evening wind was sharp, sweeping up the glass shards on the ground, creating a delicate sound of friction. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of cigarettes and alcohol slowly permeated the damp air. A dog scratched his head, his honest face full of excitement, grinning widely. Brother Chen, we hit the jackpot this time. Over 3,000 Hong Kong dollars plus a box of cigarettes, enough for us to enjoy for a while. You silently put away the steel bar, scanning the alley entrance to confirm that there were no passers-by or patrolling officers, then quietly returned to Lin Shen's side, standing by in silence. Owen frowned slightly, adjusting his crooked glasses, his tone laced with worry. Brother Chen, the scoundrel is ultimately from Liantang. We moved against them tonight, robbed them, and humiliated their men. They will definitely not let this go. It won't be long before Liantang sends someone to retaliate. This much is clear to everyone. The gangs in Hong Kong place great importance on their reputation. If we allow an unknown thug to provoke us, rob us, and humiliate our men, the gang's prestige will completely collapse, and we will no longer be able to suppress the lower-class commoners. Retaliation is just a matter of time. Lin Shen looked down at the pile of money and goods on the ground, his fingertips gently wiping the blood off the knife blade, his movements measured and unhurried. What I want is for them to retaliate. He raised his eyes, the ambition in his pitch-black gaze laid bare, showing no signs of concealment. Right now we are too weak, too unknown. If we simply set up stalls and earn money honestly, we will never break free from the mire of the lower class. Only by constantly stirring up trouble and establishing authority will all surrounding gangs know that there is someone like me in Guawan, making them fear me, respect me, and give way to me. In this chaotic world of the underworld, reputation is the foundation and ruthlessness is the pass. Ding. Black and black robbery completed, intimidating the peripheral members of rival gangs. Order value 45. Current order value 60. Unlockable redemptions: potent hemostatic spray, inferior lighter, basic hemp rope, low-level intelligence, nearby gang movements. The system's notification sound rang coldly, concise, and straightforward. Lin Shen's gaze locked onto the intelligence section without hesitation. Exchange intelligence: Liantang's defenses and personnel distribution in the Guawan area. Consumed. Order value 20. A redemption successful. Intelligence has been stored in the mind. Countless fragmented pieces of information flooded into his mind. Liantang has 31 personnel stationed here, 3 temporary hideouts, the time nodes for collecting protection fees, and the routines of the lower-level leaders. All clear at a glance. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Lin Shen put away the spring knife, raised his eyes to the 3, and spoke in a serious tone. Starting tonight, I will set a few rules. First, no touching white powder, never for life. Second, do not bully the commoners, do not rob vendors, only deal with thugs and villains. Third, all finances to be managed by a one with public accounting, transparent distribution, no hiding. Fourth, under no circumstances allow internal strife, no betrayal. 4 rules concise and brutal. A dog understood only half of it, yet still nodded vigorously in agreement. Owen's eyes brightened, his concerns dissipating significantly. Public accounting and not bullying the commoners indicated that Lin Shun was not just a brute who would act recklessly. He had plans, boundaries, and long-term layouts. Yu remained expressionless, slightly bowing his head, silently obeying. Lin Shun surveyed the night, casting shadows on his young profile, cold and sharp. Pack up, we're leaving. Tonight we change places. In the depths of night at 1 o'clock in the morning, the damp night breeze carried the chill of the sea, causing the metal advertisement board outside the Tang building to rattle. The slum had completely fallen into silence, with only a few windows casting faint lights, occasionally interrupted by drunken shouts, and the cries of women vividly showcasing the despair and chaos of the lower class. For figures crouched low, navigating through the narrow and winding alleyways. A box of contraband cigarettes was shouldered by Ego, the wooden crate straining his muscles, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. His burly form appeared as a moving hill in the dim light. Awen carefully wrapped the money and jewelry, storing them close to his body, repeatedly counting and verifying with meticulous attention. Awe led the way, his sharp eyes always vigilant of the surrounding movements, checking for hidden dangers. Lin Shin walked at the end of the line, one hand in his pocket, his fingers constantly touching the cold hilt of a knife, prepared for any sudden occurrences. The sharp pain in his ribs lingered, each step pulling at his flesh, yet he walked steadily, his back never bending. Pain was the best wake-up call, constantly reminding him of the cruel mire he was in. They had not chosen a more distant place, but instead moved into another vacant room in the same Tang building. This room was less than 6 square meters, slightly larger than Lin Shen's previous coffin-like space, with no windows. The walls were covered in mold, the corners sprouting dark green fungi, and the air was damp and stagnant, making it hard to breathe. But it excelled in its concealment. The room was located deep within the corridor, shielded by corners rarely visited by outsiders, and was backed up against an abandoned ventilation duct. In case of an emergency, they could easily escape by climbing over the wall, ensuring a complete retreat. For the 4 of them, at that moment, concealment was the greatest asset for survival. Upon entering the room, Ego gently placed the cigarette box in the corner, the heavy thud raising a cloud of dust. Brother Chin, this room is too stuffy. There's not even a vent. Ego scratched the back of his head, his rough hand waving the air, expressing his disdain. Stuffy means we won't attract attention, Lin Shin replied, casually raising his hand to wipe the mold off the wall, his fingertips becoming coated with the slick, dark green fungus. Fancy houses are for the dead. The more dilapidated and remote, the less people care. In the slums of Hong Kong in the 1980s, it being conspicuous was tantamount to danger. Gleaming residences could easily attract the attention of thugs and scrutiny from the police. Only by hiding in dark corners could they grow quietly and robustly. Awen spread the money out on the dirty wooden table, 3,720 Hong Kong dollars piled haphazardly together, the bills damp and wrinkled, mixed with the smells of sweat, smoke, and other odors. He adjusted his glasses, the pen swiftly moving across the paper with neat and elegant handwriting. Brother Chin, after tonight's expenses, I will reserve 2,000 Hong Kong dollars as backup funds. 500 for bedding, clothing, and medicines, 300 for meals, and the remaining 1,200 will be kept untouched. The distribution was clear and reasonable. Lin Shun nodded in agreement, his gaze falling on the cigarette box in the corner. No retail for contrabands. His tone was calm as he quickly planned. Open and categorize them, pick out the high-end cigarettes to sell at bars and tea houses, moving them at lower prices, split the regular cigarettes to street vendors, giving them a profit margin. We want show ourselves to avoid leaving traces. Awen immediately understood. Setting up a stall would easily reveal their identities and face the risk of gang inspections. Distributing through others, although the profits would be lower, allowed for silent cashing out, ensuring stability. They'll go negotiate tomorrow morning. Awen solemnly agreed, jotting down the distribution plan in a small notebook. The room was dimly lit, the old light bulb casting a soft yellow glow that elongated the shadows of the 4 young homeless boys, projecting them onto the mottled walls. In this rundown little dark room, the 4 homeless youths experienced having their own assets and a place to stay for the first time. Awe silently walked to the door, his fingertips lightly brushing against the door panel, checking the lock. The old wooden door was loose and damaged, providing no security against theft or intrusion. He said nothing, quietly removing the thick iron wire from the window, bending it with his bare hands to create a simple door latch, securing it in the gap to fortify the door. His movements were swift and practiced, showcasing the instincts of a veteran. Lin Shin looked at him and asked, "Can you keep watch?" Awe nodded slightly, his voice low and hoarse. "They'll take the first half of the night, switching shifts at 4 in the morning. No need to rotate. I can last." Having grown up in the chaos of war, he was already accustomed to sleepless vigilance. Hunger, cold, and fatigue were not trials for him. Surviving was his only obsession. Lin Shin did not engage in pleasantries, responding directly. "Starting tonight, we take turns keeping watch. No more than one of us can sleep at the same time. Always leave one person on guard. This was the iron rule of survival at the bottom. A single lapse could lead to ruin. As the night deep in the alley outside fell completely silent, Lin Shen leaned against the cold wall, slowly closing his eyes. In his mind, he replayed the information he had just exchanged, the personnel distribution of the Yin Tang, the locations of their hideouts, and their routes of action, continuously analyzing and deducing. After the rat returned, he would undoubtedly report to his superiors. The person in charge of the Yin Tang in the Kowloon area was named He Mianxiong, in his 40s, ruthless and cunning, having built his empire through usury and smuggling contraband cigarettes. He had blood on his hands, having killed 2 people, and spent money to ingratiate himself with the police, remaining secure to this day. This man was the first hurdle Lin Shen had to overcome. Host Lin Shen. Order value 40. Physical condition: mild rib fracture, minor external injuries, slightly weak physical condition. Current redeemable military bandages, basic physical enhancement limited to 1 hour, low-level confusing smoke. Lin Shen's gaze locked onto the military bandages. The rib injury could not be delayed. If it became inflamed and worsened, he would suffer from a high fever and bed rest at best, or at worst leave him with permanent damage. In this era of scarce medical resources and expensive healthcare, even a minor illness could kill a bottom-tier loser. Exchange military bandages, hemostatic anti-inflammatory spray. Order value consumed 18, exchange successful. Item has been stored in the clothing compartment. The cool sensation suddenly appeared in his close-fitting clothing pocket, requiring no transport or storage. The system was simple and efficient, never dragging its feet. Lin Shen did not shy away from the others, directly lifting his shirt. A ghastly bruise crossed his right ribcage on his pale skin, the skin red and swollen, a shocking sight. Ego felt his scalp tingle and instinctively spoke. Brother Chin, your injury isn't healed yet. You're going to fight tonight, or are you trying to get yourself killed? Life is earned through fighting. Lin Shen replied flatly, tearing the bandage with one hand, his movements brisk and decisive. He needed no sympathy or pity from others. In the underworld's lower ranks, tears and weakness were the most useless things. Only by gritting his teeth and enduring could he survive. The cold spray hit the bruised wound, a sharp pain erupting, which quickly turned into a numb coolness, the pain dissipating rapidly. The tight military bandages wrapped around his ribs, firmly securing them, limiting misalignment and reducing the burden on his body. Once the bandaging was complete, Lin Shen put his shirt back on, his expression returning to normal, as if he had just dealt with not a fractured rib, but merely a trivial scrape. Sleep, he said faintly. Tomorrow someone will come looking for trouble with us. The next day, early morning. The island was shrouded in a thick layer of white mist, the damp fog pressing down on the rooftops of the Tang buildings, visibility extremely low. The streets were wet puddles reflecting the gray light of the sky, and the air was filled with the pungent scent of mixed seawater and earth. The slums awakened early. At 5 in the morning, street vendors began to set up stalls, coal stoves emitting blue smoke, the smell of eggs, rice noodles, and tea barely masking the lingering stench of decay in the alleys. The workers, dressed in worn-out uniforms, hurried along with their heads down, toiling away for meager wages. The dilapidated underbelly of the city was forever filled with a numb yet resilient vitality. Inside the room, 4 people gradually awakened. There were no soft beds, no clean blankets. They lay directly on the cold concrete floor, covered with thin old blankets. After a night of light sleep, everyone maintained a vigilant posture. Even in deep slumber, they did not relax their guard. Ayu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes showing no sign of fatigue. He leaned against the door, having not closed his eyes all night, silently observing the movements in the corridor, remaining in a state of high alert. Last night, 3 strangers came through the corridor. Ayu reported calmly 2 of them were drunken vagrants, and 1 seemed to be a scout for a gang, lingering at the door for 10 seconds before leaving. Lin Shen slowly got up the bandages, binding his ribs, no longer causing sharp pain, only a slight soreness. His physical condition significantly improved. The scout was sent by He Mianxiong. He stated firmly, without hesitation. Last night, Lai Pai Chong had returned to his hideout in a sorry state, undoubtedly reporting to He Mianxiong at the first opportunity. With the middle-aged leader's sinister and narrow-minded character, he would never swallow his anger. Sending someone to investigate, uncovering details, and seeking revenge was the most routine operation. Owen rubbed his tired eyes, quickly organizing the accounts, speaking steadily. Chun-gu, I'll go out this morning to discuss the private cigarette sales, and also gather information on Yin Tang's movements. I'll dress a bit shabby, pretending to be a casual vagrant, so I won't attract attention. Be careful, Lin Shen reminded, casually handing him dozens of Hong Kong dollars. By breakfast on the way, don't go out on an empty stomach. If you encounter patrolling thugs, don't confront them directly, take a detour. Owen nodded, stowing the money safely, pushing the door to meld into the white mist. Ago rubbed his swollen arm, innocently asking Chun-gu, what should we do? Just wait for others to come and fight. Lin Shen replied bluntly. Right now we are short-handed and poorly equipped. Taking the initiative would only expose our weaknesses. Let them come. I want everyone to see that the newcomers in Kowloon are not to be trifled with. What I want is not a simple brawl, but a battle to establish authority. Only by thoroughly subduing the provocateurs from Tang will the vendors, vagrants, and idle thugs in this neighborhood truly fear and submit, ensuring smooth collection of protection fees and monopolization of the private cigarette business in the future. The three had a simple meal of dry bread waiting in silence. At 9 in the morning, the fog gradually dispersed, the daylight piercing through the clouds falling on the dim Tang buildings. Suddenly chaotic and heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor, rude shouts growing closer, the wooden floor. "Is that kid hiding on this floor?" Changge said. "He's in that darkest room inside. Kick the door down," and Xiongge said to break his arms and legs, but leave him breathing and toss him to the garbage dump. The coarse, fierce roars reverberated through the corridor laden with naked malice. There were a total of 8 people, all dressed in floral shirts and tight pants, knives tucked into their waists, holding wooden sticks and steel pipes. The leading man had a bandage on his forehead and a fresh scratch on his neck. It was indeed Lai Pai Chong, who had been subdued by Lin Shen last night. At this moment he no longer appeared as the pitiful, embarrassed figure from last night. His eyes were filled with a sinister ferocity, and a vengeful sneer adorned his face. Behind him followed 7 thugs, all with fierce expressions, muscular builds, specifically the ruthless types responsible for fighting and causing trouble in Tang, far stronger than the drunken rabble from last night. Lai Pai Chong walked to the door of the dark room and kicked it hard. Bang! The dull sound echoed in the corridor, the makeshift iron wire door latch rattling violently, the door panel caving in, dust falling. "Lin Shen, get out here!" Lai Pai Chong roared, his tone frenzied. "Weren't you very arrogant last night? Today I brought my brothers. Let's see if you can still be tough." Inside, A Go immediately stood up, gripping the iron rod beside him, veins bulging in his neck, his body brimming with tension. "Chengge, should we fight?" "Don't rush." Lin Shen remained seated against the wall, his expression calm, without a hint of panic. His gaze swept over the door panel, and a system detection interface popped up in his mind. Hostile personnel, 8 people. Comprehensive combat strength, average strength 4, 2 professionals in fighting. Weaknesses: impulsive, reckless, lack of tactical coordination, fear of severe injuries or bleeding. Still a disorganized bunch. Even with more numbers and greater strength, this group of thugs still did not understand teamwork, relying solely on brute force. They appeared fierce, but had glaring weaknesses. Lin Shen slowly stood up, pressing a hand on the restless A Go. "Open the door." Ayu silently nodded, raising his hand to remove the iron wire door latch. The next second the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Blinding daylight flooded into the dim room, 8 fierce figures blocking the entrance, packed tight, malice surging. Lai Pai Chong was the first to step inside, his gaze coldly sweeping the cramped space. When he saw Lin Shen, who remained calm and unafraid, rage surged to his head. "You brat, how dare you sit there so calmly?" He pointed at Lin Shen, yelling arrogantly, "You injured me and stole my goods last night. Do you really think Tu Guowen is your backyard? Today I'll show you who the king here is." Several thugs behind him moved forward, forming a half-circle, trapping Lin Shen and his companions in the corner. Wooden sticks and steel pipes gleamed coldly, the oppressive sense of danger hitting them heated. A Go was tense all over, lowering his center of gravity, ready to engage in close combat at any moment. Ayu positioned himself sideways, his gaze locking onto the thug on the far right, the strongest and most threatening one among. Lin Shen slowly raised his head, his dark eyes meeting the furious Lai Pai Chong, his tone flat, voice icy. "You shouldn't have come." In the small, dimly lit room, the air was thick and oppressive. 8 thugs from the Ilian Hall surrounded the entrance, their fierce and intimidating figures casting a shadow as the cold clubs glimmered under the faint light. There was no room to evade in the cramped space. Once the battle began, it would turn into a close-quarters brawl with no survivors. Lai Pai Chong stood defiantly at the forefront of the crowd, a bandage stained with faint blood on his forehead and fresh, glaring scratches on his neck. He fixed his gaze on Lin Shen, a cruel and sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with malicious delight at the prospect of revenge. "Should I not have come?" Lai Pai Chong scoffed, his tone manic and disdainful. "In the entire Tu Guowen, no one dares to touch me, Lai Pai Chong. You, a worthless brat without parents, injured my men and stole my goods. If I let you go today, how will I survive on the streets in the future?" He raised his hand and waved it violently, issuing a harsh command. "Get him. Break his limbs. The other 2 trash, deal with them as you like. Don't kill them, leave them for Xiongge to handle." As his voice fell, 2 thugs charged forward. One wielded a thick wooden club, swinging it directly at A Go's forehead with wild and brutal movements. The other held a steel pipe, sidestepping to attempt a sneak attack on Lin Shen's back. In the confined space, there was no way to dodge. A Go roared in anger, his sturdy frame bracing against the impact as he horizontally blocked with the iron rod. Bang! The deafening sound of metal clashing shattered the air, sending vibrations that made ears ring. The wooden club struck hard against the iron rod, the tremendous force numbing A Go's arm and reddening his palm, yet he stood his ground steadfastly, protecting Lin Shen as the most loyal guard. "Brother Chen, I've got them covered." A Go shouted in a deep voice, his eyes fierce as he unleashed his full strength, the iron rod sweeping out to push back the 2 thugs before him. Meanwhile, the thug on the right with the steel pipe was closing in on Lin Shen's back. The thug wore a sneer, striking ruthlessly, aiming directly at the spine, intent on incapacitating him with a single blow. Just as the steel pipe was about to graze Lin Shen's clothing, a shadow suddenly darted forward. A youth's figure flickered, appearing silently beside the thug. He did not roar or make unnecessary movements. With his right hand tightly gripping the sharpened steel bar, he precisely jabbed at the inner tendon of the thug's wrist. Thud! The sharp steel pierced flesh, and blood gushed forth instantly. The thug's wrist erupted in agony, his muscles tensing up, causing the steel pipe to clatter to the ground as a ghastly scream escaped his lips. In the blink of an eye, the two thugs fell defeated. The remaining 6 by the door changed their expressions slightly, their previously disdainful smiles wiped away. They had not expected that these 3 seemingly frail youths could be so fierce and ruthless. A trace of panic flashed in Lai Pai Chong's eyes, quickly overshadowed by anger as he gritted his teeth and roared, "What are you afraid of? We have the numbers. Attack together and kill them." The remaining 4 charged forward, and chaos erupted into a brutal melee. A Go faced the assault heat-in, swinging the iron rod with powerful and sweeping motions, relying on sheer strength to withstand the attacks of 2 men. Even though he endured several heavy blows, leaving his skin bruised and swollen, he did not take a step back, only becoming more ferocious in his counterattack. Yu darted in and out, his movements agile and unpredictable, targeting the joints and soft spots of the enemies. The steel bar struck with precision, each blow drawing blood, ruthless and restrained, never wasting unnecessary energy. In a short while, 2 more thugs were injured in the wrist, losing their combat ability. The room echoed with screams, blood soaking the damp floor. Lai Pai Chong watched as his subordinates continued to fall, his complexion shifting from red to pale, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. He had originally thought this would be a one-sided slaughter, but it had unexpectedly turned into a brutal bloodbath. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, his feet subtly shifting as he prepared to flee this fierce little room. Lin Shan, whose gaze was locked onto him, wore a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Want to leave?" With a light step, Lin Shan swiftly blocked his escape route. His ribs had yet to heal, limiting his movements, but he precisely blocked Lai Pai Chong's escape route. The spring knife glinted coldly in his hand, the blade snapping out sharp and threatening. Lai Pai Chong froze in fear, hastily drawing a short knife from his waist, wildly slashing. "Get away. Don't come closer." In his panic, his movements were riddled with flaws, posing no threat. Lin Shan sidestepped to avoid the slashing blade, his left hand precisely seizing the thug's wrist, his fingertips pressing tightly against the bone, twisting it violently. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out again. Last night, he had broken his right hand. Today, he crushed his left hand. Lai Pai Chong's eyes widened in shock, his complexion turning as pale as paper. The extreme pain engulfed his entire body, forcing a broken and piercing wail from his throat as he uncontrollably knelt in a pool of blood. "I was wrong. Brother Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare to cause trouble again. He'll leave with my men right away and never step foot in Guam." The remaining standing thugs within the room stood frozen in place, too afraid to approach. 8 had come to attack, and now 7 were injured, 2 heavily wounded, and kneeling. The scene was devastating. Lin Shan looked down from above, his cold eyes surveying the kneeling and pleading Lai Pai Chong, without an ounce of pity in his heart. Mercy in the martial world is merely digging one's own grave. He raised his hand, lightly tapping the swollen cheek of Lai Pai Chong with the blade, the cold touch making the thug tremble all over. "I gave you a chance." Lin Shan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Last night, I let you go as a warning. This morning, when you kicked in the door, you were looking for death. I was following Xiong's orders. I had no choice." Lai Pai Chong stammered hurriedly, pushing the blade. "Haiyan Xiong." Lin Shan murmured the name softly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Ding. Use violence to counter violence. Defeat the enemy team. Order value 35. Current order value 57. Triggered hidden evaluation, brutal intimidation. Lower level hostile personnel experience, permanent fear, hostility decreases." As the system notification sounded, Lin Shan understood in his heart. This fight was over, but the trouble was just beginning. Haiyan Xiong would never rest just because of a single defeat. The real killer move was yet to come. Lin Shan stowed away the spring knife, his gaze sweeping over the moaning thugs on the ground, his tone indifferent as he issued his final command. "Drag them all out. Throw them in the middle of the street at the alley's entrance. Tell Haiyan Xiong." He paused briefly, each word dripping with cold resolve. "In the back street of Guawan, I, Lin Shan, have laid claim to it." The gangsters were dragged to the alley entrance like dead dogs sprawled haphazardly on the damp asphalt. Morning vendors and passers-by were startled, hurriedly avoiding the scene. Their eyes reflected terror, curiosity, and a numbing familiarity with bloodshed typical of the lower class. Some recognized the men from the Lian Tang and whispered among themselves, frequently glancing towards the dimly lit room. Lin Shan stood in the shadow of the corridor, holding a lit cigarette between his fingers. Thin wisps of pale smoke slowly obscured his brow. Yu had already cleaned up the blood inside the room, leaving only a few faint brown stains on the floor, nearly invisible in the gloom. Go was panting heavily, new wounds added to his arms, yet he wore a satisfied smile. Brother Chen, this bunch of useless trash is hardly worth a fight. Lin Chen did not smile, he simply replied, this is merely an appetizer. He understood very well that He Mianxiong, a seasoned player who had roamed Tu Guowen for over a decade, had more than just these few rotten fish under his command. The real tough battle would be when He Mianxiong took matters into his own hands. Ding. Deterrence against the Yi Lian Tang squad. Regional deterrence increased. Order value 25. Current order value 82. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the patrol route for the entire Tu Guowen area without hesitation. Exchange. In an instant, all of He Mianxiong's hideouts, collection routes, and even his frequent mahjong parlors and tea restaurants were vividly imprinted in his mind, including the time he left, how many people he took, and which alleys he would traverse. At that moment, Awen hurried back from outside, a hint of urgency on his face, lowering his voice. Brother Chun, the Yi Lian Tang has exploded. This morning He Mianxiong summoned over 20 men armed with watermelon knives and steel pipes, declaring his intent to flatten the alley and chop you into pieces to dispose of in Victoria Harbor. Over 20. Ago's eyes lit up as he tightened his grip on the iron rod. Perfect, we can take them all at once. Owen frowned. No way, we only have 4 people, they outnumber us 5 to 1 and are armed. A direct confrontation would mean certain death. Lin Shin flicked the ash off his cigarette, his tone disturbingly calm. Who is going to confront him directly? Which tea restaurant does He Mianxiong like to go to? Owen paused, quickly flipping through his notebook. Jinhua Tea Restaurant, he goes there at 9:30 a.m. for a char siu egg sandwich, always sits near the back door, usually accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Lin Shin's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Then he's as good as dead. 9:05 a.m. The Jinhua Tea Restaurant is filled with steam, the aroma of milk tea and char siu mingling together, crowded with workers, vendors, and rickshaw drivers. In a booth near the back door sits the dark-faced and imposing Hong Mianxiong. His face is dark, with a scar running from his brow to his chin on the left side, and a thick gold chain hangs around his neck, exuding an aura of menace. In front of him sits a glass of iced lemon tea and a char siu egg sandwich untouched. That little bastard named Lin Chen really dares to undermine my men. Hong Mianxiong's voice is hoarse and menacing. Gather the men later and storm in directly. No matter where he hides, chop him down mercilessly. His 4 subordinates quickly nod and bow, saying, Brother Xiong, rest assured. That kid is just a sudden upstart with no background or support. 1 knife is all it takes. Hong Mianxiong coldly snorted, picking up a fork, just about to stab a piece of char siu. Suddenly, the back door of the restaurant is gently pushed open. 3 figures walk in, quiet and unobtrusive, heading straight for the booth. The leader, a young man, is wearing an old faded t-shirt, his face pale, yet his gaze is as cold as ice. It is Lin Chen. Hong Mianxiong is taken aback at first, then bursts into wild laughter. You little bastard, you dare to come to me, truly seeking death. He slams the table with a bang, and his 4 subordinates immediately rise, hands moving toward their waists where short knives are concealed. The entire tea restaurant falls into a sudden silence, the diners shrinking into their seats, afraid to even breathe loudly. Lin Chen does not stop his steps, walking straight to the booth. Hong Mianxiong. He begins, his voice not loud, but resonating throughout the restaurant. What you owe me is due today. I owe you. Hong Mianxiong grins ferociously. I think you're crazy. Before he can finish his sentence, Lin Chen suddenly strikes. He does not draw a knife. Instead, he grabs the steaming char siu sandwich from the table and slams it onto Hong Mianxiong's face. Oh! The scalding oil and sauce instantly splatter across his face, burning Hong Mianxiong, who screams out in pain, unable to even open his eyes. His 4 subordinates are taken aback, rushing forward with knives drawn. Ago roars angrily and charges in Hedon like a raging bull, smashing a stick down onto the shoulder of the nearest person, a cracking sound of bones accompanying the scream. Ayu swiftly maneuvers from the side, his steel rod striking like lightning, precisely hitting a person's wrist, sending the short knife clattering to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 4 subordinates are subdued. Lin Chen presses Hong Mianxiong's head against the table with one hand and slams it down hard. Bang! The dishes shatter, tea splashes everywhere. Hong Mianxiong's head buzzes as intense pain renders him weak, his ferocity dissipating. Lin Chen pulls out a spring knife, the blade snapping open with a click, its cold edge pressing against the carotid artery of Hong Mianxiong. Don't move. The youth's voice is calm, devoid of any tremor. Move again, and blood will spill on the spot. The entire Jinhua Tea Restaurant was silent. Everyone was watching this scene. A 17-year-old delinquent had used a plate of char siu egg to take down the notorious black-faced Xiong of Tu Guowen. Black-faced Xiong trembled all over, his face flushed bright red, tears and mucus mixed with sauce dripping down, completely devoid of the imposing presence of a gang leader. You dare to kill me. His voice trembled. I am a member of the Yi Lian Tang. The Hall Master won't let you go. Lin Chen chuckled coldly. Yi Lian Tang. In Tu Guowen, I am the law. He exerted a slight force with his wrist, the blade slicing through a thin layer of skin, blood seeping out. Black-faced Xiong was terrified, completely breaking down. I was wrong. Brother Chun, I was wrong. The back street of Tu Guowen is yours. All yours. Protection fees, contraband stalls, all belong to you. Lin Shen looked at him coldly, as if observing an ant. It's too late. When you sent someone to kill me yesterday, did you not consider today? He sheathed the knife, but did not spare him. Lin Shen gripped the knife handle with the blade facing downwards and smashed it fiercely onto Blackface Xiong's right shoulder. A clear sound of bone snapping echoed. Blackface Xiong let out a scream that was not human-like as his entire right arm hung at an odd angle rendered completely useless. Oh, my hand. My hand. Lin Shen stood up looking down at Blackface Xiong who was rolling on the ground in pain, his gaze sweeping across the entire tea restaurant. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. From today on the back street of Tuguan, the night market contraband and protection fees all belong to me, Lin Shen. Anyone from Liantang who dares to take a step further will have their hands and feet broken and be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. No one dared to speak. No one dared to question. A young man who could cripple even Blackface Xiong had already become the indisputable king in this mire. Ding. Area domination complete, defeating the regional leader Blackface Xiong. Order value 80. Current order value 162. New permissions unlocked. Intermediate black market basic intelligence network simple medical kit. Host identity updated. The de facto leader of the back street of Tuguan. Lin Shen turned around and said to Ago and Aue casually, let's go. At 9:05 a.m. The ceiling fan in Jinhua Tea restaurant spun listlessly, its blades thickly coated with grease, scattering the already dim light into fractured, uneven patches. The air hung heavy with the tart sweet tang of iced lemon tea, the caramelized aroma of barbecued pork, the cloying richness of butter, and the persistent musk of sweat and cigarette smoke clinging to the city's working-class denizens. The booth beside the rear entrance was the most secluded and most commanding seat in the entire restaurant. He Mianxiong sat there like a sovereign, broad-shouldered and unyielding. The thick gold chain around his neck gleamed with sweat, while the jagged scars slashing from his browbone down to his jaw pulsed faintly with each breath. A grim testament to decades lived teetering on the knife edge between life and death. Before him rested a barely touched glass of iced lemon tea and a freshly prepared barbecued pork egg sandwich still steaming gently, the yolk soft and runny, the pork glistening with glossy amber fat. Yet He Mianxiong had no appetite. His knuckles hammered the tabletop with dull rhythmic thuds, each one reverberating like a mallet striking the hearts of everyone present. That brat Lin Shen, dared he really cripple my man? His voice rasped like sandpaper dragged across weathered wood. Of fury boiled in his eyes, threatening to spill over. 8 of Lai Paichong's men, beaten senseless by 3 street thugs. You useless wretches. So bold when collecting protection money, but when real blood is drawn you're all spineless jellyfish. The 4 bodyguards standing silently beside him kept their heads bowed, breath held tight. These 4 were He Mianxiong's most trusted enforcers. Men he'd trained for years, hands stained with blood, fighters renowned for their brutality across Tuguan, the so-called 4 Vajra warriors. Yet now under his scathing rebuke, not one dared speak. Lai Paichong's humiliating defeat had shaken them too. That sudden 17-year-old street punk didn't seem human at all. Brother Xiong, that kid just got lucky. Leaned on Aue, that Vietnamese ex-soldier with some skill. Ventured one guard summoning courage. We'll gather 20 men, arm ourselves properly, and surround his shack. We'll drag him out no matter where he hides, hack him beyond recognition, then dump him in Victoria Harbor to feed the fish. Feed the fish. He Mianxiong sneered, his gaze dark and venomous. Too merciful. I'll sever his tendons, hands and feet both. Then cast him onto the docks to haul sandbags for the rest of his days. Let him rot in the mud, knowing the price of crossing. He Mianxiong. As he reached for his fork to spear a piece of barbecued pork, the rear door of the restaurant swung open, silent. No sound preceded them. No warning, no commotion. 3 figures entered as if gliding through mist, walking straight toward the booth. Leading them was Lin Shen. He wore a faded white t-shirt washed thin by time, his jeans bleached pale by sun, and where his canvas shoes worn through at the toes. Not a single item hinted at value. Ordinary, unremarkable, indistinguishable from any teenage day laborer wandering the streets of Tuguan. Yet his spine stood ramrod straight, his gaze cold as the midnight waters of Victoria Harbor, still depthless, utterly unruffled, carried a quiet, suffocating weight that forbade direct eye contact. To his left walked Ago, concealing a solid iron rod polished smooth by years of use behind his back. His massive frame hunched, slightly coiled like a bull ready to charge, his eyes blazing with savage anticipation, lips curled in a feral grin. To his right walked Ayu. Ayu remained wordless as ever. A sharpened threaded steel rebar rested snugly against his lower back. He moved like Lin Shen's shadow, close, precise, watchful, his eagle-sharp eyes sweeping the room and locking instantly onto He Mianxiong's 4 bodyguards. Silence crashed over the tea restaurant like a physical force. Diners froze mid-bite, deliverymen set down their chopsticks, rickshaw pullers snuffed out cigarettes, vendors shrank into themselves, all gazes converging wide-eyed and fearful upon the booth. In Tuguan, no one failed to recognize He Mianxiong, the tyrant who'd ruled these streets for over a decade. And today he was being confronted, not in an alley or a warehouse, but right here inside Jinhua Tea Restaurant by a boy. The air itself seemed to congeal. The fork suspended halfway to He Mianxiong's mouth trembled as he slowly lifted his head, first stunned then erupting into wild derisive laughter. Ha ha ha, you little bastard. I hadn't even gone looking for you yet you've delivered yourself to me. He slammed his palm onto the table sending cups and plates clattering violently. Heaven's gate stands open, but you refuse to walk through it. Hell has no door, yet you've kicked it wide open. Today you die right here, in Jinhua Tea Restaurant. Before the final syllable left his lips his 4 bodyguards sprang into motion. In unison their hands darted to their waists, for switchblades snapped open with sharp metallic clicks, blades gleaming with lethal intent aimed squarely at Lin Chun and his 2 companions. Years of brutal street warfare had honed their coordination to instinct. In an instant they formed a perfect pincer boxing Lin Chun and his allies into the narrow space before the booth. Kid, you crossed Brother Xiong. Today we break you. Kneel and beg for mercy. If you do, perhaps we'll let you keep your corpse whole. Their shrieks tore through the air, raw, vicious, terrifying. Patrons recoiled, some scrambling beneath tables, desperate to escape the coming carnage. Ah Go lunged forward, only to be halted by Lin Chen's raised hand. Lin Chen did not pause. He continued walking steadily toward He Mianxiong, each step deliberate, grounded, as though the flashing blades surrounding him were nothing more than distant reflections in a broken mirror. His gaze never wavered, not for an instant, from He Mianxiong alone. He Mianxiong, Lin Chen spoke, his voice low, calm, yet carrying with crystalline clarity to every corner of the restaurant, each word forged of tempered steel. You sent Lai Pai Chong to kill me. You seized my territory. You cut off my livelihood. This debt ends today. Settle the debt. The laughter vanished from He Mianxiong's face, replaced by a mask of pure, twisted rage. You're mad? In Tukwuhan, I am heaven. I decide who lives, who dies. He surged to his feet and hurled a fist straight at Lin Chen's face. It was a blow swift and brutal, honed by years of bare-knuckle violence, meant to stun, to shatter, but Lin Chun had anticipated it. He shifted his weight with fluid grace, evading the punch effortlessly. In the same motion, his right hand shot out, seized the steaming barbecued pork egg sandwich from the table, and slammed it face first onto He Mianxiong's visage. Arg! A shrill guttural scream ripped through the restaurant. Scalding butter, sticky syrup, and hot fatty pork paste flooded He Mianxiong's face, searing his skin crimson, blinding him, with stinging sauce flooding his eyes and nostrils with tears, snot, and viscous sludge. He was reduced to utter grotesque disarray. No one had seen it coming. No one imagined that a 17-year-old street kid would wield a barbecued pork sandwich as a weapon, and in one audacious stroke subdue Tukwuhan's undisputed kingpin. The 4 bodyguards recoiled in shock, then charged. Now! Lin Chen commanded, voice taut, and Ah Go exploded forward with a thunderous roar, iron rod whistling through the air as he swung it sideways, crushing the lead enforcer's shoulder with sickening force. Crack! A bone snapped cleanly. The man screamed, his arm collapsing at a grotesque angle, his switchblade clattering to the floor as he crumpled, paralyzed by agony. Ah You blurred, vanishing from sight only to reappear at the flank of another guard. His steel rebar struck with surgical precision, striking the nerve cluster at the man's wrist. The guard's hand went slack, his blade dropped. Ah You followed through with a piston-like kick to his abdomen. The man folded inward, clutching his gut, writhing on the floor in silent convulsive pain. In under 3 seconds, 2 of the 4 lay incapacitated. The remaining pair staggered backward, faces ashen, eyes wide with primal terror fixed on Lin Chun and his companions. They had never faced opponents so ruthless, so unervingly swift, especially Ah Yue, whose movements bore none of the hesitation of street brawls, only the cold, efficient lethality of battlefield killing. Lin Chun ignored the 2 survivors. With one hand, he gripped He Mianxiong's skull, fingers digging deep, and drove his head downward with crushing force. Bang! His face smashed onto the wooden tabletop. Plates shattered, tea splashed across the surface, the entire table trembling violently beneath the impact. He Mianxiong's vision swam black, his skull rang with hollow echoes, his strength drained away like water through cracked clay. Any trace of menace utterly extinguished. Lin Chen slowly drew his own switchblade from his waistband, its blade snapping open with a sharp, chilling click, and pressed the icy edge directly against the pulsing carotid artery on He Mianxiong's throat. The razor-cold metal kissed his skin. He Mianxiong jolted, fully awake, not to pain but to the suffocating absolute certainty of imminent death gripping his heart like iron claws. He could feel with horrifying clarity that the slightest pressure from that slender blade would flood the table with his lifeblood. Don't move. Lin Chen's voice was placid, devoid of anger, devoid of triumph, yet resonated with unassailable, chilling authority. Move again, and your blood paints this table red, right now. In the Jinhua Tea Restaurant, the silence was so profound that one could hear the sound of the ceiling fan rotating. All eyes were fixed on the scene at the booth. 17-year-old troublemaker Lin Chen used a plate of char siu egg to incapacitate the resistance of He Mianxiong holding a switchblade against the throat of the Lord of Kowloon, looking down on this bully who had reigned for over a decade. He Mian-xiong trembled all over, his face reddened from the burn, his skin stinging with pain, but he dared not move, even his breaths became cautious. He could feel his carotid artery pulsing slightly under the blade. Oh, any struggle would mean certain death. He Mian-xiong's voice trembled, losing all his previous arrogance. I am a member of the Yi Lian Tang. My backer is the leader of Yi Lian Tang. If you kill me, the leader will have you torn to pieces, and there will be no place for you in Kowloon. Lin Shun let out a cold laugh, applying slight pressure on his wrist. The blade grazed a thin layer of skin on He Mian-xiong's neck. A trickle of blood seeped out. Yi Lian Tang. Lin Shun's voice was not loud, yet it carried a domineering aura that looked down on the world. From today onwards, I am the law in Kowloon. In front of me, Yi Lian Tang is nothing. This statement struck like a heavy hammer, deeply impacting the hearts of everyone present. In 1982, Hong Kong gangs ruled the underground order, and Yi Lian Tang was one of the top factions in Kowloon, with no one daring to openly provoke them. Yet this 17-year-old boy boldly declared he would overpower Yi Lian Tang. He Mian-xiong was terrified. He could sense Lin Shun was not just bluffing. This youth truly had the courage to kill. In the slums, lives were cheaper than grass. The death of a He Mian-xiong was merely the result of a street fight to the authorities, who were too preoccupied to manage the mess in Kowloon. I was wrong. Brother Chun, I was wrong. He Mian-xiong broke down on the spot, tears mingling with the sauce as he pitifully begged for mercy. The back street of Kowloon is yours. The night market, smuggling, protection fees, all yours. I will never step into the back street again. Oh, I will be your underling. I will do whatever you want me to do. Lin Shun coldly regarded him, devoid of any pity in his eyes. He understood too well the nature of someone like He Mian-xiong, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If he let him go today, he would return tomorrow, stabbing him in the back. Being merciful to enemies is cruelty to oneself. He had long engraved this lesson into his bones during his past life on the battlefield of cross-border trade. It's too late. Lin Shun's voice was ice cold. When you sent someone to break my ribs and tossed me into the garbage pile yesterday, did you think about today? When you extorted loans that ruined lives, robbed street vendors of their stalls, and bullied the lowest of the low, did you think about this day? As he spoke, he slowly retracted the switchblade. He Mian-xiong thought Lin Shun was going to let him go. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Lin Shun grip the knife handle, with the blade facing down, and slam it hard onto his right shoulder. Crack! The sharp, piercing sound of a bone breaking echoed clearly in the silent tea restaurant. He Mian-xiong's right arm hung down at an extremely unnatural angle. The bone at his shoulder completely shattered, rendering the entire arm useless. Oh, my hand! My hand! He Mian-xiong let out a horrific scream. His body curled up on the ground, rolling in agony, sweat soaking his clothes, looking as if he had been pulled out of the water. This scene thoroughly shocked everyone present. The remaining two underlings were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, not daring to even look up at Lin Shun. The patrons in the tea restaurant looked at Lin Shun with eyes filled with awe, fear, and a hint of submission from the lower class towards the powerful. Those who grew up in the mire recognized only the ruthless and submitted only to the strong. Lin Shun slowly stood up straight, a trace of blood on his switchblade, casually wiping it on He Mian-xiong's clothing before sheathing the knife. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the entire tea restaurant, and every person he met involuntarily lowered their heads. Lin Shun's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that echoed throughout every corner of the restaurant. I will say it once more. From today onwards, in Kowloon, the back streets, night markets, smuggling, protection fees, all businesses and territories belong to me, Lin Shun. The people of Yi Lian Tang are not allowed to step into Kowloon from now on. Whoever dares to disobey, whoever dares to cause trouble, will meet the same fate as He Mian-xiong, broken limbs and tossed into the sea to feed the fish. As his words fell, the room fell into complete silence. No one dared to question, no one dared to oppose. A youth who could cripple He Mian-xiong in public had already become the undisputed king of this mire. At that moment, a cold notification sound echoed in Lin Shun's mind. Ding! Area domination complete. Defeated regional leader He Mian-xiong. Order value 80. Current order value 162. New permissions unlocked. Intermediate black market basic intelligence network. Simple medical kit. Host identity updated. Arbiter of the backstreet in Kowloon. Lin Shun's eyes showed no ripples. These rewards were merely tools for him to climb higher. He looked at a Go and a Yue, his tone flat. Drag He Mian-xiong out, dump him at the alleyway, and let Yi Lian Tang come collect the body. Yes, Brother Chun. A Go and a Yu immediately moved forward, each grabbing an arm of He Mian-xiong, dragging him out of the tea restaurant like a dead dog. He Mian-xiong's screams became fainter, eventually disappearing into the alley. Lin Shun did not look back, striding out of the tea restaurant as the sunlight bathed him, casting a long shadow. On the street, the vendors, homeless and small-time thugs who had been hiding at home, all poked their heads out. Seeing Lin Shun, all bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. Brother Chun. Good day, Brother Chun. The respectful greetings echoed on the street. Lin Shin did not respond, merely walking slowly toward the back alley. He knew that from today onward, he was no longer the bullied troublemaker Lin Shun. He was the new king of Tuguawan. But this was merely the beginning. His gaze crossed the densely packed Tong Lao of Tuguawan, looking toward the island across the harbor, toward Kowloon, and even further. There lay larger gangs, fiercer rivals, more enticing profits, and that triangle of sin and gold. Tuguawan was just the first stepping stone on his path to becoming a tyrant. Returning to the small black room in the back alley, barely 6 square meters in size, On was anxiously waiting at the door. Seeing Lin Shun and the others return safely, On let out a long sigh of relief, adjusted his broken glasses, and quickly walked over. Chun, good news has spread outside. On's voice was filled with excitement, and his eyes sparkled. You took down He Mian Xiong at the Jinhua Tea restaurant, and now the entire Tuguawan is saying you are the new boss of the backstreet, a more ruthless figure than He Mian Xiong. Even the people from Macau Y and Hung Hom know your name. Lin Shun nodded, walked to the only wooden table in the room, and rubbed his still sore ribs. The military bandage worked well. After a fierce battle, his injuries had not worsened, but rather eased a bit. It's good that the news has spread. Lin Shun said calmly. Fame is the toughest passport for those at the bottom. In this world without fame, there is no territory, no business, no way to survive. On nodded in agreement. Although he wasn't good at fighting, he was meticulous and understood the situation better than anyone. In the Hong Kong underworld of the 1980s, fame equated to strength. The more famous one became, the more people would come to seek refuge, and naturally business would come knocking at the door. A dog dashed back excitedly after tossing He Mian Xiong to the alley entrance, shouting as he entered, Chungu, that was amazing. When I dragged He Mian Xiong out just now, everyone on the street was watching us, and no one dared to stop us. It was so impressive. From now on, we are the bosses of Tuguawan. Yu quietly walked to the door, checked the reinforced iron door latch, and then stood in the corner like a silent guardian, alert to the sounds around. At that moment, cautious footsteps could be heard outside, accompanied by the nervous sound of someone swallowing, clearly indicating that someone had arrived, but dared not knock. Lin Shin lifted his gaze. Come in. The door was pushed open gently, and a dozen figures timidly entered, crowding the already small room. These were all the idle rascals and petty thugs from Tuguawan who had formerly relied on He Mian Xiong for their livelihood. Most of them were homeless, making a living through small jobs and menial tasks. They were the most pragmatic. Whoever was ruthless could ensure their meals, and they would follow that person. At this moment, each of them had their heads down, holding cigarettes, small change, and even a few hidden short knives, standing there respectfully, not daring to make a sound. Standing at the front was a young man with a buzz cut named Shirong, a former small leader under He Mian Xiong, with a bit of cleverness and some courage. Shirong swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. Chun Gui, we have come to pledge allegiance to you. With He Mian Xiong gone, the members of the Elian Tang are too scared to come around. We have no food to eat, so we want to follow you. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it without a word of complaint. Others echoed in agreement. Chungu, we will listen to you from now on. You are our new boss, and we vow to follow you to the death. Lin Shen's gaze slowly swept over the dozen people. The system panel appeared instantly, clearly displaying each person's loyalty level. Loyalty, generally 40-50, observing fearful, lacking true loyalty. Lin Shen understood in his heart. These people were not genuinely pledging allegiance. They were merely at their wits' end, afraid of being implicated, afraid of starving, which is why they came to show loyalty. Once he fell from power, these people would flee faster than anyone, and they might even turn on him. For such individuals, one cannot simply win them over. One must establish rules and give them trials to prove their loyalty. Only those who have shed blood and walked through water can be considered true allies. Lin Chun leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop, producing a muffled sound that resonated in the hearts of these rascals. If you want to follow me, you can. Lin Shin spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. But under my rule, there are rules. Those who do not abide by the rules get out now. From now on, if I see you, I will beat you up. Shirong and the others immediately straightened their backs and replied in unison, Chungu, you say it. We will definitely abide by the rules. Lin Shin slowly extended 4 fingers, speaking clearly and forcefully. First, do not touch white powder. Those who do will die. It doesn't matter if it's for personal use or sale. As long as you touch it, I will take you down and throw you into the sea. Second, do not rob the poor, do not bully vendors, do not oppress the weak, women and children. We will only take from the underworld. We will only target rascals, bullies, and unscrupulous merchants. Do not lay a finger on the common people. Third, money is managed by On. We will keep public accounts and reconcile daily. Every penny must be clear. Anyone who dares to embezzle or hide money will lose a finger. Those who dare to be greedy will lose their hands. And fourth, before sunset today, tear down all the signs, flags, and hallmarks of the Elian Tang left in Tuguawan, smash them, and throw them into the garbage heap in the back alley. If even one is left, all of you will be punished. The 4 rules were simple, brutal, and merciless. This was both a code of conduct and a trial of loyalty. Taking down the Elian Tang signs meant a complete break, with them cutting off their own escape route, leaving only the path to follow Lin Shen to the end. Shi Rong and the others looked at each other, a glimmer of hesitation in their eyes. After all, the Elian Tang was a major player. Tearing down their signs was like a slap in the face, and they would definitely not let them off the hook later. But thinking of Lin Shen's ruthlessness in taking down He Mian Xiong at the tea restaurant, and realizing that if they did not comply, their fate would be worse than He Mian Xiong's, they all instantly made up their minds. We will do it. Shen Gui will do it right away. Shi Rong was the first to speak, his tone resolute. We will go tear down the signs and pull down the flags immediately, ensuring everything is smashed, not leaving a single piece. Yes, we'll go right now. Others echoed, turning and rushing outside, afraid of being slow and displeasing Lin Shen. In an instant, more than a dozen people disappeared at the door, and the sounds of tearing down signs, smashing flags, and the screams of the remaining Elian Tang thugs could be heard on the street, clearly being dealt with by these newly allied rascals. A dog laughed heartily. Chen Ge, now we really have manpower. We are no longer just the four of us. An pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with admiration. Chen Ge, these 4 rules are well established. By not touching white powder, we won't be heavily monitored by the police. By not bullying the common people, we can stabilize our foothold in Tuguan. By keeping public accounts, we won't lose the people's hearts. Tearing down the Elian Tang signs is a complete show of authority, letting everyone know that Tuguan has changed hands. Lin Shen nodded slightly. An was indeed the best strategist. He looked out the window, sunlight streaming through the gaps of the tenement building, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Tuguan is just the starting point. Lin Shen said softly, his tone harboring immense ambition. Now we have manpower, territory, and rules. Next, it's time to formally start doing business. An's eyes brightened. Shen Ge, are you talking about smuggling cigarettes? Exactly. Lin Shen nodded. He Mian Xiong used to monopolize the smuggling cigarette business in Tuguan, making a fortune. Now that he is out of the picture, this piece of cake is ours to take. And not just smuggling cigarettes. Lin Shen's gaze grew profound. Protection fees, night market stalls, dock handling, black market transactions. All the businesses that He Mian Xiong could do, we will do. Those he couldn't do, we will also take on. What I want is not just one street. I want the entire Hong Kong to remember my name, Lin Shen. In just 3 days, Tuguan underwent a complete transformation. Shi Rong, accompanied by a dozen ruffians, dismantled every sign of the Elian Hall, leaving no trace of its flags or insignia throughout the streets. In its place, the name Brother Chun became a whispered taboo. Lin Shen's followers swiftly grew from 4 to over 30. Most of these individuals were the downtrodden ruffians of Tuguan, Vietnamese refugees and unemployed workers, all cornered by their circumstances. They were thoroughly impressed by Lin Shen's ruthlessness and discipline, pledging their loyalty to him. Owen fully showcased his talents, managing all finances, personnel, and territories with remarkable efficiency. He found an abandoned grocery store on the street, tidied it up, and established it as Lin Shen's stronghold, naming it Chun Sheng Society, meaning Lin Shen's certain victory. Lin Shen's first order of business was to monopolize the illicit cigarette trade in Tuguan. Hyman Xiong's previous smuggling route brought cigarettes from Shenzhen Bay by water to Tuguan's docks, distributing them to street vendors and small-time thugs, earning multiple times the profit on each box. With Hyman Xiong out of the picture, this channel became vacant, and several small factions nearby eyed this lucrative opportunity, itching to act. Lin Shen instructed a Yu to guard the docks with 5 of his best henchmen. Anyone daring to encroach on the illicit cigarette trade, regardless of their faction, would have their hands and feet broken and be thrown out of the docks. In just 2 days, a Yu had driven off 3 waves of probing thugs and injured 2 minor leaders from other factions, firmly establishing control over the docks. All illicit cigarettes could only be acquired from Chun Sheng Society, and vendors had to pay a 20% cut for every box sold. Those who refused would have their goods confiscated and be expelled from the night market. No one dared to resist. Lin Shen's reputation for dismantling Hyman Xiong had spread across Tuguan, and everyone knew that this 17-year-old youth was ruthless and kept his word. With the monopoly over the illicit cigarette trade, cash flowed into Chun Sheng Society like a river. Owen smiled broadly every night while balancing the accounts. Brother Chen, today alone the profits from illicit cigarettes reached 230 Hong Kong dollars, with protection fees totaling 120 Hong Kong dollars and stall fees from the night market at 800 Hong Kong dollars, making a total of 430 Hong Kong dollars. No one dared to resist. Lin Shen's reputation for dismantling Hyman Xiong had spread across Tuguan, and everyone knew that this 17-year-old youth was ruthless and kept his. In 1982, Hong Kong, 310 Hong Kong dollars was equivalent to 3 months' salary for an ordinary worker. This was merely a day's income. Ago's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God. So much money. We used to struggle to even eat enough, and now we're making this much in a day. Brother Chun is incredible. Lin Shen looked at the ledger, his expression devoid of pride. This amount of money was trivial to him. In his previous life, he had dealt with cross-border trade, where daily transactions reached hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. This was just a drop in the bucket. What he desired was a larger business, a more formidable force, a black empire spanning Hong Kong Island, Macau, and Southeast Asia. Set aside half of the profits as reserve funds for the society and distribute the other half among the brothers. Lin Chun instructed nonchalantly, "Those who follow us must eat well and have money in hand, only then will they truly dedicate themselves." "Understood, Brother Chun." Owen nodded, immediately putting away the ledger. Just then Shirong rushed in, a look of urgency on his face. "Brother Chun, it's bad. The Ilian Hall's people have come." Lin Chun looked up. "How many are there? Who's leading?" "Just 2 people unarmed," Shirong replied, panting. "The leader is the new head of the Ilian Hall's Guowen district, known as the Smiling Tiger. I've heard he's skilled in negotiation and is a favorite of the faction leader. He says he wants to meet you to discuss the territorial division of Guowen." Smiling Tiger. Lin Chun had seen this person's profile in the systems exchanged intelligence. The Smiling Tiger, whose real name is Li Kuan, is 40 years old, crafty and deceitful. He presents a friendly smile while plotting behind the scenes, a strategic thinker for the Ilian Hall. Though he has little blood on his hands, he is more difficult to deal with than Hyman Xiong. His arrival clearly signified that he was not there for a fight, but to test, exert pressure, and reclaim territory. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's face. The Ilian Hall could no longer sit idle. "Let him in," Lin Chen said indifferently. Soon 2 figures entered the stronghold of Chun Sheng society. Leading the way was the Smiling Tiger. He was dressed in a clean shirt, his hair neatly combed back, and wore a gentle smile resembling an ordinary businessman rather than a fierce gang leader. Behind him followed a loyal subordinate, holding a black leather bag, bowing respectfully. As soon as the Smiling Tiger entered, he clasped his hands in front of Lin Chen, beaming. "You must be Brother Lin Chun. I've long heard of your great name. To unify Guowen at such a young age is truly the mark of a hero." Lin Chen remained seated, coldly observing him without a word. A Go, a Yue, and a One stood behind Lin Chen, their eyes fiercely fixed on the Smiling Tiger, and the atmosphere became tense. Unfazed, the Smiling Tiger walked to the table, seated himself, and continued cheerfully, "Brother Chen, I come today with no ill intent. I represent the Ilian Hall to discuss potential cooperation in the territorial matters of Guowen. That waste Hyman Xiong was incompetent and brutal. It was only right for him to be taken down by you, Brother Chen. The Ilian Hall will not hold a grudge over a useless pawn." Finally Lin Chen spoke, his voice icy. "Speak plainly. No need for circumlocution." The smile on the Smiling Tiger's face faded as he replied earnestly, "Very well, then I'll be direct. Brother Chen, Guowen has been the Ilian Hall's territory for over a decade. The illicit cigarette and protection fee businesses have always been our lifeline. Now that you've taken over Guowen, we won't force you to relinquish it. We wish to cooperate with you. The Ilian Hall demands 50% of the profits from Guowen's businesses. You will continue to manage the territory while we provide you with smuggling channels and protection. We'll help you establish connections with the police to ensure you won't be targeted. See, this is a win-win situation, isn't it? 50% of the profits." This was simply an outrageous demand. It meant that half of the profits earned from the territory Lin Chun had painstakingly acquired would go to the Ilian Hall, effectively making him a lackey working for them. Ago instantly became furious, gripping his iron rod and ready to charge. "You must be joking. Guowen was taken over by our Brother Chun. Why should we give you 50%? I think you're looking for death." Ago, stand down, Lin Chen stopped him. He turned to the Smiling Tiger, his gaze laced with mockery. 50%. Smiling Tiger, are you still asleep? Guowen was conquered by my own hands. I took down Hyman Xiong's men, dismantled the Ilian Hall signs, and seized the docks night market and illicit cigarettes. And now you want to claim 50% of the profits with a single sentence. Lin Chun leaned slightly forward, the pressure in his tone palpable. "Let me tell you, the Ilian Hall will not get a single cent. From today onward, Guowen has no relation to the Ilian Hall. Go back and tell your faction leader that they can either roll out of Kowloon quietly or bring their men to fight me. I, Lin Chen, am ready." The smile on the Smiling Tiger's face finally vanished. He hadn't expected this 17-year-old youth to be so resolute, showing no regard for the Ilian Hall. "Brother Chen, think this through." The Smiling Tiger's tone turned icy. "The Ilian Hall is not Hyman Xiong. We have thousands of brothers in Kowloon, and our faction leader has many skilled fighters. If it comes to a fight, your small Chun Sheng society won't stand a chance." "Is that so?" Lin Chen sneered. "Then feel free to try. I, Lin Chun, have clawed my way up from being a ruffian. The last thing I fear is not fighting. If you dare to walk out that door today, tomorrow, I will bring my men to your faction's headquarters and dismantle your signs." The Smiling Tiger's complexion changed rapidly as he looked into Lin Chen's icy gaze, realizing that this youth was truly serious. The negotiation had completely broken down. The Smiling Tiger slowly stood up, giving Lin Chen a deep look. "Well, Brother Chun is indeed ruthless. I will relay your words to the faction leader without alteration. I hope you won't regret this." With that, he turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Watching the Smiling Tiger's departing figure, Ago couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chen, are we really going to go to war with the Ilian Hall? They have too many people. Want we suffer losses?" Lin Chen stood up and walked to the window, gazing toward the direction of the Ilian Hall's headquarters, his eyes filled with a fighting spirit. Go to war. I couldn't wish for anything more. The Ilian Hall is the second stepping stone on my path to the pinnacle of Hong Kong's underworld. Inform everyone, all brothers assemble and prepare their weapons. From today onward, Chunsheng Society and Ilian Hall will be at odds until the end. After the Smiley Tiger left with his men, the air in the Chunsheng Society's stronghold became stiflingly oppressive. The simple wooden windows let in a dim gray light, while the oil lamps inside still burned, casting a yellow glow on everyone's tense faces. Several sharpened short knives were scattered across the table, while in the corner steel pipes and rebar were neatly propped up, the cold metal gleaming with a chilling white light. Ego gripped the iron rod tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his heavy breathing echoed clearly in the quiet room. Brother Chun, that Smiley Tiger is clearly threatening us. The scoundrels from the Ilian Hall definitely won't let this go. We should take the initiative and raid their outer stronghold. Ego's reckless nature made him believe that brute strength was the only truth. He didn't understand any strategic maneuvering, only knowing to beat whoever provoked him into submission. On stepped forward, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression as he shook his head. No. The Ilian Hall has deep roots. There are over 1,000 brothers stationed in the Jiulong district, and the Hall Master has a dedicated team of enforcers fully equipped. We currently have 34 people at most, and more than half are recently joined idle rascals who haven't received any formal combat training. If we go head-to-head, we will surely perish. The room fell into immediate silence. Everyone understood that while the Chunsheng Society might seem prosperous now, its foundation was actually quite shallow. They had merely relied on Lin Chen's ruthless tactics to take over Tu Guowen, lacking the connections, weapons, and financial resources of established gangs, not to mention the protection of the police. Awa leaned against the door, his gaze coldly fixed on the street corner. After listening to the dispute, he slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. The dock is the lifeline. Smuggling contraband, future cargo flows. All must go through the dock. The first place the Ilian Hall will attack is definitely the dock. Upon hearing this, everyone was suddenly awakened. Lin Chen sat at the head of the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, his cold eyes calm and unruffled as information from the systems exchange network rapidly circulated in his mind. Ding. The basic intelligence network remains active, detecting movements within the Ilian Hall. Intelligence. The Hall Master of Ilian Hall has ordered the assembly of 70 enforcers at midnight, armed with machetes and steel pipes, to raid the Tu Guowen dock, cutting off the Chunsheng Society's smuggling supply and completely blocking our economic lifeline. Additional intelligence. The Smiley Tiger is in charge of coordinating the operation, carrying 5 elite assassins lying in ambush in the dock warehouse, waiting for a chance to launch a surprise attack. The information was clear and straightforward, exposing the enemy's plans, numbers, and deployment to Lin Chen's eye. Lin Chen raised his gaze, scanning the room full of people, his voice calm and assured. On, pick 10 of the cleverest and most meticulous brothers and split them into 2 teams. One team will guard the night market street corner, controlling the flow of people to prevent the Ilian Hall from blending in with civilians for a surprise attack. The other team will secure the backstreet residential area, protecting vendors and refugees, not allowing anyone to cause trouble. Understood. On immediately noted down the orders and turned to arrange things. Hey, go. Remember, without my whistle you are absolutely not allowed to show yourselves or act impulsively. Ego nodded vigorously, fire igniting in his eyes. Rest assured, brother Chen. Remember, without my whistle you are absolutely not allowed to show yourselves or act impulsively. Ego nodded vigorously, fire igniting in his eyes. Rest assured, brother Chen, I've been holding back for too long. This time I will take down these scoundrels. Awa. Lin Chen looked at the sharpest blade beside him, his tone softening. Choose 4 of the best veterans armed with short knives and infiltrate the shadows of the warehouse. The Smiley Tiger is cunning and treacherous. He will definitely hide and launch a surprise attack. This person is your responsibility. Don't kill him or leave him with a breath. Awa nodded, expressionlessly received. With the arrangements made, only Shirong remained in the stronghold to guard the valuables and relay messages. All others were given orders to move out. In just half an hour, the originally scattered 30-plus people were organized into a well-structured unit by Lin Chen, with clear divisions of labor and responsibilities. Shirong stood to the side, watching the orderly deployment before him, filled with shock. Previously, he had followed the black-faced hero, only knowing to charge recklessly during conflicts, never understanding the art of laying ambushes. At this moment, he finally understood why this 17-year-old boy could rise to the top of Tu Guowen in just a few days. Ruthlessness was just a facade. Calmness, strategy, and decisive killing were Lin Chen's truly terrifying attributes. As evening approached, the sea breeze carried the salty, damp air into the Tu Guowen dock. The tides rolled and old cargo ships swayed as they docked at the shore. Abandoned containers were haphazardly piled, casting deep shadows, a natural battlefield for ambush. The dark sky obscured visibility, and the streetlights, long in disrepair, flickered on and off, casting a layer of murderous shadow over the dock. Lin Chen stood alone on the dock's embankment, wearing a thin old t-shirt, as the evening wind lifted the hem, revealing the spring knife tucked at his waist. He looked down at the dark, murky seawater, holding a burning cigarette between his fingers, the smoke swirling around, obscuring the chilling thoughts roiling beneath his calm exterior. The system panel gradually lit up before him. Host Lin Chun. Order value 162. Available for exchange, basic temporary physical enhancement, 120 minutes costing 60 order value. Lin Chun showed no hesitation. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful if temporary physical enhancement activated. Muscle explosive power, reaction speed, and pain tolerance significantly increased, lasting for 2 hours. A warm surge of power instantly flowed through his limbs, completely numbing the pain from his previously injured ribs. His muscles tensed, every bone filled with explosive potential. Tonight blood would inevitably flow at the dock, and he would personally crush the Alien Hall's counterattack, making the entire underworld of Kowloon understand. Kowloon was no longer a territory that anyone could trample at will. At 1 o'clock in the morning the tide gradually rose, and the sea breeze was piercingly cold. The Kowloon dock was eerily silent. The vendors by the shore had already packed up, and the distant Tang buildings were dimly lit, plunging the entire dock into darkness. Only the monotonous and muffled sound of waves crashing against the rocks remained, like the whispers before the storm. Suddenly a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the dock. More than 70 men in black entered in a single file, each wearing black shirts with rolled-up sleeves, wielding glimmering machetes and heavy steel pipes, the metal reflecting a cold, harsh light in the dim atmosphere. This group moved in sync, their eyes fierce, completely different from the ragtag bunch of Kowloon. They were professional thugs, specifically trained by the Alien Hall. In the center of the formation stood the smiling tiger, dressed in a crisp white shirt, unarmed, with a gentle smile still on his face. He walked slowly among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the empty dock, harboring sinister calculations beneath. That young punk shouldn't dare to stay at the dock, a close aide reported in a low voice. We checked, and there's no one on the surface, only a few empty cargo ships docked. The smiling tiger chuckled lightly, his tone flat, yet venomous, young and reckless, unaware of their own limitations. Do they think that taking down a black-masked beast will allow them to roam freely in Kowloon? Tonight, I will cut off his financial sources, eliminate his subordinates, and capture him alive to present to the Hall Master for disposal. In his eyes, Lin Chun was merely a lucky young fool who won through ambush, utterly ignorant of formal gang warfare. As long as they fought, he and the ragtag group of Chun Sheng Society would be no match. The group headed straight for the cargo warehouse, intending to seal off the smuggled goods and completely sever the economic lifeline of Chun Sheng Society. But just as they stepped into the heart of the dock, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced through the shadows of the dark containers. In the next second, 15 shadowy figures suddenly sprang out from behind the containers. Ago let out a roar, leading the charge with a steel rod, striking fiercely at the nearest thug. Do it! The steel rod tore through the air, carrying a fierce wind, and struck down on a thug's shoulder blade. The sound of bones cracking was sharp and piercing. The man didn't even have time to scream before collapsing, blood instantly soaking his black clothing. The ambush erupted suddenly. The Alien Hall members were thrown into disarray. No one had anticipated that the significantly outnumbered Chun Sheng Society would dare to launch a counter-ambush. Form ranks. Steady the formation. The smiling tiger's expression changed drastically, his gentle smile completely vanishing as he shouted harshly. The well-trained thugs quickly reacted, pairing up to block with their knives, braving Ago's wave of assault. The cold blades slashed towards the brothers of Chun Sheng Society. Several inexperienced ruffians failed to dodge in time, their arms sliced open, blood gushing forth. The sounds of fighting, screams, and metal clashing suddenly filled the dock, blending with the sounds of the waves, creating a hauntingly violent atmosphere. Ago, blinded by rage, swung his iron rod, relying solely on brute force to withstand the opponent's attacks. He was covered in blood like a mad bull, carving a bloody path through the crowd. However, with the Alien Hall's superior number 70 against 15, the endless stream of thugs surrounded them, and the brothers of Chun Sheng Society gradually fell behind, with more and more getting injured and collapsing. The smiling tiger stood at the back of the crowd, watching coldly, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Is this all you're capable of? Kill them all, leave none alive. At that moment, 3 shadowy figures silently darted out from the dark corner of the warehouse. Ayu moved like a ghost, swiftly navigating through the shadows of the cargo containers, wielding a rebar with precision and ruthlessness, targeting the throat, heart, and temples with deadly strikes. With every strike, a person would fall. There were no superfluous movements. Every action was a lethal killing technique from the battlefield. The 4 elite brothers following Ayu were equally agile, working in perfect harmony to entangle the 5 death warriors surrounding the smiling tiger. The sounds of blades clashing were incessant, the cold light intersecting, blood splattering across the walls of the warehouse. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The smiling tiger's pupils contracted sharply. He finally began to feel fear. He now realized that those around Lin Chun were not mere street thugs. The quiet Vietnamese youth was a true killer who had seen life and death. Everyone changed direction. Kill Ayu first. The smiling tiger shouted sharply, turning to retreat, wanting to escape the battlefield. But just as he took 2 steps, a cold figure slowly descended from the embankment. Lin Chun had one hand in his pocket, playing with a flick knife, in the other the blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. He stepped onto the blood-soaked ground, moving slowly and steadily toward the panicking crowd, his gaze cold, and the sea breeze lifted the hair on his forehead, and the boy's slender figure set against the pool of blood exuded a chilling sense of oppression. Smiling Tiger. Lin Chun spoke, his voice not loud, yet piercing through the noise of the battle, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Do you think I offered you a chance to negotiate because I was afraid? The Smiling Tiger stiffened abruptly, turning to face the approaching youth, an inexplicable chill rising within him. Lin Chun, don't be arrogant. We have twice your numbers, you will surely lose today. Twice. Lin Chun chuckled lightly, his smile icy and piercing. In my eyes you are nothing more than 70 corpses. As his words fell, his figure suddenly flickered. Enhanced by physical augmentation, his speed was so fast that it left an afterimage, instantly rushing into the crowd. The flick knife drew precise arcs, each cut avoiding bones, slicing through flesh, causing intense pain, without being fatal. He didn't kill, instead he aimed to cripple. One cut opened a wrist, another severed a shoulder, tendon, the movements flowing like water, without a trace of excess. The cries of agony rose and fell one after another, as Ilian Hall's thugs fell to the ground in droves, wailing endlessly. In just 5 minutes, over 20 thugs lost their combat ability, the ground stained red with blood, the bloody scent mingling with the salty sea, making one feel nauseous. The remaining thugs trembled in fear, no longer daring to press forward, instinctively retreating. This group of ruthless killers accustomed to bloodshed was now intimidated by a 17-year-old boy feeling a sense of dread. In gang warfare, the most feared thing is a collapse of morale. The Smiling Tiger's face turned pale as he looked at the boy before him, resembling a Shura demon, completely losing his composure. Retreat. Everyone retreat, immediately. The Smiling Tiger shouted in a panic, turning to flee, desperate to escape this death-infested dock. Lin Chun locked his gaze on him, exerting force with his legs, instantly closing the distance, leaping forward to pounce on the fleeing Smiling Tiger. The cold flick knife pressed tightly against his neck, the sharp blade slicing through skin, blood trickling down along the blade. Lin Chun leaned close to the Smiling Tiger's ear, his tone gentle, yet each word was lethal. I said I will spare your life. Go back and tell your hall master from now on the winds of Tugwalwan will be dictated. At 2 a.m. the bloodshed came to an end. The Tugwalwan dock lay in ruins, with broken steel pipes and curved knives scattered across the ground, dark red blood soaking the rocks, flowing through the crevices into the sea, tinting the nearby waters a deep crimson. Over 70 thugs from the Ilian Hall lay injured, with more than 40 heavily wounded, over 10 lightly hurt, and only a few managing to escape. The ground was filled with the continuous wails of the injured, curled up in pools of blood, moaning in pain, their former arrogance now gone. On the side of the Chun Sheng Society, 6 had minor injuries, none severely wounded or dead. With 34 members, they had bravely faced 70 elite fighters and achieved a resounding victory. If this achievement were to spread, it would shake the entire underworld of Kowloon. The sea breeze remained biting as Lin Chun knelt on the blood-soaked ground, the blade pressed firmly against the neck of the Smiling Tiger, showing no signs of relenting. At this moment, the Smiling Tiger had lost all semblance of his former elegance. His expensive shirt was stained with dirt and blood, his neatly combed hair now in disarray, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. The terror of death clung tightly to him, rendering him too afraid to breathe loudly. Chun, brother. The Smiling Tiger completely lowered his stance, pleading humbly, it was my fault for underestimating your territory. I beg you, spare my life. I will never step foot in Tugwalwan again. He had been in the underworld for 20 years, having seen countless ruthless individuals and bullies, yet he had never encountered a cold-blooded youth like Lin Chun. His strikes were precise and merciless, his demeanor calm and composed, showing no sympathy amidst the violence, completely unlike an ordinary 17-year-old. Lin Chun's expression remained emotionless as he gently rotated the knife handle, the cold blade continuously scraping against the skin of the tiger's neck, bringing a chilling sensation. I gave you a chance. Lin Chun's voice was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. During our negotiations, I clearly stated that Tugwalwan and Ilian Hall had no further ties. It was you who insisted on bringing your men to invade, attempting to cut off my path to survival. In the world of rivers and lakes, one must face punishment for their mistakes. With that, Lin Chun's left hand suddenly clamped down on the Smiling Tiger's right wrist, fingers tightening as he pressed down hard on his index finger. The Smiling Tiger's pupils constricted suddenly, and he screamed in terror, "No, Brother Chun, I'm begging you. I still have to go back and report. Losing a finger would ruin me." Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed on the silent dock, piercingly loud. Lin Chun showed no hesitation, breaking the Smiling Tiger's index finger with his bare hands, then, with a swift motion, sliced off the severed digit. A bloody finger fell into the pool of blood. Oh! The Smiling Tiger let out a piercing scream, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes, excruciating pain causing his body to convulse, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. This finger is punishment for overstepping my territory. Lin Shun casually tossed the severed finger in front of the smiling tiger, his tone icy and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Go back and tell the hall master of Ilian Hall that this severed finger serves as a warning. If anyone dares to step into Tuguowan again, it won't be just fingers that are severed, but necks. Get lost. A single cold word like a command brooked no argument. Two lightly injured subordinates of Ilian Hall rolled and crawled forward, carefully lifting the collapsed smiling tiger, not daring to linger for even a moment, dragging his weakened body away, disappearing into the night at the dock. Thus the battle at the dock came to a complete end. A dog leaning on a steel pipe, covered in blood, gasped as he approached Lin Shun, laughing loudly. Brother Chun, we won. We really defeated the Ilian Hall. These scoundrels are terrified of us. The rest of the brothers gathered around, each face alight with excitement and exhilaration. Those who had previously watched Lin Shun with skepticism, their loyalty overshadowed by fear, now You quietly checked the surroundings, confirming no remaining enemies, then walked to Lin Shun's side, reporting in a low voice. Brother Chun, we seized 27 knives, 19 steel pipes, and over 200 boxes of contraband cigarettes. The enemy suffered 42 serious injuries while we had 6 lightly wounded. No waste, no oversight. Lin Shun slowly stood up, glancing at the bloodied ground, and spoke calmly. Send the injured brothers to a private clinic in the black market, all expenses to be reimbursed by the public account. Seized weapons must be stored uniformly, and contraband should be secured overnight with no unauthorized resale. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. As dawn broke, the morning light pierced through thick clouds, illuminating the land of Tuguowan. News of the bloody battle spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of Kowloon. Lin Shun, the new power in Tuguowan, with 34 men, bravely clashed with 70 elite fighters from Ilian Hall, achieving a resounding victory at the dock, severing a finger of the smiling tiger and firmly defending his territory. Upon hearing the news, the entire underworld of Kowloon was shaken. Those who once looked down on the Chun Shung society, including small factions and local bullies, all withdrew their contempt, no longer daring to provoke Tuguowan easily. Everyone knew that a true ruthless individual had emerged from this dilapidated and filthy slum. Inside the Ilian Hall, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. In the ancient and dimly lit hall, with incense swirling and plaques hanging high, the hall master sat in a grand chair, his expression dark, playing with a jade ring, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The smiling tiger, wrapped in heavy bandages, still felt unbearable pain where his finger had been amputated. He knelt in the center of the hall, lowering his head, his tone filled with shame. Master, I am incompetent, returning in utter defeat, and have been humiliated by the loss of my finger. Please punish me. The elders in the hall fell silent, their expressions grim. Losing more than half of their 70 elite thugs without even injuring the enemy was an unprecedented disgrace for the well-established Ilian Hall. After a long time, the hall master slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and low, filled with boundless fury. A 17-year-old brat relying on a motley crew of more than 30 shattered the reputation of my Ilian Hall. Investigate. Spare no effort to uncover Lin Chen's background. In 3 days, I will personally lead a team to flatten Tuguowan. After the battle at the dock, Tuguowan entered a brief period of tranquility. Outside, the winds of unrest surged, and all eyes were on the subsequent clashes between the Ilian Tang and the Chun Shung society, with no one daring to step foot in Tuguowan easily. The once chaotic streets had become orderly, vendors operated peacefully, and the homeless no longer caused trouble, creating a sense of stability throughout the backstreet. During this time, On thoroughly reorganized the society's operations. The private tobacco trade monopolized the entire Tuguowan, even extending to nearby Hung Hom and Macau, with daily profits steadily rising, surpassing 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. Night market stall fees, dock handling fees, and backstreet protection fees were all accounted for clearly, with the finances transparent. In just 3 days, the public accounts of the Chun Shung Society accumulated funds amounting to 18,000 Hong Kong dollars. In 1982 Hong Kong, this amount was sufficient for an ordinary family to live steadily for over a decade. In the dilapidated stronghold, On neatly stacked a thick pile of Hong Kong dollars on the table, his eyes gleaming. Brother Chen, this is all our liquid capital at the moment. At this rate, within half a month, we will be able to save up 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, enough to open up higher-level smuggling channels at the dock. A dog looked at the pile of cash on the table, his eyes lighting up as he rubbed his hands together. Brother Chen, now that we have money, should we switch to a larger venue and get the brothers some new weapons? We can't just keep using steel pipes and short knives. Lin Shun tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze calm. Money should not be used for pleasure. The leader of Ilian Tang will definitely take action personally. The next attack will outnumber us, and the weapons and firepower will far exceed the last time. We appear prosperous now, but in reality, we remain fragile. Cold weapons ultimately have their limits. Against overwhelming numbers, steel pipes and short knives are easily shattered. Lin Shun was acutely aware that to establish a foothold in the underworld, or even to dominate Hong Kong Island, one must possess firearms. He silently recited system in his mind and opened the permissions panel. Current order value 215. Unlock permissions, intermediate black market basic intelligence network, basic medical kit. Intermediate black market can exchange for black market connections, low-quality pistols, gunpowder, advanced healing medicines, smuggling channels. Exchange for the contact information of the black market arms intermediary. Ding. Exchange successful, consuming 100 order value. Unlocked contact for the black market intermediary in the southern part of Hong Kong Island. Ghost Old 7, specializing in smuggling arms and contraband, with moderate reputation and cautious suspicious transactions. A clear trading message was instantly etched into Lin Chen's mind. Trading time, concealed location, signal code. Everything was noted down. Lin Chen looked up at the silent young man beside him. Come with me to the southern black market at midnight. Yu nodded slightly, understood. That night the moon hung low, shrouded by dark clouds. The two donned simple dark clothing, avoiding the street eyes, and followed the coastline south, arriving at the abandoned fishing boat dock in the southern part of Hong Kong Island. This was the most chaotic black market trading point on Hong Kong Island, a mix of fish and dragons where smugglers, traffickers, thugs, and arms dealers gathered with the law rendered meaningless. The air was thick with the smells of fish, oil, and gunpowder. Under dim lights, shadows moved about, whispers, trading voices, and disputes intertwined, concealing danger. Following the system's prompt code, Lin Chen successfully located the concealed underground trading warehouse. Deep within the warehouse, a foreign man with a head full of white hair and deep-set eyes leaned against a wooden crate, a cigar in his mouth, exuding a fierce aura. He was Ghost Old 7, an arms smuggler who had roamed Hong Kong Island for years. Ghost Old 7 assessed the overly young boy before him, his tone dismissive. You are the recently famous Brother Chen from Guowen. Too young and lacking confidence. I don't trade with kids. In the black market, reputation, qualifications, and strength are all indispensable. To Ghost Old 7, Lin Chen, despite his age, was not a qualified trading partner. Lin Chen did not offer further explanations. He casually slapped a stack of brand new Hong Kong dollars on the wooden crate. 10,000 Hong Kong dollars gleamed enticingly under the dim light. I want 5 Browning pistols, 200 rounds of ammunition, and 10 simple grenades. Ghost Old 7's pupils slightly contracted, his previously dismissive gaze gradually retracting. Being able to produce 10,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash all at once, along with a bulk order of firearms, was enough to prove the boy's strength and ambition. He extinguished the cigar and slowly stood up. Hong Kong Island has strict controls, and the risks of firearms are extremely high. This price is not enough. Add another 5,000. Lin Chen replied calmly. In stock traded tonight, I want to take them all away. From now on, all my arms will be sourced from you for long-term cooperation. The words long-term cooperation precisely struck at Ghost Old 7's profit point. He pondered for a moment, reached out to pat the wooden crate, and it opened with a creak. Dark weapons and bright yellow ammunition were neatly arranged, the cold metallic chill striking Facian. Deal. At 3 in the morning the transaction concluded. Yu carried the heavy black bag, closely following Lin Chen, as the two silently left the black market, retracing their steps back to Guowen. Inside the bag lay 5 pistols, ammunition, and grenades, the first batch of firearms for the Chunsheng Society and Lin Chen's strongest card against Lian Tang. Walking along the quiet coastline, the sea breeze howled as Lin Chen gazed toward the high-rise buildings in the Kowloon center, his ambition growing ever stronger. Cold weapon battles are ultimately the play of petty thugs. To ascend the underworld and overlook Hong Kong Island, one must wield firearms and control life and death. The 3-day deadline swiftly approached. During these 3 days, Tuguan was heavily guarded, entering a state of first-level combat readiness. On organized the personnel, dividing 45 brothers into 5 teams, each stationed at the dock, back street, night market residential area, and 5 key points, rotating shifts day and night without relaxation. Every intersection was assigned with hidden sentries, closely monitoring outsiders to prevent surprise attacks from the Ilian Hall. Yu selected 10 brothers with high comprehension and courage to secretly conduct firearms training. Deep within the warehouse, gunshots echoed intermittently, with every action personally guided by Yu. Aiming, loading, firing, and reloading strict and standardized. Gu led the rest in reinforcing the defensive fortifications, blocking off secluded alleys, stockpiling bricks and fuel, preparing for close-quarter combat. The entire Tuguan resembled a taut beast lying in wait for the final battle. At noon, the blazing sun hung high, the dry air oppressive and stifling. At the main street entrance of Tuguan, the flow of people suddenly halted. A dark crowd slowly approached, all dressed in black, each wielding a sharp machete, their steps steady and filled with murderous intent. More than 200 thugs lined up neatly, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged, completely sealing off the entire street. At the front of the line, a black vintage car slowly came to a stop. The car door swung open, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a black tang suit, his hair graying, his face gaunt with narrow eyes that were cold and profound, exuding a persistent aura of oppression from years of holding high office. The leader of the Ilian Hall, Chen Tianxiu. A veteran underworld boss from Kowloon, he had presided over the Ilian Hall for over 20 years, stained with countless bloodshed, ruthless and deeply scheming. Beside him, the smiling tiger with severed fingers had a pale complexion, his eyes filled with resentment, glaring fiercely at the street ahead, consumed by thoughts of revenge. Everyone halt. Chun Tianxiong's voice was low and hoarse with a slow pace that penetrated the entire street. I have come personally today, solely for one person. Lin Shun. Unrelated personnel evacuate immediately. Those who dare to linger at the street corner will be killed without. As his ruthless words fell, street vendors and passers-by fled in panic, and in just a few minutes the wide main street turned desolate and silent, leaving only swirling dust in the air. Inside the stronghold, Shirong rushed into the room, his face pale. Brother Chun. It's bad. Chun Tianxiong is personally leading a team of over 200 people blocking the main street entrance, clearly intending to crush us. The group inside instantly tensed up. A good tightened his grip on a steel pipe, breathing rapidly. 200 people. Damn it, let's just go out and fight them. On furrowed his brow, quickly calculating the disparity. The enemy outnumbers us 4-1, and they are all elite members of the Hall, not a single weakling among them. A heating clash would lead to certain defeat. Brother Chin, should we temporarily retreat and escape by smuggling out from the dock, preserving our strength? Retreat. This was the safest, most rational choice. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Temporarily yielding, we can seek revenge later. However, Lin Shin slowly shook his head, his gaze resolute, showing no intention of retreat. He stood up, reaching for the Browning pistol at his waist, the cold metal touch calming his mind further. Retreat. If I take a step back, the entire Kowloon will conclude that I, Lin Shun, am afraid of the Yilian Hall. In the future, whether in the black market, at the dock, in business, or in connections, we will always be looked down upon with no chance to rise again. In the underworld, survival relies on sheer will and tenacity. He may lose, but he absolutely cannot retreat. Lin Shun raised his gaze, sweeping over every brother in the room, his voice resonating powerfully, piercing hearts. Everyone listen up. You take 5 gunners and hide on the rooftops of the 2 sides of the Tang building, occupying the high ground. Do not fire without my command. Good, take 20 brothers to guard the street corner, form a line to block them, and do not charge forward, just by time. Stay at the stronghold to manage the accounts, the wounded, and supplies. If any signs of defeat emerge, immediately burn all account books and evidence of firearms. Everyone responded in unison, their voices firm. With the deployment complete, Lin Shin stepped out of the stronghold. He still wore that old t-shirt faded from washing, with a pistol at his waist and a spring knife in hand, walking alone toward the 200-strong underworld army. The sun blazed down. The youth's figure was slender, yet upright, stepping steadily on the empty street without a hint. At the front of the street, Chun Tianxiong watched the lone boy approach, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, a flicker of surprise flashing in his depths. He had seen countless desperate individuals, yet had never encountered a young man of such age and audacity. You are Lin Shun. Chun Tianxiong spoke, his tone scrutinizing. Lin Shun halted, standing 10 meters away from the opposing group, confronting 200 elites, alone, his tone calm and unwavering. I am young and reckless, unaware of the vastness of the sky and the depth of the earth. Chun Tianxiong slowly continued. You crippled my men, broke my subordinates' fingers, and trampled on the dignity of the Yilian Hall. Do you know what fate awaits those who provoke me in Kowloon? Lin Shun slightly raised his head, locking eyes with the veteran hall master, unflinching. What fate? Buried in the ground, sunk into the sea. Chun Tianxiong's tone was soft, but carried a lethal chill. I will give you. Kneel and admit your mistakes. Surrender all businesses in Tugwalwan to me. I will spare your life and appoint you as a small leader in the area. As this was said, the smiling tiger behind him wore an unwilling expression, but dared not interrupt. Everyone awaited Lin Chen's decision. Submitting would mean survival, resisting would lead to certain death. Under the scorching sun, the youth's lips curled into a cold and defiant smile. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing directly at Chun Tianxiong, each word clear and resonant, shaking the entire street. I, Lin Chen, was born to be the one who holds the chess pieces. I will not be anyone's dog. In the next moment, the air suddenly froze. The composure on Chun Tianxiong's face vanished in an instant. Killing intent surged, engulfing the entire Tugwalwan. In the instant the air solidified, the entire long street fell into a deathly silence. The scorching sun blazed down, scorching the asphalt and causing distorted waves of heat to rise. Dust hung suspended in the air as over 200 black-clad thugs stood like silent wooden statues, all eyes fixed intently on the frail figure of a boy in the center of the street. Chun Tianxiong's narrow eyes turned completely gloomy, the gentle facade shattering piece by piece to reveal the ruthlessness buried for 20 years. He had led the Yilian Hall for many years, with everyone always bowing and kneeling before him. No one dared to confront him publicly, let alone a young boy from the slums who had the audacity to reject his recruitment and mock him in front of 200 elite thugs. Good, very good. Chun Tianxiong slowly gritted his teeth, his voice lowered to an almost inaudible growl, the hoarseness laced with a bone-chilling coldness. I've been in the underworld for 20 years, and this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me, Chun Tianxiong, like this. He slightly raised his hand, the movement slow, yet filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The 200 thugs behind him instantly gripped their knife handles tightly, their knuckles turning white, the blades reflecting a cold silvery light. The knife blades reflected a blinding light under the scorching sun, a murderous aura enveloping the scene, tightening everyone's breath. Since you insist on seeking death, then I shall fulfill your wish. As his words fell, he suddenly swung his hand down. Attack! Cut off his limbs, leave him a breath, I want him to die on his knees. Boom. 200 people stepped forward simultaneously, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. The black tide of people surged towards the center of the street, like a wave, knives gleaming, shouts echoing, and the dense crowd cut off all avenues of escape, leaving Lin Chun with no room to dodge. The smiling tiger stood at the edge of the crowd, his bandaged fingers aching. He stared intently at Lin Chun, his eyes filled with vengeful delight. In his eyes, the next second, this arrogant boy would be overwhelmed by a flurry of blades, bloodied and mangled, dying on the street. At the street corner, a dog tensed, every muscle in his body coiled tight, his massive hand gripping a steel pipe, knuckles white. Behind him, 20 of his brothers stood in a tight line, each gritting their teeth, weapons in hand. And even when facing enemies 10 times their number, not a single one retreated a step. Brothers, hold the street corner. A dog roared, his voice hoarse and rugged. Brother Chun is in front, we cover the rear. Even if we die today, we must take a piece of Ilian Hall with us. 20 voices roared in unison, their cries breaking through the chaotic shouts, echoing in the air above the long. Most of them were lowly drifters from the slums, oppressed their entire lives. But now, following Lin Chun, they had found dignity and a path to live, and even if they must die, they were unwilling to be trampled upon again. In the next moment, two waves of people collided fiercely. The sharp sound of metal clashing, the dull crack of bones breaking, and the piercing cries of anguish intertwined in an instant. Scalding blood splattered out, pooling on the scorched yellow asphalt, quickly solidifying under the blazing sun into a dark reddish brown. A dog charged like a mad bull, swinging the iron pipe, forcefully bending the knife that came slicing towards him, the sound of bones cracking sharp and piercing. He fought with raw strength, every hit causing someone to fall. Blood splattered across his dark face, dripping continuously down his jaw, fierce, as if he had crawled out of hell. Yet the disparity in numbers was too great. The elite thugs of Ilian Hall had been fighting for years, working in perfect harmony, pairing up for offense and defense. The continuous onslaught of knives came from all directions, and members of the Chun Sheng society kept falling, cries of anguish rising one after another. In just half a minute, signs of collapse appeared in the defense line. Chun Tianxiong stood at the back of the crowd, coldly observing the scene of slaughter, a faint smirk of disdain curling his lips, easily crushed. The punks from the slums will ultimately never amount to anything. Just then, Lin Chun, in the center of the street, slowly raised his hand. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze calmly sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, his fingertip resting by his ear as he gently snapped his fingers. Snap! The sound was crisp, piercing through the cacophony of battle. In the next moment, 5 black gun muzzles emerged simultaneously from the rooftops of the old Tang buildings on either side. A youth stood alone at the edge of the rooftop, the cold wind lifting his thin clothing, his gaze as sharp as frost. He steadied his grip on the Browning pistol with one hand, his arm unmoving, his instincts honed from years of battlefield combat allowed him to accurately lock onto the vital points of the crowd amid the chaos. Fire! A single word, cold and emotionless. Bang! 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 The muffled gunshots suddenly erupted, shattering the chaotic clamor of Kowloon Street in 1982. The bullets tore through the air, carrying a deadly sound, precisely piercing the shoulders of 3 thugs. Blood gushed forth, and the 3 didn't even have time to scream before they crashed heavily into the crowd, their warm blood soaking the ground beneath them. The sudden gunfire caused the raging tide of people to freeze instantly. All the thugs halted, the ferocity on their faces draining away, replaced by a deep-seated terror. In this era of Hong Kong, gang fights mostly relied on knives and clubs. Gun control was strict. Possessing firearms was a serious crime, and ordinary gangs rarely utilized firearms. No one could have imagined that a mere upstart like the Chun Sheng society would possess real guns. The crowd panicked instantly, the thugs in the back instinctively retreated, and amidst the pushing and shoving, the originally orderly formation completely collapsed. Chun Tianxiong's expression changed drastically. For the first time, his body stiffened slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Guns. How could they have guns? He had been entrenched in the Kowloon underworld for over 20 years, and he possessed only a few old Black Star pistols which were rarely used. Yet this boy before him had actually brought guns to the street, openly firing in broad daylight. On the rooftop, the gunfire did not cease. A youth's marksmanship was precise. Every bullet he fired avoided killing shots, targeting non-lethal areas such as shoulders, thighs, and wrists. He understood the rules of the underworld well, knowing that causing fatalities in broad daylight would invite heavy police retaliation, resulting in mutual destruction. Incapacitating someone was far more intimidating and cleaner than killing. In just 10 seconds, 7 thugs from Ilian Hall fell to the ground, wailing in agony, their hot blood forming small pools on the pavement. Lin Chun stepped forward, treading on the ground soaked in blood. The blazing sun cast down on his thin white t-shirt, The boy's face was clean and lean, yet his eyes held no warmth. With his left hand casually tucked into his pocket and his right hand hanging naturally, the handgun at his waist barely visible, every step he took pressed down on everyone's heart. He walked through the panicking, dispersing crowd, ignoring the terrified thugs on either side, and headed straight towards the ashen-faced Chen Tianxiong. Hall Master Chen. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet cut through the noise. Do you still think him a punk now? On the long street the wind was eerily silent. The scattered thugs huddled together in a panic, their faces filled with fear as they instinctively avoided Lin Chen's path. The fierce bravado they had just shown had vanished, and the terror brought by the gunfire was far more despairing than any melee with knives and clubs. The sniper on the rooftop maintained his aim, the dark muzzle coldly locking onto the center of the crowd, an oppressive chill enveloping everyone. Chen Tianxiong's close bodyguards drew their blades, forming a tight circle around him, their bodies tense as they fixed their gazes on the approaching youth. As soon as Chen Tianxiong issued a command, they would rush forward at all costs, even facing the gun's muzzle to protect their leader. But Chen Tianxiong remained silent. He stared intently at the advancing Lin Chen, a mixture of suspicion, caution, and gravity swirling in it. Having navigated the underworld for half his life, he had encountered countless desperate criminals and ruthless thugs, yet he had never seen such a calm, obsessive, and decisive young man. Unfazed by the overwhelming numbers, undeterred by established factions daring to openly fire in a bustling city, and with meticulous planning and profound intellect, this audacity and depth were not traits of a mere 17-year-old. You have quite the audacity. Chen Tianxiong slowly spoke, his tone stripped of its previous arrogance, now tinged with seriousness. To openly fire on the streets of Hong Kong Island, do you realize that if the major crimes unit gets involved, not just into Kowloon, but the entire Kowloon will have no place for you? Lin Chen did not halt his steps, lightly laughing, his smile cold and indifferent. I have nothing to lose. Those who walk barefoot never fear those in shoes. In his past life, he had seen through the warmth and coldness of humanity, the treachery of the business world, and now trapped in the mire of the underworld, he had no way out. Those who respect the rules can only be manipulated. Those who break the rules can control life and death. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen stood before Chen Tianxiong, the distance between them less than 2 meters. The smiling tiger to the side felt both fear and hatred instinctively, taking half a step forward to protect his leader, but was met with Lin Chen's icy gaze, causing his hair to stand on end as he instinctively stepped back, the pain of his severed finger throbbing, the fear in his heart impossible to suppress. What do you want? Chen Tianxiong suppressed all murderous intent and asked in a deep voice. Smart people know how to assess the situation. At this moment, the formation was collapsing and morale was in chaos, with snipers still aiming from the rooftop. If they continued to clash, at least half of the 200 men would be severely injured, and the Ilian Hall would suffer grievous losses. To sacrifice elite members for A to Kowloon was simply not worth it. Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he stared at him, each word clear and direct. First, the Ilian Hall permanently withdraws from Kowloon, relinquishing all assets, territory, and connections here, and is forbidden from stepping foot in this area again. Second, compensate us 30,000 Hong Kong dollars as compensation for the injured and for material losses. Third, the smiling tiger stays in Kowloon, losing a finger as a warning never to interfere with any affairs of Kowloon again. These 3 demands were piercingly harsh, leaving no room for concession. The bodyguards beside him instantly exploded in anger, shouting fiercely, outrageous. You, a junior from a newly established faction, dare to set conditions for the leader. You are utterly unaware of your own insignificance. Lin Chen did not even raise his eyelids, merely flicking his finger. On the rooftop, Ayu did not hesitate, raising his gun. Bang! The bullet grazed past the ear of the bodyguard, accurately piercing through the black car window. Behind him, shards of glass scattering, the sharp sound of shattering deafening. The hot bullet casing fell to the ground, producing a crisp clanging sound. The bodyguard's eardrums rang, a blood streak formed on his neck from the bullet's airflow, a cold sense of death swept over him, his legs weakened as he instinctively retreated, no longer daring to speak. Chen Tianxiong's eyelids twitched slightly. He understood that this shot was a warning. The next shot would show no mercy. Under the blazing sun, the two stood silently facing each other, a turbulent undercurrent brewing. After a long while, Chen Tianxiong slowly closed his eyes, deeply exhaling a mouthful of foul air, the pride in his gaze completely withdrawn. He had lost, not due to numbers nor financial strength, but in audacity and ruthlessness. This youth was utterly indifferent to life and death, unconcerned about rules. His pure desperation was enough to crush all the cautious old demurs. I agree. Chen Tianxiong opened his eyes, his voice low and hoarse, filled with reluctance, yet helplessness. Within 3 days the money will be delivered, and the personnel will withdraw. The smiling tiger will remain in Kowloon. One sentence declared the Ilian Hall's complete surrender. The once lofty faction in Kowloon, which had ruled for over 20 years, had never bowed its head, yet today it was defeated by a 17-year-old boy from the slums. The smiling tiger shuddered, his face as pale as paper, suddenly looking up at Chen Tianxiong, his voice trembling. Leader, no, I can't stay here. Staying here means certain death. He understood Lin Chen's ruthlessness. Remaining in Kowloon was equivalent to receiving a death sentence. Chun Tianxiong did not look at him, his eyes cold and devoid of pity. In the underworld, useless individuals are destined to be discarded. The smiling tiger had lost soldiers and embarrassed the faction, and he deserved punishment. Now keeping him was merely a bargaining chip to ensure the faction's escape. Take everyone away. Chun Tianxiong coldly ordered, no longer glancing at Lin Chun, turning to walk towards the damaged car, his figure desolate and lonely. With a single command, the remnants of the Ilian Hall's thugs quickly retreated like a tide. The injured were helped by their companions as they fled in disarray, abandoned machetes littering the ground, no one daring to look back. Within mere minutes, the once bustling long street became desolate and quiet. As the dust settled, the stench of blood pervaded the entire street. On the vast long street, only the members of the Chun Sheng Society remained, along with the smiling tiger, slumped in a pool of blood, his face ashen. Lin Chen looked down at the pitiful man beneath him, his tone indifferent and devoid of any emotion. Take him back and lock him in the warehouse. Understood, Brother Chun. Two of his subordinates immediately stepped forward, roughly lifting the limp, smiling tiger and dragging him towards their stronghold. Ago, covered in blood, limped over, leaning on a steel pipe, his rugged face full of exhilaration as he shouted, Brother Chun. We won. We really defeated the Ilian Hall. The other brothers gathered around, each injured, yet all wearing expressions of joy. With 45 men clashing against 200 elites, breaking through with gunfire and repelling the established faction, this battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of Kowloon's underworld history. On the rooftop, Ayu slowly holstered his pistol, turning to descend the stairs, his expression still cold, as if the recent deadly gunfire was merely an inconsequential matter. Lin Chen looked up at the black car gradually driving away in the distance, his eyes devoid of triumphant joy, only a deep calm. He understood that this was not the end. Today the Ilian Hall had suffered defeat and conceded. It appeared to be a moment of glory, yet it actually buried the seeds of future calamity. Chun Tianxiong, patient and ruthless, would surely remember today's humiliation and would seek an opportunity to retaliate in the future. The game in Kowloon had only just begun. As dusk fell, the night enveloped Tuguo. After the bloody slaughter of the day, the entire neighborhood sank into an eerie calm. Vendors on the street continued their business as usual, while refugees moved about. Everything seemed normal, yet everyone knew that Tuguo had completely changed. Inside the headquarters of the Chun Sheng Society, the lights were bright. On sat at a wooden table, his fingers rapidly moving over the abacus, the crisp sound echoing. Neatly arranged on the table were freshly minted Hong Kong dollars and confiscated weapons, with the accounts clear and orderly. Brother Chen, the statistics are complete. On adjusted his glasses, his tone lively, barely concealing his joy. In this battle, our side sustained only 11 minor injuries, with no serious injuries or deaths. We confiscated 127 machetes and 46 steel pipes, and the 30,000 Hong Kong dollars compensation from the Yilian Tang has already been received. Currently, the society's public account totals 57,200 Hong Kong dollars. In just a few days, the funds have doubled, sufficient to stabilize the foundation and expand the influence of the Chun Sheng Society during its initial stage. Ago sat nearby, wiping the blood from his clothes, and gruffly said, Brother Chen, what should we do with the smiling tiger still locked in the warehouse? Just throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Keeping him alive is just a disaster. The others in the room nodded in agreement. The smiling tiger was treacherous and had blood on his hands from many low-level refugees, making his death insignificant. Lin Chun leaned back in his wooden chair, his fingertips gently stroking the cold Browning pistol. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. There's no rush. Keeping him alive has its uses. Having been in the underworld for many years, the smiling tiger has complex connections and is familiar with the hidden rules and gray channels of the major halls in Kowloon. Now that the Ilian Tang has abandoned him, he can be subdued and utilized to extract information for our benefit. On instantly understood the deeper meaning and nodded. I understand. They'll send someone to keep a close watch on him, using severe interrogation methods to force him to divulge the smuggling routes of the Ilian Tang and the connections within the police department, leaving him no chance to escape. Lin Chen slightly nodded, gazing out at the pitch-black coastline. Tonight we will head to the southern black market again. After the battle during the day, the importance of firearms had become fully apparent. Cold weapons ultimately have their limits. Only by wielding firearms can one establish a foothold in the Kowloon underworld. He needed more ammunition, more weapons, and even to establish long-term arms trading routes. The night was deep and the sea breeze was biting. Lin Chen, accompanied by Yue, rushed once more to the abandoned fishing boat dock in the south. Tonight the black market was more chaotic than usual, with the news of the daytime shootout in Tuguo Bay having spread. All smugglers and intermediaries in the underworld were discussing this newly emerged young overlord. Inside the underground warehouse, cigar smoke swirled and the dim light flickered. Gue Laochi leaned against a wooden box, playing with a shiny pistol, his gaze highly interested as he observed Lin Chen entering the warehouse. He had long heard about the shootout on the streets during the day and had completely changed his perspective on this excessively young man. I underestimated you, Brother Chun. You dared to open fire in broad daylight and subdued the Lian Tang. Among the younger generation on the entire Hong Kong island, no one has your level of courage. In the underworld and black market, strength is always the best passport. Lin Chun gained fame through battle, and even at a young age he commanded the respect of seasoned arms dealers. Lin Chun did not indulge in unnecessary pleasantries, and directly placed 2 stacks of Hong Kong dollars on the wooden box, the bills neatly stacked. Add 4 more handguns, 300 rounds of ammunition, and 20 grenades. Additionally, I need a stable overseas shipping route directly to Southeast Asia. His ambitions were never limited to just Hong Kong Island. The Golden Triangle was his ultimate goal. Establishing an overseas shipping route in advance was a crucial step in planning for the future. Gui Laochi raised an eyebrow, putting away his casual demeanor and pondering for a moment. I can provide you with the weapons at a 10% discount as a gesture of friendship. However, the Southeast Asian route carries extreme risks, with water police, pirates, and gangs intercepting at every turn. Oh, it's not something a novice can handle. What I want is the difficult path. Lin Chen's tone was resolute. Crowded flat roads are filled with mediocre people. Only through perilous routes can one avoid the clustered powers and seize opportunities. Gui Laochi looked at him with deep appreciation in his eyes. In this profit-driven black market, a young man who is both ambitious and cool-headed is the most worthy investment. He raised his hand and patted the wooden box, revealing a whole box of brand-new weapons glinting coldly. Deal. I will provide you with a private fishing boat route, avoiding all official inspections and going straight to the Gulf of Siam. This route will be exclusive to you. Thank you. Lin Chen nodded slightly. A transaction of favor. Gui Laochi navigated both the black and white worlds with connections spread across Hong Kong Island and Southeast Asia. Building a relationship with him would pave the way for future ventures at sea. At 2 in the morning, the transaction was completed. You carried the heavy arms package following Lin Chen as they returned along the quiet coastline. The waves crashed against the rocks, the sound muffled, and the night was deep, enveloping the entire Hong Kong island. Brother Chun, Yu suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and low. The path to the sea is fraught with danger. Pirates, warlords, drug dealers. There are no rules, no boundaries. He had fought on the battlefields of Southeast Asia and was well aware of the bloodshed and cruelty of that land. There are no laws, their lives are as cheap as grass, and only the ruthless can survive. Lin Chen paused, gazing into the boundless darkness of the sea, his eyes ablaze with ambition. What I want has never been stability. Hong Kong Island is merely a springboard. The Golden Triangle is my battlefield. In the following 3 days, the Kowloon underworld erupted into a colossal storm. The news of the battle at Tu Guawan swept across the entire Hong Kong underworld like a whirlwind. 17-year-old Lin Chun confronted 200 elite members of the Lian Tang. With just 45 men, the gunfire on the streets intimidating all around, forcing the veteran leader Chen Tianxiong to pay compensation and concede, permanently abandoning the territory of Tu Guawan. This news shattered the balance of the Kowloon underworld that had been maintained for many years. Those who once looked down upon the Chun Sheng society, whether large or small factions, all withdrew their arrogance. No one dared to underestimate this impoverished area anymore. The petty leaders from Hung Ha Ma Tao Wai and Yao Ma Ti came to visit one after another, bringing gifts and liquor, actively seeking to befriend and avoid offending this newly emerged ruthless figure. The dilapidated Chun Sheng society stronghold received a constant stream of guests every day. The streets were bustling with people and vehicles, and the once desolate back streets had now become the most feared territory in Kowloon. Awen registered all the gift givers and the details of the gifts, categorizing their connections and organizing the surrounding power dynamics in an orderly manner. In just a few days, the connections of the Chun Sheng society expanded rapidly, no longer a small isolated group. The cunning old leader, the Smiling Tiger, was thoroughly dulled. Without severe torture or bloody torment, just 3 days of dark confinement caused this treacherous old leader to completely collapse. He knew he had been abandoned by the Lian Tang with no way back. For the sake of his life, he voluntarily disclosed all intelligence. The smuggling warehouse of the Lian Tang, the bribed police officers, the hidden flow of funds, and the distribution of Kowloon connections were all revealed without reservation. Inside the warehouse, Lin Chen sat on a wooden chair, reviewing the intelligence list handwritten by the Smiling Tiger, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. Does he wish to submit? Lin Chen asked lightly. The Smiling Tiger, kneeling on the ground, looked disheveled, his hair, messy fingers bandaged in dark cloth, and he humbly lowered his head, saying, Brother Chun, I am willing to submit. I am familiar with all the gray channels in Kowloon, skilled in negotiation and calculation, able to help you manage business and connections. I will never betray you. He understood the way of survival. In the underworld, the strong are king. Now, with no way to retreat, submitting to Lin Chen was his only path to survival. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, holding no trust whatsoever. You are treacherous and cunning, seeking glory at the expense of your master. I will not raise a white-eyed wolf. I will give you a way to live. He slowly stood up, looking down at the Smiling Tiger, his tone indifferent. I do not want position or power. Go to the docks, manage the goods, and oversee smuggling. Stay in Tu Guawan for life, and do not step outside the territory. If you dare to harbor any thoughts of rebellion, you will be executed on the spot. The smiling tiger felt a wave of relief and hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chun. I will definitely behave myself and serve you faithfully. By keeping him but not using him, they harnessed his networking abilities while firmly keeping him under surveillance, leaving no chance for rebellion. Such manipulation of people's hearts chilled even the seasoned smiling tiger, who dared not make any move. Meanwhile, in the Lien Tang headquarters, inside the hall, the atmosphere was dead silent and oppressive. Chun Tianxiong sat in the master chair, his expression dark, his fingertips tightly gripping a jade ring, his knuckles turning white. The elders in the hall remained silent, no one dared to speak. 3 days had passed, and they had withdrawn from Tu Guawan as promised, paying compensation, losing all face. What are people saying outside? Chen Tianxiong's voice was hoarse and cold. An elder replied in a low voice, the entire Kowloon is discussing, saying that our Lien Tang lost to the punks of the slum, cowardly and weak, unable to withstand a blow. Factions around us are all leaning towards the Chun Sheng society. We have lost nearly 30% of our business on the periphery. Humiliation, mockery, and contempt continuously poured towards the Lien Tang. The prestige of the old faction had fallen to an all-time low. An irritable elder slammed the table and shouted, "Leader, we cannot let this go. We have sufficient manpower and financial resources. Secretly gather elite members and launch a night raid on Tu Guawan, directly eliminating Lin Shun to restore our face." Upon hearing this, many in the hall echoed support, the intent for revenge strong. Chun Tianxiong slowly shook his head, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. No. That boy holds firearms, is meticulous in thought, and has top-notch fighters by his side. He is not an easy opponent. A reckless ambush will only increase casualties. Moreover, the surrounding factions now lean towards him. If war breaks out, we will be isolated and helpless. He had endured for many years, understanding the importance of timing. One defeat can be tolerated, but a second defeat will surely cause the Lien Tang to fall completely from the ranks of the top factions in Kowloon. Send the order down. Chun Tianxiong slowly spoke, his tone grave. Consolidate all peripheral forces, abandon Tu Guawan and Hungham territories, and hold the headquarters firmly. Strictly investigate internal spies, stockpile resources and weapons, and recuperate. Lin Shun. He softly murmured this name, a coldness surging in his eyes. I will give you 6 months to grow. After 6 months, I will personally take action to settle all grievances. A silent gamble quietly took shape. Some lay low and gathered strength, while others grew wildly. On the rooftop of the Tu Guawan stronghold, the evening wind howled. Lin Shun stood alone, overlooking the densely packed tenement streets beneath him. The street lights flickered like stars, and the flow of people was ceaseless. This muddy and filthy slum was now entirely under his control. The system panels slowly lit up before him. Beep. Defeated the old faction. Lien Tang prestige greatly increased. Order value 180. Current order value 295. Unlock permissions. Basic drug refinement, simple explosive devices, Southeast Asia basic shipping route map. Host identity updated, person in charge of the Kowloon Tu Guawan area. The cold system notification fell, and a faint, barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Shen's lips. Drug refinement and overseas shipping routes. These two things were precisely the keys to the dark empire of the Golden Triangle. Yu walked to his side, standing quietly gazing at the distant, brilliant high-rises of Kowloon. What's the next step? Yu asked softly. Lin Shen looked up towards the vast, boundless sea to the south. Under the night, the dark and turbulent waters concealed countless opportunities and dangers. He spoke softly, his tone calm, yet hiding the overwhelming ambition to stir Southeast Asia. Next stop, the docks. We are setting sail. At 4 a.m. Hong Kong still slumbered in deep, heavy repose. At the Tuck One wharf, the tide murmured beneath the darkness. Cold seawater lapping relentlessly against obsidian black rocks, churning up froth like shattered pearls before retreating silent and unseen. The sea wind, thick with brine and dampness, swayed the wharf's aging street lamps. Their feeble amber light fractured across the water's surface, long, jagged, and broken, casting mottled shadows across the wet stone. A decrepit fishing vessel blackened with age and neglect lay moored at the berth. Its hull bore the pockmarked scars of barnacles, its timbers softened by years of saltwater immersion exhaled the dank, earthy scent of rotting wood. It bore no registration number, no insignia. Its tattered grade canvas awning shrouded most of the cabin. This was Ghost Foreigner Chi's specially rigged smuggling vessel. On the wharf, a group stood in solemn silence. Ago stood bare-chested, his bronze skin still marked by faint scabs from yesterday's gunfight, a white bandage coiled tightly around his shoulder. His hands clenched the coarse hemp rope until his knuckles whitened, his brow knotted tight, his breath heavy and restrained in his throat. Reluctant yet resolute, he asked, "Brother Chen, must you really go? Hong Kong is our turf now, steady money, quiet days. Why risk the flesh-eating jungles of Nanyang?" His mind was straightforward. He knew nothing of grand ambitions or dominion. He only knew that with Lin Shun, he ate well and stood tall. The warm, familiar glow of Hong Kong's streetlights felt infinitely safer than the treacherous, unknowable sea. Beside him, Awen adjusted his glasses, their lenses catching the faintest glimmer of lamplight. His fingers held a thick ledger, his expression calm, grave, and unshakable. He had already compiled every financial record, contact network, and hidden safehouse of the Triad, meticulous, precise, without flaw. Brother Chin, I've finalized all affairs, Awen murmured, voice low and solemn. 3,000 Hong Kong dollars remain in the public fund. Dock cargo, night market stalls, and illicit cigarette routes all operate as usual. I've assigned watchers to Laughing Tiger round the clock. His former lieutenants have been dispersed and reassigned. None hold authority to mobilize. As for Elian Tang, I've embedded informants. Should Chun Tianxiong stir, I'll send word within moments. Lin Chun wore a simple black work shirt, sleeves rolled to his forearms, revealing lean corded wrists. The sea wind lifted the stray strands of hair across his forehead. In his youthful eyes, the street-hardened ferocity of Hong Kong had faded, replaced by a profound, impenetrable stillness. His gaze swept over the men before him. His voice was soft, but unwavering. Hong Kong is our foundation. It must not fall into chaos. Ago, you hold Tuck One Wharf. Keep your brothers in line. No provocation, no needless violence, no clashes with rival factions. Stay grounded. Bide your time. Gather strength. One, you command the stronghold. Oversee accounts and connections. Counterbalance neighboring minor syndicates. Watch Elian Tang with unblinking vigilance. Always leave room. Never burn bridges. Both men bowed, deeply, voices sharp and unified. Understood. No one questioned Lin Chen's orders. After the Longstreet gun battle, these men, born in the squalor of tenement alleys, had long since sworn him their sole anchor, their only compass. Lin Chun turned his gaze, falling upon Yue, who stood silently beside him. The man carried a heavy black waterproof pack. Within it sealed firearms and ammunition. His spine was straight as a blade's edge, his presence coiled and frigid like a cold steel, sword sheathed in silence. Only 3 others accompanied them on this voyage, each a marksman of unerring skill and iron composure. Their numbers were paired to the bone. Stealth, not strength, was the aim. Board the ship, Lin Chun said, voice quiet. Their boots struck the damp planks with dull, creaking thuds. One after another they stepped onto the vessel, its weathered hull rocking gently, the deck yielding with a slow, rhythmic sigh. The anchor rose, iron links shrieked against metal, a grating, icy sound cleaving the pre-dawn hush. The black vessel eased away from the wharf, slipping steadily beyond the reach of shoreward lights. Hong Kong's dense warrens of Tong Lao buildings, its scattered, flickering lamps receded into the night, shrinking, dimming, dissolving into distant, indistinct specks of light. Yu leaned against the rail, a cigarette unlit between his fingers, his eyes fixed on the vast, ink-black expanse of sea. Quietly he said, this stretch of water obeys no law. Coast Guard interdictions, pirate raids, warlord seizures. These are not anomalies. They are routine. Lin Chun leaned against the opposite rail. The wind whipped his shirt like a banner, but his gaze remained placid, depthless. I never sought a safe, easy road. Hong Kong is too small. It cannot contain ambition. The sea stretched black as polished obsidian, wave upon wave, rolling in cold and ceaseless. The fishing boat cut through the swell, heading south, into an endless, fathomless dark. Behind it, Hong Kong dwindled, fading into a ghostly afterimage, half-remembered and already forgotten. Lin Chen's campaign across Nanyang had begun. The sun rose in the sky, casting a pale light. The fishing boat sailed on the open sea, surrounded by nothing but the vast, dark waters. The sky was shrouded in gray, devoid of bright sunlight, with heavy clouds pressing low, creating a suffocating atmosphere that enveloped the entire ship. The sea surface was desolate and silent. Only the monotonous sounds of howling winds and crashing waves could be heard. Inside the cabin it was cramped and simple, with the air filled with a strange mix of salty sea, pungent diesel, and the scent of decay. On a wooden table lay an old yellowed map of Southeast Asian shipping routes, its lines scrawled and dotted with scattered islands, reefs, and docking points. Lin Chen's fingertip rested on an unnamed deserted island in the Gulf of Siam, gently stroking the paper. A cold system prompt echoed in his mind, clearly warning of the lurking dangers. The current location, South China Sea, international waters. The area ahead was designated as an uncontrollable gray zone, where pirate activities were frequent with a high danger level. Yu squatted in the corner of the cabin, methodically disassembling and cleaning a Browning pistol. The metal parts flew deftly through his bony fingers, his movements fluid and continuous. Cleaning, oiling, and assembling. The entire process was executed seamlessly, each action etched into his instincts. This sea area belongs to the Black Sail Pirates. Yu did not lift his head, his voice low and hoarse. They have long occupied this area, robbing passing merchant vessels, capturing people, if they don't take money, selling them to farms in the South Seas, as laborers, never leaving any survivors. Lin Chun raised his eyes. How many of them? What is their firepower? Typically, a fast boat carries 15 to 20 people equipped with old hunting rifles and machetes, and some boats carry makeshift cannons. Yu pressed the assembled pistol into his waistband, holster, his tone flat, yet dangerously clear. They do not rely on docks, have no fixed residence, hiding on uninhabited, deserted islands, killing and plundering at their whim. Before he could finish, a sudden urgent shout came from outside the ship. Chingu, there's a ship ahead. A guard stood at the bow, his voice tense and unmistakably alert. Lin Chun and Yu instantly sprang to their feet and quickly exited the cabin. In the distance, a long, dark silhouette of a ship cleaved through the waves at high speed, heading straight for them. It was a modified speedboat, its hull mottled and dark, lacking any markings, with a black iron cannon mounted at the bow, its cold muzzle aimed at the decrepit fishing boat, exuding a chilling aura. Black Sail Pirates. No further identification was needed. The blatant aura of rampant plunder made their identity clear. The speedboat closed in on the fishing boat. Within minutes, the deafening roar of the engine sending vibrations through their eardrums. More than 10 dark-skinned men, bare-chested, stood on the speedboat, their hair disheveled and sticking to their foreheads, faces smeared with murky dark sea mud, eyes fierce and greedy, wielding machetes and old hunting rifles. At the bow of the speedboat, a tattered black canvas flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with a ghastly, pale, deformed skull, terrifying to behold. "Stop the boat!" A burly pirate captain shouted in a rough Cantonese, his tone domineering and overbearing. "Everyone put your hands on your heads and lie down on the deck. Hand over all cargo and money. If you don't comply, you'll sink." The cold barrel was aimed at the deck of the fishing boat, and the pirates laughed recklessly, their eyes scanning the few people on board with blatant disregard. In their eyes, this decrepit private boat was nothing but a defenseless piece of meat. The three accompanying brothers instantly tightened their nerves, hands stealthily reaching for their firearms, breathing rapidly with panic hidden in their eyes. They were used to fighting on the streets and had never faced armed pirates at sea. A youth's form shifted slightly, silently standing beside Lin Chun, guarding his flank, fingers always resting against the gun handle, ready to draw and shoot at any moment. Lin Chun's expression remained calm, devoid of any panic, and he didn't even glance at the shouting pirates, his gaze drifting indifferently to the tattered black sail. "Do not fire." He spoke softly, his tone steady. "The distance is too close. There are too many of them. Firing wildly might hit our own people. Then what should we do?" A trembling voice came from his side. "They won't let us go." Lin Chun's lips curled into a faint, cold arc. "Let go. On the sea, the strong dictate the rules." He slowly raised his hand, making a gesture of surrender, lifting it over his head, slowly appearing harmless. Seeing this, the pirate captain laughed wildly, spitting out a mouthful of seawater disdainfully. "Softy from the harbor, truly timid. Everyone come over here, board the ship, and search." Two pirates wielding machetes rudely jumped onto the fishing boat, their heavy footsteps revealing their greed as they headed straight for the cabin, intent on plundering money and goods. Just as the pirates' feet landed, losing their balance for a moment, whoosh, a shadow suddenly flashed. Yu moved like a phantom, sidling up to the pirate, his wrist twisting the short knife, glimmering coldly in an instant without a sound, accurately slicing through the pirate's carotid artery. Warm blood gushed forth. The pirate didn't even have time to scream, his pupils dilating suddenly as his body crumpled onto the damp deck, blood quickly flowing into the sea through the gaps in the wooden planks. Clean, swift, and silent kill. The warm metallic scent of blood quickly permeated the sea breeze, mingling with the salty tang of the ocean, sharp and suffocating. The laughter of the pirates on the speedboat abruptly froze on their faces, their previously arrogant demeanor replaced by shock and terror. They had never witnessed such an eerie speed of attack, silent and deadly, a single strike resulting in death. "Get him!" The pirate captain roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he raised his shotgun, aiming at Yu on the deck. "Fire!" "Kill them!" Bang! The gunfire erupted suddenly, the bullet shredding the air, grazing Yu's shoulder and embedding itself fiercely into the wooden planks behind him, splinters flying. Yu exerted force beneath his feet, swiftly flipping his body to take cover behind the mast while drawing his gun with decisive speed. Bang! Bang! Two muffled gunshots rang out in succession. Two armed pirates on the speedboat fell to the ground, one shot in the chest, the other shot through the shoulder, blood staining the dark wooden deck, their shrill cries shattering the sea's stillness. In just 2 seconds, the situation had completely reversed. The pirate captain's pupils contracted sharply, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He had long raided private ships, encountering countless timid and cowardly shipowners, but had never met an opponent with such precise marksmanship and ruthless intent. These people were not ordinary smugglers. They were desperate outlaws stained with blood. "They have guns. They have good guns," a young pirate shouted in panic, his eyes filled with fear as he instinctively began to retreat. The old-fashioned shotguns had a short range and poor accuracy, utterly inferior to the Browning pistols. In the vastness of the sea, the difference in weaponry was a matter of life and death. Amid the chaos, Lin Chun slowly stepped forward, moving to the bow of the boat. The sea breeze wildly tousled his black hair. The slender youth stood at the edge of the blood pool, his feet resting on the still wet dark red blood, his expression indifferent, his gaze icy, devoid of any youthful naivety, instead exuding a chilling indifference born from years of bloodshed. He raised his hand, the gun's muzzle calmly aimed at the pirate captain on the speedboat, his arm steady as a rock, not shaking in the slightest. "Cease fire." The word fell cold and penetrating through the noisy sea breeze, carrying an undeniable pressure. The pirate captain ground his teeth, his finger tightly gripping the trigger, yet he dared not fire recklessly. He understood that if he shot again, the next bullet from his opponent would surely pierce his skull. "Who are you?" the captain asked in a deep voice, his tone stripped of its previous arrogance. Lin Shin did not respond, his gaze casually sweeping over each pirate on the speedboat, his voice eerily calm. "How much toll have you collected in these waters? How many people have you killed?" The captain's face darkened, and he fell silent. Piracy at sea was inherently a bloody affair. Killing and plundering was a matter of course. "I do not like trouble," Lin Shin slowly stated, lightly caressing the gun's body. "I want safe passage. From now on, my ship will traverse these waters without tolls, without interception, and without questioning." "What gives you the right?" the captain sneered, forcing himself to sound confident. "The Black Sail's waters are ours to command." Lin Shin slightly lowered the gun's muzzle and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet accurately penetrated the captain's kneecap, the crisp sound of bone cracking clearly audible over the sea wind. A wave of excruciating pain swept through the captain's body, and he let out a cry, collapsing heavily onto the deck of the speedboat, blood gushing from his knee, soaking his tattered clothing. Cold sweat instantly covered his dark face, his body trembling uncontrollably. "I do not like people talking back to me," Lin Shin said flatly, as if casually crushing a speck of dust. "Now answer me." The remaining pirates on the speedboat were utterly terrified, their faces pale, and none dared to shout. The youth from the port island before them was calm, cruel, and decisive, far more terrifying than the ruthless pirates at sea. The captain, kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-deep pain, his eyes swirling with anger and fear. Looking at the indifferent youth before him, he finally understood he had provoked a ruthless character he should not have. "I give you two choices," Lin Shin slowly spoke, his tone devoid of any waves. "Submit to me, and this sea area will still be under your control. I will provide ammunition, supplies, and fuel. You will guard my shipping routes and intercept irrelevant vessels. The second choice," he raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as frost, "now sink to the sea." The sea wind howled, and the waves surged. It was a straightforward and brutal choice between life and death. The captain stared fixedly at Lin Shin, silent for a long time, the intense pain in his knee constantly eroding his will. He understood he had no way out. The Black Sail's pirates had long roamed the seas with scarce resources and limited ammunition. They would eventually perish in these icy waters. Submitting to the youth before him was in fact the only way to survive. "I submit." The captain lowered his head, his voice hoarse and low, filled with unwillingness and humiliation, as he completely bowed his proud head. One submission meant the control of this gray sea territory quietly changing hands. Half a day later, the fishing boat followed the pirate speedboat, sailing into an unnamed deserted island. The island is surrounded by the sea with a rugged coastline and dense reefs, allowing only a narrow waterway for ships to enter. On the island, vegetation grew wildly, towering ancient trees blocked out the sun and twisted vines intertwined. The humid mist enveloped the forest year-round, with the air filled with a savage scent of mixed soil, decaying leaves, and seawater. This is the temporary lair of the Black Sail's pirates, hidden and remote, far from any official patrols. On the sandy beach of the deserted island, tattered tents, rusty barrels, and discarded fishing nets lay scattered about, creating a chaotic scene. Several pirates left behind stared blankly at the group that landed, watching their once arrogant leader limp and kneel in submission, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Shin stepped on the warm, damp sand, his black shirt slightly lifted by the sea breeze, his gaze sweeping across the entire deserted island. System prompt: suitable temporary base. Detected terrain is concealed and defensible. 150 order points can be consumed to unlock the basic defense planning map of the deserted island. Unlock. Lin Shin silently thought. Unlock successful. The defense storage, hidden observation points, and simple fortifications planning map of the deserted island have been synchronized into the host's mind. A clear layout blueprint appeared in his mind, with every hidden cave, vantage point, and sheltered area clearly. This deserted island is naturally a secret transit station on the sea. The limping pirate leader named Ma Hai had worked as a laborer in the South Seas in his youth, later turning to piracy, and had occupied this sea area for 3 years. He lowered his head, his attitude much more submissive, bowing respectfully to report. "Brother Chun, there are currently 23 pirates on the island with 20 barrels of diesel, 3 boxes of fresh water, and some dry rations. There are no heavy weapons, only 7 old hunting rifles." He had already gathered information, knowing that the young man before him had subdued the old factions of Hong Kong Island by his own strength, wielding fine firearms and abundant wealth. Since he chose to submit, he dared not hide anything. Lin Shin walked to the rocks by the beach, looking down at the boundless sea, his tone indifferent. "From now on, cancel the rules of plundering of the Black Sails. No indiscriminate killing of innocents, no arbitrary plundering of merchant ships. Your task is to guard this sea area. Any ship marked with the Chun Shung Society's insignia must be allowed to pass unconditionally. All unknown and unfamiliar ships must be intercepted and search, confiscate any contraband, and report intelligence." Ma Hai was taken aback and quickly nodded in response. "Understood." Pirates are inherently reckless and do not require ethics, only a powerful backer. Lin Shun providing them with supplies and protection is far more stable than aimless plundering. Yu stood aside scrutinizing every pirate on the island, quietly reminding, these people are wild and unruly, cannot be fully trusted, and need someone to stay and supervise them long term. I know, Lin Shun replied flatly. Human nature is inherently greedy and pirates have no loyalty to speak of. Submission is merely a temporary compromise. Only by grasping their lifeline can one truly take control. Maha, Lin Shun turned to look at him. I will give you a batch of ammunition, medical supplies, plus 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. You will reorganize the personnel, clean up the deserted island, build hidden warehouses, and repair lookout posts. I want this island to become the safest transit station in the entire sea area. Ma Hai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly bowed in acceptance. Thank you, Brother Chun. I will definitely get it done. Money, supplies, and ammunition are precisely what pirates lack the most. At this moment his feelings of unwillingness completely dissipated, leaving only genuine awe. As the sun set, the orangered sun hung on the horizon, dyeing the entire sea area red. The shimmering sea surface glowed warmly, and the wild, deserted island appeared more tranquil under the afterglow of sunset. Lin Shun stood alone at the top of the rocks, the evening breeze brushing through his hair as distant waves gently undulated. The system panel slowly lit up. Host Lin Shun. Order value 245. New Force Black Sails Maritime Patrol Submission Status Loyalty Medium. Current control Tugwalon land-based nameless deserted island in international waters, exclusive South Sea route. In just a few days he had stepped out of the narrow confines of Hong Kong Island, grasping the power of the sea area and planting the first hidden piece on the border of the South Seas. Yu slowly walked up the rocks, quietly standing beside him, gazing toward the farther sea in the south. Their thick clouds and fog concealed countless warlords, drug lords, and local forces, forming a true dark quagmire. Where to next? Yu asked softly. Lin Shun's gaze was deep, penetrating layers of clouds and mist, looking toward the mysterious and perilous heart of the South Seas. The Mekong River Delta. To meet the true powers of the Golden Triangle. Leaving the nameless deserted island, the fishing boat headed south once again. The closer it got to the Indochinese peninsula, the murkier the sea became. The clear, deep blue gradually transformed into a thick, muddy yellow. The surface of the sea was littered with rotting water plants, broken wood, and unknown floating debris, creating a distinct murky water line where the river met the sea. They arrived at the Mekong River estuary. The humid and hot wind carried a mingled stench of decaying vegetation, soil, and the fishy odor of freshwater fish. Unlike the refreshing sea breeze of the port island, the wind here was sticky and heavy, clinging to the skin and making one feel suffocated. The clothes were soaked with moisture, clinging tightly to the body. On both banks stretched endless wild reed marshes with wild grass growing wildly to half a person's height, densely obscuring the riverbank. The dark green leaves were gloomy and blackened, hiding countless poisonous insects, gunmen, and fugitives. In the distance, low, stilt houses could be faintly seen, their wooden frames decayed and blackened, propped up on the muddy tidal flats, dilapidated and desolate. On the river, boats moved about chaotically. Rudimentary bamboo rafts, cargo longtail boats, and armed speedboats crisscrossed without customs inspections or boat regulations. Some were casting nets to fish on the river, others brazenly transporting black sacks, while some leaned against the boat's edge, casually pointing guns at passing vessels, indifferent as they scrutinized them. This was a lawless vacuum, a natural breeding ground for evil. Inside the cabin, Lin Shun changed out of his black shirt and put on a light-colored linen shirt commonly worn by the local civilians. The rough and breathable fabric barely blocked the dampness in the air. The young man's black hair was dampened by the humidity sticking to his full forehead, his eyes cold and indifferent, showing no sign of discomfort in a foreign land. On the table lay a more detailed map of the Mekong River basin, marked with areas controlled by warlords, smuggling docks, and secret trading points. This was the intelligence map provided in advance by Gui Laochi, with each mark representing a gray channel opened with money. The Mekong River estuary is a mixed bag. Yu pointed at a dilapidated dock at the fork of the river, his tone calm and steady. To the west is the local militia's control, guarding the river tax source and collecting tolls. To the east are scattered drug dealer dens engaging in bulk trade. The main river ahead belongs to the White Shark warlord. White Shark? Lin Shun raised his eyes. The most brutal local warlord. Yu's tone was flat, yet concealed seriousness. With over 200 men fully equipped with light and heavy firepower, they dominate the entire Golden Riverway, monopolizing over 80% of the cargo transshipment at the estuary. They are greedy and ruthless, with no regard for rules, only recognizing U.S. dollars and firearms. Lin Shun lightly tapped the table, slowly tracing the texture of the paper. The person we need to meet is on the White Shark's territory. Yes, Yu nodded. Gui Laochi's informant, codename Old Snake, has been mingling at the White Shark dock for years, acting as an intermediary between the port island and the South Seas, holding channels for primary purified goods. Before the words finished, the fishing boat's engine suddenly slowed down, the vessel gradually decreasing its speed. In the middle of the river ahead, two armed speedboats, painted in earthy yellow, blocked the water's surface, forcefully cutting off the passage. The speedboats were adorned with bullet chains, and a heavy machine gun was mounted at the bow, its dark muzzle firmly locking onto the approaching fishing boat, cold and domineering. On the speedboats stood 7 or 8 armed soldiers with bare upper bodies, their skin dark, faces fierce, carrying pistols and military machetes at their waists, and casually adorned with bullet clips. Their eyes were numb and fierce, scanning the fishing boat, like examining prey waiting to be slaughtered. A sharp whistle pierced the river's oppressive silence. "Stop the boat." Inspection. The harsh Mandarin mixed with a Burmese accent was coarse and rough as the soldiers raised their rifles to signal the fishing boat to pull over. The 3 accompanying brothers instantly tensed, their fingers instinctively reaching for their sidearms, and their breaths became extremely light. Having experienced the battle with sea pirates, they already understood the dangers of the South Seas, but the armed soldiers before them were even more organized and bloodthirsty than the pirates. "Don't move," Lin Shen spoke calmly, suppressing the hidden movements of the others, his tone steady. "This is someone else's territory. Forcing your way in is tantamount to seeking death." He stood up and walked out of the cabin, the humid air instantly enveloping his whole body. The mist rose from the river's surface, shrouding the distant wooden houses and vegetation in a layer of hazy fog, dark and oppressive. The fishing boat slowly approached the shallow bank, the bottom scraping the mud and making a muffled sound. 2 armed soldiers stepped onto the fishing boat from the muddy tidal flats, their military boots caked with black mud, their steps heavy. They did not inspect the cargo, their gazes were direct and sharp, fixed firmly on the eyes of the few people on the boat. This was the simplest test on the territory of the South Seas warlords, assessing courage and determination. If one's gaze faltered or showed panic, they would be deemed a soft merchant subjected to extortion at best, or direct detention of people and goods at worst. Lin Shen stood quietly at the bow of the boat, his back straight, his expression calm and unruffled. He allowed the soldiers to scrutinize him with no trace of fear in his eyes, only a cold indifference. The leading soldier, a captain with messy stubble and high cheekbones, scrutinized Lin Shen from head to toe, his gaze lingering on the youth's clean yet unfazed eyes, momentarily taken aback. An outsider who could remain unperturbed on this murky river was never an ordinary merchant. The soldier captain did not ask further and raised his hand to signal his subordinates to stop the search. He extended his dark, rough palm, rubbing his fingertips together in a straightforward and crude manner. "Toll fee, $20 per person. In the waterways of the South Seas, U.S. dollars are hard currency. Hong Kong dollars and paper currency are insignificant here. The warlord does not accept miscellaneous money, only recognizing universally accepted hard currencies." Awa pulled out 4 crisp U.S. bills from his inner pocket, delicately pinching the notes between his fingers as he slowly handed them over, saying nothing, neither humble nor arrogant. The captain took the bills, examining them against the light of the sky to verify their authenticity. After confirming their validity, he casually stuffed them into a cloth bag at his waist. He glanced deeply at Lin Shen and spoke gruffly, "Outsiders do not wander around. Leave the main river before dark. There are many dead bodies at the docks tonight." A simple reminder lacking kindness felt more like a cold warning. In this murky river, every night, someone silently sinks to the bottom, becoming bait for fish and shrimp. 2 armed speedboats slowly moved aside to clear a passage. The fishing boat restarted, its engine rumbling deeply as it broke through the murky yellow water, slowly heading towards the dilapidated dock in the depths. Awa looked back at the armed speedboats vanishing into the distance and murmured, "The White Shark's troops are lax, his men are greedily disposed, avaricious, lustful, and addicted to gambling. This group is best managed, but also most likely to bite back." "Greed is a weakness," Lin Shen replied lightly. "The most easily controlled in this world are those ensnared by desire. Money can persuade them to let things go, and naturally it can also buy their services." After sailing for a quarter of an hour, a dilapidated wooden dock came into view. The dock's wooden piles were blackened and decayed, heavily coated with green moss, and river mud slick and slimy beneath one's feet. On the shore were casually piled old burlap sacks, rusty oil barrels, and rotting fishing nets. The air was filled with a mix of gunpowder, the sickly sweet odor of opium paste, and the stench of rotting river water, a pungent and unpleasant blend. On the dock, shadows moved about. Bare-chested porters hunched their backs, moving black packages back and forth. Soldiers carrying rifles strolled lazily, casually shouting at passers-by. In a corner, several emaciated addicts curled up on the ground, their eyes vacant, allowing mosquitoes to bite, completely motionless. Chaotic, filthy, desolate. A stark human purgatory. The fishing boat came to a steady stop, its ropes tied to the decaying wooden piles. "Do not speak too much, do not look around." Awa lowered his voice to remind. "Here, those with the most curiosity die the fastest." Lin Shen nodded slightly, following Awa onto the slippery dock. The wooden planks beneath their feet were soft and unstable, creaking with each step as if they might collapse at any moment. They navigated through the disordered piles of goods until they reached a makeshift tavern constructed of iron sheets at the far end of the dock. The iron sheets were rusted, the doors and windows dilapidated, and a dim yellow oil lamp hung at the entrance, its weak light barely dispelling the surrounding darkness. This is the stronghold of Old Snake, the only place along the entire dock where quiet transactions can take place. Upon entering, a dense smell of tobacco mixed with the scent of strong liquor rushed towards them. The interior was dimly lit with only 2 oil lamps flickering, casting mottled shadows. The ground was muddy and damp, the tables and chairs coated in grease, and several gloomy-looking men sat scattered in the corners, all concealing firearms at their waists, their vigilant eyes scanning the entrance. Behind the bar, a thin, middle-aged man was wiping rough glass cups. His cheekbones were prominent, his eye sockets sunken, and his skin was dark and dull from years of sun exposure. Thick calluses covered his fingertips, and an old gunshot scar marked his thumb. This man is Old Snake. He did not raise his head, his fingers continuing their movement as he blandly uttered in Cantonese, "From Hong Kong Island." Lin Shen walked straight to the bar, standing tall, his tone calm. Introduced by Ghost 7. 6 simple words served as the code for their meeting. Old Snake abruptly halted, his wiping motions, slowly raised his head, and his murky gaze fixed on Lin Shen, lingering on the boy's slender, yet steady face for several seconds, narrowing his eyes slightly. Didn't expect Ghost 7 would send a kid to discuss business. His tone held no disdain, only pure surprise. In the bloodthirsty trade of the South Seas, it has always been ruthless middle-aged men who hold the reins. A young boy from Hong Kong Island is indeed a rarity. The Old Snake set down the glass and casually pushed over 2 cups of murky rice wine. The liquid was coarse with fine impurities floating on the surface, the cheapest local brew. Here, if you don't drink, you're not one of us. His tone was flat, carrying the cautious probing unique to the local rascals. This drink was both a courtesy and a test. The wine could be mixed, and it was non-toxic entirely, depending on the other's intentions. Yu paused slightly with his fingertips, instinctively wanting to stop the cup. The drinks in the remote taverns of the South Seas always concealed risks with aphrodisiacs and toxins lurking. Lin Shen raised his hand to stop his movement, gripping the cold, rough cup without hesitation, tilting his head back to drink it in one go. The spicy, stinging alcohol rushed down his throat, burning his esophagus, accompanied by the bitterness of inferior grains mixed with an indescribably strange herbal taste. As the wine entered his belly, a warm, stinging sensation rose in his stomach. He showed no change in expression, gently placing the empty cup back on the bar, his lips not twitching in the slightest. Open, calm, and restrained. A trace of barely noticeable approval flickered in the Old Snake's eyes. In this murky place, keeping emotions hidden was the rarest skill. Speak, what do you want? The Old Snake leaned against the bar, hands tucked into the pockets of his worn vest, his tone straightforward. I only offer one favor from the White Sharks, circle no small deals. Lin Shen pulled out a folded white paper from his pocket, spreading it on the oil-stained bar surface. The paper was clean, with only a few lines of concise writing: original goods, refining technology, transit warehouse, long-term navigation rights. No small talk, no masking, he straightforwardly revealed his ambition. The Old Snake lowered his head to scan the writing, his expression suddenly serious. Ordinary external traders only sought to take a batch of goods back to Hong Kong for quick profit. The young man before him sought an industrial chain, a long-term foothold in the South Seas. You have a big appetite, the Old Snake said in a low voice. Do you know whose territory this is? One word from the White Shark, and the whole river can be sealed off, leaving no bones for outsiders. That's why I'm looking for you. Lin Shen met his gaze directly, his tone firm. You can connect with the White Shark, get the original goods from the source, and rent a secret warehouse. He'll provide the money, guns, and manpower. We will cooperate. The Old Snake fell silent for a moment, lightly tapping the wooden surface of the bar with his fingertips, the rhythm slow, as if weighing the pros and cons. I can give you the original goods. He slowly opened his mouth. But the refining technology is not to be leaked. This is the rule of the Golden Triangle. I can rent the transit warehouse located in an abandoned military camp downstream of the river, concealed and safe. The only downside is that it is very close to the White Shark's main base. The White Shark will take a cut, the Old Snake added, 30% of the flow, no less. If not, they will seize the goods and people. 30% cut, extremely greedy. Ordinary traders simply cannot bear it. Only large transactions have room for negotiation. Lin Shen lightly tapped the bar, calmly responding, what if I don't want to give? The Old Snake snickered, his laughter carrying a weathered coldness. Then you must have the ability to crush the White Shark's teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, the tavern's wooden door was violently kicked open. With a loud crash, the old wooden door slammed against the wall, shaking off the dust on the surface. 5 soldiers armed with rifles stormed in their military boots, thudding against the muddy floor, producing a dull sound. The leading man was burly, with a pale shark tattoo on his neck, fierce eyes, and a scar running from his brow bone to his chin, making him look menacing. This man was none other than the first lieutenant under the White Shark's guard, Kowloon. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze as several hidden sentinels in the corners instinctively reached for their firearms, their gazes tense. Scarred Kun's eyes swept arrogantly across the room, eventually landing on Lin Shen at the bar. He tilted his head, sizing him up, a rough smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. I heard a Hong Kong brat came to the dock. daring to discuss goods privately on my territory. The kerosene lamp flickered uncertainly, casting shadows across the scarred face of Dagger Kowloon, accentuating his ferocity. 5 soldiers formed a half-circle blocking the tavern entrance, their rifles pointing down, yet subtly aimed at Lin Chen's vital spots. The cold metallic feel intensified the oppressive atmosphere within the room. Old Snake's expression remained unchanged, but his fingertips discreetly pressed against the concealed handgun beneath the bar, his back slightly tense. Having spent years among the docks, he was well aware of Dagger Kowloon's brutality, a man who was lecherous and greedy, known for his ruthless methods, with countless foreign traders perishing at his hands. Ayu subtly shifted his stance, silently moving to the side to position himself diagonally in front of Lin Chen, his form taut, like a poised leopard, breath restrained, harboring a hidden intent to kill. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the faint crackling of the burning kerosene lamp. Dagger Kowloon leisurely approached his towering figure, casting a shadow over Lin Chen, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down. He let out a contemptuous snort from his nostrils, his rough fingers pointing directly at the boy's cheek. A delicate one from Hong Kong dares to venture into the Mekong River. Do you know the rules? All business at the docks must first pass through my white shark's eyes, and a tribute must be paid. You sneak off to negotiate with Old Snake, thinking my gun isn't loud enough. The brazen questioning, laced with the heavy scent of alcohol, hit like a wave. The 3 accompanying brothers turned pale, sweat beading on their palms. The armed soldiers surrounding them, each with a standard rifle, meant that once they opened fire, no one in the cramped tavern would escape. Lin Chen remained seated at the bar, unmoved, his expression calm, showing no signs of panic from the intimidation. He slowly raised his eyes, his cold gaze locking onto Dagger Kowloon's fierce glare, neither humble nor arrogant. I conduct my business openly. I can acknowledge your rules, but a 30% cut is too much. His plain words instantly drew a laugh from Dagger Kowloon. He threw back his head and laughed wildly, his boisterous and arrogant laughter brimming with mockery. A foreign brat dares to negotiate prices with me. Let me tell you, on this river, whatever I demand is what it is. Either pay up or... Dagger Kowloon's expression suddenly turned vicious, his palm pressing firmly against the handle of his waist gun, his tone icy, sink to the river. As his words fell, the soldiers at the door hastily cocked their guns. Click, click. The sharp metallic sounds jolted everyone's nerves, casting a shadow of death over the entire tavern. Old Snake frowned deeply, about to intervene. In the domain of the South Seas, confronting a warlord never ended well. Even if it meant sacrificing profits, one must retreat to preserve their life. But in the next moment, Lin Chen made a slight movement. His left hand remained on the bar, while his right hand stealthily reached for the Browning at his waist, his wrist twisting to draw a chamber around and raise the gun. The entire motion was fluid, swift, to the point of leaving only a lingering shadow. The pitch-black gun barrel was not aimed at the soldiers, nor at Dagger Kowloon, but instead it rose precisely, pointing directly at the kerosene lamp on the tavern ceiling. Bang! A dull gunshot suddenly erupted. In a flash of fire, the glass lampshade shattered, scalding kerosene splattered everywhere, and the light was extinguished. Half of the tavern plunged into darkness, with only one solitary lamp flickering. Shards of glass mixed with kerosene fell on Dagger Kowloon's shoulder, the cold liquid soaking his clothes. He froze, his pupils suddenly contracting. That shot had been merely 10 centimeters away from his head. A slight misalignment would have resulted in a gruesome death. An extreme chill of death surged up his spine. The noisy soldiers fell silent in an instant, all movements freezing, their gun barrels instinctively drooping. Having navigated battlefields for years, they could easily discern. This was not blind shooting, but a deliberate and precise intimidation. Amidst the darkness, Lin Chen slowly rose. The boy's slender figure stood under the dim light, half of his face shrouded in shadow, his brows and eyes cold and indifferent. The gun barrel slowly lowered, still firmly aimed at Dagger Kowloon's heart. I understand the rules, but my rules do not accept exorbitant pricing. His voice was calm, piercing through the silence, each word clear. A 15% cut. All transactions, dock access, warehouse usage rights are included. Agree and he'll leave money for the white shark. Disagree and this shot won't miss. Dagger Kowloon's Adam's apple bobbed, his heavy breaths almost choking him. Having long bullied traders along the river, he was used to being the one with the gun threatening others. Never had he been faced with a gun pressed against his chest by a boy from Hong Kong. Humiliation and anger mixed with a hint of undeniable trepidation. He could see that the boy before him was not a pushover, not a mere trader, but a truly fearless outlaw willing to kill. Old Snake stood behind the bar, his eyes reflecting profound shock. Having roamed the South Seas for 10 years and seen countless ruthless individuals, he had never encountered anyone of such age, such composure, and such decisiveness in killing. The Mekong River was murky and dark, yet today a boy from Hong Kong boldly established his own rules in the territory of a savage warlord. Dagger Kowloon gritted his teeth for a long time, the veins on his forehead bulging, and finally he slowly released his grip on the gun handle. 15%. He enunciated each word, suppressing his overwhelming unwillingness. I agree. But I warn you, do not try to outsmart me on White Shark's territory. Lin Chen slowly holstered his handgun, his movements deliberate, and graceful, a faint cold smirk gracing his lips. I never play tricks. I only do great things. The lingering scent of gunpowder in the tavern refused to dissipate. Scarred Kowloon, accompanied by his subordinates, angrily departed, the sound of military boots striking the muddy ground resonating with a sense of vented frustration. As the wooden door opened and closed, the damp and fishy breeze from the river swept into the room, dispersing the remnants of gunpowder smoke, yet failing to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere inside. Old Snake picked up the tattered oil lampshade from the table, his fingertips brushing over the sharp glass shards, his voice low and hoarse. You are far too bold. Scarred Kowloon is a vicious dog for the white shark, possessing a strong sense of pride. He will not let today's humiliation go unpunished. Lin Shen tucked his pistol back into his waistband, the fabric concealing the cold metal, his expression remaining indifferent. That shot, seemingly reckless, precisely grasped the essence of the Southern Ocean warlords. They respect cruelty over kindness and fear the ruthless rather than the honorable. He wouldn't dare act openly. Lin Shen replied coolly, the 1/5 cut is a black and white verbal agreement. The white shark seeks profit and will not allow his subordinates to recklessly damage the source of income. But hidden blades are hard to guard against. Old Snake raised his eyes, his murky gaze filled with worldly wisdom. After tonight, all eyes at the dock will be on you. Surveillance, tailing, and covert investigations are inevitable. You leaned against the wall, his gaze directed toward the dimly lit dock outside, his vision sweeping over several fleeting shadows in the dark, as he added in a low voice, someone has already followed us. 3 individuals scattered behind the cargo piles, armed with short firearms. The 3 accompanying brothers from the Hong Kong island tensed up immediately, instinctively gripping their weapons at their waists. After their confrontation at the tavern, they had long understood that in this land tranquility was merely an illusion, and the threat of death lurked in every shadow. No need to worry about them. Lin Shen raised his hand to still the movements of the others. Let them watch. The more open you are, the less they can grasp your true intentions. Old Snake fell silent for a moment, slamming a rusty brass keychain on the bar counter. The keychain was wrapped in faded black fabric caked with dried mud, exuding an air of neglect and decay. The keys to the abandoned military camp downstream. The military camp was once a garrison for the government forces, abandoned after the war. The walls are thick, and there is a sealed basement underground, moisture-proof and light-proof, perfect for stockpiling goods. He paused, his tone becoming more serious, carrying a blunt reminder. Let me reiterate the risks. The military camp is less than 2 kilometers from the White Shark's main territory, with warlord checkpoints all along the way. That area, nominally an abandoned wasteland, is in reality a private surveillance zone for the White Shark. Lin Shen clenched the key, the cold metal brushing against his fingertips as he slowly turned it, his gaze deepening. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. When can we enter the warehouse? Midnight, Old Snake replied. After midnight, the checkpoints will change shifts and the guards will be lax. I will arrange for fishing boats to take you there. Before dawn, you must leave the outskirts of the military camp and avoid lingering nearby. After speaking, he pulled out a yellowed hand-drawn map from beneath the counter, detailing the internal structure of the military camp, the positions of the checkpoints, and hidden escape routes. The lines were scrawled but accurate and detailed, a testament to the traces left by his years of exploration and investigation. This is all I can do, Old Snake pushed the map in front of Lin Shen. The rest depends on your own fate. As night deepened, the Mekong River surface rippled with dark waves. The damp mist spread along the river, enveloping the entire dock. The dim yellow lights blurred into fuzzy halos in the mist, and silhouettes flickered in and out, indistinct like ghosts. The group left the Iron Sheet Tavern, deliberately slowing their pace as they walked along the wooden bridge of the dock. The shadowy figures trailing behind maintained their distance, neither too close nor too far, like a persistent shadow. You lowered his voice. Should we take care of them? No need. Lin Shen stared ahead into the mist, his tone icy. Let them stay to send a message to the White Shark. Tell this warlord that I have money, guns, and courage, but no malice. First show strength, then show stability. This is the survival rule of the Southern Ocean. Being overly aggressive would invite a united assault, while being overly yielding would lead to being consumed and annexed. Only by possessing both strength and weakness can one stand firm amidst the pressures of various forces. At 11 o'clock at night, the tide gradually ebbed. An unmarked, narrow, long-tailed boat quietly slipped away from the dock, cutting through the murky waters, slowly gliding downstream along the river. The boat was low profile, hidden in the shadows of the reeds, the engine deliberately adjusted to a low volume, producing only a faint hum that dissipated in the night breeze. On board, Lin Shen sat at the stern, his fingertips repeatedly caressing the brass key. Yu stood at the bow, his sharp gaze scanning both banks, the dark muzzle of his gun concealed beneath his clothing, ever vigilant for unexpected situations. In the distance, the main territory of the White Shark flickered with sporadic lights, the faint glow shimmering in the dark night, like the cold eyes of a dormant beast fixedly watching the entire murky river. No one knew that tonight's abandoned military camp would become the first cornerstone for the youth of Hong Kong Island to step into the dark industrial chain. The long-tail boat docked at the hidden shallow bank of the river's tributary. There was no pier here, and the muddy bank was covered in slippery sludge with decaying water plants entangled in clumps. Stepping on it felt soft and sticky, and one could easily sink into shallow mud pits. The air was thick with the heavy smell of damp earth mixed with a faint hint of gunpowder residue. An abandoned barrack stood 100 meters ahead solitary amidst the desolate marshland. The walls were a dull yellow worn by years of wind and rain with the surface mottled and peeling riddled with bullet holes and cracks. The roof tiles were incomplete with broken beams exposed. Weeds grew wildly through the cracks in the walls and the holes in the roof, creating an abandoned and lifeless scene. There was no sign of life around, only the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs echoing, making this desolate land feel even more silent. There are 7 minutes until the guard change. You looked up at the watchtower on the distant ridge, his voice calm and steady. 2 guards on the east side are smoking and chatting while the west side is unmanned. We will scale over the low wall from the west. He had spent his early years in Nanyang well aware of the military's entrenched habits. During the night guard change, it was the most lax moment for the guards. A few of them lowered their bodies and swiftly crossed the muddy marsh, taking cover in the dense reeds. The damp dew soaked their clothes and swarms of mosquitoes buzzed around them, the sharp whine filling the air. The low wall was severely weathered with the surface dirt falling away at a light touch. Lin Shun nimbly leapt over the wall, seam landing silently. The ground was covered in dry weeds and broken shells, emitting a faint crunch as he stepped on them. Inside the barrack, chaos reigned. Broken wooden tables and chairs, rusty gun parts, and rotting tattered military cloth were scattered all over the floor. The ground was littered with puddles, murky water reflecting the faint starlight of the night sky with a cold and damp aura enveloping them. The entire barrack was eerily silent, with only the night wind whistling through the broken walls, resembling the whispers of lost souls. The entrance to the cellar is beneath the stove in the main house. Lin Shin referred to the hand-drawn map by Old Snake and walked straight into the depths of the house. The broken stove was covered in black ash, the bricks loose. You stepped forward, gripping a heavy stone slab with one hand and lifting it upwards with force. Boom! The heavy stone slab fell to the ground, revealing a dark and deep opening. A cold, dry breeze surged out from the cave, cutting off the humid miasma from outside, mixed with a faint, bitter herbal scent. The brothers lit a windproof kerosene lamp, the dim light piercing through the darkness. A steep stone staircase led downward, covered in moss, slippery and hard to navigate. They descended one by one, the sound of footsteps echoing in the confined cellar, vast, yet deep. The cellar was far larger than expected, spanning over 100 square meters. The walls were built of hard blue bricks, moisture-resistant and insulated with excellent sealing. The floor was neatly stacked with numerous black waterproof burlap sacks tightly packed and heavy, their openings wrapped with twine filling half the cellar. The rough scent of raw goods spread wildly in the enclosed space, bitter and pungent. This batch weighs a total of 500 kilograms. A note left by Old Snake lay atop a wooden box, the handwriting messy yet forceful. Monthly fixed supply sourced from deep mountain plantations in the Golden Triangle, with no third party handling, stable purity. Lin Shun ran his fingers over the rough burlap sack, feeling the hard clumps of raw goods, his gaze calm and unwavering. This was his first bulk shipment into the black market, the leverage to shift the dynamics of Nanyang. In the corner of the cellar were a few old iron tables scattered with simple purification equipment, filtering cloth and distillation pots. The tools were crude and rudimentary, the most primitive purification equipment from the Golden Triangle, inefficient with high losses. You scanned the rudimentary equipment with a furrowed brow. This outdated purification method has over 40% loss, resulting in extremely poor product quality that cannot fetch a high price. Ordinary merchants would passively accept the inferior purification process, allowing losses to accumulate. But Lin Shun was different. He possessed the technical permissions granted by the system. Lin Shun lowered his gaze at the crude vessels, silently reciting commands in his heart. System notification: unlocking the basic drug purification optimization plan compatible with existing rudimentary equipment, reducing losses to below 10%. And increasing purity by 20%. A flood of specialized data, improved operational processes, and key temperature control points surged into Lin Shen's mind, clear and intuitive, easy to understand. Though the equipment is poor, it can be improved. Lin Shen spoke slowly, his tone firm. No need to replace the instruments. By slightly adjusting the process and controlling the heat, we can reduce losses and improve purity. UF, fully aware of the young man's mysterious ability, did not ask further, but solemnly reminded, this place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. We must secure the goods and withdraw before dawn. I will lead a team to inspect the surroundings to prevent anyone from spying. He turned and took 2 brothers to patrol the perimeter of the barrack, checking for hidden sentries and clearing traces, methodically erasing all exposed risks. In the cellar, only Lin Shun and 1 remaining brother were left. The light from the kerosene lamp was dim, illuminating the young man's cold profile. He opened a bag of raw goods, pinching the fine powder between his fingers, bringing it to his nose for a light sniff, accurately assessing the quality of the material. 500 kilograms of raw goods was capital, a bargaining chip, and a blood-stained road of no return. Lin Shin looked up at the dark ceiling of the cellar, Through the thick blue bricks it felt as if he could see the distant lights of the White Shark's main base. The game had already begun, there was no turning back. The main base of the White Shark, the central military tent. The makeshift iron tent is spacious and empty, with the ground covered in worn animal skin carpets, and the air mingled with the scents of cigars, strong liquor, and blood. A bright gasoline lamp hangs in the center of the tent, its glaring white light illuminating the furnishings within. An old solid wood long table is placed in the middle of the tent, covered with river maps and power distribution charts densely marked with various symbols. Several military rifles lean against the corner of the wall, while bullet chains are carelessly piled in a wooden box, the cold metal glinting with a chilling sheen. A middle-aged man lazily leans against a leather sofa, stout and short in stature with broad shoulders and thick back, his skin a deep shade of brown from years of sun exposure. His expression is bland, with a slightly flattened nose and no fierce scars on his face, making him appear more like a simple-hearted riverside merchant. This man is the warlord tyrant who monopolizes the Mekong River Delta, White Shark. Ordinary people will never understand the ruthless, bloodthirsty nature hidden beneath such seemingly mild and simple features. The blood on his hands is far thicker than the murky waters of the Mekong River. Scarred Kowloon kneels on one knee on the carpet, one side of his body wrapped in bandages, the shark tattoo on his neck glaring under the light. He bows his head, the veins on his forehead still subtly bulging, his tone filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Boss, that young man from Hong Kong is too arrogant. He openly suppressed me and even ruthlessly severed the commission ratio. If we allow him to take root in the river, surrounding forces will follow suit and undercut us, shattering our rules completely. White Shark pinches a thick Cuban cigar between his fingers, smoke slowly rising and obscuring his bland eyes. He does not speak immediately, his gaze falling on the river map on the table, his fingers gently tapping the location of the abandoned barracks. He went to the barracks. White Shark's voice is low, his speech slow, devoid of any emotion. He did. Scarred Kowloon immediately looks up, his tone urgent. The scouts reported that the group sneaked into the barracks at midnight and has not come out since. They must have stockpiled a large amount of goods inside, and they are equipped with fine pistols, their personnel well-trained, definitely not ordinary merchants. White Shark slowly exhales a puff of smoke, the pale mist gradually dissipating in the air. I know. From the moment Lin Chen stepped onto the dock, all movements of this young man from Hong Kong have never escaped. The tavern standoff, price negotiations, and late-night warehouse entries. Every step has been under his surveillance. Scarred Kowloon looks puzzled. If you know, why not just capture him? The area around the barracks is filled with our people, and with a heavy machine gun on hand, they wouldn't be able to escape. White Shark raises his eyes, his bland gaze sweeping over Scarred Kowloon, his tone indifferent. Capture him, and then what? Kill him. He gently shakes his head, ash from the cigar falling onto the animal skin carpet, slowly extinguishing. The line of Ghost 7 cannot be easily touched in the South Sea black market. That young man has guns and funds, and he dares to shoot publicly at the dock. He is certainly not simple. Moreover, his commission of 15% after deducting labor and security costs brings in profits far higher than those of scattered merchants. Humiliation. Scarred Kowloon grits his teeth. No one has ever dared to defy us in this river. Humiliation. White Shark chuckles coldly, the smile icy and biting. In this murky land there is only winning and losing, no such thing as humiliation. He stands up and walks to the map, his thick fingers tracing the entire river basin of the Mekong. To the west the military pressures us, to the east drug lords encroach, to the south pirates plunder. My territory shrinks every year. With 200 men under my command, the daily expenses amount to a huge sum. I need stable major clients, a continuous cash flow. Lin Chen's appearance just happens to fill this gap. He has courage, funds, and firepower, acts steadily and not recklessly, does not get involved in local power struggles, and only acts as a cargo transshipment. Such a clean major client is extremely rare in the chaotic South Sea. So, should we just let him develop? Scarred Kowloon's tone is unwilling. Of course not. White Shark extinguishes the cigar, a glint of ruthless cold light flashing in his eyes. Send someone to keep an eye on the barracks, recording his shipment frequency, refining efficiency and cash flow. Additionally, send a gift over. What gift? 3 living people. White Shark's tone is flat, as if discussing trivial matters. 3 top-notch refining craftsmen sent into the barracks. What if he doesn't accept? Scarred Kowloon asks. If he doesn't accept, it's just disrespecting me. White Shark speaks calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable dominance. If he disrespects me, he doesn't deserve to stay in my river. Outside the tent the night wind howls and the river churns. An invisible game of chess quietly begins, one side testing deliberately while the other lurks secretly. No one dares to easily tear the face, yet all are sharpening their knives in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to strike. At 4 in the morning the sky was still dark. The mist thickened, enveloping the entire mudflat in a white haze with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The lights in the distant watchtower went out, casting the world into a gloomy stillness where only the low sound of the flowing river echoed in the desolate wilderness. Lin Chen and his group had secured the goods in the cellar and were preparing to leave the military camp. As they stepped out of the dilapidated door, they saw 3 figures standing silently in the open space ahead. All 3 were middle-aged men emaciated with waxen complexions dressed in tattered cloth garments that had faded from washing. Their hands and feet bore dark red scars worn from iron chains. With their eyes cast down, their backs hunched, and their expressions numb, they resembled soulless walking corpses. A soldier carrying a rifle stood beside them, expressionless, conveying orders in a stiff tone. These are the people sent by the White Shark Hallmaster, skilled in purification, brewing, and compounding. Stay in the military camp, work for free, and manage your own food and accommodation. This straightforward statement was devoid of pleasantries, forceful and domineering. Ayu instantly tensed up, his fingers subtly resting against the grip of his gun, whispering a reminder. Testing. The White Shark is probing our bottom line while placing spies. Lin Chen's calm gaze swept over the 3 craftsmen, taking in their numb expressions and the scars from the chains. This was not a gift, it was a shackle, and also a hidden dagger. Accepting them would mean that all operational processes, purification techniques, and stored goods would be under the White Shark's real-time control. Refusing would be an open provocation to the warlord's authority, and the next moment the machine guns hidden around would ruthlessly open fire. Caught in a dilemma, they were trapped in a snare. The soldier coldly watched Lin Chen, waiting for his response, the gun barrel slightly lowered, but still in a ready stance. The mist soaked his military uniform, the cold moisture clinging to his skin, concealing murderous intent. The 3 brothers accompanying him held their breath. Everyone understood that a single decision at this moment could determine life or death. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Chen suddenly chuckled lightly, the smile gentle, devoid of any chill. Go back and tell the White Shark. I accept this gift. Upon hearing this, Ayu frowned slightly, but did not interrupt. He knew Lin Chen's thoughts were meticulous, and he would never compromise without reason. The soldier nodded expressionlessly without further words, turning to walk into the thick mist, quickly swallowed by the white fog, disappearing from sight. In the desolate ruins of the military camp, only the 3 numb craftsmen remained, quietly confronting Lin Chen and his group. Do you understand Cantonese? Lin Chen stepped forward, his tone calm, devoid of any oppressive condescension. The 3 slowly raised their heads, their eyes vacant and bewildered, with no one responding. Long-term imprisonment and forced labor had long extinguished their spirits, leaving only mechanical instincts. They are prisoners of war. Ayu explained in a low voice. Captured during border wars in earlier years, they have been imprisoned by the warlords for a long time, forced to work with their families entirely under the control of the White Shark, afraid to resist in the slightest. Their lives are not their own. They are as insignificant as grass. This is the fate of the lower-class people in the South Seas, entangled by power, trapped in darkness, without a glimpse of light. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the iron chain scars around the necks of the 3 men, his expression slightly somber. Free them from their shackles. A brother immediately stepped forward, pulling out tools to pry open the rusted chains binding the 3. As the chains fell to the ground with a crisp metallic clank, the sound was dull and grating. The 3 men, newly freed, instinctively curled their bodies, looking around in fear and anxiety, still too afraid to look directly at the others. Lin Chen slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but clear in the ears of the 3. Stay with me, and you won't be beaten or starved. Work well, and I will help you redeem your families from the White Shark's camp. Their vacant gazes suddenly trembled. The 3 craftsmen abruptly looked up, their murky eyes gleaming for the first time, mingled with disbelief and in this cold-blooded and cruel land, no one would care about the lives or deaths of lower-class craftsmen, and no one would take the trouble to negotiate for their families. The youth before them was the first to make a promise. The hardest shackles of human nature are not iron chains, but attachments. Lin Chen saw through the White Shark's schemes, and also the vulnerabilities of the 3. The White Shark wanted to use the craftsmen to monitor him, yet he would turn the tables, using freedom and familial bonds to win over these 3 abandoned pawns. Remember my words. Lin Chen's gaze was cold, each word resonating. Be loyal to me, and you will have your families and a path to survival. The 3 exchanged glances, then simultaneously bowed deeply. For the first time, their long curved backs bent for themselves rather than being forced to submit to power. The mist surged, and the dawn light began to brighten. Lin Chen stood atop the broken wall, his white linen shirt billowing in the morning breeze, his slender figure standing out starkly amidst the desolate ruins. The White Shark sent him a knife, and he would turn this knife into a sharp blade in his own hand. As dawn broke, the first faint rays of light penetrated the thick fog, casting a glow upon the crumbling walls of the dilapidated barracks. The Mekong River shed its dark cloak of night, the murky yellow water flowing slowly, carrying with it dead branches and fallen leaves silently rushing towards the distance. The surrounding mist gradually dissipated, revealing the desolate and barren tidal flats. In the distance, the soldiers at the outpost had already changed shifts, their silhouettes becoming clear in the morning light. Inside the cellar, the lights burned bright. 3 craftsmen washed their hands clean, shedding the dust of their labor, standing before an old iron table, skillfully arranging the purification vessels. Years of working experience were ingrained in their instincts. Even in an unfamiliar environment, their movements remained fluid and adept. At first the three remained on guard, hesitant to speak or act, strictly adhering to the rules instilled by the warlords, cautiously observing everything around them. It was not until Lin Shen personally adjusted the distillation temperature and improved the filtering process that the wariness in the eyes of the three turned to sheer astonishment. The young man's techniques were concise and efficient, devoid of complex steps, yet he precisely controlled every detail. The temperature deviation did not exceed 2 degrees, and the proportions were just right, far superior to the outdated purification methods they had used for years. A modified process. An older craftsman could not help but speak up, his voice hoarse and dry, fewer than 3 steps compared to the ancient methods of the White Shark camp, resulting in even lower losses. I optimized the condensation and filtration structure, Lin Shen explained lightly, without changing the equipment. Merely adjusting the heat flow rate and sedimentation time can compress the losses. Cold data lay clearly in his mind. The specialized knowledge endowed by the system overwhelmed all traditional techniques at the bottom of the golden triangle. The 4 brothers had clearly defined roles. Some were moving sacks and splitting raw goods, others were tending to the fire and controlling the temperature, while some stood guard on the periphery, watching for any signs of danger. The entire cellar operated in an orderly fashion without the slightest hint of panic. You leaned against the entrance of the cellar, gazing out at the riverbank, quietly reporting, the White Shark sentries have not retreated. They are still stationed in the western reeds, monitoring the movements of the barracks. Let them watch, Lin Shen said, without lifting his head, focused on controlling the purification process. The more transparent we are, the less likely the White Shark will act recklessly. At that moment, this candidness served as the best disguise. The White Shark wanted to uncover his secrets, so he would reveal part of his strength, neither intentionally hiding nor fully exposing himself. He would let them know that he possessed skills and financial resources, yet they would be unable to comprehend his true trump card. Time passed slowly as the fire continued to burn. The murky raw liquid underwent dissolution, filtration, distillation, and sedimentation, layer by layer, ultimately yielding a crystal-clear white powder. The powder was fine and dry, its color pure, without a trace of impurities, its quality far superior to the inferior goods circulating at the docks. The older craftsman pinched a small amount of powder, rolling it between his fingers, his eyes filled with astonishment. The purity has increased by at least 20%. 500 kilograms of raw goods, the final output will not be less than 450 kilograms. A 10% loss, nearly perfect. It should be noted that among all the workshops along the entire Mekong River, the best old-fashioned ones still have a minimum loss of 30%. Lin Shen, relying solely on simple equipment and improved processes, had set a new purification record for the estuary. News quickly relayed back to the White Shark's main base through the hidden sentries. Inside the military tent, the White Shark held the note presented by the sentry, which simply recorded the purification losses and the quality of the goods. The thick, rough handwriting made his fingers tighten slightly. A 10% loss. He murmured softly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Having mingled in the South Seas for many years, he understood what this data meant. With the same raw materials, Lin Shen's goods could yield nearly double the profits compared to other merchants. Such a terrifying capacity for profit, combined with a calm and ruthless style of action, would surely allow this individual to control the entire river in due time. Scarface Cohen stood to the side, disbelief written all over his face after reading the note. How is that possible? With such rudimentary equipment, how can they achieve such low losses? Nothing is impossible. The White Shark slowly set down the note, his tone grave. This young man is hiding too deep. He had initially thought Lin Shen was merely an ordinary outsider merchant with money and guts. Now he realized that the other party possessed top-tier purification technology, which was the most lethal trump card. Should we take action tonight? Scarface Cohen made a gesture across his throat, his tone sinister. While he's still unsteady in his foundation, we can directly eliminate the threat. The White Shark remained silent for a long time before slowly shaking his head. No need. Seal off all tributaries downstream, and do not allow any ships to pass. Send a gift to the harbor island. Scarface Cohen was taken aback. What should we send? A batch of well-purified top-grade goods. The corners of the White Shark's lips curled into a deep arc. In Lin Shen's name, send it back to the harbor island. I want every gang in the harbor island to know what this young man is doing in the South Seas. Using a knife to kill someone, diverting disaster. Since he could not grasp this young man, he would make enemies for him. Using the conflicts of the harbor island's underworld to trap this newly arrived wolf pup in the South Seas. At noon, in the barracks cellar, the first batch of purified goods was neatly sealed, packed in a moisture-proof wooden boxes branded with the exclusive Black Chin mark. The mark was simple and stark, the first imprint of Chun Shung Society's entry into the South Seas. Lin Shen raised his hand to stroke the black engraving on the box as the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully completed the first batch of goods purification process optimization. Successful. Prestige increased. Order value 335. Unlock permissions. South Seas River Passage token. Basic goods disguise technique. As the cold prompt faded, Lin Shen slowly raised his gaze towards the northern harbor island. He faintly sensed an invisible undercurrent surging silently towards that prosperous yet chaotic city. A Yu approached his side, whispering a reminder the sentries are moving frequently. The white shark is sealing off tributaries. I know, Lin Shen replied indifferently, his eyes clear without a trace of panic. He wants to use the harbor island's knife to kill me. The murky Mekong River concealed surging undercurrents. The young man stood at the center of the dark chess game, facing the schemes of warlords ahead and the disputes of his homeland behind. And he was already prepared to enter the game. On Hong Kong Island in Kowloon, the continuous rain weighed heavily on the city's sky, with gray clouds hanging low and the cold drizzle pounding incessantly on the iron roofs of the tenement buildings, creating a chaotic patter. The damp moisture mingled with the smell of street oil and cheap tobacco, enveloping the entire slum, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. At the temporary stronghold of the Chun Sheng Society on the dimly lit second-floor attic, Owen sat at a wooden table, his glasses fogged up, fingers gripping a fountain pen as he quickly jotted down. Spread across the table were dense records of income and expenditure, dock accounts, and personnel lists. The corners of the papers yellowed and softened by the damp air. A single old incandescent bulb swayed unsteadily in the room, casting mottled shadows that elongated his lean figure. Heavy footsteps echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of muddy shoes scraping against the floor. Ago was soaked through his bare upper body, revealing well-defined muscles, and old scars marred his shoulders, while his wet black hair clung to his scalp. He pushed the door open and burst into the attic, rainwater dripping from his chin, spreading dark stains on the wooden floor, his expression anxious and restless. Owen, something's happened. Last night, at midnight, a batch of contraband from the South Seas arrived at a remote dock in Sai Kung, marked with the character Chun. It's goods from Brother Chen's side. Owen's pen suddenly halted, ink blooming into a small dark blot on the paper. He slowly raised his head, his eyes behind the lenses calm and steady, devoid of panic, only a cautious chill. Who brought it back? Brother Chen didn't send any message. I don't know. Ago gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly. The person delivering the goods is not one of our brothers. All unfamiliar faces. They just dropped the goods and left on a boat. Their movements are suspicious. I had someone quietly investigate in Sai Kung. The quality of that batch of goods is excellent, premium refined products. Owen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, the rhythm slow while his mind raced. Lin Shun is always cautious in his dealings. All shipments must be reported in advance. He would never recklessly send back a large batch of contraband to Hong Kong Island, especially not without warning, delivered anonymously. It's a trap. Owen's tone was firm, his cold voice showing no hesitation. Someone from the South Seas deliberately threw the goods back to Hong Kong Island, marking them with our Chun Sheng Society's sign, clearly trying to frame us. His thoughts were meticulous, skilled at analyzing and deducing, instantly seeing through the underlying conspiracy. Only the White Shark warlord in the entire South Seas could orchestrate such a scheme and manipulate Lin Chen's shipping marks. The White Shark wants to use Hong Kong Island's knife to cut off Lin Chen's escape route. Where are the goods now? Owen stood up, neatly gathering the ledger and locking it in an iron box, his movements methodical. I had them temporarily detained in an abandoned cold storage. Ago said in a deep voice. They haven't been moved or opened, kept sealed the entire time. I didn't dare to transport them privately, fearing it would leave evidence. Right now, there are unfamiliar eyes everywhere at the docks and outside the alleys. Owen walked to the window and gently lifted a corner of the tattered curtains. Through the rain-curtained pedestrians were sparse on the streets. A few men in plain clothes loitered idly at the alley entrance, seemingly aimlessly wandering, yet their gazes were fixed on the stronghold's door. They stood tall and alert, their eyes vigilant, clearly not ordinary street thugs, but professional spies, carefully cultivated by the gang. People from the Lian Tang. Owen stated flatly. Chun Tianxiong has indeed acted upon his thoughts. Since the defeat in the Long Street gunfight, suffering heavy losses of core members, Lian Tang was forced to retreat from the Kowloon territory, appearing to be compliant on the surface, while secretly gathering strength, waiting for the chance to retaliate at any moment. Now that they have caught hold of the Chun Sheng Society's contraband evidence, it's the perfect opportunity to strike. There are also police involved. Owen's gaze sharpened slightly, adding a black sedan is parked motionless at the street corner, windows completely tinted. It's a surveillance vehicle from the anti-gang unit. The situation has instantly worsened. The Underworld is eyeing the source of the goods while the police are watching for evidence. One side wants to absorb the Chun Sheng Society to seize dock benefits, while the other aims to arrest people and clear the Underworld. As soon as this batch of contraband leaves the cold storage, the Chun Sheng Society will be caught in a pincer attack, thoroughly nailed into the gray area of Hong Kong Island. Ago's face turned ugly, his rough palm slamming down hard on the wooden table. Damn. Which scoundrel from the South Seas has betrayed us? Is Brother Chen being schemed against over there? Should I lead people to raid the cold storage and destroy all the goods? We can't act. Owen decisively shook his head, his tone serious. Moving now would expose our tracks. Destroying the goods would be equivalent to admitting guilt. Everyone would be convicted on the spot, and even Brother Chen in the South Seas would be implicated, completely cutting off his escape route. Then what should we do? Just wait here to be surrounded? Ago asked anxiously. The cold rain continued to beat against the window, the muffled sound of rain like a death knell oppressing the heart. Inside the attic, the atmosphere was thick and oppressive. Owen lowered his gaze, pondering for a few seconds, a hint of resolution flashing in his eyes. The goods stay put, the stronghold doesn't receive them. Make it known that this batch of goods is not ours. Someone maliciously used the Chun mark to frame us. Additionally, contact Gui Laochi. I need a communication line. We must get in touch with Brother Chin immediately. Ago suddenly raised his head. That old fox Gui Laochi might not be willing to help. He will. Owen pushed up his glasses, his gaze cold. Brother Chun holds the South Seas shipping line. Gui Laochi won't just watch his financial route get cut off. Bound by interests, he has no choice. At the same time, at the headquarters of Ilian Tang, in a luxurious private room, warm yellow light softly streamed down, isolating the outside's cold, rainy day. Expensive cigar smoke swirled, rich tobacco scent filled the entire room. Chun Tianxiong leaned back on a leather sofa, dressed in a tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled. He held a cigar between his fingers, the smoke slowly rising, his feminine eyes fixated on the photo on the table. In the photo, a wooden box was stamped with the black character Chin, the pure white powder clearly visible. It was indeed the contraband intercepted at the Saikung dock. The young man's ambitions are too grand. Chun Tianxiong chuckled softly, his tone chilly. Having just taken to Kowloon, he dares to touch the black lines of the South Seas. Does he really think Hong Kong Island is his playground? Beside him, a man in a suit leaned in to whisper. He was the chief strategist of Ilian Tang, his thoughts venomous. Brother Xiong, the goods are solid, the evidence is complete. As long as we report anonymously, the anti-gang unit will take action to arrest them. The Chun Sheng society will collapse in an instant. Lin Chun is far away in the South Seas. He won't be able to return in time. Chun Tianxiong slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the haze obscuring his sinister brows and eyes. Do not report. He gradually shook his head, his tone carrying cruel calculation. Spread the news, let it circulate through all the factions in Hong Kong Island. I want everyone to know that the young man in Kowloon holds the best contraband from the South Seas. I want him to be targeted by all the wolves of Hong Kong Island. The Mekong River, an abandoned military camp. The midday sun hung high, its scorching rays piercing through the desolate vegetation, baking the muddy marshland. The humid air twisted and shimmered, hot vapors rising from the ground as mosquitoes buzzed chaotically in the sweltering atmosphere. The ventilation opening of the cellar was wide open, dispersing the stale air of the confined space. 3 refining craftsmen were busy, their movements deft and fluid, with the furnace burning continuously, filling the air with a bitter yet clean herbal scent. Boxes of finished goods stamped with the character Chun were neatly stacked. The wooden crates were pitch black with hard imprints, each line representing substantial money and capital. Lin Shin stood at the cellar exit, leaning against the mottled earthen wall, holding an old radio in his hand. The crackling of electrical currents echoed continuously, with the signal intermittent and jarring. A youth stood nearby, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings, the hidden sentinels still lurking among the reeds, never taking their eyes off the military camp. After a moment, the electrical noise weakened, and Ah Win's calm and clear voice came through the radio, each word precise and straightforward. Brother Chin, the White Shark, has dispatched a batch of high-quality refined goods to the Saigon dock in your name. The current situation in the port island, the Ilian Hall, is controlling the spread of information, while the anti-crime unit is monitoring closely. We are exposed and trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lin Chun lightly stroked the cold surface of the radio with his fingertips, his expression calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of surprise. He had anticipated the other party's scheme when the White Shark sealed off the downstream tributary and mobilized the sentinels last night. Lin Chun lightly stroked the cold surface of the radio with his fingertips, his expression calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of surprise. He had anticipated the other party's scheme when the White Shark sealed off the downstream tributary and mobilized the sentinels last night. Cut off his land base, trap his manpower, and finally slowly encroach upon his Southeast Asian routes and refining technology. What's the word from the outside? Lin Chen asked calmly, his voice soft. The Ilian Hall is deliberately spreading rumors. All the gangs in the port know we hold the black goods from Southeast Asia. Alwen reported coolly. Many small and medium-sized factions are eager to get a piece of the pie. The police haven't taken action, likely waiting for us to make a mistake to catch us all at once. Where are the goods? I had Ago stash them in an abandoned cold storage, keeping them in place without leaving any human traces. Lin Shin nodded slightly, his gaze deep. Well done. Not moving is the best response. Once the goods are privately transferred or destroyed, it would leave irreparable evidence, completely falling into the other party's trap. What's our next step? On the other end of the radio, Win's tone was steady, waiting for orders. Lin Shun looked northward across thousands of mountains and rivers, as if he could see the continuous Tang buildings of the port island and the cold rain curtain. He was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke, each word clear. First, publicly deny, firmly state that this batch of goods has nothing to do with the Chunsheng Society. Second, keep the goods in the cold storage as they are. Do not move, do not touch, do not check. Attract all monitoring eyes to the cold storage. Third, contact Ghost 7, pay to smooth things over with the anti-crime unit's middle management. and buy a clean escape route. Do not let the police forcefully file a case. Fourth, have I go gather all the brothers, lock down the stronghold, forbid any troublemaking or forming grudges with others, and fully hide away. 4 directives, clear and structured, layered in progression. Not seeking retaliation, only stabilizing the situation and holding firm to the foundation of the port island. Understood. Owen had no further questions, responding decisively. I will execute immediately. The electrical noise from the radio crackled again, and communication was quietly cut off. The scorching wind swept through the broken walls, stirring Lin Chen's light-colored linen shirt. The slender figure of the youth stood atop the desolate ruins, exuding a chilling aura despite being in the warm sun. The white shark intentionally left flaws. Ayu spoke softly, his gaze serious. The purity of this batch of goods is too high and the imprints are too deliberate. Anyone with keen eyes can tell it's a frame-up. What he wanted was not conviction, but isolation. No doubt. The white shark never intended to completely destroy Lin Chun with a batch of black goods. He aimed to make all gangs in the port wary of the Chun Sheng society, to make everyone fear Lin Chen's financial power and technology, cutting off all collaboration avenues for the Chun Sheng society, leaving it isolated. Alone and unsupported would be the best time to hunt. He wants to exhaust me. Lin Chen spoke lightly, his tone calm. Exhaust my funds until they run dry, exhaust my morale until it dissipates, exhaust me until I am forced to lower my head and plead with him. The white shark grasped his greatest weakness at this stage. Fighting in a foreign land with a shallow foundation that could not withstand prolonged consumption. Should I lead a night raid on the main base? Ayu's eyes flashed coldly, a murderous aura suddenly spreading. Quietly eliminate the white shark once and for all. Lin Chen gently shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Not now. He has 200 armed soldiers fully equipped with heavy weaponry, and the main base is heavily defended. We are too few. A direct confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction, a loss for both sides. To topple a ferocious beast that has occupied the river for years, one cannot rely on brute force. Instead, one must lay plans, slowly breaking its fangs and severing its limbs. Lin Chun turned to look inside the cellar where the 3 craftsmen were diligently working, their movements meticulous. After yesterday's promise, the trio had completely submitted, working earnestly with no hint of negligence. How is the situation with the craftsmen? Lin Chun inquired. Loyal and useful, Ayu replied bluntly. I have sent people to investigate their families' locations. All are detained in the White Shark's logistics camp. They appear to comply with the White Shark on the surface, but deep down they harbor intense hatred for the warlord, their only obsession being to rescue their families. With controllable weaknesses, one could grasp the hearts of the people. Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint cold arc. The White Shark sent people to monitor me, unaware that he has delivered 3 knives to pierce his own heart. At this moment, 2 kilometers away in the main base of the White Shark. Inside a shaded tent, a fan slowly spun, emitting an old creaking sound. The White Shark sat in a wooden chair, playing with an old bullet in his hand, his fingers repeatedly rubbing the cold shell. The sentinels knelt on the ground, reporting the movements of the military camp truthfully in hushed tones. The radio communication lasted 1 minute and 12 seconds, the tone steady, with no signs of panic. The refining work is proceeding normally, and the 3 craftsmen are diligently working with no unusual exchanges. The White Shark slowly raised his eyes, his dark face revealing no joy or anger. What's the situation on the port island? The Ilian Hall is spreading rumors comprehensively how all major gangs are in turmoil. The Chun Sheng society is tightly securing its stronghold, showing no unusual movements, and not forcibly transferring goods, remaining unusually calm. Calm. Too calm. The White Shark's fingers suddenly tightened, the bullet embedding into his palm, the hard metal leaving shallow imprints. Having mingled in the underworld for half a lifetime, he knew best that the more stable a person can remain in the face of storms, the more terrifying their hidden cards are. This young man from the port island is far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Kuan Zi. The White Shark spoke in a deep voice. The scarred Kuan immediately stepped forward, bowing to listen to orders, boss. Cut off the water supply to the camp. Sever the external freshwater supply and leave only the camp's own stored water. I want to see how long a foreigner who relies on the river for sustenance can hold out. The afternoon sun became increasingly scorching, and the temperature on the ground continued to rise. The waters of the Mekong River's tributary flowed slowly, the murky yellow water shimmering with blinding reflections, while steam rose, releasing a damp and oppressive stench. The pebbles on the riverbank were heated to a searing touch, burning painfully upon contact, and the withered grasses drooped devoid of life. Outside the barracks, the supply bamboo raft that was supposed to deliver fresh water daily had yet to appear. The river was desolate, with no boats passing through and no people moving about. After Baisha issued the water blockade order, the entire tributary fell silent, and even the fishing boats that used to pass by were driven away, leaving no living creature behind. The water source has been cut off. A brother approached quickly, carrying an empty water bucket, his expression grave. The promised supply raft has disappeared, and the river checkpoint is clearly blocking any fresh water from entering the barracks. We only have 2 barrels of clean drinking water left. 2 barrels of fresh water for 5 people would not last more than 48 hours. In the hot and dry climate of the south seas, the human body loses moisture rapidly. Without fresh water, the heat and thirst would wear everyone down without the enemy even needing to lay a hand on them. Yu walked to the riverbank, his eyes fixed on the distant checkpoint. A tan-armed speedboat anchored on the river, its machine gun's cold muzzle aimed directly at the barracks. Soldiers stood holding their guns, their expressions indifferent, always on the lookout for any movements. Baisha is forcing us to lower our heads, Yu said coldly. Cutting off water, blocking navigation, monitoring us step by step, compressing our living space, forcing you to actively seek peace and accept a 30% cut. He wants to wear down my patience. Lin Shin stood up, wiping the mud off his fingertips, his expression calm. Unfortunately, patience is the one thing I have in abundance. I have never been someone who passively takes hits. Since the enemy is pressing, I will meet them heat-in and look for opportunities to turn the tide from within this predicament. Distribute the stored water to everyone, Lin Shin commanded. Each person gets a fixed daily amount, strictly controlled, no wastage allowed. All excess water will be reserved for the purification process to ensure normal production of goods. In high-temperature environments, purification and cooling require a large amount of clean water. If the water source is cut off, the production line will inevitably have to stop. Once production halts, it would signal weakness to Baisha, completely falling into his grasp. How can we maintain production with insufficient fresh water? A brother asked in confusion. Lin Shun gazed at the murky yellow water flowing in the river, his eyes calm. Filter it. In his mind, the simple water purification technique unlocked by the system instantly surfaced, adaptable to the wild outdoor environment, requiring no sophisticated equipment and only needing sand, gravel, charcoal, and cloth to filter the murky river water into usable clean water. Collect sand, gravel, and coarse cloth, Lin Shun instructed methodically. Build a simple filtration device to filter the murky river water layer by layer, suitable for purification, cooling, and cleaning equipment. Drinking water must be strictly conserved to last a week. 3 craftsmen seasoned in wilderness survival skills expertly selected filtering materials. Several brothers scoured the riverbank for clean sand and dry charcoal. Yu led a team to keep watch on the perimeter, guarding against ambushes to ensure the safety of the camp. Half an hour later, the simple water purification device was completed. The murky yellow river water was poured into the top filtration chamber, filtering out impurities through coarse stones, charcoal absorbing odors, and fine cloth blocking sand layer by layer until clear and bright, clean water flowed out at the bottom. The water quality did not meet drinking standards, but it was sufficient to support the operation of the purification process. Water dripped into the wooden barrel, producing a crisp sound. This simple device effectively countered Baisha's water blockade tactic. In the depths of the reeds, a hidden lookout crouched in the grass, keenly observing the movements of the barracks through the gaps. Upon seeing the simple water purification device and the clear river water flowing out, the lookout's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly lowered his head to record the information and quickly send it back. In the main tent, the message was received. Scar-faced Kowloon looked at the note in disbelief. A simple device, filtering river water. How do these people know such wilderness skills? Under the scorching heat, they can still maintain the production line. Baisha gripped the note, his knuckles turning pale. He originally thought that after the water blockade, Lin Shun would definitely send someone to negotiate and show weakness within a day. But now not only was the other party unflustered, but they also calmly resolved the predicament, which was terrifyingly composed. This young man has no flaws at all, Baisha murmured, his gaze darkening. His temperament, methods, patience, and skills are all top-notch, not at all like an outsider new to the South Seas. Should we fire directly? Scar-faced Kowloon asked in a low voice. The machine guns at the checkpoint can fire at any time, and the barracks walls are thin, unable to withstand heavy firepower. Baisha slowly shook his head, his expression grave. We cannot kill now. First, the line of Guilo 7 cannot be easily torn, as the black market overlords abhor random killings. Second, he has ruthless subordinates. That black-clad guard's marksmanship is precise, and a direct clash with our side would surely lead to casualties. Third. He paused for a moment, his tone deep. I want his purification technology. The top-notch process with a loss rate of 1% was a treasure coveted by everyone along the river. Baisha wanted to take Lin Shun alive, forcing him to hand over the technology and completely annex this high-quality supply chain. Continue the blockade. Baisha tightened his grip on the note, his tone cold. Cut off food, water, and communications, and let's see how long he can hold out. Also keep an eye on the cold storage on the island. If Chun Sheng Society makes a mistake, we will immediately close in and cut off all his escape routes. As the winds and waves piled up, the pressure from both the north and south increased. On the island, the rain poured continuously, while the South Seas were scorched by the blazing sun. The young man was trapped alone in the muddy wilderness, surrounded by warlords blocking his way, and underworld assassins chasing him, yet he still stood tall, unyielding as a mountain. On Hong Kong Island, in the dead of night, icy rain poured down in torrents, battering every dark corner of the city. The streets were flooded, murky water flowing through the drainage, while the neon lights flickered and danced in the puddles, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. Surrounded by wild grass, the rusted iron cold storage stood alone on the desolate mudflat battered by the sea wind and the torrential rain producing a dull thud against its metal walls that echoed eerily in the silent night. The surroundings were a play of shadows and light, filled with hidden eyes. In the distance, a black sedan stood still on the road. Officers from the anti-crime unit concealed inside, their cold gazes fixed on the cold storage door through the rain-blurred windows. To the west, among the tall grass, more than a dozen black-clad thugs from the Ilian Tang lay in wait, wielding steel pipes and machetes drenched by the rain, their eyes fierce like wolves. Two forces, one visible and one hidden, surrounded the area in layers. On the rooftop of the cold storage, by a narrow ventilation opening, Ago huddled alone on the cold metal, wrapped tightly in a black raincoat, with raindrops continuously dripping from his chin. He held a monocular, calmly scanning the surroundings through the rain curtain, his rough fingers turning pale from the strain. 15 members of Ilian Tang, 3 short-barreled shotguns hidden in the grass to the west. For police officers, 1 surveillance vehicle with no intention of launching an attack. A low, hoarse voice came through the intercom, accurately reporting the situation outside. Inside the attic, Ah Wen sat calmly under the light, his expression serene, spinning a silver lighter between his fingertips. The metal casing had been polished to a shine, with the flame flickering uncertainly in the humid air. They are waiting. Ah Wen spoke blandly, his tone calm and clear. The police are waiting for someone to act, ready to catch them. Ilian Tang is waiting for chaos to erupt so they can seize the goods and frame others. As long as a conflict breaks out in the cold storage tonight, regardless of victory or defeat, the Chunsheng society will be accused of harboring illegal goods and engaging in collective brawling, leading to their complete downfall. If we don't act, will they just wear us down? On the other end of the intercom, Ago's tone was laced with suppressed anger. These scoundrels are clearly plotting against us. Should we just watch helplessly? No need to wait. A glint of cold light flashed in Ah Wen's eyes, and beneath his gentle exterior lay a ruthless resolve. Since someone wants to create chaos, we shall take the initiative to deliver chaos ourselves. He raised his hand to press the intercom button, his voice low and calm, methodically issuing orders. Ago, listen carefully. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when the rain is at its heaviest, take 2 people and leave from the back towards the sea, circling around to the rear of Ilian Tang's ambush point. No need to kill, no need to fire. Smash their fuel barrels, set the dry grass ablaze, and create a fire. Once the fire ignites, the police will undoubtedly prioritize controlling the fire and evacuating personnel. With Ilian Tang's ambush exposed, their morale will collapse, and they will be too distracted to seize the goods. In the chaos, you and your team quietly withdraw, leaving no trace and getting involved in no trouble. Create chaos with fire, using the police to drive away the wolves. No bloody slaughter, no direct confrontation. With just a wild fire, we can escape a double encirclement. Ago instantly understood, his tone decisive. Understood. At 1:50 in the deep night, the torrential rain intensified. The heavy curtain of rain obscured vision, and figures 10 meters away were blurred. The howling wind drowned out all subtle sounds. Waves crashed against the rocks, the thunderous roar blending with the sound of the rain, perfectly concealing the movements. 3 dark figures lowered their bodies, using the grass and the night for cover, swiftly traversing the shadows of the mudflats. The rain soaked their clothes and mud splattered on their pant legs. The 3 moved swiftly, their footsteps light, not making a sound. To the west, the members of Ilian Tang huddled to avoid the rain, drenched, their faces marked by irritation and displeasure. The long wait wore down their patience, as everyone anticipated the dawn for a forceful action to seize the goods. No one noticed that death was quietly approaching. Hiss! The faint sound of a match was drowned in the rain. The dry, withered grass was already hot and flammable. The moment the flame touched the blades, it surged violently, the orange-eared flames billowing in the wind. The sea wind carried the fire, spreading wildly, dense smoke rising into the sky, the acrid smell of burning filling the air. It's on fire! A terrified scream shattered the rainy night. The dry grass ignited instantly upon contact with the flames, the fierce fire quickly engulfing the entire ambush area. The scorching heat penetrated the rain curtain, obscuring vision with thick smoke, causing the ambushed thugs to panic and flee, pushing and trampling each other, their originally organized formation collapsing in an instant. In the distance, inside the surveillance vehicle, the officers suddenly looked up, fixated on the direction of the flames. Report. A fire has broken out in the western grass, suspected to be arson, and the flames are spreading rapidly. All personnel mobilize, seal off the area around the fire, and investigate suspicious individuals. The car door burst open, and several officers armed with weapons rushed into the rain, the headlights piercing the darkness, their bright beams sweeping across the chaotic mudflat. The cold searchlights illuminated the panicking members of Ilian Tang, their ambush tracks completely exposed. Chaos flames, rain, and police sirens. In a single night, all the hidden plots were brought to light. Ago and his 2 companions blended into the crowd, using the throng for cover, silently withdrawing, disappearing into the vast rainy night, leaving no trace. By the window of the attic, Ah Wen gazed at the distant flames reaching into the sky, his expression calm and indifferent. He took out a clean white sheet of paper, the pen gliding down as he neatly wrote a line. In the rainy night, the situation breaks. Yi Lian Tang is exposed, and the police's attention shifts. The cold storage is temporarily safe. After finishing, he folded the paper and placed it in an iron box. In the chess game of Hong Kong Island, he studied Lin Shun. The remaining storms were left for that boy in Nanyang to resolve personally. Megong River at dawn. A brief morning rain had cleansed the parched earth. The air afterward was damp and cool, the scent of soil and foliage fresh and delicate. A thin mist hovered above the river as sunlight pierced the clouds, casting a soft golden glow over the turbidity. After a night's respite, the encampment stood in neat order. A makeshift water purification rig ran steadily, clear streams continually stored away, wooden barrels were stacked in tidy rows, and the freshwater crisis was at last resolved. In the cellar, the fires never ceased. The refining process unfolded with methodical calm, and crate after crate of finished goods rolled off the line, the burn mark bearing the character Chun growing ever more conspicuous. Baisha's water blockade had been utterly nullified. Sentries hidden in the reed beds still watched the camp, but their gazes had acquired a new caution. After days of blockade and suppression, the other side had not crumbled. Instead, it had become steadier and more orderly, a resilience that bred unease. At 9 in the morning, an unmarked white speedboat glided to a halt on the camp's shallow shore. At its prow stood Dao Bakuan alone, without soldiers or weapons. He had shed his usual brutish temper, face impassive, and stepped onto the muddy flats alone, walking toward the camp. Negotiation. This was Baisha's signal of reconciliation. Water cuts sealed routes, framing. Having exhausted every stratagem, they still could not force Lin Shun to submit. Baisha understood that further stalemate would only harm both parties. Better to sit and renegotiate the spoils. On the tattered clearing of the camp, the two men stood opposite one another. The shark tattoo at Dao Bakun's nape showed faintly. His facial scar glared in the sunlight as he spoke coldly. Brother Chun, the hallmaster requests you. Riverside bamboo house, tea and talk. No guns, no men, unknown. Lin Shun wore a light hemp shirt, his frame spare and his back straight. He bore no firearms, his expression composed without the slightest sign of guardedness. Very well. A youth stood behind him, whispering a warning. Meeting alone is too risky. Baisha is cold-blooded. There may be an ambush. He will not strike. Lin Shun answered calmly, tone resolute. If he kills me now, the underground chain breaks. The technique will be lost. Gang Dao will strike back. A price he cannot possibly pay. Weighing pros and cons, Baisha had no choice but to negotiate. 10 minutes later, by the riverside bamboo house. The structure was crude and open, without walls, only a bamboo mat providing shade. Rough bamboo planks covered the floor, an old wooden table and 2 bamboo chairs comprised the entire furnishing. Surrounded by reeds with a clear field of view, there was no cover for an ambush. The most frank place to negotiate. Baisha sat alone on a bamboo chair, having cast off yesterday's icy cruelty. Clad in plain cloth, his demeanor was placid like that of an ordinary riverside trader. 2 cups of warm, clear tea steamed on the table, their aroma faint. Please sit. Baisha lifted a hand in invitation, his tone coolly polite. Lin Shun seated himself with composure, offering no excess courtesy, his gaze fixed on the other with neither servility nor hauteur. Across the wooden table, they faced one another, one dark, one pale, one broad, one lean, one a warlord who had long dominated the river, the other a youth newly arrived on Gangdao. A silent contest, undercurrents moving unseen. Young man, you possess a courage beyond your years. Baisha lifted his cup and sipped lightly, his tone softening, cutting off water, sealing routes, framing and blockading. You took every blow, and yet showed no panic. To survive is to remain unshaken, Lin Shun replied quietly. I admire you, Baisha said, plainly unabashed. Had it been others, they would already be at my door begging, paying, and conceding. You are different. You can break a stalemate, strike back, and turn a dead position into a living one. Admiration notwithstanding, profit always came first. Baisha set down his cup, his gaze gravely blunt. I want your purification improvement technique. Name your terms. Lin Shun rubbed the warm rim of his cup. The clear tea mirrored his cold eyes. I will not hand over the technique in full. He spoke crisply, without hesitation. Half of the improved process may be shared, to be used by your camp's workshop. The remaining 50% will be retained permanently. To hold sway over others, one must not lay bare every card. Keep half and conceal half, only so can a lasting balance be preserved. Baisha's eyes darkened, but he did not flare. A faint laugh escaped him, cautious. Very well. I will want my own chips. Lin Shun raised his head, his gaze sharp. First, a permanent fixed cut of 15%, not to be arbitrarily raised. Second, the return of the families of 3 craftsmen, with guaranteed safety. Third, unconditional passage for all vessels of my Qin Sheng, she through the Megong River mouth, free from interception or questioning. Fourth, the abandoned camp, to be seated permanently, as my private stronghold, free from external control. For demands, each striking at the core, fixed revenue control over personnel, passage rights, and a private base. In a single negotiation, Lin Shun wrested half the river's leverage from the warlord. Baisha fell into long silence, his fingers tapping the table as he weighed pros and cons. 50% of the improved technique would suffice to raise his camp's goods to a higher tier and yield greater profit. Exchanging that technological share for passage of base and fixed revenue, the bargain was far from loss. Baisha nodded slowly and produced a fresh pack of cigarettes. From today onward at the Megong River mouth, you and I shall mind our own wells and waters. We cooperate to make money. Lin Shin did not take the cigarette, merely inclined his head. Across the table their eyes met, and without words the pact was sealed. A breeze skimmed the river and set the reeds to whispering. The turbid river flowed on, carrying away old suspicions and bloodshed, and leaving a cold alliance bound by interest. Baisha believed he had secured the technical dividend and taken the advantage. Lin Shin knew it was only the first step of his entry into Nanyang. He shared the superficial expendable refinements while keeping the core top-tier secrets. With a single negotiation, he bought time to grow a lawful foothold in which to station an unimpeded passage along the river. Outside the bamboo house, sunlight scattered across the water, glittering. The youth gazed toward the distant serried mountains. The heartland of Jinsangio lay swathed in mist, mysterious and perilous. The true game had only just begun. Mekong River Logistics Base. The blazing sun hung high, and the hot wind swept through the yellow sand, rustling past the makeshift wooden shed. Wooden stakes stood tall around the camp, intertwined with barbed wire. Armed soldiers patrolled back and forth, their military boots scraping harshly against the gravel. This is the vital supply hub for the White Shark, stockpiling ammunition and provisions, while also holding various craftsmen and hostages, a secret prison along the entire river. At 10 in the morning, 3 military pickup trucks stirred up dust as they drove into the camp. The vehicles were caked in yellow mud, and their tires crushed the dirt road, sending stones flying. Scarface Cohen sat in the front passenger seat of the lead truck, the window partially rolled down. The scar on his face glistened coldly in the sunlight, and his gaze was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Yesterday, the bamboo house agreement was finalized. It was a clear-cut contract, and the first clause was to release the families of the craftsmen. There was no haggling, no deliberate difficulties. The White Shark understood that stabilizing the cooperative relationship was far more valuable than holding a few hostages. In a corner of the camp, there were low, damp metal cells. 3 small rooms held the families of 3 craftsmen, with moldy walls and a floor covered in sewage, the air thick with the stench of decay and humidity. There were no clean bedding or proper meals. Each day they survived on coarse grains and cold water. After days of imprisonment, everyone's complexion was waxy and their bodies emaciated. The iron door creaked open, the harsh sound of metal scraping shattered the silence. The guard soldier, expressionless, pushed open the door, and the harsh dialect echoed through the cell. "Come out, time to go." Women, children, and the elderly shuffled out of the cage, their long imprisonment making their eyes timid, their bodies trembling, uncontrollably afraid to look up and face the armed soldiers around them. 3 families, a total of 11 people, all accounted for without exception. Scarface Cohen leaned against the truck, holding a cigarette between his fingers, the smoke swirling around him, obscuring the anger in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to look at this weak group any longer, and coldly ordered his subordinate beside him load them up and send them to the abandoned barracks. Not a single one is to be left behind. The subordinate bowed in response and quickly led the families to the truck. 40 minutes later, at the abandoned barracks, 3 craftsmen paused their work, staring blankly at the approaching pickups. Dust filled the air as the vehicles came to a halt. The doors opened and familiar figures slowly descended. In that moment, the air fell silent. The oldest craftsman, Old Chun, watched as his wife and young child walked unsteadily towards him. His rough hands suddenly trembled and his eyes reddened. Having long been entrenched in the gray industries and accustomed to life and death, he had forged an iron heart. Yet in front of his flesh and blood, all his facades crumbled. "Mother!" The child's clear voice shattered the silence. Old Chun rushed forward, disregarding the dirt on his body, tightly embracing his wife and child, his back trembling slightly as suppressed sobs escaped in a hoarse whisper. The other 2 craftsmen were no different, embracing their families and weeping tears washing away the fear and despair of days in captivity. Lin Shin stood under a nearby earthen wall, his expression calm, watching the scene before him. "Everyone is here unharmed, no losses. The White Shark is not playing tricks." Ayu stood beside him and spoke. "He dares not," Lin Shin replied lightly. "The agreement has just been established. He needs to show a stance to stabilize the cooperation. His current restraint is merely a deliberate guise of courtesy. The White Shark is inherently suspicious and ruthless. Today's release of the families is both a fulfillment of the agreement and a test. Testing Lin Shin's character, his methods, and whether this youth is worth a long-term alliance." After a moment, emotions calmed. The 3 craftsmen, along with their families, neatly approached Lin Chun, bowing deeply in unison. In the wild lands of the South Sea, kindness is valued above life. A promise has brought them back together as a family, a debt of gratitude that compels them to swear undying loyalty. "Brother Chun." Old Chun looked up, his eyes bloodshot, his tone sincere and resolute. "From now on, my life and craft belong to you. The freedom that the White Shark cannot provide you have given me. I swear there will be no second thoughts." The other 2 echoed in unison, their voices firm. "We swear to follow Brother Chin to the death." Lin Shun raised his hand slightly, signaling them to rise. No need for such formalities. I keep you not to enslave you, but to create a win-win situation. In the future, a residential area will be designated on the west side of the barracks to accommodate your families. I will provide all supplies, food, and medicine. The only requirement is to keep your craft and guard the secrets. With just a few simple sentences, the future path was settled. There were no empty promises, no hypocritical courtesies, just straightforward and pragmatic. With their families settled and their lives secured, they were no longer bound by vulnerabilities, leaving only their sincere loyalty. Ayu stepped forward, handing over a simple map. I have already planned the living area of the camp. The barbed wire is raised and hidden sentries are added. Outsiders are not allowed to approach casually. The family's daily activities will be overseen by dedicated personnel, isolating them from external disturbances. Well done. Lin Shun glanced over the map, offering faint praise. Securing the families was the key to locking the hearts of the three craftsmen. These three were his most crucial technical cards at this stage, and also key pieces to balance the White Shark. At this moment in the distance, a white speedboat slowly departed. Scarface Cohen stood at the bow, looking back at the harmonious scene inside the barracks, his expression dark and grim. He spoke softly into the intercom, "Master, the families of the craftsmen have all been settled. Lin Shun's methods of winning hearts are even more ruthless than we anticipated. I can see it." On the other end of the radio, the White Shark's voice was low and hoarse. He is giving the craftsmen hope, building a safe haven for himself in the wild. Does he need to take secret action and deal with a few family members to send a warning? Scarface Cohen asked. No need. The White Shark's tone was cold. The agreement is set. I taking action now would provide ammunition for criticism. Just keep an eye on him. I want to see what he does first after obtaining the passage rights. The river was windy, scattering the flowers. The speedboat cut through the murky waters, racing towards the main base. Inside the barracks, the dust settled. Lin Shun turned and walked back into the cellar, the sunlight elongating his thin shadow. His fingertips traced the Chun imprint on the wooden box, his cold eyes devoid of any ripples. Ayu closely followed, softly asking what arrangements will be made for the surface craft handover next. Delay it. Lin Shun bluntly replied, his tone indifferent. The surface craft will be delivered in 3 installments, with a portion delivered every 10 days. The process will be deliberately complicated and the steps intentionally tedious, making it difficult for the White Shark's craftsmen to learn and comprehend. We will use these 20 days to thoroughly stabilize the barracks, open up the river route, and stockpile goods and funds. He would never give his opponent any chance to overtake him. Sharing technology was merely a pretense of concession. Delaying time was the true goal. Ayu nodded in understanding. Got it. I will arrange for the craftsmen to deliberately slow down their progress and confuse the procedures. At noon, the sun hung high and smoke rose from the barracks. The faint sounds of children laughing, the crackling of the burning fire, and the rushing of the river intertwined. This desolate and dilapidated abandoned camp finally had a hint of life. But everyone knew that the calm was merely a temporary facade. Beneath the river's surface, dark currents surged. In the deep mountains, deadly traps lay dormant. On Hong Kong Island in Kowloon, after the torrential rain subsided, the entire city exuded a damp, fishy odor. The water pooled by the roadside reflected the pale daylight, while the exterior walls of the tenement buildings appeared mottled and dark, with moss growing slick and sticky in the wall crevices. The streets were sparsely populated, the air heavy and stagnant, without a breeze reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. In the second-floor loft of the Chung Shung Society's stronghold, smoke curled languidly. The ashtray was stuffed with cigarette butts, the twisted cigarette paper soaked with moisture. Awen leaned back in a wooden chair, holding a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a cold light, with a handwritten intelligence report sprawled out before him. The neat handwriting was densely packed, detailing the movements of all members of the Yilian Tang after the fire last night, along with a list of detainees and the distribution of informants. Ago sat opposite him, bare-chested, with fresh white bandages on his shoulder, seeping faint traces of blood. During the arson evacuation at the mudflat last night, flying debris had cut through flesh. The wounds were not life-threatening, but throbbed painfully. He wore a heavy scowl, his fingers repeatedly tightening and loosening, suppressing the anger burning within. The Yilian Tang has fallen. Ago's voice was hoarse and heavy, his tone laced with repressed ferocity. Last night's fire saw the police apprehend 8 individuals on the spot, confiscating 3 short-barreled shotguns directly. The ambush point on the west side was completely scorched, 3 of the younger brothers severely burned, now lying in a public hospital. All undercover agents in Sai Kung have been withdrawn. No one dares to keep an eye on the cold storage. It's only a surface loss. Awen exhaled a ring of smoke, the white mist slowly dispersing, obscuring his indifferent brow and eyes. They've merely suffered a superficial setback. He lightly tapped the paper with his pen, circling a line of names, his tone calm and clear. Chun Tianxiang's loss of low-level fish is nothing to be concerned about. What he truly mourned were the exposed firearms and the traces of the ambush left before the police. Last night, the Yilian Tang had illegally carried firearms, set up ambushes, and gathered in numbers, all caught in the act by the anti-Triad unit. In the rules of Hong Kong's underworld, privately possessing weapons is already a serious crime, and with the mudflat incident being a deliberate blockade, if thoroughly investigated, the higher-ups of the Lian Tang would also be summoned for questioning. Now the police are holding people without release. Ego frowned. I've inquired. All 8 individuals are detained at the West Kowloon police station with no bail allowed. Chen Tianxiong threw money at the police station, but they refused to accept it, clearly aiming to trap him. Not accepting money was my arrangement. Awen's tone was flat, as if he were merely executing a trivial task. The foreigner's 7 established connections, paying off the mid-level inspectors of the anti-Triad unit. I sent word to the police station that the Lian Tang has been frequently crossing boundaries and hoarding weapons privately, and it must be strictly investigated. This amount of money need not be much. It would suffice to suppress all internal paths of leniency within the police station. Ego suddenly lifted his head, surprise flashing in his eyes, and then comprehension dawned. The fire last night was merely the first step. Using the police's hand to firmly restrain the Lian Tang's personnel was Awen's true calculation. I thought you were just trying to avoid trouble. Ego spoke in a low voice. Brother Chun is negotiating alliances in Nanyang. I cannot add to his. A1 extinguished his cigarette, his fingers clean and fair, devoid of any roughness associated with the underworld, yet his words were sinister. The Nanyang side has just shaken hands with the White Shark. We absolutely cannot start a war here on Hong Kong Island. If we don't move our blades or guns in public, then we'll use the official blade to do our killing for us. In the underworld, bloodshed can easily lead to trouble. When the police intervene, it is clean and leaves no traces. Outside the loft window, a black sedan slowly passed by the street. The vehicle was understated with pitch-black windows, precisely the surveillance vehicle of the anti-Triad unit. The car glided past the stronghold's entrance without stopping, slowly moving away. Why isn't the police investigating us? Ego asked in confusion. The batch of goods in the cold storage is still there, black and white on paper with clear markings. As long as the police come to inspect, we won't be able to explain ourselves, because there's no evidence. Awen pushed up his glasses with a hand, his logic crystal clear. First, no personnel from our side touched that batch of goods during the entire process of landing, and no surveillance captured any members of the Chung Shung Society. Second, the markings on the wooden crates were deliberately coarse with obvious signs of forgery, and a slight inspection would reveal it was a later hot stamp. Third, the foreigner 7 guaranteed it, and I submitted a written statement externally publicly, denying ownership of the goods. The White Shark setup was too hasty with too many flaws. This batch of incriminating goods was of too high purity, too good in appearance, and the marks were too deliberate, which instead became the most clumsy evidence. The Hong Kong police prioritize procedural evidence, relying solely on a deliberately forged mark. One cannot establish a case for conviction. What should we do with that batch of goods now? Ego asked. Do nothing. Awen said without hesitation, his tone firm. Continue to seal it in the cold storage without locks, without moving, without touching. Ego asked. Do nothing. Awen said without hesitation, his tone firm. Continue to seal it in the cold storage without locks, without moving, without touching. A young brother bent over to come upstairs, carrying the damp dust of the street, holding a folded note. His brother, when brother go. News from Lian Tang. Shen Tianxiong is hosting a banquet at a private club in Central tonight, gathering all the big shots from the Hong Kong Triads. Ego's brow furrowed sharply. A banquet. What does he want to do at this juncture? To apply pressure. Awen replied nonchalantly, revealing the truth. The Lian Tang has lost manpower, firearms confiscated, and face thoroughly lost. Shen Tianxiong cannot swallow this anger. He wants to unite with the old school Triads to publicly exert pressure, forcing us to surrender the cold storage goods and pin the incriminating blame squarely on us. In the Hong Kong underworld, it has never been a solo act. The Chung Shung Society rose too quickly with a shallow foundation lacking old connections. In the eyes of many established Triads, this group of young men who crawled up from Kowloon is merely soft persimmons that can be easily manipulated. As long as someone takes the lead, everyone will follow suit to trample on the Chung Shung Society's territory and docks. Are we going or not? Ego's gaze was cold, a surge of killing intent rising within him. We go. Awen picked up a black coat from the table, draping it over his lean stature, his scholarly exterior hiding a piercing cunning. We must go. If we don't, it's tantamount to admitting guilt, solidifying the label of hiding illegal goods. I will go, you stay to defend the stronghold. Gather all the brothers, prohibit anyone from going out, prepare manpower, and guard the cold storage. If the negotiations in Central fall through tonight, all the factions in Hong Kong will be watching us closely. We cannot afford any mistakes. Ego nodded firmly, slamming his palm down on the table. Rest assured, I will guard the Kowloon. Whoever dares to intrude, I will take their life. In the evening, the sky darkened. A nondescript black taxi slowly departed from Kowloon, traversing the crowded streets towards the bustling area of Central. Inside the car, Awen sat alone in the back seat, the window partially rolled down, the cold wind blowing into the cabin, brushing against his tousled hair. He held a thin white paper in his hand with only one line of text on it. Tonight, sever the Lian Tang's voice in Hong Kong. The vibrant neon lights flickered, luxury cars navigated the streets. Behind the glitzy central, turbulent undercurrents swirled as a silent trial against the Chung Shung society was set to unfold. Hong Kong Island Central. After nightfall, neon lights enveloped the entire city. The glass-clad skyscrapers reflect a kaleidoscope of colors, while luxury cars park along the streets, their bodies shining pristine. The sea breeze carries a cool, damp chill, dispelling the day's heaviness, yet it cannot erase the dirty games hidden beneath this affluent district. Private clubs are concealed in the upper levels of commercial buildings, isolating themselves from the clamor of the streets. Outside the door, security personnel clad in black suits stand tall, their expressions indifferent, rigorously checking every entrant. This is a gathering place for the old-school gangsters and wealthy elites of Hong Kong Island. With an extremely high threshold, ordinary low-level thugs lack even the qualifications to approach the entrance. Tonight, the club's top-level private room is brightly lit. A massive crystal chandelier refracts dazzling light, surrounded by luxurious leather sofas, while a long redwood dining table is laden with fine wines and exquisite dishes. The private room is filled with swirling smoke, the rich aroma of cigars mingling with high-end perfume permeating the air. 12 individuals are seated, all prominent figures from Hong Kong's old gangs. Some wear heavy gold chains around their necks, exuding an aura of street toughness. Others are dressed in expensive suits, looking refined, yet their hands are stained with blood. Some have graying hair, older in age, with murky, deep-set eyes, having been entrenched in the underworld for decades, cunning and shrewd. Chun Tianxiong sits in the main seat, clad in a custom white suit, his hair meticulously styled. He holds a Cuban cigar between his fingers, smoke rising slowly, his slender eyes narrowing slightly, his expression seemingly calm, yet harboring sinister calculations beneath. Are all the people not here yet? Chun Tianxiong asks in a low voice. His advisor beside him bows and replies. On is on the way, coming alone without any bodyguards. Alone? Chun Tianxiong's lips curl into a mocking smile, his tone disdainful. A small gang, just starting out, has quite a bit of audacity. Do they really think they can establish a foothold in Hong Kong's underworld with just a bit of cleverness? Last night's ambush on the beach ended in utter failure, and the police had detained his men, leaving him utterly humiliated. Today's banquet is to leverage the power of all the big shots to force a trial against the Chun Shung Society. He intends to publicly condemn the Chun Shung Society for harboring illegal goods, forcing them to cede control of the Sai Kung dock, pay hefty compensation, and ultimately push this group of young punks out of Hong Kong's gray market. Wait for him to arrive. Chun Tianxiong exhales a puff of smoke, his tone cold. Tonight, I want all the gangs in Hong Kong to see the fate of newcomers who do not understand the rules and dare to provoke the established order. 20 minutes later, the private room door pushes open. On steps in, slowly dressed in simple black attire without any accessories or ostentatious decorations. He is slender, with clean, bright glasses resting on his nose, showing no sign of fear on his face, his expression calm and composed, as if he were merely attending a banquet for casual conversation instead of a trial in the underworld. The private room falls silent instantly. A dozen pairs of eyes fixate on On, scrutinizing, derisive, probing, indifferent. A mix of gazes creates an overwhelming pressure. An ordinary low-level thug in this situation would have long been trembling, sweating profusely, yet On stands tall, his steps steady, showing no hint of unease. So young. A white-haired elder in the corner scoffs quietly, his tone disdainful. I heard the Chun Shung Society is run by a young man from Hong Kong. Seeing him today, he is indeed still wet behind the ears. The mocking voice is not loud, yet it clearly resonates throughout the entire private room. No one stops it, and many follow suit with light laughter, their eyes filled with contempt. In the eyes of these seasoned gangsters, On is merely a young punk who rose to prominence by luck, insignificant and unworthy of mention. On ignores the surrounding mockery, walking straight to an empty seat, and sits down calmly. He does not initiate conversation, maintaining a posture of neither servility nor arrogance, quietly waiting for others to provoke him. Chun Tianxiong studies him for a few seconds, slowly puts down his cigar, and speaks first with an arrogant tone. On, I give you the chance to speak plainly. Is that batch of goods from the Sai Kung cold storage related to your Chun Shung Society? The room falls silent. All eyes are on. No. On's voice is cold, his pace measured, without a trace of panic. The goods show clear signs of tampering. No personnel from our side handled them upon landing. There are no transportation records and no monitoring evidence. Simply relying on a deliberately forged character Chun cannot constitute a conviction. Forged? Chun Tianxiong raises an eyebrow, suddenly raising his voice, his tone oppressive. Everyone in Hong Kong knows that the South Seas route can only be operated by your Chun Shung Society. Who else could possibly bring in high-quality refined goods? On, do you think everyone here is a fool? As his words fall, a chorus of agreement rises in the private room. Exactly, the South Seas Black Line is solely operated by the Chun Shung Society. Do not quibble, admit it honestly, cede territory, and pay money, and this matter can still be let go. Newcomers who do not understand the rules should be punished. The public opinion wraps around him, pressing down layer by layer. Everyone is forcing On to bow his head and admit fault. On raises his gaze, the cold light reflecting off his glasses, his tranquil eyes scanning the noisy crowd. Esteemed leaders. His voice is not loud, yet it carries a penetrating power, clearly reaching every corner of the private room. Since we are discussing shipping routes, let me ask a question. Is it true that the Lian Tang has recently colluded with South Sea smugglers to smuggle inferior goods into the port? Chun Tianxiang's expression darkened suddenly. You are talking nonsense. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, the evidence speaks for itself. On casually pulls out a stack of photographs from his pocket and lays them flat on the table. The photographs depict shabby cargo ships, inferior powders, and the low-level handlers of Lian Tang, with clear timestamps and accurate locations, all real images from recent smuggling transactions. The private room falls into a profound silence. Everyone's expression grows serious, their gazes fixated on the photographs on the table. You can investigate. On's tone is indifferent, each word resonant. In the past month, Lian Tang has made 3 trips back and forth to the South Sea with inferior goods filled with various impurities. While they privately smuggle for profit, they frame my Chun Sheng society, wanting to monopolize the Black Line of Hong Kong. Last night on the Saikung beach, Lian Tang ambushed with weapons attempting to seize goods and frame us, only to be caught red-handed by the police. Guns, personnel, and traces of ambush all can be substantiated. On lightly taps the table, his gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto the pale-faced Chun Tianxiang. Brother Xiong, with your own hands stained with filth, do not pretend to be a clean person. One sentence brutally shatters Chun Tianxiang's facade of hypocrisy. The entire room falls silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. The previously mocking and pressuring big shots all retract their expressions, their eyes now showing a flicker of wariness. They did not expect this seemingly weak boy to hold concrete evidence against Lian Tang's smuggling and dare to publicly tear off the masks and confront the leaders of the old gangs. Chun Tianxiang's knuckles are tightly clenched, his palm nearly crushing the cigar, his expression darkening to the extreme. He originally set up a banquet to publicly crush the Chun Sheng society, yet instead he was met with a counterattack, exposing his ugly cards, leaving him utterly humiliated. What do you want? Chun Tianxiang grits his teeth, his tone icy and piercing. I don't want anything. On slowly stands tidying up the photographs, his tone flat and emotionless. The cold storage goods will be publicly inspected, and the authenticity of the marks will be verified by the police. Lian Tang's armed violation should be dealt with according to the law. The Underworld seeks profit, not murder. The Chun Sheng society does not provoke trouble, nor do we fear it. Having said that, he no longer lingers, turning and walking straight towards the private room door, his slender black figure upright and unyielding, leaving no trace of hesitation. The private room door slowly closes, cutting off everyone's view. Silence lingers in the room for a long time. No one speaks. The white-haired elder slowly exhales, his tone filled with both admiration and caution. This on a gentle exterior, yet a heart as venomous as a snake. The Chun Sheng society is not to be trifled with. Outside the window, the neon lights of Central remain dazzling. A black taxi slowly drives away from the high-rise inside. On gazes out at the moving lights, his expression calm. He knows that after tonight, no one on Hong Kong Island will dare to underestimate the Chun Sheng society. The Mekong River abandoned military camp. The midday sun blazed fiercely, scorching the riverbank with its blistering rays. The murky river water flowed slowly, its surface shimmering painfully, while the hot air twisted and rose, swarming with buzzing mosquitoes. The pebbles on the riverbank were heated to a burning temperature capable of scorching bare feet upon contact. After several days of rest, the dilapidated military camp had been rejuvenated. On the west side, a row of neat wooden houses had been erected, their walls smoothly polished and roofs covered with rainproof thatch, specifically built as living quarters for the craftsmen's families. The perimeter was surrounded by double layers of barbed wire, with hidden sentinels stationed at each corner, providing tight security and blocking outside surveillance. Within the camp, smoke from cooking rose gently. The cheerful laughter of children rang out, while women washed clothes in front of the wooden houses, and the elderly rested in the shade of trees. This once desolate and lifeless abandoned military camp now exuded a sense of human warmth, peaceful and tranquil. At the entrance of the underground workshop, a sunshade blocked the harsh sunlight, creating a shaded area. 3 craftsmen dressed in clean cloth clothing held paper blueprints in their hands, attentively discussing the surface purification process. The blueprints were intricate and chaotic, with complex ratios and annotations that appeared professional and rigorous, yet concealed deliberate flaws. Lin Shin stood aside, hands in his pockets, his light-colored linen shirt fluttered gently in the hot breeze. His expression was calm, silently watching the craftsman teach with no ripple of emotion in his cold eyes, his thoughts deep and inscrutable. Yu stood beside him, tall and straight like a pine tree, his black, tight-fitting clothes accentuating his muscular physique. With 2 standard pistols strapped to his waist, he scanned the surroundings vigilantly, always on guard against hidden sentinels in the reeds. The blueprints have been revised, Yu reported quietly, his tone steady. All surface processes have been scrambled in order, key ratios deliberately mismarked and redundant steps repeated. Even if the craftsmen under White Shark copy it word for word, they will certainly not be able to replicate the finished product in the short term. Lin Shen nodded slightly, speaking blandly. White Shark wants the technology. I will give him a pile of useless processes. Last night the agreement was finalized at the Bamboo Tower, where he promised to share 50% of the improved processes. On the surface, he would fulfill his promise, while secretly complicating simple procedures and obscuring precise ratios, deliberately creating technical barriers to delay the other party's learning progress. White Shark seeks to strengthen his power through technology, but in the end, he will only waste manpower and resources, achieving nothing substantial. When is the first process due? This evening. Lin Shun gazed toward the river, the murky water flowing slowly. The first process will only provide the initial rough refining steps, without purification, refinement, or impurity removal. Even if White Shark works overnight, he can only produce waste materials and will not obtain any usable finished products. Cooperation has never been about sincerity, it is merely a matter of mutual restraint and calculation. White Shark uses underhanded tactics and manipulations against him, while he employs deceptive processes to fool the other party. A game without smoke is far more ruthless than a straightforward fight. The craftsmen's families have been adequately settled with food, medicine, and supplies fully distributed. You continued to report the living area is on constant alert. Outsiders are prohibited from approaching and families are not allowed to leave without permission, eliminating all risks of leaks. Lin Shun responded indifferently, his gaze falling upon the distant continuous mountains. Mist wrapped around the mountains, dense vegetation grew deep, and towering ancient trees obscured the sky, creating a chilling and lifeless atmosphere. That place is the heart of the Golden Triangle, the most chaotic and dangerous gray area in Southeast Asia, where warlords carve out their territories, drug lords roam freely, and armed forces intertwine. Any news from the other side of the deep mountains? Lin Shen asked softly. Yes. Ayu's tone was serious as he lowered his voice. Inside the deep mountains there resides a notorious drug lord known as Ghostface. This person commands over 500 armed men, is fully equipped with heavy weaponry, monopolizes the raw material production area in the deep mountains, and has a cruel and suspicious personality with ruthless methods, making him even more difficult to deal with than White Shark. White Shark wants to open a trade route through the deep mountains, but must pass through Ghostface's territory. The two have been wary of each other for years, with ongoing friction and accumulated grudges. Lin Shen's lips curled into a faint cold arc. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now restrained by White Shark at the river, to completely break free from this balance and root himself in Nanyang, he must seek new external support. Ghostface is the most suitable pawn. Send someone to investigate Ghostface's preferences, weaknesses, and funding gaps. Lin Shen instructed. I want complete intelligence, the more detailed the better. Understood. Ayu responded decisively. Just as the two were conversing, the sound of a motor roared from the river. A white speedboat cut through the murky waters, racing toward the military camp, splashing up a large spray of water. At the bow of the boat stood Scar Kowloon alone, his black vest revealing a hideous scar, his expression cold as he gazed intently at the military camp. The one delivering the technology had arrived. Lin Shen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly turned and walked toward the riverbank. The hot wind blew through his thin clothing. The young man appeared slender, standing on the desolate riverbank, facing the fierce military warlord's confidant. Though surrounded by a perilous wilderness, he exuded a calm and domineering control of the entire situation. The speedboat docked at the shallow waters. Scar Kowloon leaped onto the muddy ground, causing the earth beneath his feet to sink with a slight sound. He stared at Lin Shen, speaking bluntly. Chingu, where is the promised first process? Here it is. Lin Shen raised his hand, presenting a neatly folded blueprint, the paper yellowed, filled with meticulously written procedures. Scar Kowloon took the blueprint, quickly scanning it, and frowned slightly at the intricate and obscure steps. Why is the process so complicated? Purification is inherently delicate. Lin Shen remained unperturbed, speaking calmly. The improved process has minimal loss, and thus the steps are naturally lengthy. If you cannot understand it, let your camp's craftsmen study it slowly. 10 days later, I will deliver the second process. Scar Kowloon found no flaws, and could only carefully keep the blueprint, saying in a low voice, the Hall Master sent me with a message. Cooperate peacefully, and do not collude with the forces in the deep mountains. No one should disrupt the Mekong River line. A blunt warning, a blatant test. White Shark had long seen through Lin Shen's intentions, guessing that he would turn his attention to the deep mountains, preemptively issuing warnings and applying pressure. Lin Shen nodded lightly, offering no defense or rebuttal. Tell White Shark when you return. I will abide by the rules, and I hope he will honor the agreement. Their gazes locked, hidden currents stirred. Scar Kowloon looked deeply at him, said no more, and turned to board the speedboat. The engine roared to life. The speedboat turned and rapidly sped away toward the main camp. The wind on the river was strong, dispersing the sound of footsteps and the concealed killing intent. Ayu watched the departing speedboat and softly remarked, White Shark has begun to guard against us. Being cautious is a good thing. Lin Shun hands in his pockets, his eyes glinting coldly. The more wary he is, the less he dares to act recklessly. I want to take advantage of this brief period of stability to stockpile goods, save money, pave the way, and find people. By the time he reacts, I will no longer need to consider his face in my actions. Under the scorching sun, the young man's figure was elongated. In the wild river, dark currents surged. In the deep mountains, dangers lurked. In this land of Nanyang, where people devour each other without spitting out bones, a colossal game concerning territory, technology, and wealth is quietly unfolding. On Hong Kong Island late at night, the tide crashes against the Sai Kung mudflats, waves roar, and the cold wind howls. The pitch-black night sky is devoid of stars and moon, with heavy dark clouds pressing down upon the city, creating a stifling atmosphere. An abandoned cold storage stands alone by the seaside wasteland, its iron exterior rusted, exuding desolation in the night. The surveillance and reconnaissance vehicles that once surrounded it have all vanished. On the empty mudflats, only the cold sea breeze, icy tidal waters, and a dilapidated cold storage holding secrets remain. Several brothers from the Chun Shung Society dressed in black are stationed around the cold storage, their figures concealed in the shadows of the wild grass, their expressions vigilant, not daring to relax for a moment. After the ambush in Central, the landscape of the Hong Kong underworld has quietly rewritten itself, and the situation has been completely reshuffled. In the Kowloon stronghold on the second-floor loft, the table lamp casts a warm yellow light, softly illuminating the cramped room. The air inside is lightly infused with smoke, lacking the heavy stench of previous days. Aun sits at the wooden table. Spread before him is a stack of the latest intelligence reports, his pen gliding across the paper, quietly documenting the recent changes in the situation on Hong Kong Island. Ego leans against the window, arms crossed over his chest. The bandage on his shoulder has been changed, and his expression has relaxed considerably. Outside, the streets are silent, the streetlights dim, with no wandering eyes or unfamiliar prying gazes, and the entire Kowloon has returned to stability. After the central banquet, no one in the Hong Kong organizations dares to speak recklessly anymore. Ego breaks the silence, his tone direct and coarse. Those old-school bigwigs have seen through the sordid dealings of the Lien Tang, and no one wants to get involved in this murky water. Chen Tianxiong has lost all face and is now hiding in the clubhouse, not daring to show himself. Aun's pen moves continuously, responding lightly. He doesn't dare to act now. Smuggling, armed ambushes, and deliberate framing. Any one of these matters, if exposed, would severely wound the Lien Tang. I have kept the evidence without submitting it just to give him a bottom line. Not to eradicate completely, but to keep a tight grip. As long as the Lien Tang dares to provoke again, the evidence in hand would be a death warrant capable of sending a large number of high-ranking members to prison and completely dismantling the organization structure. What about the police? Ego asks. 8 people, all convicted. Aun puts down his fountain pen, gently closes the ledger, his tone calm. Illegal possession of weapons gathering to cause disturbances, sentenced to detention. The Lien Tang wants to protect their people, but their attempts to bribe have come to no avail, while the anti-black unit's inspectors remain relentless, making an example of them. This is the favor from the foreigners 7, and also the stability bought with money. In the underworld game, it has never been just about knives and guns. Money, connections, information, and means are all indispensable. When will the goods from the cold storage be handled? Ego looks out at the dark sea, softly asking. It's been sitting there, it's ultimately a hidden danger. Tomorrow morning, we will transfer them. Aun speaks with certainty, having long since planned. After dawn, we will use fishing boats to take these planted goods out to sea and sink them into the deep waters. Leaving no trace, leaving no evidence, completely eliminating the hidden dangers. Sinking into the deep seas, silently destroyed. No explosions, no smoke, and bloodshed, clean and swift, unnoticed. Once this batch of goods is handled, things on Hong Kong Island will be temporarily stable. Ego grins, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Should we take this opportunity to expand and take over all the marginal docks of the Lien Tang? Not for now. Aun shakes his head decisively, his tone serious. Brother Chun is laying plans in Nanyang, and we cannot expand too much here on Hong Kong Island and draw attention. The focus for now is stability, to hold on to Kowloon and the current docks, to lie low and accumulate funds. Once we have firmly established our footing in Nanyang, we can gradually encroach on Hong Kong Island's territory, seeking progress while maintaining stability step by step. This is the rule set by Lin Chun and the bottom line that Aun adheres to. At 11 o'clock at night, the radio equipment emits a faint electric sound. The old radio crackles with noise, and after a brief static, Lin Chen's cold and deep voice slowly emerges, penetrating the quiet night, clearly reaching the ears of the two. Hong Kong situation. 4 brief words spoken in a flat tone, yet carrying the highest command. Aun immediately sits up straight, reporting clearly and precisely. Brother Chun, the Lien Tang has collapsed, the underworld's public opinion has calmed, police surveillance has been withdrawn, and the cold storage goods will be destroyed at sea tomorrow. Everyone into Kowloon is lying low, with no expansions, conflicts, or exposure. How about Nanyang? Is the delivery of the crafts going smoothly? Smoothly. Lin Chen's voice is calm and steady, carrying a hint of chill. The first batch of false crafts has been delivered, and the White Shark did not suspect anything. I have arranged for personnel to investigate the Deep Mountain ghost face, and complete intelligence will be delivered within 3 days. Follow-up arrangements. On waits quietly. Hong Kong will gather funds, stockpile arms, medicines, and compressed rations. Lin Shin speaks slowly, each word clear, issuing cross-sea orders. In 10 days I need a group of people to smuggle south, entering the Mekong River barracks. No need for elite forces, just those who are obedient can endure hardship and understand defense. Ago's eyes narrow. Are we expanding our numbers? The electric current transmits a faint sound, the youth's tone indifferent, yet hiding endless ambition. The stability of the river is only temporary. A war in the deep mountains is imminent. I want to stockpile troops in advance, waiting for the right moment. Understood. On responds solemnly. Additionally, Lin Shin adds coldly, keep an eye on Ghost Lao Chi and do not let him privately connect with scattered customers from Nanyang in the near future. All black market trades will be under my unified control, preventing middlemen from profiting and ensuring that outsiders do not cut off supplies, completely monopolizing the black route from Hong Kong Island to Nanyang. The radio communication gradually cuts off, the electric noise slowly dissipating, and the loft returns to silence. Ago exhales a breath of stale air, softly remarking, Brother Chen now is increasingly resembling a true big shot. In the past it was just about survival and making a name for oneself. Now the layout spans 2 regions with ambitions cast over the entire Nanyang. On adjusts his glasses, a faint approval in his eyes. He always was. At the same time, on the Mekong River in the White Shark's main base. The night is thick with humidity, mist rolling over the river surface and cold winds cutting through the gaps in the tents. Inside the tent, the kerosene lamp flickers, casting dim shadows that alternate on the White Shark's dark face. Scarred Cohen stands at the table holding the intricate craft blueprint, his brow furrowed, his expression grim. The craftsmen have tried it. Scarred Cohen's tone is irritated. Following the ratios in the blueprint for refining, the finished product has too many impurities with a waste rate as high as 70%, far from commercial standards. This blueprint has issues. The White Shark rubs his temples with his fingertips, his eyes cold and sinister. He had long suspected Lin Shun would not sincerely fulfill the contract, but he did not expect the other party's deceptive methods to be so sophisticated. The blueprint appeared flawless, yet concealed numerous subtle traps. Young man, your thoughts run too deep. The White Shark murmurs quietly, his tone icy. Should we tear up the agreement and take direct action? Scarred Cohen asks in a low voice. The White Shark slowly shakes his head, gazing toward the dark, deep mountains. Not yet. Leave him be to contain the ghost face. I want to see if this Hong Kong youth can survive this rainy season in the bloodthirsty Golden Triangle. The night is deep fog enveloping the mountains and rivers. Some are laying plans, some are lying low, some are testing the waters, and some are harboring deadly schemes. The Mekong River flows with dark currents while the streets of Hong Kong Island lie in silence. The chess games of both regions have already connected, and everyone knows that this calm is merely a temporary illusion. Once the rainy season arrives and the fog in the deep mountains dissipates, it will be the true beginning of the slaughter. The Mekong River, the territory of the White Shark. In the early morning, the humidity is at its peak, and a layer of gray-white mist floats above the river's surface. The dampness clings to the ground, soaking the soil and rendering the entire riverbank soft and mushy. In the distance, the deep mountains are shrouded in mist, dark and ominous, resembling a slumbering giant beast, quiet to the point of unsettling. Inside the military tent, the kerosene lamp flickers, casting a dim yellow light that distorts the shadows of the figures inside. On a wooden table lies a pile of crude refining waste. The gray-black powder has clumped and hardened, visibly mixed with impurities, and a sharp, bitter chemical smell permeates the entire tent. Several crumpled process blueprints are spread out and pressed down, their corners worn from repeated handling. 3 craftsmen dressed in earthy yellow work clothes stand with their heads bowed, their expressions tense and hesitant to look up. Scar-faced Kuan steps on a wooden stool, veins bulging on his arms, and the scar on his face twists grotesquely under the lamp's light. He grabs a chunk of clumped waste and slams it down onto the ground, the hard mass striking the mud with a dull thud. 70% waste. Scar-faced Kun's voice is coarse and hoarse, filled with hostility. You followed the blueprints to the letter, and this is the garbage you produced. Did you tell me this is an improved process? The craftsmen lower their heads, not daring to speak, cold sweat continuously trickling down their foreheads. They had worked all night strictly following the first blueprint handed over by Lin Shun, yet the end product was rough, riddled with impurities, failing to meet even the minimum circulation standards. At the main seat of the tent, the White Shark sits quietly. He pinches an unlit bullet between his fingers, slowly rubbing the cold shell with his fingertip. His dark face reflects a turbulent mood void of rage, only a deep, chilling calm. From the moment the waste was produced, he understood. That boy from the island had never intended to genuinely share the details. Where is the flaw in the blueprints? The White Shark slowly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. A craftsman trembles as he responds, Master. The process is correct, and the ratios seem fine. But every cooling and settling point has been deliberately staggered, causing minor discrepancies to accumulate, resulting in a product that is bound to be wasted. This blueprint was intentionally flawed, deliberately staggering the nodes, deliberately obscuring temperatures, deliberately obscuring the ratios. An outsider may see it as meticulous, but an insider sees through the trap at a glance. Lin Shun did not provide technology, but a carefully woven piece of scrap paper. Scar-faced Kowloon gritted his teeth. I will take my men to charge the barracks and drag that kid out. The alliance is written in black and white. Does he dare to play us? No need. The white shark raised his hand to stop him, his gaze cold and heavy. If we break ties, we will gain nothing. The foreigner Chi is backing us. 3 craftsmen are still in their hands, and the black-clothed gunman by Lin Shen's side has a bizarre shooting technique. A hard confrontation will cost blood even at the main base. More importantly, recently the ghost-faced bandits in the deep mountains have been very active. The white shark is unwilling to deplete his forces in internal strife, giving his deadly rivals an opportunity. So we just endure. Scar-faced Kowloon is unwilling. Let him fool us with fake blueprints. Endure. The white shark raised his eyes, his gaze penetrating the mist of the tent, looking towards the direction of the abandoned barracks. In 10 days the second blueprint is due as usual. If he provides fakes, we will slowly dismantle and pick apart the details. I want him to believe we are still in the dark. Enduring is for a better hunt. The white shark never trusts anyone, especially not clever young men. Lin Shun hides technology and plays tricks, making him even more vigilant and more certain. That boy will surely become a great trouble in the river. Send someone to keep a close watch on the barracks. The white shark ordered calmly. Record every person entering and exiting, including supplies, water sources, and routines, leaving no detail untracked. Additionally, prepare a batch of inferior waste materials. Scar-faced Kowloon was taken aback. Waste materials? Yes. The white shark's lips curled into a sinister arc, his eyes harboring a hidden menace. Pack up the inferior goods we refined to waste, seal them in boxes. Take the dark channels, secretly transport them to the island, and dump them at the private dock of the Lian Tang. Scar-faced Kowloon instantly understood. Using inferior black goods to frame the Lian Tang. This will first incite internal strife on the island, letting the Chun Sheng society and the Lian Tang continue to tear each other apart. Second, completely muddy the waters, covering up the embarrassment of our technical failure. Third, test Lin Chen's reaction. Each step intricately linked, vicious, yet meticulous. I will arrange this immediately. Scar-faced Kowloon reined in his hostility and bowed to accept the order. The tent returned to silence. The flame of the kerosene lamp flickers, casting shadows on the white shark's dark, indifferent profile. He knows that he cannot kill Lin Shun at this moment, but he can keep the island in chaos, ensuring that the boy far away in the river barracks can never feel completely at ease. At the same time, in the abandoned barracks, the morning mist has not yet dispersed, and the riverbank is slightly cool. A simple wooden table is set up in the center of the camp with a thick stack of cowhide paper intelligence spread across its surface. The paper is coarse with ink of varying depths, densely filled with information about the forces in the deep mountains. A U points to the top of the paper with his fingertip, the handwriting sharp and neat. Ghostface, real name unknown, 47 years old. A seasoned warlord from the deep mountains, monopolizing the production area of raw materials in the Golden Triangle. Commanding a force of 520 men with 42 machine guns and 2 mortars. This individual wears a silver ghost mask year-round and never shows his face. He is suspicious and bloodthirsty, believing in human sacrifices, and employs brutal methods. Lin Shun, with one hand in his pocket, stands slim and quiet, calmly flipping through the intelligence. The cool morning breeze stirs his light-colored linen shirt. The boy's expression is calm, revealing no shock or fear, only a calm scrutiny. Weakness? Lin Shun asks softly. Short of money, a Yu replies bluntly. Ghostface monopolizes raw materials, but lacks refining technology. Coarse materials are sold at low prices, yielding thin profits. He urgently needs high-quality refining processes and stable shipping channels. Lacking technology and a sales route. This is the best breakthrough point. Lin Shun lightly taps the paper with his fingertip, the rhythm slow. How many years have Bai Sha and Ghostface been at war? 2 years, a Yu answers, fighting over the upstream ferry on the river, countless casualties. Each side has victories and defeats, and the hatred is a dead knot that can never be untied. The enemy's enemy is the most reliable pawn. Lin Shun raises his eyes towards the deep mountains where white mist swirls around the undulating peaks, ominous and inscrutable. Write a secret letter. Lin Shun speaks calmly. I want to invite Ghostface to meet at the border of the deep mountains before the rainy season. A Yu's expression tightens. Too risky. Ghostface never leaves survivors. Outsiders who step into his territory face certain death. I won't go. Lin Shun's tone is calm, each word steady. You go? Bring a box of top-quality finished goods as a meeting gift. Do not discuss cooperation, do not discuss transactions, just deliver one sentence. I have the technology he desires, and I also have the shipping route he wants. Let him come to me voluntarily, not servile or obsequious, nor proactively flattering. In the game of the strong, never bow your head to plead. Make the other party understand that you have value and are worth cooperating with. You fall silent for 2 seconds, then nods firmly. I will go. No unnecessary hesitation, no superfluous words. Loyalty is always reflected in action. The wind blows over the riverbank, rustling the grass and trees. Lin Shen looks down at the distant river surface where the White Shark's speedboat has long disappeared into the mist. He knows that the White Shark has already seen through the fake blueprints. This murky river will remain calm for no more than 10 days. Everyone is enduring and everyone is prepared. On Hong Kong Island in the Western District, a private dock. The night is pitch black and the sea breeze is biting cold. The icy sea water repeatedly crashes against the rocks, sending splashes that mix the salty taste with oil permeating the damp air. The dock is old and dilapidated with rusted iron chains. A few abandoned fishing boats lean precariously, gently swaying with the waves. This is a secret dock used by the Ilian Hall, isolated without surveillance and sparsely populated exclusively for smuggling, hiding goods, and clandestine deals. At 2 in the morning, the tide rises. A small unlicensed wooden boat quietly docks, and 4 masked men act swiftly, bending down to lift 5 black sealed wooden boxes. The surface of the boxes is damp, stained with the unique yellow mud from the southern riverbanks. The wooden boxes hit the ground with a dull, heavy thud. Where do we put the goods? One man asks in a low voice, his Cantonese rough. From the shadows on the shore, a figure in a suit steps forward. The strategist of Ilian Hall has one hand in his pocket, gold-rimmed glasses reflecting cold light, his expression soft yet indifferent. He glances at the wooden boxes, his tone flat. Stack them in warehouse. 3, don't seal them completely, leave a small gap. As Brother Xiong instructed, let the patrol officers discover them tomorrow morning. The subordinates instantly understand. They intentionally show a flaw, deliberately exposing the goods. This batch of poor quality remnants smuggled from the south is a deliberate move from the White Shark buried on Hong Kong Island with the help of Ilian Hall. And Chun Tianxiong willingly accepts this dirty move. After the banquet in central, Ilian Hall's reputation is in shambles. The internal morale is wavering, the lower-tier members are anxious, and the financial chain is on the verge of breaking. Chun Tianxiong urgently needs a comeback to splash all the dirty water back onto the Chun Shing Society. He wants to tell the entire underworld of Hong Kong. Ilian Hall has not lost. At 3 in the morning at the Tsing E base, the attic lamp is dim with smoke swirling around. On sits at a wooden table, pinching a silver lighter between his fingers, its metallic shell turning repeatedly, the flame flickering unpredictably. On the table lies a list of personnel heading south, densely packed with 27 names, all young, hardworking, and highly loyal lower-tier brothers. 27 people. A dog leans against the window, speaking softly, all honest and obedient, with no criminal records and no troublemakers, suitable for guarding the camp in the south. I've already arranged the boat. We will smuggle out to sea 3 nights from now. On nods slightly. Are the weapons ready? 20 handguns, 5 submachine guns, plus a batch of grenades. Hidden in the fishing boat's compartment, customs won't be able to detect it. A dog speaks decisively. Nowadays, the Chun Sheng Society is no longer the small gang that relied on knives to mix in the streets. Crossy layout, troops, firearms, and supplies are all indispensable. What about Old Ghost 7? On raises his eyes. He's anxious. A dog snickers. Brother Chin ordered a monopoly on the shipping route, prohibiting him from taking private orders. That old fox has no goods. He's been calling every day, trying to establish connections, wanting to see you. Don't meet him. On's tone is indifferent. Wait until he can't hold on any longer, then we can talk. The middleman is too ambitious. He must be suppressed once to make him obedient. Manipulating people's hearts has always been On's forte. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echo from downstairs. A brother in black hurriedly rushes upstairs, his face grave. Brother, when something's wrong in the Western District. Someone reported anonymously. The patrol officers raided Ilian Hall's secret dock, and 5 large boxes of contraband were found. Now the police lights are flashing, and the Western District dock is completely sealed off. Poor quality goods. On pauses, the flame of the lighter suddenly extinguished. Yes, the brother nods, with a lot of impurities, low quality, not the refined goods from Brother Chen's side. A dog's eyes instantly turn cold. Trash thrown by the White Shark. Everyone suddenly understands. The White Shark saw through the fake blueprints and quietly sent the refined waste materials into Hong Kong Island, provoking Ilian Hall to create a second wave of chaos, using the internal turmoil of Hong Kong Island to delay Lin Chen's development. What does Chun Tianxiong want to do? A dog grits his teeth. Does he want to frame us again? No. On adjusts his glasses, his gaze calm and penetrating. This time, Chun Tianxiong is not framing us. He wants to take the blame voluntarily, deliberately getting caught. A dog is stunned. Take the blame. Has he gone mad? Not mad. On lightly taps the table, analyzing. Clearly, Ilian Hall's reputation is now utterly ruined, and no one sympathizes. Chun Tianxiong deliberately gets caught with the poor quality goods, then publicly claims, this batch of poor quality goods is a smokescreen to replace the high quality goods from the Chun Sheng Society. He wants to publicly declare that he is deliberately taking the blame to confuse the police covering for the Chun Sheng Society's real high quality sources, turning black and white upside down, binding them together. Even knowing it's fake, once the rumors spread, the underworld circles and police records will tightly bind the Chunsheng Society and Ilian Hall together. By that time, the Chunsheng Society will never be able to clear its name. This mad dog. A dog's eyes blaze with anger, unable to afford to lose. He starts biting wildly. Let him bite. On's expression remains calm, his tone icy. I never planned to let Ilian Hall have a peaceful winter. He raises his hand to pick up the phone on the table, dialing a string of secret numbers. The call connects, and a lazy, hoarse voice comes from the other end. On, looking to spend some money again. Help me with. On's tone is indifferent. Throw the source of this batch of poor quality goods from the Western District dock back to Ilian Hall. I want the police to determine that this batch of goods has absolutely nothing to do with the Chunsheng Society from start to finish. Old Ghost 7 is silent for 2 seconds, then chuckles lightly. Add money. Double it. On answers decisively. The call ends, and the room returns to silence. A dog looks at On's cold profile and quietly asks, should I take some people to the Western District and take advantage of the chaos to eliminate a few key members of Ilian Hall? No need. On shakes his head, his gaze indifferent. No knives, no blood. This time I want to let Ilian Hall die and the rumors die in the law. As the sky outside begins to lighten, gray-white daylight pierces through the night. The second wave of chaos on Hong Kong Island silently ignites. The golden triangle at the edge of the deep mountains. The entire mountain range is enveloped in a lingering thick fog, towering ancient trees blocking the sun, vines intertwining and wrapping around, and the ground is thick with decaying leaves. With a single step it sinks into the damp, rotten earth, emanating a stench of decay. The miasma fills the forest and poisonous insects are everywhere. Even the local natives do not dare to venture deep within. At noon, the fog is at its thinnest. A modified off-road vehicle slowly drives along the muddy mountain road, the wheels crunching over gravel and sludge, splattering mud. The vehicle is old and painted black with no markings, understated and concealed. Inside, IU is dressed in black tactical gear, dual pistols holstered at his waist, and a dagger gleaming coldly on his shoulder. He steers with one hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle, constantly scanning the dense forest on both sides, alert to every shadow. At the foot of the passenger seat, a sealed wooden box lies flat. The wooden box is heavy with the character Chen clearly imprinted on its surface. Inside are high-quality products meticulously refined by Lin Chen himself with top-notch purity and almost zero impurities. This box is a gift and a stepping stone. You go up ahead is the Ghost Face outpost. A young brother in the back seat whispers, his tone tense. The scout said no outsiders have ever passed through here alive. Ayu's face remains expressionless. Hold on tight, don't move around. The truck comes to a slow stop. In the center of the road lies a thick log blocking the way. A dozen armed soldiers clad in camouflage, their faces smeared with dark green paint, hold AKs, their gun barrels trained straight at the truck. No questions asked, no gestures made, only the cold gun barrels and indifferent gazes. The forest is eerily silent, even the sound of the wind seems to have halted. Ayu pushes the door open and steps out, his hands spread wide, signaling no weapons. He stands tall, his expression cold, facing a dozen gun barrels without a hint of panic. Having lived on the brink of life and death for years, he is already accustomed to the sensation of being targeted. Your purpose here? A man who seems to be the leader speaks, his accent thick and rough. Delivering a gift, Ayu replies succinctly. He steps aside to reveal the wooden box inside the vehicle. From Lin Shun of the Mekong River, a greeting gift for Mr. Ghostface. With an additional remark. The leader's eyes are sinister as he gestures for his men to move the box. The moment the wooden box is pried open, pure white powder refracts a faint glow in the dim forest. Of excellent quality, it is immediately recognizable. Greed flashes in the armed soldiers' eyes, their breathing quickening. Having lurked in the deep mountains for years, they are well aware of the value of this batch of goods. What did you say? The leader asks in a deep voice. Ayu raises his eyes, enunciating each word with cold clarity. My Chun has the purification technology you desire and the shipping routes you seek. What the white shark cannot provide, we can. 3 simple sentences strike at the heart of the matter. The leader's pupils constrict slightly as he gives Ayu a deep look. Turning, without reply, he walks into the thick fog. Waiting is long and agonizing. The miasma swirls in the forest, damp and chilly, while poisonous insects crawl among the decaying leaves, their rustling sounds sending chills down one's spine. 40 minutes later, the fog parts. A tall, dark figure steps forward, draped in a black robe, wearing a silver, sinister ghost mask that reflects light, obscuring his entire face, except for a pair of lifeless, pitch-black eyes. Ghostface personally arrives. He exudes a strong, killing aura with 8 close guards behind him, each armed, moving silently, their presence chilling. Ghostface does not look at the wooden box, his gaze fixed coldly on Ayu, his pitch-black eyes devoid of warmth. A Hong Kong kid. Ghostface's voice is hoarse and distorted, as if his throat has been rasped by sandpaper. Yes, Ayu replies without deference or arrogance. What does your boss want? Ghostface asks. Fair cooperation, Ayu responds, sharing resources, jointly suppressing the white shark. Ghostface remains silent for a moment, a low, cold laugh emanating from beneath the mask, eerie and sinister. Young man, this deep mountain does not speak of fairness, only of life and death. As those words fall, he slowly raises his hand. Bang! A gunshot suddenly shatters the silence of the forest. The truck's tire bursts instantly, the vehicle tilting, dust flying. Ayu remains motionless, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, showing no signs of dodging or panic. Ghostface is testing him, testing his courage, testing Lin Chen's backing. I accept the gift, Ghostface slowly says, his tone indifferent. Tell your boss before the rainy season I will meet. Remember, don't play tricks. In the deep mountains, whoever I want dead will not see the dawn. The cold warning reverberates through the forest. Ghostface turns his black robe, disappearing into the fog in an instant. Ayu watches him leave, his fingertips quietly loosening from the tight fist. In that fleeting moment, his fingers had already grazed the gun handle. Should the other party make any sudden moves, he would undoubtedly fight to the death. The truck is wrecked, the gift remains. The group returns on foot, stepping onto the muddy mountain road. Ayu glances back at the dark, foreboding mountains, whispering softly, madman. This is a savage hell that devours its prey without a trace. And they must establish a foothold here. On Hong Kong Island at the West Kowloon police station, the cold gray-white exterior walls loom ominously, the heavy iron doors stand firm, and the railings are tightly spaced. The interrogation room is illuminated by harsh, glaring white light devoid of any unnecessary decor, featuring only an iron table and 2 iron chairs. The air is stagnant and icy, sending chills throughout. Chun Tianxiong sits in the chair, his white suit covered in dust, his hair disheveled, the elegant and refined appearance of the past utterly vanished. The silver handcuffs on his wrists are cold and biting, tightly locking his flesh. On the table lies a transparent evidence bag containing low-quality contraband seized from the Western District Pier. The items are dark in color, clumped with impurities, and utterly substandard. Opposite him, the interrogating officer, dressed in black police uniform, wears a serious expression and speaks in a detached tone. Confess, where does the supply come from? Who is the transportation channel? The list of transaction personnel. Chun Tianxiong raises his head, bloodshot eyes, a sickly smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Supply. He speaks lazily, deliberately vague. It comes from the South Seas. As for who, you can find out yourselves. He intentionally leaves his statement ambiguous, creating room for speculation. As long as it remains unclear, the underworld of Hong Kong Island will automatically associate it with the Chun Sheng Society and that exclusive South Sea route belonging to Lin Chen. Even if it isn't true, rumors can still kill. Outside the interrogation room, the corridor is quiet and empty. An, dressed in plain black attire, stands alone outside the glass window, calmly watching Chun Tianxiong inside. Through the glass, the two lock eyes from a distance. Suddenly, Chun Tianxiong twists his mouth into a mocking smile, his gaze defiant and brazen. Even if he ends up in prison, he will take a piece of flesh from the Chun Sheng Society. Unrepentant An comments coolly, his tone unruffled. Beside him, a foreigner known as Chi Jiao puffs on a cigar, relaxed and nonchalant, his eyes revealing the shrewdness of an old fox. I have already submitted all the sourcing materials to the police station. That batch of inferior goods clearance record, ship numbers, and handlers all point to the private line of the Ilian Tang. It's black and white, stamped by the log. It can't be washed away. An turns his head. What about the rumors? Suppressed. Chi Jiao exhales a plume of smoke casually. I paid to clear the news agencies and underground media. By early this morning, all rumors about the Chun Sheng Society were deleted. The anti-corruption team has publicly filed a statement. Western District goods have no connection to the Chun Sheng Society. Laying a path with money is the simplest and cleanest method. An nods slightly. Thank you. No need to thank me. Kitty-O's eyes gleam with cunning as he smiles plainly. I just don't want to lose my only source of quality goods. Your brother Chun is worth far more than these local dogs of Hong Kong Island. The two walk side by side out of the police station building. The evening sky is gloomy and the sea breeze is biting, billowing their clothing. Let me give you a piece of advice, Chi Jiao speaks softly. There are others behind Chun Tianxiong. An's gaze sharpens slightly. Offshore capital. Chi Jiao tosses away his cigarette, but stepping on it to extinguish it. An old financial consortium in Hong Kong Island secretly controlling most of the gray docks. Ilian Tang is just a pawn on the surface. Behind the pawn there are players. An remains silent for a moment, calmly noting this intelligence. He understands that although the Chun Sheng Society appears to be rising now, it is still insignificant. Beneath the depths of Hong Kong Island lies countless invisible hands. How do you plan to deal with Ilian Tang next? Sever their throat. An speaks lightly, but with a chilling coldness. Freeze all the funds of the society, seal off all dock warehouses, and uproot all peripheral strongholds. I want Ilian Tang to completely lose its ability to generate income. No killing, no bloodshed. Using capital law and connections to suffocate a rabid dog. That night, Hong Kong Island is shaken. The anti-corruption team, in conjunction with customs and tax authorities, raids all properties under the Ilian Tang name. Bars, casinos, docks, and warehouses, all sealed. Accounts frozen, assets audited, a large number of lower-level lackeys summoned for questioning. In just one night, the Ilian Tang, which had rampaged across Hong Kong Island for years, collapses, its bones broken and flesh stripped. At the Tsu Quan Wan stronghold late at night, A dog gazes out at the light's rough fingers pinching a cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. Has Ilian Tang been completely finished? Finished. On looks down to right, the pen gliding smoothly, but do not take over the territory. Leave everything vacant, seal it all off. At this stage we need to avoid drawing attention. A dog, though reluctant, still nods in compliance. He knows that all brilliance must now be retracted. Above the sea, a fishing boat slowly departs from the port. In the cabin's compartment, 27 brothers sit in silence, weapons and supplies secretly stored. The road south has already begun. The Mekong River abandoned military camp. After days of scorching heat, the sky finally pressed down with heavy dark clouds. The lead gray clouds covered the entire horizon. The air was humid and stifling. The wind stood still, the vegetation drooped, and mosquitoes swirled frantically. The rainy season in the Golden Triangle is about to arrive. In the center of the camp, wooden tables were neatly arranged. A youth sat quietly at one side, a shallow cut on his arm from a branch in the mountain watchtower. His expression was calm as he recounted the entire process of entering the mountains, from delivering gifts, testing, to the gunfire, and the cold warning from the ghostly face. Lin Chun propped himself on the table with one hand, gently pressing his fingertips against his brow, listening quietly. He fears death, yet craves profit. Lin Chun spoke lightly. The ghostly face was brutal, suspicious, and bloodthirsty, yet still accepted the gifts and agreed to meet. Essentially, he was no different from Bai Sha, both being warlords born for profit. The only difference: the ghostly face was crazier and less rule-abiding. Where will the meeting take place? Ayu asked. In the middle of the river on a solitary island. Lin Chun raised his eyes, gazing at the murky river surface. No shore, no support, no obstructions, no ambush space. Such a place is most suitable for madmen to negotiate. Madmen are cautious, never entrusting their lives to others. A meeting on a solitary island was the greatest concession from the ghostly face. What movements have there been from Bai Sha recently? Lin Chun turned to ask. They are consolidating their forces, Ayu reported truthfully, recalling peripheral watchtowers reinforcing the main defense and halting river patrols. It seems they are deliberately avoiding the rainy season, lying in wait to gather strength. Bai Sha was cunning. With the rainy season approaching, the river would swell, becoming muddy and impassable. He chose to consolidate defenses, avoiding chaos, waiting for the rain to stop and the water to recede before reshuffling. A telegram just arrived from Gangdao. Ayu handed over a thin slip of paper, the handwriting neat, written by a one. The note was brief. The Ilian Hall was destroyed, funds frozen, 27 fishing boats heading south, arriving in 3 days. Offshore capital is surfacing. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the note, calmly accepting it. The aftermath in Gangdao was already thoroughly stabilized by a one. He need not be distracted, only focusing on rooting himself in Nanyang. 27 people to be assigned to defense posts. Lin Chun instructed softly. Heighten the barbed wire, add hidden sentries, stockpile rainwater, dry food, and medicine. With the rainy season approaching, the camp will be closed off. Understood. Additionally, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. The second set of fake blueprints must be delivered to Bai Sha on time. Ayu raised an eyebrow. Do we still need to give it to him? Yes, Lin Chen replied with a slight cold smile at the corners of his lips. Give him hope. Let him continue to waste time studying useless blueprints. I need to accomplish 3 things during the rainy season. The young man stood up, positioned on the riverbank before the storm, his clothes fluttering wildly in the wind. He gazed in 3 directions. On one side, Bai Sha's main base, occupying the river, fierce and cunning. On another side, deep in the Golden Triangle, the ghostly face roamed, bloodthirsty and mad. On the other side, distant Gangdao, where undercurrents flowed and capital hid its knives. The 3 places were all interconnected. First, stabilize the camp and stockpile resources and money. Second, meet with the ghostly face and reach an agreement. Third, use the ghostly face's hand to cut off Bai Sha's upstream materials. 3 simple sentences, each a lethal move. Cut off materials, seal the river, isolate external aid. By the time the rainy season ends, Bai Sha will be completely trapped in the downstream riverbank. The wind suddenly rose, the river surface surged with waves. Heavy clouds pressed down on the river surface, and the first drop of rain fell heavily onto the soil. The rainy season has arrived. In the distance, Bai Sha's main base tent shook in the wind. Bai Sha stood at the entrance of the tent, looking up at the gloomy sky, his eyes deep. It's raining. Behind him, scarred Kowloon said softly. Leader, should we intercept the personnel heading south from Gangdao? No need. Bai Sha slowly shook his head, his tone cold. Let him recruit people, let him stockpile troops. The flood from the rainy season will drown half of the riverbank. I want to see if that boy from Gangdao can survive in this heavy rain. The rain intensified, pouring down heavily. The entire Mekong River was engulfed in a vast mist of water. Some were laying plans, some were lying in wait. Under the heavy rain, all sins, conspiracies, and murderous intentions were temporarily concealed. But everyone knew in their hearts. When the rain stopped, it would be the day of bloodshed. The surface of the Mekong River was ravaged by fierce winds, while dense cold rain poured relentlessly, creating layers of fine splashes on the water. The murky river surged several feet, swallowing the once clearly visible shallows as a thick mist enveloped the river surface, compressing visibility to the extreme, leaving nothing but a vast curtain of rain between heaven and earth. The rainy season completely shrouded the entire Golden Triangle region, with muddy land routes cut off and the forests swirling with miasma. Ordinary boats had to navigate carefully, while only the forces entrenched here dared to traverse the river under such harsh weather. In the center of a desolate, nameless island spanning only a few miles, wild grasses and low shrubs grew chaotically, with no sheltering buildings. Surrounded by the roaring river, there was no way to advance or retreat, making it a natural deadlock for negotiations and the fairest ground for confrontation. Lin Shin stood tall in the middle of the island, dressed in a dark shirt, as rain soaked his tousled hair, slowly trickling down his cool contours. He stood upright, exuding an air of calmness and composure, radiating a subtle, yet undeniable sense of oppressive authority. Yu stood closely by his side, his black tactical gear already drenched by rain. With dual guns firmly strapped to his waist, his gaze was like sharp blades firmly locking onto every direction of the river, fingertips always pressed against his weapon, ready to respond to any sudden conflict. The two were accompanied by only 4 agile confidants, a streamlined team that eschewed ostentation, yet each was a seasoned elite, having survived countless life-and-death battles. Brother Chin Ghostface is known for his treachery. Meeting in such heavy rain likely hides a deadly trap. A confidant spoke in a low voice, the noise of the rain failing to suppress the tension in his heart. In this savage land, there was no morality to speak of. Even with a pact established, turning against each other was a commonplace occurrence. Lin Shin slightly raised his eyes, gazing at the turbulent river in the distance, and calmly replied, "He values his life even more than we do. On this isolated island with no ambush, if he rashly strikes once a conflict arises, trapped by the rising waters, none can escape unscathed. Ghostface holds the resources of the deep mountains, commanding hundreds of armed forces. His ambition is vast. He seeks to break through the blockade of White Shark to establish a maritime trade route, aiming to obtain top-tier refining techniques to bolster his own strength. With such benefits at hand, he would not easily take the risk of tearing apart the facade." The two stood quietly in the wind and rain, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other party, as the relentless cold rain washed over the island, cleansing the hidden doubts and murderous intent within their hearts. After about half an hour, a heavy roar of motors sounded from the river. 2 pitch-black metal speedboats broke through the thick rain and mist, rapidly approaching the isolated island, surrounded by armed personnel, all with stern expressions and fierce gazes, exuding an intimidating aura. At the bow of the leading speedboat stood a figure cloaked in a large black robe, quietly poised. The silver ghost mask glimmered with a cold light under the gloomy rain, obscuring his entire face, revealing only a pair of deep, chilling eyes. This was the mountain overlord Ghostface. The speedboat steadily docked at the island's shallow waters. Ghostface stepped firmly onto the muddy ground, followed closely by over 10 personal guards, instantly occupying one side of the island, silently delineating opposing factions as the tense atmosphere reached a peak. Ghostface slowly walked to a few steps in front of Lin Shin. His hoarse and deep voice mixed with the sounds of wind and rain, carrying the weight of someone used to high status. "Young man from the harbor island, you dare to enter my territory alone and meet me in such a downpour. You possess more courage than that old fox White Shark. Courage is often forced out." Lin Shin met Ghostface's cold gaze without flinching, his tone calm and composed. "White Shark monopolizes the river route, controlling all transactions in the middle and lower reaches. You possess endless resources yet lack an outlet. Both of us are hindered by this man. Instead of being wary of each other and causing internal strife, it is better to join forces to break the deadlock." His words struck at the very point Ghostface cared about most. Ghostface has occupied the deep mountains for many years, controlling the finest natural resource in the entire Golden Triangle. However, White Shark firmly guards the main river routes, strictly prohibiting any deep mountain forces from trading independently, thus cutting off most of his revenue. This is also the fundamental reason he has endured for so long, eager to break the deadlock. Ghostface's gaze behind the mask slightly darkened. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Joining forces is not difficult, but why should I trust you? White Shark has dominated this place for many years with a solid foundation and strong military power. You, a newcomer, what do you have to confront me? I possess 2 items you desperately need." Lin Shin spoke with conviction, each word clear. First, a complete set of mature refining techniques far exceeding the common methods on the market, with high purity and minimal loss, enabling you to instantly multiply the profits from your ordinary resources. Second, I control the entire maritime route from the harbor island, avoiding all of White Shark's control points, ensuring that goods can reach overseas without worry. As he finished speaking, the guards behind Ghostface all showed subtle changes in expression, revealing an unmistakable allure in their eyes. These 2 items were precisely what Ghostface's force was most lacking at present. Ghostface maintained his stoic demeanor, still harboring full vigilance. "Words without proof, how can I confirm your claims are not false? If you deliberately set a trap pretending to join forces while secretly colluding with White Shark, then today I would be walking into my own snare. You may inspect it right here." Lin Shin raised his hand to signal Yu beside him. Yu immediately stepped forward, taking out a small portion of refined high-quality goods and handing it to Ghostface. This item was crafted by my subordinates. Its quality and purity are evident, absolutely not the inferior goods on the market. A confidant beside Ghostface stepped forward to examine it closely. After repeated confirmations, he leaned down to whisper a few words in Ghostface's ear, confirming that the quality of the goods far exceeded that of ordinary products. The last shred of doubt in Ghostface's heart gradually dissipated. After pondering for a long time, he finally loosened his stance. I can reach a temporary alliance with you. During the rainy season, both parties shall not infringe upon each other. I will secretly cut off the supply of natural resources to White Shark, severing his foundation. And you must deliver 30% of the refining techniques within a month, while also opening your maritime routes to allow my goods to smoothly head south and set sail. The conditions were clear and distinct, each taking what they needed while maintaining a balance. Lin Shan slightly nodded, accepting calmly. It is agreed. Just one more thing, the alliance is only for the purpose of countering White Shark. Each party will not interfere in the other's territory, absolutely not crossing boundaries to create trouble. That is only proper. Ghostface responded solemnly. In the midst of the wind and rain, the two forces, originally with no intersection, officially formed a secret alliance, marking the beginning of a strategic encirclement against the river overlord White Shark. No one noticed that this seemingly mutually beneficial alliance had long buried countless hidden dangers. Without excessive conversation, both sides turned and boarded their boats after reaching an agreement. The speedboats broke through the rain and mist, racing off in different directions, leaving only the howling wind and rain on the desolate island, as if the earlier confrontation and alliance had never occurred. Yu watched the departing figures of Ghostface and his group, his brow slightly furrowed. Brother Chen, this person has great ambition and a cruel, suspicious nature. Forming an alliance with him is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. There may be endless troubles in the future. I am well aware. Lin Shan replied lightly, his gaze turning towards the direction of White Shark's main territory, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Currently, we are still on shaky ground. Our primary goal is to first topple the obstructive White Shark. As for Ghostface, we are merely using each other. Once the situation is settled, there will be time to slowly settle accounts. In a chaotic chess game, there are never eternal allies, only unchanging interests. Downstream of the Mekong River, within the territory of the White Shark, continuous heavy rain has enveloped the entire camp in a damp and oppressive atmosphere. The ground is muddy and difficult to traverse, transforming the once bustling trading grounds into a deserted and desolate scene. Inside the command tent at the center of the base, the flickering flame of the oil lamp dispels the cold, damp air, and the atmosphere inside is stifling. Everyone holds their breath, not daring to utter a word, as a strong wave of anger threatens to ignite the entire tent. Seated in the main position, the White Shark's dark face looks as deep as water, emanating a terrifying aura. His eyes are filled with rage and a sinister glare, his fingers tightly clenched, knuckles turning white, clearly unable to suppress the fury within. The subordinate leaders below bow their heads, not daring to breathe. They all understand that the leader's mood is extremely poor, and any careless move could lead to disaster. Standing at the forefront, Scard Kun's expression is serious, his tone laced with urgency and helplessness, as he quietly reports the latest news. Hall Master, the situation has been completely confirmed. The supply channels for all raw materials from the deep mountains have been entirely cut off. The several fixed supply points we relied upon have all shut down, and even the scattered private sources of goods have been severed. Our camp stock of raw materials is now dwindling and cannot last much longer. This news struck the hearts of everyone like a thunderbolt. The White Shark's power to dominate the lower reaches of the Mekong River relies on a continuous supply of raw materials. Coupled with its own refining industry, it has amassed vast wealth. Now that the source of materials has been forcibly cut off, it is equivalent to severing their financial lifeline and foundation. Why did the Ghostface suddenly turn against us and cut off the supplies for no reason? One of the leaders could not help but ask, filled with confusion. Although there had been conflicts between the two sides in the past, they had always maintained channels for private transactions and had never completely severed ties. What more is there to think about? Scarred Cohen gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, eyes filled with anger. It must be that Lin Shun from the island who is behind this. Not long ago, this person sent someone to visit Ghostface in the deep mountains, and now coincidentally, the raw material supply has been cut off. They must have formed an alliance in secret to target us. Upon hearing this, everyone in the tent suddenly realized, as all the clues connected in an instant. From Lin Shan feigning to deliver false purification blueprints, to buy time, to secretly sending people to contact Ghostface, and now joining forces to cut off the supply of raw materials, they have clearly laid out a premeditated plan with the intention of devouring their power. The White Shark remained silent for a long time, suppressing the anger that surged within him. He slowly spoke, his voice cold as ice. I underestimated this young man from the island. I thought he only wanted to secure a foothold at a riverside camp, but I never expected his ambition to be so great that he dared to collude with outsiders to scheme against me. Initially, he regarded Lin Shun as merely a newcomer seeking a share of the pie, thinking he could easily control him with a little pressure. He had never viewed him as an equal opponent, but now the other party was pressing forward step by step, secretly laying out encirclements that threatened his position as a dominant force. Hallmaster, we must act quickly. Let's mobilize our forces to launch a surprise attack on the abandoned barracks and eradicate Lin Shun and his group, leaving no roots behind. One hot-tempered leader could not help but ask to fight, filled with indignation. Having been schemed against everywhere, he could no longer contain his murderous intent. Once these words were spoken, many subordinates echoed their agreement, eager to move out immediately and eliminate this. However, scarred Kowloon quickly intervened, his expression serious. We must not act impulsively. We are currently in the rainy season, the river is swollen and the roads are muddy, making it extremely difficult and costly to mobilize large forces. Moreover, Lin Shen's camp has already fortified its defenses. With barbed wire, hidden sentries, and ambushes in place, a rash frontal assault would surely result in heavy casualties. In addition, if we send all our main forces to encircle Lin Shen, our rear camp will be left vulnerable. Ghostface is very likely to take advantage of this opportunity to lead the armed forces from the deep mountains to attack our rear. If that happens, we will be caught in a pincer attack and fall into an irretrievable predicament. His calm analysis instantly awakened everyone. They gradually calmed down, realizing that rashly mobilizing forces at this moment was excessively dangerous, and any misstep could lead to total failure. The White Shark also understood the pros and cons of the situation. Although his anger surged, he still maintained some rationality, forcibly suppressing the urge to immediately engage in slaughter. For now, we must endure and refrain from action. The White Shark slowly spoke, his tone chillingly cold. The shortage of raw materials has become a foregone conclusion. Immediately issue orders to reduce the scale of all refining industries, prioritize stockpiling existing finished goods, strictly control the consumption of daily supplies, and make every effort to conserve resources. Additionally, send out numerous spies to closely monitor every movement of the abandoned barracks 24 hours a day. Any personnel movements, material exchanges, or shipping activities of Lin Shen's subordinates must be recorded and reported without missing any details. Furthermore, contact the small factions we have previously cooperated with to gather scattered raw materials from multiple sources to compensate for the shortage and weather this difficult period. As a series of orders were issued methodically, even though trapped in the predicament of material shortages, the White Shark still sought to stabilize the situation as much as possible, unwilling to reveal any vulnerabilities. What about the second set of blueprints Lin Shen promised to deliver? Should we continue to wait? Scarred Kowloon asked in a low voice. Wait, why not wait? The corner of the White Shark's mouth curled into a cold, sinister smile, his eyes filled with cunning. Knowing that the blueprint hides traps, we will still accept it under the pretense of studying it, making him think we are still in the dark and lowering his guard. The more complacent he becomes, the more likely he is to reveal flaws. When the rainy season ends and the flood recedes, and the situation becomes clear, that will be our time to strike back and capture all our enemies in one sweep. We will endure and hide quietly, gathering strength, temporarily swallowing the humiliation and losses in order to wait for the most opportune moment to counterattack. The discussions in the large tent gradually came to a close. Everyone took their orders and left to arrange various matters. The main camp immediately entered a state of comprehensive tightening and defense, and the once flamboyant and unrestrained atmosphere was entirely retracted as a sense of impending storm loomed over the entire camp. In the abandoned barracks, Lin Shun had already received news that the White Shark's camp was facing a shortage of raw materials. After listening to his subordinate's report, there was no trace of delight on his face, remaining calm and composed. The White Shark is cunning and will not easily lose his composure. In the short term, he will certainly choose to endure and defend, secretly gathering supplies to stabilize the situation. What should we do next? Yu asked, waiting for further instructions. We will develop steadily according to plan. Lin Shen's gaze turned to the busy people within the camp. The brothers sent to reinforce from the south have successfully arrived at the camp. Immediately assign guard posts, strengthen various defensive works, and stockpile sufficient food, medicine, and defensive supplies to safely get through the entire rainy season. According to our agreement, prepare the 3 basic purification process blueprints and send them to the White Shark's camp on time to keep him stabilized, allowing him to remain immersed in false hopes. At the same time, secretly contact Ghostface to confirm the extent of the raw material cutoff, completely locking down all avenues for the White Shark to expand his sources, slowly wearing down his confidence and strength. We will boil the frog in warm water, gradually eroding the foundation of the opponent, and not rush into a fight. Quietly, we will widen the gap in strength between the two sides. The incessant heavy rain continues to wash over the whole Mekong River region as the two major forces confront each other, with restraint hidden currents surging and swirling. A massive storm sweeping through the river is quietly brewing during this long rainy season. Guangdao skies had been sullen for days, the sea wind cut through the air, and the city wore a chill austerity. The usual clamor of streets and alleys had diminished, the gray zone sank into silence, and after repeated upheavals the island's underworld order had been thoroughly remolded. After the utter collapse of Iliantang, every dock, enterprise, casino, and bar under its name was sealed and frozen. Core leaders were either arrested and jailed or scattered hiding under assumed names. The once dominant syndicate had become a thing of the past with no hope of resurgence. The vast vacated territories tempted many small and mid-sized factions across Guangdao, each eager to carve up that rich prize and seize prime parcels of land and resources. For a time, various forces prowled in secret, probing one another. On the surface, the island seemed calm, but beneath the currents churned and skirmishes threatened. The Tugwalwan Shunsheng, stronghold maintained its customary low-key restraint. It neither seized the moment to expand nor recruited scattered bands to swell its numbers. It held its original borders, keeping to itself and quietly consolidating strength, showing no hint of ambition to wrestle for new ground. In the loft on the second floor, warm amber light dissolved the room's chill. Tobacco smoke drifted lazily as Owen sat at a wooden table leafing through incoming intelligence. His fingers traced the pages, cataloging the movements of each faction with meticulous care, scheming the arrangement of Guangdao in painstaking detail. Agu sat beside him, wiping the short blade. He always carried his expression edged with impatient urgency. After a long silence, he could no longer contain himself and spoke. Brother, when with Lian Tangon, several prime western docks lie empty and many small syndicates are already making secret moves to seize them. We have ample manpower and funds. We could take them and strengthen our foothold on Guangdao. Why do we remain inactive? To Agu, such a rare chance to expand sitting before them was too precious to squander. While rival powers had not yet settled their positions, it seemed the perfect moment to seize resources and grow. On set the intelligence down, looked at Agu with a calm, steady gaze, and slowly explained the reasoning. It is precisely at times like this that one must not rashly seize territory. With many forces eyeing the spoils, whoever rashly thrusts forward to claim them will immediately become the target of united opposition, drawing coordinated pressure from the other factions. Shunsheng, she rose too rapidly, and had long since drawn the clandestine apprehension of established powers. By lying low and behaving with restraint now, they can avoid the whirlpool of conflict. Watch rivals sap one another's strength, and only when those opponents are mortally weakened should they move, so as to reap the spoils like a fisher waiting for the tide. A clear and orderly analysis washed over Agu, dispersing his impatience. He began to understand the profound wisdom of patient concealment. Besides, what Gui Laochi revealed earlier was not mere rumor. On's expression hardened slightly as he lowered his voice. Iliantang was but a piece on the board. The offshore capital that truly manipulates the situation still lurks in the shadows and has never shown its face. With Iliantang's downfall, those behind Thessine's financiers will not relent. They will covertly back a new proxy to reclaim control of Guangdao's gray industries. If we recklessly expand now, we risk striking against their interests and provoking a powerful unknown adversary, an outcome that would far outweigh any immediate gain. Hidden capital is far more troublesome than the overt gangs. It wields vast wealth and networks, employs subtler and more ruthless means, and once it becomes an enemy, the repercussions are boundless. Agu's face grew grave as he perceived the latent peril and hastily nodded. I understand. I was too impatient, focused only on the immediate spoils and blind to the deeper danger. Hold fast to our foundation, defend what we already possess, keep the brothers disciplined. Neither seek trouble nor fear it. That is our guiding principle now. On spoke lightly, setting that tone as policy. As the two conversed, footsteps sounded below. A subordinate hurried up the stairs and with respectful deference handed over a sealed dispatch. Brother, when this is urgent news, just rushed over from Nanyang. It was sent by Brother Chen himself. On took the letter, broke the seal, and read it closely. As he absorbed its contents, the situation in Nanyang became clear. Lin Shun had forged an alliance with Guamian and successfully severed the Baisha supply chain, placing them firmly on the offensive. The situation in Nanyang is progressing smoothly. Brother Chen has allied with Deep Mountain forces to pin down Baisha. Their enemy is now suffering a raw material shortage and cannot spare attention for affairs on Guangdao in the short term. On relayed the news to Agu. What should we prioritize next on our end? Agu asked at once. First, continue to consolidate our liquid funds and procure large quantities of urgently needed supplies, medicines, rainproof gear, firearms, and ammunition. Once sorted and packed, send them in batches to the Nanyang camps to ensure the front receives ample material. Second, strictly control all maritime routes. Completely eliminate private transactions and clamp down on clandestine trade. Keep every cargo channel under tight supervision and follow Brother Chen's unified deployment. No one is permitted to collude with outside forces to accept orders independently. Third, closely monitor the movements of the offshore capital behind the scenes. Dispatch reliable agents to covertly probe their background and arrangements, gather intelligence, know the enemy, and prepare defenses in advance. One by one, the directives were set, bringing order to Guangdao's rear and providing steadfast support for the Nanyang front, ensuring seamless coordination between both theaters. Also, there is one more matter. On suddenly recalled another point and added, strictly restrain all our brothers of late. They must not provoke incidents outside or involve themselves in territorial scrambles. Keep a low profile and minimize public exposure so we may weather this tumultuous period in peace. Understood. He'll go down now and remind every brother to abide by the rules. Agu answered and at once descended to put the orders into motion. Silence settled once more over the loft, as Aun gazed out at the overcast sky, his mind crowded with Both fronts were gradually tilting in their favor. The Nanyang battlefield pressed forward to restrain the enemy, while Gangdao's rear quietly amassed strength. Though everything seemed to be moving rightly, he refused to relax for an instant. Walking the gray path, every step conceals peril. The smoother the current, the likelier an unforeseen rupture. Only by meticulous prudence and comprehensive planning can one endure and remain standing. At the same time, in a discreet high-end clubhouse on Gangdao, several middle-aged men in formal attire sat together with grave composure. These were the core figures of the offshore capital, quietly steering the situation. Iliantang has utterly lost its usefulness and collapsed. A vast vacancy has opened in the island's gray industries. We must quickly prop up a new proxy to stabilize the foothold and reclaim control. The man at the head of the table spoke with indifferent authority, his tone that of one accustomed to command from on high. Word has it the most ascendant force now is the Chun Sheng, she that rose from Tugwawan. Its principal strategist operates from far-off Nanyang, while a young tactician holds the rear. Their growth has been meteoric. Can we attempt to win them over and put them to our use? There is no need to rush to court them. The leader shook his head slightly, a calculating gleam in his eye. Observe and probe covertly first, discern their true depth and ambition. If their ambitions prove too great to control, strike to suppress and counterbalance them at once. We cannot permit an unchecked force to swell and unsettle our established layout. The invisible hand in the shadows had already turned its gaze toward Chun Shengshi. An unseen contest had quietly begun across the confines of Gangdao. Within the abandoned military camp by the Mekong River, the rain had gradually lessened, yet the dense clouds still lingered overhead. The air was thick with humidity, and after days of reconstruction the camp had become as solid as a fortress. The sentries were on high alert, and the personnel moved in an orderly fashion, showing no signs of relaxation despite the prolonged rainy season. Lin Shin sat in the wooden study holding a detailed map of power distribution. His eyes meticulously examined the territorial divisions across the Mekong River basin, continuously strategizing the subsequent layout, while calculating the pros and cons of each stronghold and route. Ayu pushed the door open and entered, still carrying the cool, damp air from outside. He approached Lin Shun and reported, "Brother Chen, we have arrived at the deadline agreed upon with the White Shark. The other party has sent Scar Kuan to wait outside the camp for the second set of purification blueprints, and he has been waiting there for quite some time. He is indeed punctual." Lin Shin slowly put down the map, a faint cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with understanding. He was well aware that the White Sharks group had already seen through the traps and flaws hidden in the first blueprint. They understood that the processes outlined in the blueprint could not produce any qualified products, yet they still arrived on time to collect the second blueprint, merely engaging in a pretentious charade. Both sides had long seen through each other's schemes and intentions, yet they continued to maintain the facade of a collaborative agreement, pretending to cooperate, while each sought to gain more benefits from the other, waiting for the opportune moment to exploit any weaknesses. According to the previously established terms, just hand over the second blueprint to Scar Kuan, Lin Shun instructed. This second blueprint continued the previous ruse, presenting a complete and detailed process on the surface, appearing rigorous and error-free. However, it still concealed numerous subtle flaws in key areas, such as core ratios, sedimentation times, and temperature control. If one were to diligently study and refine according to this blueprint, they would ultimately produce only a large amount of waste, unable to create any qualified finished products. Delivering 2 consecutive false blueprints would sufficiently delay the White Sharks' progress in mastering the purification technology, consuming their manpower resources and time, keeping them immersed in the false hope of soon mastering the core technology. Understood, AU replied, and turned to arrange the relevant matters. A moment later, in the open area outside the camp, Scar Kuan stood alone, his expression calm and unperturbed, revealing no signs of joy or anger. He had come unaccompanied, clearly exercising great caution. Ever since realizing the first blueprint was fraught with traps, and having wasted significant manpower and resources only to produce a heap of waste, Scar Kuan had grown wary and dissatisfied with Lin Shen. He understood that from the beginning the other party had no genuine intention of sharing technology, and had been deliberately deceiving and scheming against their faction throughout. However, given that both sides were still maintaining an outward agreement, and that his faction was facing a shortage of materials, he felt it was not the right time to completely sever ties. He could only suppress his dissatisfaction and anger, continuing to come for the blueprints as agreed, while pretending to cooperate. Ayu approached Scar Kuan holding a neatly folded blueprint, his expression indifferent, and without unnecessary pleasantries. He directly handed over the blueprint, saying, "This is the agreed-upon second process blueprint. Please take it back to the camp." Kowloon reached out to take the blueprint, running his fingers over the paper and quickly scanning the contents. His heart was already unperturbed, firmly believing that this blueprint was just as flawed as the previous one, with numerous hidden traps and no practical value. He looked up at Yue, his tone laced with a hint of mocking sarcasm. Your brother Chun is indeed punctual and trustworthy, delivering the blueprints on time. I just wonder if this blueprint will also turn out to be like the last one, producing nothing but useless waste. His words were blunt, unmasking the doubts and dissatisfaction he felt without reserve, directly piercing through the unspoken pretense between them. Yu's expression remained unchanged as he responded in a calm tone. The process flow has been fully recorded in the blueprint. Whether you can produce qualified goods depends entirely on your artisan's understanding and skills, and has nothing to do with us. He neither admitted the blueprint was fake nor defended against its flaws, maintaining a tranquil and unflustered attitude, showing no concern for the other's doubts. Kowloon snorted coldly at this, choosing not to engage in further pointless arguments. It was clear that both sides understood each other well enough, any further debate would be futile. Please convey to your brother Chun that during this lengthy rainy season, with many uncertainties ahead, it would be wise to leave some leeway in dealings, and not to be too absolute, lest they find themselves with no way out in the future. Kowloon dropped this warning and meticulously tucked the blueprint away before turning towards the speedboat moored by the riverbank, leaving without further delay. These words were filled with the white shark's implicit warning, subtly reminding Lin Chen not to be too reckless in pressing forward, for even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone the dominant white shark force that had ruled the waterways for years. Yu quietly watched the departing figure, and after Kowloon boarded the speedboat and left, he returned to the camp to report the conversation between the two without missing a word to Lin Chen. After listening, Lin Chen remained calm and composed, not taking the other party's warning to heart. They are currently mired in a shortage of materials, feeling anxious and restless. It's normal for them to lash out with harsh words. There's nothing to fear. Now that we hold the initiative, we can steadily advance our plans without letting their few warnings disrupt our rhythm and mindset. By the way, contact the Ghostface side to confirm that the blockade of materials remains tight, and continue to cut off all supply channels to the white sharks, slowly wearing down their reserves and making their situation increasingly difficult. Additionally, notify the craftsmen within the camp to accelerate the optimization of the core purification technology, while also preparing the previously agreed upon 30% of the genuine foundational processes to send to Ghostface at the right time, fulfilling the agreement between both parties and solidifying the alliance with the forces in the deep mountains. While pretending to placate the white shark, we must sincerely solidify our alliance with Ghostface, pursuing a dual strategy to ensure we keep all situations firmly under our control. The lengthy rainy season continued unabated, with various forces testing and maneuvering in the river, enacting a constant charade of pretense. On the surface, everything seemed calm and harmonious, yet behind the scenes, everyone harbored hidden agendas, plotting retaliation and plans for annexation. Within the White Shark's main base, after Kowloon returned with the second blueprint, he immediately presented it to the White Shark, truthfully reporting all the circumstances from their earlier meeting and Lin Chen's attitude. After carefully reviewing the blueprint, a cold smile appeared on the White Shark's face, and his murderous intent intensified. As I expected, this is still a flawed, false blueprint. This young man truly has deep schemes and cunning, having toyed with us from start to finish. Master, we really don't need to keep enduring this any longer. Let's tear off the mask and take action. Kowloon was filled with indignation, unable to bear the humiliation of being so blatantly deceived any longer. Not yet. The White Shark gently shook his head, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Now is not the best time. Let's continue to pretend to be deceived for a while, sending people to study these false blueprints while appearing completely oblivious. In the meantime, secretly accelerate the stockpiling of resources and contact various forces to consolidate our power. Once the rainy season has completely ended and the river water recedes, that will be our moment to strike, sweeping away all opposing forces and settling all grudges and enmities. Enduring and accumulating strength, waiting for the moment of eruption, the accumulated conflicts and murderous intent between both sides had already reached a critical point. Once the storm subsided, it would all break out, igniting a brutal slaughter across the entire Mekong River. After several days of continuous rain, a turning point finally arrived. The heavy clouds that had shrouded the Golden Triangle gradually dispersed, and the oppressive wind and rain that had lingered for so long began to cease. Bright sunlight pierced through the clouds, dispelling the damp chill that had persisted for days. The entire Mekong River basin finally welcomed a moment of clear skies after the rain. The river waters that had risen dramatically over the past few days began to slowly recede, revealing the shallows and paths that had been submerged. The muddy and slippery ground gradually dried out and became passable. The land and water routes that had been interrupted for days began to return to normal, and the once silent river basin regained its former vitality and clamor. The long rainy season officially came to an end, and the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the entire area gradually dissipated. However, the turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath the calm surface showed no signs of abating. Instead, as the weather cleared, they surged even more violently. A long-anticipated power reshuffling battle had entered its final countdown. Within the abandoned barracks, after a period of stable rest and full preparation during the rainy season, the overall strength of the camp had undergone a qualitative leap, presenting a completely renewed visage. The brothers who had come from the island for reinforcements had fully adapted to the living conditions in the South Seas. After days of rigorous training and practical duty, each of them became more agile and composed, perfectly integrated into the camp's defense system with clearly defined posts and orderly responsibilities. The defensive works around the camp were once again upgraded and reinforced. Layers of high and thick barbed wire surrounded the area, and concealed lookout points were spread throughout. The patrol teams along the riverbanks rotated 24 hours a day, establishing a tightly sealed defensive system. Even in the event of a large-scale surprise attack, they could hold their ground for a considerable time. The supply reserves were exceptionally abundant, with ample food, clean water, emergency medicine, and rainproof and warm supplies filling the storage warehouses. Various firearms, ammunition, and combat gear were well-stocked, sufficient to support everyone in the camp for extended combat, completely eliminating concerns over material shortages. The craftsmen worked diligently in the stable environment, continuously optimizing and refining their processes. The quality of the finished products became increasingly top-notch and stable, allowing for a steady output of high-quality goods daily, thereby accumulating a substantial financial foundation for the power, with wealth increasing rapidly. Lin Shan walked through the camp, his gaze sweeping over the orderly and high-spirited scene within. His heart was filled with a sense of stability and certainty. The entire rainy season of hibernation and accumulation had successfully achieved all the initial goals, and his own power had quietly grown stronger, exuding increasing confidence. Yu followed closely beside Lin Shan, quietly reporting the recent gathered intelligence. Brother Chun, after the rainy season ended, transportation along the river has resumed, and the White Shark faction has been frequently active, breaking away from their previous state of restraint and hibernation. They have begun to consolidate and gather their forces, clearly preparing for an offensive. In addition, they have been reaching out to various small affiliated factions nearby, trying to rally and unite their forces, clearly aiming to join together against us and the Ghost Face Alliance, intending to reverse the currently passive and disadvantageous situation. We also received news from Ghost Face that the armed forces in the Deep Mountains have completed their regrouping, firmly holding the material production sites and maintaining the blockade of resources, showing no signs of loosening their grip. Moreover, they have accepted the 30% of the real basic refining process that we delivered as previously agreed, further solidifying our alliance. A series of clear and organized intelligence reports presented the latest developments of the three factions, making the situation's trajectory evident. Lin Shan stopped in his tracks, gazing into the distance toward the White Shark's main area, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. As he calmly analyzed the current situation, the White Shark faction has endured an entire rainy season in silence. Now that the rain has cleared and transportation has resumed, they must no longer be able to contain their anger and ambition, preparing to gather their forces for a counterattack to turn the tide of their current passive predicament. However, the situation is already set. After the entire rainy season's blockade of resources, the materials stockpiled within their camp have long been depleted. Even if they hurriedly rally scattered forces for support, they will ultimately be hollow and unable to sustain themselves for long, completely incapable of reversing the established situation. The prolonged cessation of resource supply has already severely impacted their core foundation. Even if they try to fight back now, their confidence is insufficient, and they are unlikely to stir up too much of a storm. So how should we respond next? Should we take the initiative to strike first, or continue to hold back and observe the situation? Yu asked, waiting for Lin Shan to issue the final decision. There is no need to strike first. Lin Shan shook his head lightly, his tone calm and assured. We currently possess the advantageous timing, location, and support, with all the situational advantages firmly in our grasp. There is no need to rush into battle. Send the order down. All personnel in the camp should enter a level 2 alert status, strengthening the vigilance and defense measures everywhere to prevent the enemy from taking risks and sending personnel for covert attacks. We only need to maintain the stability of our camp and not take the initiative to provoke conflict. At the same time, continue to steadily carry out the refining and trading of goods, relying on the maritime route open from the island to steadily supply goods externally and accumulate wealth, further strengthening our own power, adapting to changes with a steady approach and calmly observing the enemy's moves. Additionally, send someone to the Deep Mountains to contact Ghost Face, ensuring that both sides share information in advance and prepare for coordinated efforts. Once the White Shark faction launches a large-scale attack, we will immediately form a pincer movement from the north and south, encircling them to completely crush their main force. By remaining still, we can respond steadily, firmly holding onto our advantages, waiting for the enemy to reveal any flaws before seizing the opportunity to act and decisively determine the outcome. Meanwhile, in the distant territory of the island, the situation gradually settled and stabilized. After a lengthy rainy season of mutual conflicts and internal strife among various factions, many small and medium-sized factions engaged in constant friction and conflict over the territories and resources left behind by the Alliance Hall. After a chaotic battle, each faction suffered significant losses, and none managed to monopolize too many benefits, instead incurring heavy damages. The factions originally eager to seize the opportunity to expand their power were exhausted after the chaotic battle, unable to stir up too much trouble. The turmoil within the gray areas of the island gradually subsided, and the overall pattern stabilized. The Chunsheng society, having wisely remained low-key and observed the conflict, stayed completely outside the turmoil, incurring no losses and peacefully weathering the most chaotic period. They firmly retained all their territories and interests, further solidifying their foundation. Inside the loft of the Tugwawan outpost, Awen looked at the intelligence gathered regarding the movements of various factions on the island, a faint look of relief appearing on his face. The prolonged chaos on the island had finally come to a complete end. The mutual conflicts among various factions have left them all severely weakened, and they will no longer be able to instigate large-scale disputes in the short term. The territory of the island has finally stabilized. Owen sighed softly. It turns out that remaining quietly and observing was the right choice. We simply watched them fight and injure each other while we maintained a stable situation, which is truly quite comforting. Ago smiled widely, filled with relief. Stability is just temporary. Owen's expression slightly sobered, his tone carrying a hint of long-term concern. Now that the overt disputes have ended, the offshore capital forces lurking behind the scenes will soon surface, beginning to support new agents to control the situation. We must remain cautious in our dealings within the island territory. However, the most crucial aspect now is the direction of the situation in the South Seas main battlefield. As long as Brother Chun can successfully stabilize the power disputes in the Mekong River and firmly establish control over the river's discourse, we will be able to coordinate from both sides. Neither the overt forces of the underworld nor the lurking capital forces will need to be overly concerned. With a stable rear and a front line ready to launch, both fronts are on track, and everything is in place, just waiting for the final battle to determine the outcome. On the Mekong River, the waters flowed slowly eastward, washing away past grievances and conflicts. After being tempered by storms, the power dynamics of the entire basin were about to undergo a complete rewriting. The White Shark faction was poised to retaliate, filled with resentment and waiting for the right moment. Lin Shen's camp was steadily consolidating its absolute advantage, while Ghostface's forces in the deep mountains were waiting to reap the benefits. The three factions were in a delicate balance, and the air was thick with the scent of impending battle. An ultimate showdown that would determine the future territorial claims of the Mekong River was already on the horizon. As the storm subsided, a great battle was imminent, and the entire wild land was about to usher in a new order and chapter. The rainy season has completely faded, the flow of the Mekong River becoming increasingly gentle. The riverbanks, soaked in rain for days, are slowly drying, and the miasma in the depths of the jungle has dissipated significantly. The entire Golden Triangle region has restored its former order, yet beneath the calm dark currents surge, and dangers lurk everywhere. Within the main base of the White Shark, the atmosphere is tense to the extreme. After a season of hibernation and recovery, all the scattered personnel under his command have returned. The outposts along the river have resumed their posts, and all types of firearms have been meticulously counted and prepared. The previously lax atmosphere has vanished, and the entire armed force has coalesced into a formidable presence, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Inside the main tent, the White Shark sits in a high position, surrounded by a heavy aura of hostility. The accumulated rage and frustration over the past few days are evident in his eyes. The severed supply lines, disrupted schemes, and treachery from allies have left this long-time overlord of the river at his breaking point. Scarred Kowloon stands below, his expression grave, holding a thick stack of alliance contact lists in his hands, and reports in a deep voice, "Master, all the surrounding small factions affiliated with us have been successfully contacted. We have consolidated nearly 1,000 personnel and over 300 firearms ready to respond to orders at any moment. However, everyone harbors concerns, fearing the alliance between Lin Chun and Ghostface, and are hesitant to mobilize all their forces recklessly. Affiliated factions have always tended to avoid danger while seeking benefits. Seeing White Shark in a disadvantageous position, they have already entertained thoughts of retreat, and merely offering support is their limit. They will never fight to the death." The White Shark lightly tapped the table with his fingers, the dull sound echoing in the silent tent. He has long seen through the thoughts of these fence-sitters, and spoke indifferently. "There is no need to force them into a desperate fight. Just let them guard their own territories and restrain the surrounding forces. In a direct confrontation, our elite forces will take action." Having fought alongside his elite troops for many years, their loyalty and combat prowess are incomparable to those of lesser factions. This is his true confidence for a counterattack. "How long can our raw materials last?" The White Shark raised his eyes and asked. "There is less than half a month of stock left," Scarred Kowloon replied gravely. Once our inventory is exhausted, we will have no raw materials left to refine products, and the camp's income will be completely cut off, leading to turmoil among the brothers. This is indeed the most fatal weakness. Being long blocked by Ghostface from accessing the source of materials has already driven the White Shark to the brink. If he continues to endure, he won't even need to face his opponents. His own side will collapse first. The White Shark's gaze suddenly turned cold, a fierce, killing intent swirling in his dark eyes. Since there is no way to retreat, then we shall take initiative to break the deadlock. Send the order down. 3 days later, the entire army will be mobilized to strike the abandoned military camp. There is no need for intricate maneuvering. We will attack with the might of thunder, decisively crushing Lin Shen's scarred Kun's heart jolted, and he quickly advised Master think twice. Lin Shen's camp has solid defenses with hidden sentries everywhere. A hasty assault will surely result in heavy casualties. Moreover, once the battle begins, Ghostface will definitely take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the rear. We would be caught in a dangerous situation on both fronts. I naturally know the dangers involved. The White Shark's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile, with careful calculations hidden in his eyes. I have already devised a countermeasure. Before the war begins, I will secretly send someone to the Hong Island to contact the remnants of the Lian Tang, offering them substantial rewards to carry out a surprise attack on the rear bases of the Chunsheng Society. With simultaneous strikes from both fronts, we can disrupt Lin Shen's deployment, leaving him unable to attend to both. If Hong Island is attacked, he will undoubtedly be distracted and worried, causing instability among the troops in the Nanyang camp. At that time, it will be our best opportunity to breach the camp. This plan kills 2 birds with 1 stone, ruthless, yet comprehensive. Although the Lian Tang has been destroyed, many remnants still hide away, harboring deep hatred for the Chunsheng Society. With just a little incentive, they will surely be willing to take risks for revenge. Scarred Kuan suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly in admiration. Master, your considerations are thorough. This way we can perfectly resolve the crisis of being attacked from both sides, while disrupting the enemy's overall plan. In addition, we will secretly spread the word that Lin Shen has privately intercepted cooperative interests, betraying agreements with surrounding small factions, creating discord and isolating Lin Shen's forces. The White Shark continued to issue orders, meticulously laying the groundwork for the impending war. Each command was delivered systematically, and a long-planned full-scale war was now in the countdown. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned military camp, Lin Shen had already sensed the unusual movements of the White Sharks. In recent days, news of frequent personnel mobilizations, stockpiling supplies, and contacting various forces from the enemy has continuously flowed into the camp, with all movements thoroughly monitored by hidden sentries. Inside the wooden cabin, Lin Shen spread out a complete topographic map of the Mekong River basin, his fingertip resting on the border between the 2 forces. His expression was calm, having already discerned what the enemy was thinking. The White Shark is consolidating all his forces and organizing the affiliated factions. It seems he intends to no longer endure and is preparing for a direct assault. Having endured an entire rainy season and exhausted his stock of raw materials, he has indeed been driven to a dead end with no choice but to fight for his life. Liu spoke earnestly, his brothers under his command already eager for battle, having awaited confrontation for long. Then we will immediately gather our forces and set up an ambush, waiting for the enemy to wear themselves out before delivering a heavy blow. Liu urged solemnly. There is no need to rush into battle. Lin Shen gently shook his head, his gaze directed towards the deep mountains. Send a message to Ghostface in advance. According to the previous agreement, when the White Shark's main forces emerge to attack our camp, the armed forces from the deep mountains will immediately strike, targeting the rear base of the White Shark to seize their stronghold. He wants to launch simultaneous strikes to disrupt our deployment. We will counter by enclosing Wei to rescue Zhao, destroying his lair. With the roles of offense and defense exchange strategies intertwined, you have a series of schemes, and I have my countermeasures. Additionally, urgently transmit a secret message to Hong Island informing On to remain vigilant against the remnants of the Lian Tang launching a surprise attack on the rear base. Reinforce all defenses in 2-1, gather personnel, and never underestimate the enemy. Lin Shen cautioned solemnly, a stable rear is the foundation for secure operations at the front. Liu responded earnestly, immediately turning to arrange the transmission and deployment of troops. Within the camp, the atmosphere has quietly shifted. The previously peaceful and relaxed environment has completely faded, replaced by a tense and deadly atmosphere of preparation for battle. All brothers entered the highest state of alert, weapons polished to a shine, ammunition fully stocked, defenses thoroughly checked, and every checkpoint manned by elite guards standing ready, awaiting the enemy's approach. Lin Shen stood alone on the riverbank, gazing at the slowly flowing river, his expression calm and composed. From the initial struggles to establish a foothold in Nanyang to steadily gaining ground, and now facing off against the longtime overlord of the river, it has been a thorny path. Now a decisive battle is finally at hand. The path of the Jianghu has never been peaceful or smooth. Only by waging war can war be ended. Breaking through obstacles with sharpness can one carve out their own territory in this wild land. A life-and-death battle that will determine the ownership of the Mekong River's discourse has already been set in motion, ready to erupt at any moment. Hong Kong Island has been basking in clear skies for several consecutive days, with a gentle sea breeze, as the city regains its former bustling vibrancy. The streets are alive with a constant flow of people presenting a picture of peace and prosperity. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity, the gray areas continue to stir with hidden currents and lurking crises. The Tsuan Chongqing Society outpost has shed its previous low-key and leisurely demeanor, with the entire street under tight security. Passers-by are subtly monitored, and brothers are stationed in concealed corners around the outpost, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, not daring to show any signs of relaxation. Inside the second-floor attic, On holds an urgent secret letter from the Nanyang region, meticulously reading each word, his brow slightly furrowed and his expression grave. Upon learning that the White Shark is about to launch a large-scale military operation in Nanyang and secretly contact the remnants of the Ilian Tang to ambush Hong Kong Island's rear, his heart immediately fills with caution. He had already anticipated that the defeated Mad Dog would resort to desperate measures, and now his suspicions have proven true. The remnants of the Ilian Tang are scattered and hiding in various corners of Hong Kong Island, usually silent and invisible. Now, with the lure of heavy rewards and the situation in Nanyang as support, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to band together and create chaos, ambushing our docks, warehouses, and even our outposts. On placed the secret letter on the table, calmly analyzing the situation. Ego sat nearby, playing with a short blade, exuding a palpable aura of menace, his face cold as he declared, "These stray dogs, after their downfall, still dare not to be at peace. They have the audacity to provoke us, and it's a perfect opportunity to completely cleanse them, to root them out and eliminate the threat once and for all." After several confrontations, the two sides have long harbored deep grudges. Now that the enemy has come to them, Ego is eager to finally settle this old score. "We mustn't act impulsively." On interjected, his tone steady and rational. "Currently, the front line in Nanyang is on the brink of battle. We absolutely cannot initiate large-scale killings and fighting in Hong Kong Island. If things escalate, it will attract the police's full force, and both sides will fall into a passive situation. Open confrontations will ultimately bring too many drawbacks, easily inviting official suppression, which is not worth the loss. What should we do? We can't just wait for them to come and create havoc." Ego asked in a deep voice. "We must set up defenses in secret, focusing on guarding and quietly eliminating hidden dangers." On's eyes flickered with meticulous planning as he slowly articulated his strategy. "First, we must immediately gather the scattered brothers and bring them back to the outpost and the major docks to guard, shrinking our activity range and concentrating our forces to protect our core industries, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. Second, contact Gui Laochi and utilize his connections in the police and underground circles to investigate the hiding spots and gathering locations of the Ilian Tang remnants. We must accurately grasp their movements to know ourselves and the enemy. Third, arrange agile and capable elite personnel to disguise themselves and blend into the streets for covert patrols. Once they discover any unusual gathering by the remnants, we need not confront them head on, rather we should secretly divide and conquer, cutting off their communications and supplies, leaving them leaderless and causing them to disperse on their own. Fourth, strictly control all docks, rigorously inspect personnel and goods coming and going, preventing the enemy from escaping by ship or secretly transporting weapons and equipment, cutting off all their routes and supplies. These strategies build upon one another, avoiding the initiation of conflict while laying a net to firmly encircle all hidden dangers, silently resolving the crisis. After hearing this, Ego nodded repeatedly, his earlier impatience gradually calming down, unable to help but admire On's meticulous thought process and prudent approach. "I will immediately implement your arrangements, taking comprehensive defensive measures to ensure that these remnants stir up no trouble at all." With that, Ego stood up and swiftly descended the stairs to arrange the defense measures. The attic fell silent once again as On approached the window, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, lost in thought. The dual frontline situation is tense. A great battle in Nanyang is imminent, while hidden dangers lurk behind Hong Kong Island. A moment of carelessness could lead to neglecting one side while being preoccupied with the other. He occupies the rear, bearing the heavy responsibility of stabilizing the foundation, coordinating resources, and maintaining the overall situation, not daring to show even a hint of negligence. After pondering for a moment, he took up his pen and wrote a letter arranging for a large quantity of emergency medicines, light weapons, and food supplies to be packed and urgently sent to the Nanyang front to ensure sufficient combat supplies. At the same time, he reminded the craftsmen in Nanyang to focus on producing goods and stabilize the financial flow to support the overall war situation. Just as the various defense matters were progressing in an orderly fashion, a subordinate hurriedly reported, his expression frantic. "Brother, when we've received news that over a dozen core remnants of the Ilian Tang are secretly gathering in an abandoned warehouse in the southern district of Hong Kong Island, consolidating their old lower-tier members, as if plotting an operation. Their movements are extremely secretive. On's gaze turned cold as he replied flatly, "No need to alarm them. Send people to closely monitor the surroundings of the warehouse, keeping track of their every move and ascertain their specific action times and targets. We will wait for the right moment to catch them all in one sweep. The fish are already in the net, we just need to quietly await the best moment to reel them in." Inside the abandoned warehouse in the southern district, the atmosphere is tense and noisy. More than a dozen former key figures from the Ilian Tang sit together, each wearing a sinister expression, their eyes filled with resentment and anger. The once dominant old gang has collapsed, and the members have either lost their businesses or become displaced, their hearts boiling with pent-up fury. One former leader clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "If it weren't for the Chongqing Society's relentless pressure and collusion with outsiders to scheme against us, the Ilian Tang wouldn't have ended up in such dire straits. Now that someone on the Nanyang side is willing to provide funding, it's the perfect opportunity for us to take revenge and reclaim our territory." That's right. Taking advantage of the Chongqing Society's main forces being focused on the Nanyang battlefield, and their rear being vulnerable, we should seize the chance to raid their warehouses and dock snatch supplies and disrupt their plans. Even if we can't restore the gang, we must make them pay a heavy price. The crowd exchanged ideas, their hearts ablaze with the fire of revenge, completely blinded by hatred to the huge risks involved, only thinking of the opportunity for retaliation. As they finalized their action plan, deciding to split up and act in the dead of night, to ambush multiple properties of the Chongqing Society, their rampant ambitions are evident, unaware that every move they make is already under surveillance. A net has quietly enveloped the entire abandoned warehouse. The undercurrents of conflict in Hong Kong Island have silently begun, and a silent cleansing war is about to. The 3-day deadline approached swiftly as storm clouds surged over the surface of the Mekong River, the once tranquil waterway, now shrouded in the oppressive aura of impending battle. At dawn, as the first light broke, the main force under the command of Bai Sha had gathered completely. Hundreds of elite soldiers, fully armed, lined both banks of the river, while speedboats and modified warships were neatly arranged, their cold firearms glinting ominously in the morning light as the imposing procession marched vigorously downstream towards the abandoned military camp. As the troops advanced, their formation was orderly and coordinated, with front and rear supporting each other and left and right flanking in defense. It was evident that they had been meticulously arranged and were fully prepared for an all-out war, their formidable momentum shaking the entire river. News rapidly reached the abandoned camp, and Lin Shen learned that the enemy's main forces were coming out in full force. He personally led his troops towards the camp, his expression remaining calm and composed without a hint of panic. Brother Chun Bai Sha personally leads hundreds of elites straight towards us, already less than 10 miles away by water, with a fierce momentum. Yu hurried over to report, his expression serious, as all his brothers had donned their armor and taken up arms, stationed at various defensive checkpoints waiting for orders. As expected, Lin Shun replied, stepping out of the wooden cabin and gazing towards the distant river. He has mobilized all his core forces, clearly intending to resolve this in one battle, wagering everything he has against us in a fight to the death. Is there any movement from Gue Mion's side? Lin Shun turned and asked. They have already mobilized as agreed, with hundreds of armed elites stealthily departing from the deep mountains, taking a detour to head straight for Bai Sha's rear base. They are close to their destination, waiting for our formal engagement to launch a surprise attack and seize the enemy's stronghold. Yu replied solemnly. The strategy to relieve the siege had already been set in motion. They only awaited the outbreak of battle to launch a pincer attack and disrupt the enemy's layout. Convey the order. Everyone must hold their defensive positions, relying on the camp's solid fortifications to hold the line, not actively crossing the river to engage, but using long-range firepower to wear down the enemy's momentum and delay their offensive rhythm. Lin Shen issued the combat order in a low voice. The camp had been constructed over a long period, with barbed wire trenches, bunkers, and shooting points fully equipped. It was easy to defend, yet hard to attack. By relying on the terrain, they could minimize the enemy's combat strength and consume the enemy's power at the least cost. Additionally, send out 2 elite teams to lie in ambush in the jungles on both sides of the river, waiting for the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's ships, disrupting their formation and unsettling their morale. Orders were swiftly transmitted, and the camp instantly came to life, with everyone assuming their roles calmly and without a hint of panic. Having undergone numerous life and death experiences, this group of brothers who had emerged from Gang Island had long shed their youthful recklessness and had matured into battle-hardened elite forces. Before long, a dense cluster of ships appeared on the distant river, as Bai Sha's army had arrived in the waters before the camp. The vast fleet anchored on the river, confronting the abandoned military camp across the water. As the 2 formidable forces stared at each other from afar, the intense battle intent clashing in the air, making the atmosphere feel taut and heavy. Baisha stood at the bow of the leading ship clad in battle gear, his dark and stern visage fixated on the slender figure of a youth within the camp across the river. The murderous intent in his eyes surged, and the resentment he had harbored for so long erupted at this moment. He raised his hand to signal his forces to halt, and across the wide river, he spoke in a deep voice, his words carried by the wind to both shores. Lin Shin, you came here as a newcomer and simply occupied a stretch of riverbank to make a living, which was not a fault. Yet you, driven by ambition, secretly colluded with outsiders, constantly plotting against me, cutting off my supply of materials and toying with me. Do you truly believe I would not dare to strike you down? His words were filled with anger and reproach, attempting to seize the moral high ground before the battle and shake the morale of the opposing forces. In front of the camp, Lin Shin stepped out of the defensive fortifications, standing on the riverbank with a tall and composed figure. Facing hundreds of enemies, he remained unflustered, responding loudly with a clear voice that echoed across the river. Baisha, you have occupied this river for many years, acting tyrannically and oppressing outside forces, monopolizing shipping resources, and have always regarded others with disdain. Initially, you set traps and schemes to frame and plot against me, cutting off my water sources, colluding with outsiders to target me. All these incidents were instigated by you first. I treated you with sincerity in our dealings, but you harbored malicious intentions. Now that we have reached this point, it is all your own doing, and you cannot blame anyone else. His words were clear and logical, directly pointing out the causes of all grievances, placing all the blame squarely on the enemy, instantly stabilizing his own troops' morale. The forces on both banks faced off at a distance, their words clashing with sharpness, the atmosphere thickening with the scent of gunpowder as a great battle was on the brink of eruption. Sharp-tongued, Baisha turned pale with rage, fury rising to his head. Since reason cannot resolve this, then let us determine victory with force. Today I will flatten this camp and make you understand who the true ruler over this Mekong River is. As his words fell, Baisha raised his hand to issue the command to attack, ready to order the entire army to cross the river and assault the camp on the opposite bank. Just at that critical moment, a flustered subordinate rushed to the bow, his complexion pale, urgently reporting, Master, this is bad. The rear base has been ambushed by the Ghost Face army from the deep mountains, and the remaining personnel cannot hold them off. The outer defensive lines have completely fallen, and the camp is in grave danger. This news struck Baisha like a bolt from the blue, causing him to tremble all over, the fury on his face freezing instantly as half of his battle intent dissipated. Despite his careful calculations, he had ultimately failed to anticipate that the enemy had already laid plans in advance, taking advantage of his main force being away to directly ambush his rear stronghold. Hearing that their rear stronghold had been attacked, the morale of his soldiers instantly fell into chaos as the originally imposing army became restless, each showing fear on their faces. When deployed outside, the greatest worry was the loss of their rear foundation, putting their families and friends in danger. Baisha's heart was filled with both shock and anger, caught in a dilemma. To continue the assault on the camp would mean losing his stronghold entirely. To retreat for reinforcement would result in a long journey that would demoralize his troops and leave them vulnerable to a counterattack from the enemy, leading to heavy losses. In an instant, the once dominant ruler of the river found himself trapped in an impossible situation. Lin Shin stood on the opposite riverbank, taking in the chaotic scene of the enemy's camp with a slight smile. The direction of the situation was already firmly in his grasp. The news of the attack on the rear base spread like wildfire within the ranks of the White Shark army, instantly stirring up tremendous waves. The originally orderly and solemn formation became chaotic as the soldiers whispered among themselves, their faces filled with fear and anxiety, the fighting spirit and confidence in their hearts vanishing in an instant. Since ancient times, the greatest fear of an army on the march has been a fire at the rear. The base is the foundation for all soldiers, where family, friends, and stored resources reside. Once the base falls, everyone becomes like rootless weeds, drifting aimlessly with no sense of belonging. Many low-ranking soldiers felt restless, already harboring thoughts of retreat, no longer possessing the will to fight to the death. The morale of the troops plummeted, and the once unstoppable momentum dissipated completely. Standing at the bow of the ship, White Shark's expression was as dark as water, his heart intertwined with anger and anxiety, caught in an unprecedented dilemma. Beside him, scarred Cohen, filled with urgency, quickly advised, Master, the morale of the army has completely collapsed. We cannot insist on attacking the camp any longer. If the battle drags on and the rear base falls completely, we will be left homeless. The most pressing matter now is to immediately lead the army to retreat and defend our foundation. The situation on the battlefield had deviated from expectations, and the remnants of the forces in Port Island had yet to send any news of action. The plan to attack on two fronts had completely fallen through, leaving only their side trapped in a predicament of being attacked from both sides. Forcing an attack now would have no chance of success. White Shark clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, filled with unwillingness and frustration. The long-prepared revenge battle had not even officially begun before it was on the brink of defeat, a conclusion he found hard to accept. However, the current situation did not allow him to act recklessly. The morale of the army was in disarray, and forcing an attack would only lead to mutiny, resulting in total defeat. In utter helplessness, White Shark could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger, solemnly issuing the order, all troops listen up, abandon the attack plan, turn the ships around, retreat at full speed to support the base and repel the invading enemies. With the military order given, the soldiers felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, showing no hesitation in turning their ships around. The team that had originally been heading downstream hurriedly retreated upstream towards the base, their formation chaotic and their panic evident. On the opposite riverbank, you watched the enemy's hurried retreat, a fierce battle intent flashing in his eyes. He immediately volunteered, Brother Chun, the enemy's morale is in disarray and they are fleeing in panic. This is the perfect opportunity for us to send troops to pursue and deal a heavy blow to the enemy's main force. Let us immediately lead our men across the river to chase them down. Pursuing the retreating enemy and hitting them when they are down would maximize the annihilation of their living forces and completely undermine White Shark's power. Lin Shin gently raised his hand to halt the pursuit, calmly gazing at the retreating fleet, and said indifferently, no need to pursue. Now that the enemy is eager to retreat and has no desire to fight, forcing a pursuit would only drive them to desperate measures, leading to unnecessary casualties on our side. Moreover, the Ghostface army is already attacking their base, which is enough to tie down their forces. Do not chase a cornered enemy. Leave some room for maneuvering, not out of mercy, but to maintain composure, preserve our strength, and reap the benefits later. Send the order down. All soldiers must defend the camp's perimeter. Do not go out to chase the enemy. Recklessly strengthen the surrounding defenses and be on guard against any ambush from the enemy's remaining forces. At the same time, send people to keep an eye on the developments of the battle upstream so we can grasp the latest situation at any time. Lin Shin's thoughts were far-reaching. His gaze was never limited to the immediate outcome of this confrontation. What he sought was not a fleeting victory in battle, but a complete grasp of the narrative power over the Mekong River, firmly establishing roots in Nanyang and laying out a long-term future. Although Yu felt a twinge of regret, he still strictly followed the military orders, commanding all his brothers to hold the camp and remain inactive, observing the changes in the battle upstream. On the river, the White Shark army retreated in a panic, their hearts uneasy during the march, and the formation became increasingly disordered. Many scattered small teams broke away from the main force, fleeing in all directions. The once discipline-bound elite army was now on the verge of collapse. As they hurried back to the base, the sight that met White Shark's eyes made his heart ache like a knife. The once impregnable outer defense line of the base had been completely breached, the walls damaged, and collapsed, the ground littered with the aftermath of battle, abandoned weapons, and debris scattered about. Fires flickered within the camp, and the sounds of fighting and shouting echoed, with the remaining defenders retreating steadily, unable to hold on. The armed forces under Ghostface fought fiercely, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, launching rapid and fierce assaults, continuously compressing the activity space of the defending troops, only a step away from completely occupying the base. All soldiers charge immediately and reclaim our position. White Shark's eyes were filled with rage as he personally took up arms and led his soldiers into battle, attempting to stabilize the situation and reverse the decline. However, the army was weary from a long march, and coupled with the already collapsed morale, they were powerless to resist against the emboldened mountain armed forces retreating in disarray as soon as they engaged, being overwhelmed. On the battlefield, the situation tilted overwhelmingly against White Shark's forces, suffering losses continuously. The situation grew increasingly dire, and defeat was already inevitable, with no ability to turn the tide. Meanwhile, within the territory of Port Island, the silent cleansing operation had come to a successful conclusion. In an abandoned warehouse in the southern district, the remnants of the Ilian Tang plotted a midnight raid for revenge. Before they could even take half a step out of the warehouse, they were surrounded by the personnel secretly deployed by the Chun Sheng Society, with all surrounding roads blocked, leaving them with no way to retreat. There was no large-scale bloody battle, no noisy street fights. The remaining key members were quietly subdued, and all hidden weapons and equipment were confiscated, completely eliminating the hidden dangers of rebellion. The handling was clean and decisive, conducted discreetly, and without alerting the police, nor causing any street disturbances, silently clearing away all threats lurking in the rear. Within the Tawukwin stronghold, Ago reported back, looking relaxed. Brother, when all remaining troublemakers from the Ilian Tang have been captured, not a single one escaped. The hidden dangers have been completely eliminated, and all major docks and strongholds in Port Island are secure with no further concerns. Awen nodded slightly, a heavy stone finally lifted from his heart. The rear was completely secure with no further entanglements. Handle this batch of personnel properly, disperse the lower-level blind followers, and strictly control the core members to prevent future troubles, Awen instructed calmly. Additionally, organize all the resources and funds collected recently. After counting, arrange for ships to send them to the southern front immediately to fully support Brother Chen's layout. With the rear secure and no concerns at the front, the dual-line situation was steadily advancing in a favor. On the battlefield in Nanyang, the White Shark's momentum had waned, the main force retreating continuously, and the base was on the verge of falling. The once dominant ruler of the Mekong River had utterly entered a phase of decline. The power dynamics of the entire Golden Triangle River system were about to undergo a complete rewrite as the era belonging to Lin Shan slowly began to unfold. The fierce battle in the upstream main battlefield of the Mekong River continued for an entire day, with smoke filling the air and flames of war raging, shrouding the entire area in a thick atmosphere of blood and ruthlessness. Bai Sha led the hurriedly assembled army to resist fiercely. Despite personally overseeing the battle and pouring all his resources into a desperate counterattack, he still found it difficult to reverse the tide. The morale of his soldiers was shattered, lacking the will to fight to the death. Faced with the ferocious and battle-hardened mountain troops under Gay Mian, they retreated step by step, their defenses continuously shrinking and territory lost one after another. From the very beginning, the battle presented a one-sided situation, with Bai Sha's forces collapsing like a landslide. The number of casualties continued to rise. The loss of combat effectiveness was severe, and years of accumulated resources were depleted by this war, leaving him unable to support prolonged combat. From the very beginning, the battle presented a one-sided situation, with Bai Sha's forces collapsing like a landslide. The number of casualties continued to rise. The loss of combat effectiveness was severe. Bai Sha's main base was completely declared lost. Once a prosperous and bustling stronghold now lay in ruins, with all supplies and resources confiscated and many of his industries occupied. The long-established dominant force in the middle and lower reaches of the Mekong River was severely weakened by this battle and would never recover. Bai Sha, with the remaining few soldiers, retreated from the main base in a disheveled state, taking refuge in a remote and narrow riverbank stronghold. Their territory rapidly shrank. The army was reduced by more than half and resources were scarce, completely losing the former dominance and becoming a weak force struggling to survive in a tight spot. After this battle, Bai Sha completely fell from grace, no longer having the strength or confidence to compete for influence over the waterways. He could only shrink into a corner, struggling to survive, with his former brilliance and ambition completely worn away in the flames of war. The army under Gui Mian successfully captured the enemy's main base, gaining substantial spoils, seizing a large amount of weapons and accumulated resources, and expanding their influence outward. They firmly secured the vital transport routes from the mountains to the river, significantly increasing their power and becoming a formidable force in the Golden Triangle region. After the great battle, Gui Mian did not recklessly expand his territory, adhering strictly to the alliance established with Lin Shan. He did not take the opportunity to annex the downstream territories, but instead reorganized his troops, leaving some personnel to garrison the newly occupied stronghold, while the main army slowly retreated back into the mountains, still guarding their original sources of raw materials and maintaining the boundaries delineated by both parties. By honoring the alliance and respecting territorial boundaries, they maintained a stable cooperative balance. News quickly reached the abandoned barracks downstream. Learning that the battle upstream had concluded and that Bai Sha was thoroughly defeated and retreated, all the brothers in the camp were exhilarated, their morale high and filled with joy. After a long period of enduring and planning, carefully calculating and scheming, they finally overturned their strongest opponent and cleared the greatest obstacle on the road to establishing themselves in the South Seas. In a wooden cabin, the core personnel gathered together, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful, sweeping away the tension and oppression of past preparations for war. Ayu's face was filled with joy as he cupped his hands to congratulate Lin Shan, saying, "Brother Chen, now that Bai Sha has been defeated and retreated, there is no longer any force in the entire middle and lower reaches of the Mekong River that can contend with us. From now on, this river will be dictated by us." His subordinates chimed in, all spirited and filled with dreams of mastering the waterways and dominating. Faced with everyone's joyous celebration, Lin Shan remained calm and composed, showing no signs of arrogance or impatience. His calm gaze looked far ahead, not allowing a single victory to make him complacent. The end of a great battle only clears the obstacles before us. It does not mean everything is fine. Lin Shan slowly began his steady words, immediately quieting the noisy hall. Although Bai Sha has been defeated, he still holds on to his remaining forces, lurking in a corner and struggling to survive. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. There are still hidden dangers. We must not let our guard down and need to send people to monitor their movements, closely preventing them from recovering their strength and coming back to strike. Gui Mian's forces have now increased significantly. This person is inherently cruel and suspicious with great ambitions. Currently, the two sides are merely allied for mutual benefit, not out of true sincerity. In the future, conflicts will inevitably arise over the division of interests and territorial resources. Allies are ultimately only temporary, but we must remain vigilant. This calm analysis instantly awakened everyone to the countless crises still lurking beneath the victory. The competition in the martial world never truly ends. Everyone gradually reigned in their impulsive joy, restoring a calm mindset, reminding themselves that the road ahead was still filled with thorns. Lin Shan scanned the crowd before beginning to finalize the new power structure planning after the great battle, laying out the development path step by step. First, stabilize the existing territory of the camp, using it as a foundation to gradually and cautiously expand into the surrounding scattered riverbanks and small docks, expanding the influence step by step without rushing for quick success and firmly rooting ourselves. Second, integrate the entire South Seas maritime route, thoroughly streamline all transportation lines, monopolize the export channels for high-quality, refined goods, firmly control the lifeline of financial resources, and accumulate strong financial power. Third, expand the artisan team, enlarge the scale of the refining industry, optimize and improve the refining process, and create a top-notch product brand unique to us, solidifying our position in the industry. Fourth, train all personnel under my command, define a clear responsibility system, establish dedicated combat teams, logistics, transport teams, and intelligence scouting teams, perfecting the power structure to make overall development more standardized. Fifth, maintain the cooperative relationship with Mian, exchanging resources, stabilizing the supply of raw materials, ensuring the long-term and stable operation of the industry, maintaining a balance of power, and achieving mutual benefit and win-win results. Each planning point was clear and precise, covering territory expansion, industrial development, troop training, and diplomatic balance, fully determining the future development direction, steadily moving toward the grand goal of dominating the South Seas and connecting to the island of Hong Kong. Meanwhile, within the distant territory of Hong Kong Island, the situation also welcomed a new stable pattern. The Elian Hall was completely destroyed, and all remaining rogue forces were eradicated. Various small to medium-sized forces, having suffered greatly from the previous chaos, no longer had the strength to stir up conflict, and the entire gray area of Hong Kong Island had settled into peace and stability. Chunsheng society firmly established itself in the core area of Kowloon, backed by the powerful forces of the South Seas and holding smooth overseas trade routes. Their financial resources and connections rapidly increased, quietly becoming a powerful emerging force on Hong Kong Island that could not be ignored. Owen managed the back end, keeping all industries on Hong Kong Island in order, gathering funds, integrating connections, quietly accumulating strength, and silently strengthening the foundation at the rear, forming a large power structure with dual lines connecting the North and the South Seas. The bustling markets of Hong Kong Island remained vibrant, while the waters of the South Seas had already reshaped. Once a street urchin struggling to survive in Hong Kong Island after countless life-and-death battles, power struggles, and enduring patience, he had now established a foothold in the South Seas, wielding a force of his own and commanding the flow of the waterways, making a remarkable name for himself in the wildlands. As the smoke cleared, the old era's overlord quietly came to a close, and a new power structure officially. The road ahead was long filled with countless storms and dangers, political intrigues, and powerful enemies lying in wait. But after enduring many trials and tribulations, Lin Chun and his trusted partners had already acquired the strength and confidence to face all storms. Traversing the regions of Hong Kong and Macau, commanding the winds and clouds of the South Seas, their path of heroes had just begun to enter its prosperous chapter. In the journeys to come, they could calmly tread over any tumultuous waves. The Mekong River downstream wasteland. The mud is mixed with dried, dark red bloodstains as the wind sweeps across the desolate riverbank where wild grass lies flattened, and the scene is one of utter devastation. This is the temporary stronghold where the White Shark retreated after their defeat, lacking high walls, dark fortifications, and orderly barracks, only a few tattered canvas tents haphazardly pitched on the muddy ground. In just a few days after the defeat, the once dominant ruler of the river has become a stray dog on the mudflat. Inside the tent, the light is dim and the air is thick with humidity and stench. The White Shark sits on a wooden crate with thick bandages wrapped around his shoulder, the edges soaked with dark red blood. On the day of his return to the main camp, he personally charged with a gun, only to have a bullet pierce through his shoulder, leaving the wound inflamed and swollen to this day. His complexion is dark and haggard, bloodshot eyes reflecting a mix of a once steady cold pressure with an almost paranoid ruthlessness. Scarface Cohen stands nearby, his arm bandaged, his body marked with wounds, speaking in a low, hoarse tone. "Boss, the inventory is complete. There are only 213 corps members left with less than 100 firearms, and the food supply can last only 6 days. The dozens of small factions that once allied with us have all turned against us, either siding with the ghost face or going completely dark. This one sentence encapsulates our dire situation. Once wielding 1,000-strong armed force and monopolizing half the river, now we are shrunk to a wasteland with a shortage of supplies, a lack of firearms, and not even a solid territory." The White Shark pinches a rusty bullet between his fingers, his knuckles turning white and protruding. "Any recent movements from Lin Chun?" "Steady." Scarface Cohen grits his teeth. "We need to expand the docks, repair the camp, and recruit more craftsmen, fully ramping up our refining capacity. Moreover, he hasn't taken the opportunity to send troops to wipe us out, treating us as if we were insignificant pawns. Ignoring us is the greatest humiliation." The White Shark slowly raises his eyes, gazing at the murky river surface, issuing a low, cold laugh from his throat. The youthful temperament believes that winning a single battle means the war is won. Does he think that because he has crippled me, I can never rise again? Boss, our forces are weak and supplies are tight. We cannot afford a direct confrontation. Scarface Cohen advises softly, what if we move upstream and ally with the ghost face? We can lie low for a while and preserve our strength. Ally. The white shark suddenly looks up, his eyes filled with fury. I have fought against the ghost face for 2 years, my hands stained with his men. You want me to ally with him? He would skin me alive and hang me on a mountain as a sacrifice. This path is a dead end. Scarface Cohen's face turns bitter. Then what options do we have? The white shark remains silent for a long time before finally uttering a cold phrase. Borrow a knife. Whose knife? The knife from Hong Kong Island. The white shark raises his hand, opening a yellowed encrypted letter on the table, which bears a line of cold English marked with the subtle insignia of offshore capital. With the downfall of the Ilian Hull, the offshore capital has lost its pawns. They need a new obedient knife to reinsert into the gray areas of Hong Kong Island. Have the capital offered conditions? Scarface Cohen asks, his pupils contracting. They have, the white shark replies flatly, but with a chilling undertone. I lack food, money, and weapons. Lin Shen relies on the Hong Kong Island supply lines continuously generating resources. The ghost face holds the raw materials, naturally having the upper hand. I am caught in the middle, and if I do not seek outside aid without needing anyone to act, my brothers will starve and scatter in 6 days. In the face of survival, there are no bottom lines. What conditions did the capital provide? Scarface Cohen presses further. They offered money, guns, and supplies to help stabilize the remnants. The white shark replies, rubbing the letter between his fingers. I must do one thing for them. What is it? Keep an eye on Lin Shen. The white shark looks up, his gaze dark with murderous intent. I need to ascertain all his supply routes, refining points, and storage warehouses. Do not act, do not expose yourselves, just be eyes on the ground. Scarface Cohen instantly understands. The offshore capital does not intend to directly engage in battle. They want to use the white shark's eyes to see through all of Lin Shen's cards. Boss, once we collude with the capital, we will never be able to break free. Scarface Cohen warns gravely. I never intended to break free. The white shark's lips curl into a sinister arc. I am now a wounded shark with no right to be choosy. If the capital wants to eat Lin Shen, I will hand them the knife. Once they are both injured, I will come out to feast on the blood-soaked buns. Endure for a moment, borrow external forces, lay hidden traps, and wait for the backlash. This is the hidden ruthlessness of a seasoned schemer. Reply to them, the white shark commands in a deep voice. Accept their conditions. Additionally, select 5 death warriors to infiltrate Lin Shen's labor team. Do not bring guns, do not act out, just stay hidden. I want to know every warehouse, every batch of goods, every look at. Scarface Cohen nods heavily and turns to leave. Inside the tent, only the white shark remains. He gazes at the distant, calm, and orderly abandoned barrack, his eyes devoid of surrender, filled only with deep-seated hatred. Lin Shen, you have won the battlefield. But the chess game has just begun. At the same time, in the abandoned barrack, the camp has been repaired and expanded, organized and imposing. Layers of barbed wire entwine with sentries positioned at various heights, and 3 new concrete watchtowers erected by the riverman 24 hours a day. The once rudimentary temporary camp has now taken on the shape of an armed fortress. Inside the refining workshop, machines hum softly, pure white powder neatly sealed with boxes stacked in order. Craftsmen operate skillfully, the process clean and standardized, maintaining a top-notch level of purity. Ayu holds a personnel roster and approaches Lin Shen, reporting in a low voice. Brother Chen, we have recently recruited 56 local laborers responsible for transportation, repairs, and storage. I have checked all their backgrounds. On the surface, they appear clean, all being impoverished refugees from nearby. Lin Shen leans against the railing, his gaze lightly sweeping over the busy laborers below. The sunlight falls on his cool profile, the young man's expression calm and unperturbed. Are there any with unknown backgrounds, deliberately silent and never interacting deeply with others? There are 5 with reclusive personalities, very steady workers and not talkative. Why? Ayu is taken aback. Keep an eye on them, Lin Shen replies calmly. Do not capture them, do not investigate, do not alarm them. Give them the easiest tasks and grant them the freedom to move. Ayu's eyes narrow. Do you suspect they are white shark's people? It is inevitable. Lin Shen's tone is calm, but resolute. White shark has fought for many years, and he cannot possibly lack death warriors. After his defeat, what he needs most is intelligence. He will not confront us hidden, but will secretly plant spies. Then we should directly capture and kill them. Ayu's eyes glint coldly. No need. Lin Shen shakes his head, his lips curling with a hint of coldness. Leave them be. I want White Shark to see what I want him to see. Deliberately placing undercover agents, intentionally providing opportunities for surveillance, and deliberately creating false vulnerabilities. Wise men in a game of chess do not simply eliminate their eyes on the board, but rather utilize them. Hong Kong Island Central District, a private penthouse club. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows muffled the city's clamor. The interior was dimly lit and climate-controlled, with cigar smoke curling lazily in the air, mingling with the rich scent of fine leather and faint traces of alcohol. Around a long black ebony table sat 6 middle-aged men, all impeccably dressed in formal suits. No gang tattoos, no coarse language. These men were polished, articulate, and utterly unassuming. Yet they were the unseen architects of Hong Kong's gray economy, the offshore capital decision-makers. The man at the head of the table tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, his voice low, even devoid of emotion. White Shark has signed a shadow pact. We supply logistics, capital, and arms. He handles intelligence gathering. Is he reliable? Asked a man with gold-rimmed glasses, his tone detached. Unreliable, but effective, replied the leader coldly. Crippled Shark knows the Mekong better than anyone, and hates Lin Chin most. Hatred is the strongest chain. The others nodded silently. Capital never binds with loyalty. It shackles with human frailty. Current data on Chunxing Syndicate. The leader raised his eyes. A subordinate opened a black dossier and reported calmly 4 docks and 7 warehouses currently operational in Hong Kong, 270 permanent personnel. 1 exclusive maritime route through the Nanyang region, fully privatized, non-shared. Monthly outbound volume of high-purity cargo remains stable. Cash flow is robust. 2 principal figures. Lin Chun, the Nanyang strategist. Reserved, ruthless, fiercely ambitious. Ah-1, the Hong Kong steward. Calculating, meticulous, and risk control, flawlessly precise. Neither shows obvious vulnerabilities. Someone frowned. They do. The reporter paused for a beat voice. Exact. Lin Chun values loyalty. His brothers are his fatal weakness. Ah-1 craves stability. He will never gamble his life. A single sentence, surgically precise, laying bare their existential fault lines. The leader slowly lifted his gaze, eyes remote and indifferent. With Yi Luen Tong collapsed, Hong Kong's gray domain cannot remain vacant. Chunxing Syndicate has risen too fast, uncontrollable. It must be suppressed. The plan. Step 1. Use White Shark's eyes to map every secret of the Nanyang operation. Step 2. Cut off peripheral suppliers, inflate raw material prices, and squeeze Chunxing's margins. Step 3. Covertly back 3 minor syndicates to provoke street-level friction in Hong Kong, draining Chunxing's manpower. Step 4. Wait for the optimal moment, then deploy capital to seal their shipping routes outright. Layer upon layer of strategy, relentless, incremental suffocation. No blades flashed, yet this warfare was more insidious and lethal than any Triad bloodshed. Do not expose ourselves too soon. The leader spoke quietly. Capital must remain pristine. Dirty work is delegated. To White Shark, to minor syndicates, to foreign enforcers like Ghost 7. All are expendable pieces. Meanwhile, at the Kowloon safe house, the attic was bathed in muted light, thick with cigarette smoke. Before Ah-1 lay a sprawling network diagram of Hong Kong's financial elite. Dense black lines, interwoven circles marking concealed conglomerates, offshore accounts, and shell corporations. Ah-Go stood beside him, agitated. After all this time, we've only uncovered surface-level shells. The real puppeteers remain hidden. No trace leads to the source. Expected. Ah-1 adjusted his glasses, voice calm. Capital never stands in the light. Then what do? These people are watching us. They'll strike soon. Ah-1's fingertip rested lightly on a point in the diagram, his gaze sharp and composed. No need to rush. Capital operates on interest, on risk assessment, on cost-benefit calculus. They won't act rashly. He glanced toward the window where neon-lit nightscape shimmered beyond the glass. Haven't you noticed unusual friction lately? On the streets. Stalls vandalized, dockworkers staging false accidents, junior members provoking senseless brawls. Ah-Go blinked. Yes, 4 incidents in 3 days, all by unknown minor syndicates. No coincidence, Ah-1 said firmly. These are Capital's trial pawns. Then I'll send men to wipe them out. A flash of fury ignited in Ah-Go's eyes. Absolutely not. Ah-1 shook his head decisively. If we launch large-scale crackdowns, the noise will signal to Capital that we're dangerously aggressive, unmanageable. They'll immediately mobilize official connections and financial blockades to crush us outright. So we just endure. Ah-1's lips curved into a cool, measured smile. Stillness as strategy. Let minor provocations stay minor. No escalation, no bloodshed, no public reports. Handle everything discreetly. Compensate, concede, suppress. Exactly. And what do we gain by delaying? Ah-1's voice was quiet, each word weighted. As long as the Nanyang route is fully secured and cargo monopolized, we survive, even if Hong Kong itself is sealed off. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside. A subordinate handed over an encrypted telegram. Its contents read: White Shark's remnants have accepted foreign investment. 5 elite operatives have entered camp. I remain, but did not kill them. Keep close watch on Capital in Hong Kong. Do not initiate hostilities. He looked up at Ah-Go, speaking with quiet gravity. This game is far more than Triad warfare. The mist lingered in the mountains, the dense forest dark and damp, the ground covered in decaying leaves year-round, and miasma pervaded the area. On the mountainside, a cluster of wooden houses, drying platforms, and crude refining workshops were built. This was the largest source of raw materials in the entire Mekong River basin. Within the stone hall at the summit, the atmosphere was cold and oppressive. Kneeling below was a black-robed messenger, bowing his head to report Master Lin Chun has delivered 30% of the foundational techniques as promised. The technology is genuine and effective. The craftsmen have successfully replicated it, and the refining losses have indeed been significantly reduced. However, Master, the messenger looked up with hesitation. I have discovered that Lin Shin still possesses a set of high-purity purification techniques that have not been delivered. That is the truly valuable item with purity far exceeding the techniques we currently possess. The ghostly face fell silent for a moment, a low cold laugh echoing in the stone hall. The originally mutually beneficial agreement under the catalyst of greed quietly began to show cracks. Any recent movements from the white shark? The ghostly face suddenly inquired. A cold light flashed in the ghostly face's eyes. Waste. Relay my orders. The ghostly face spoke slowly, his tone chilling. First, suspend the delivery of raw materials to Lin Shin for 10 days. No deliveries, no sales, no circulation. I want to force him. What if he doesn't comply? The ghostly face slowly raised his hand, pointing down towards the river. In this golden triangle, whoever controls the raw materials is the true master. The once side-by-side comrades in breaking through challenges could not escape the word interest. Outside the raw material warehouse, Au held the supply list, his expression grave as he approached Lin Shin. Lin Shin was polishing a modified pistol, his fingertips moving steadily without a hint of pause. There's no reason. Au frowned. The other party only left a vague statement. If we want long-term cooperation, we need to show more sincerity. He looked up, a faint chill crossing his eyes. The simplicity of the two words had already conveyed everything. Should I bring people into the mountains to negotiate? No need for negotiation, Lin Shin replied, his tone cold and piercing. It's better to break through independently than to seek cooperation. 8 days. 10 days is the deadline. Start. Additionally, relay the order. Au was taken aback. Increase the price. Now that the ghostly face has cut off supplies, shouldn't we lower prices to stabilize our customer base? Lin Shin's eyes were clear and cold, seeing through the whole situation. Now everyone knows that I've cut ties with the ghostly face and believes that I'm about to run out of materials and halt production. By raising prices, I can create a sense of scarcity, stabilizing high-end clientele, and elevating the value of our goods. Moreover, he added, I can provide the techniques and split the shipping routes. If they want something, let them come down the mountain personally to negotiate at my camp. In this wild land, only equally ruthless individuals could engage in a battle of wits with madmen. As dusk fell, the evening breeze of the Mekong River was cool. The 5 men were indeed the deadly assassins sent by the white shark. In the still of the night, one of the lead assassins pulled out a concealed miniature radio, his fingers quickly tapping out a code, silently transmitting encrypted messages back to the remnants on the desolate beach. Intelligence 2, a large quantity of goods has recently been sealed in the warehouse, and external shipments have been halted, suspected of hoarding for sale. The pieces of intelligence were brief and precise, seemingly without any flaws. The west side's defenses are weak. Inventory is tight. White Shark repeatedly rubbed the intelligence with his fingertips, pondering for a long time. Scarred Kun's eyes lit up. Then shall we take advantage of the west side's vulnerability to launch a night raid in 3 days? He is naturally suspicious and never trusts anyone, even those assassins he personally trained. All 5 are assassins who have followed us for many years. Their loyalty is absolutely reliable. Scarred Kun spoke affirmatively. Moreover, the intelligence is straightforward and clear, unlike deliberate forgery. He had not seen a flaw for a long time, and now that a loophole had suddenly appeared, it inevitably raised his vigilance. White Shark solemnly set the time at the lowest tide, when the night is the darkest and visibility is the worst. We will concentrate all our remaining elite forces, penetrate through the weak points on the west side, strike quickly, seize the inventory goods without lingering in battle or slaughtering camps. Understood. Scarred Kun accepted the order seriously. Lin Shin stood by the window, looking through the night towards the faint lights of the labor area. The west side was weak, inventory was tight, and people's hearts were unsettled. The reality was entirely different. The west side concealed 3 layers of dark fortifications. The underground warehouses were stocked, and all personnel maintained strict discipline without a hint of panic. He will believe it. People will always only believe what they want to believe. In 3 days, we will set an ambush. I want White Shark to understand. The dark clouds once again loomed over the river's surface as a heavy wild wind swept across the shore, the air thick and oppressive, signaling that a torrential downpour was about to strike. Inside the abandoned barracks, everything appeared calm as usual. Laborers continued their work, craftsmen persisted in their crafting, and brothers stood guard, all seemingly without a ripple. In the dense and shadowy forest on the western outskirts, several anti-personnel landmines lay shallowly buried beneath the ground, their wires concealed, waiting for footsteps to trigger a sudden explosion. Lin Shin leaned against the tower, his clothes fluttering in the evening breeze, his expression calm. We're in position. Au nodded. Our informants embedded in the supply transport line have relayed the message that this batch of supplies includes fine firearms and ample ammunition. The offshore capital clearly intends to support the White Shark to restrain us. Lin Shin's lips curled into a slight coldness. Once the White Shark regains their breath, the first to strike back will be the capital. What about Gue Mian? Lin Shin turned his head to inquire. Observing. Gue Mian wished to watch as the White Shark and Lin Shin fought each other, exhausting one another, and when both sides were left wounded, he would descend to reap the aftermath, benefiting as a fisherman. The White Shark sought revenge with the capital. Goei Mian watched from the sidelines. Lin Shun remained still, setting a deadly trap. A deep rumble of thunder erupted in the sky as the cold rain suddenly poured down, dense raindrops striking the river's surface, shrouding the area in mist, instantly blurring visibility. A perfect ambush under the weather. On the boat, the white shark donned a black raincoat, the bandage on his shoulder already soaked through by the rain. The west side is dark, no patrols, indeed the defenses are weak. Scarred Kowloon lowered his voice, excitement in his tone. The intel is accurate, the timing is just right. Everyone disembark, move quietly on tiptoe. Only seize the goods, do not kill, quick in and out. The rain washed over the grass and trees, muffling footsteps, the sounds of wind, rain, and flowing water intertwined, perfectly concealing the movements of the ambush. Lin Shun quietly gazed at the pitch-black forest, and amidst the sound of the rain he softly spoke. In the next moment, a muffled explosion suddenly tore through the rainy night. Flames erupted violently in the dark forest soil, broken branches, and rainwater flying everywhere. The elite brothers, hidden in the shadows, opened fire simultaneously, the tongues of flames from the gun muzzles spitting continuously, dense bullets sealing off all escape routes. Within the forest, the white shark and his group were instantly trapped in a sea of fire. The white shark stood frozen in the heavy rain, his body cold, his heart sinking suddenly. From beginning to end, it was a meticulously woven hunting trap laid out by the youth. Lin Shun, slender in form, stood quietly amidst the wind and rain, his gaze indifferent as he watched the hellish slaughter below. Old Shark. The Golden Triangle, a region rich in resources deep within the mountains. This place has long been firmly under the control of the Ghost Face, where no outsider dares to step. The Ghost Face, draped in a black robe, his silver mask glinting coldly, sat upon a stone throne surrounded by 8 guards standing at attention with their rifles, exuding an air of suffocating silence. The Ghost Face lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, and a hoarse, distorted voice slowly emerged. He indeed keeps his word. Beneath the mask, his dark eyes suddenly darkened. Indeed, the messenger affirmed. This person is deeply calculating and has never revealed all his cards since our alliance began. Moreover, he occupies the downstream river, monopolizing the shipping routes. No matter how much we produce, he can strangle us at the throat. Young man, his ambition runs deep. The Ghost Face, inherently suspicious, greedy, and bloodthirsty, was willing to form an alliance solely for the sake of technology and shipping routes. Now, having acquired the foundational technology, his desires began to swell, no longer satisfied with the current benefits. The remnants are huddled in the wasteland with few personnel. Recently, they have frequently received external supplies suspected of secretly colluding with the capital of the port island. The messenger reported faithfully. The defeated cannot call themselves kings. The messenger was startled. Master, should we suspend supplies? Wouldn't that directly cut off the refining materials for Chun-Gu? The alliance between both sides might collapse. The Ghost Face spoke in a calm, ruthless tone. Force him to hand over the complete high-purity technology. Compel him to open half of the shipping routes. Then let him understand. Greed breeds betrayal among allies. Half a day later, in an abandoned military camp, Chun-Gu, the supply from the mountains has been cut off. The 3 trucks of raw materials that were supposed to arrive this morning have yet to show up. The messenger brought word that the Ghost Face had withheld goods for 10 days, suspending all supplies. Reasons? Lin Shun abruptly halted the action of wiping his gun's muzzle. Sincerity. The Ghost Face, insatiable in greed, sought the complete technological process and desired to divide the benefits of the shipping routes. No need. A greedy person will never be satisfied. Today I give him the complete technology. Tomorrow he will demand my docks, my shipping routes, my territory. How long can our existing stock of materials last? You asked worriedly. Lin Shun replied instinctively, having already counted the stock. If we conserve them for refining, we can last for a maximum of 10 days. Should we restart the backup raw material channels? You pressed on. Lin Shun decisively ordered. Notify Ghostly Chi utilize all gray market channels, purchase scattered raw materials at high prices regardless of cost, and first fill the stock gap. Shut down all external friendly trade windows, raise prices for goods by 30%. Mistake. The more dire the situation, the more one must act inversely. Lin Shun gazed at the distant mountains, a cold smile at the corner of his lips. Send a message back to the Ghost Face. But I never accept coercion. Meeting force with defiance, countering greed with calm. The labor zone of the abandoned barracks was dimly lit with rudimentary wooden houses arranged neatly. 5 taciturn laborers sat in the corner, heads bowed, as they ate in silence, not exchanging a word. After days of lurking, they traversed every corner of the camp, mapping the terrain, inventorying supplies, recording troop strength, and clarifying shift times. Intelligence Report 1. The stock of Ghost Mask has run dry. Chin's reserves can only last 8 days, and internal materials are in short supply, causing unrest among the ranks. Intelligence Report 3. The defenses on the west side of the camp are weak with few sentries, and there exists a 10-minute gap during night shifts. Within the tent on the desolate beach, Baisha meticulously reviewed the intelligence, a growing chill in his eyes. Scar's Kowloon stood nearby, whispering, "It seems the Ghost Mask shortage has indeed choked Lin Chen's lifeline." The youth is ultimately young. Once the supply chain breaks, he panics immediately. News from the capital states that in 3 days, all supply materials will arrive. Guns, ammunition, medicine, funds, all replenished at once. Baisha did not immediately agree, his gaze fixed on the paper report, his mind repeatedly calculating. Is it possible it's a trap? Baisha asked softly. He slowly nodded, suppressing his lingering doubts. In 3 days at 2 in the morning. Currently, he lacked sufficient troops and did not dare to engage in large-scale combat, only seeking to plunder resources, replenish finances, and disrupt Lin Chen's rhythm. At this moment, in the main building of the barracks, Yu held a listening logbook, speaking in a flat tone. Chen, all 5 pieces of intel have been sent. The 3 pieces of false information we deliberately leaked have been completely passed to Baisha. 3 flaws, all man-made. Will Baisha believe it? Yu inquired. Lin Chen replied with certainty, because all 3 pieces of intelligence align with his predictions. Baisha already believes that Lin Chen's foundation is unstable and that he is young and impulsive. Now the false intelligence just reinforces his assumptions, causing the suspicious to lower their guard. Lin Chen calmly issued orders, his voice cold and unwavering. In the peripheral forest on the west side, set landmines, hide concealed guns, and ambush small teams. Those who are defeated, even if they obtain capital, cannot step into my camp. 2 days later, the weather along the Mekong River changed abruptly. The entire river surged with dark currents, with 3 factions lying low, no one daring to act recklessly, yet all were sharpening their knives in the shadows. In truth, beneath the dark currents, the killing intent had already been set. 20 elite brothers lay in pairs, concealed in the damp grass, their guns aimed at the narrow forest path, bodies smeared with mud perfectly blending into the night. Yu crouched atop the vantage point of the lookout tower, holding a high-powered telescope, his cold eyes scanning the distant river, reporting in a low voice. Chun Baisha's remnants are concealed 20 miles away along the river with 7 boats and around 180 personnel, all lightly armed, and clearly here for a stealthy raid. Has the supply from the capital arrived? Not reliably. Human nature is inherently evil. Tyrants lack mercy. The troops in the deep mountains are gathered at the border pass, 500 armed forces on standby, not moving, not advancing, not retreating. Yu replied in a deep voice, he is observing. The most insidious stance. In this 3-way game, everyone is calculating. As night deepened, the hour hand slowly pointed to 2 in the morning. In the torrential rain, under the cover of darkness and desolate woods, 7 black speedboats lowered their motors, silently slicing through the murky river water, edging closer to the desolate beach on the west side of the abandoned barracks. He looked up at the camp shrouded in heavy rain, a ruthless fierceness in his eyes. Baisha took a deep breath, suppressing the last trace of doubt in his heart. Target West Warehouse. With the command, 180 remnants quietly landed on the beach, stepping on the muddy, slippery ground, lowering their bodies as they stealthily made their way into the dim depths of the forest. From the distant lookout tower, Yu watched the shadows penetrate the dense forest, his tone icy. The fish are all in the net. Seal the net. Boom. The landmines planted in advance detonated, a blinding flash of fire, shockwaves sweeping through the entire forest. Cries, roars, and explosions mingled with the sound of rain suddenly echoing across the wilderness. Scar's Cohen was soaked to the skin, his face pale, as he screamed in shock, "Master, it's a trap." All of it was false intelligence. The weakness of the west side was false, the shortage of stock was false, and the unrest among the ranks was false. In the depths of the rain curtain atop the lookout tower, he softly uttered a phrase, his voice low, swallowed by the torrential wind and rain. You still do not understand who currently holds the power over the Mekong River. The Mekong River has been sweltering for days without a breeze, the muddy waves gently rolling, seemingly peaceful, while the schemes of the 3 forces upstream and downstream have long entangled into a deadly web. The abandoned military camp is orderly and strict, workshops are in constant operation, and goods are piled high, with the entire downstream shipping route firmly held in Lin Chen's hands. Outsiders only know that the Chun Sheng society is flourishing, but those involved understand that there are currently 2 deadlocks. The Ghost Mask is cutting off raw material supplies, and the offshore capital is eyeing the shipping line to strangle the financial sources. In the main building's conference room, Lin Chen stands before the topographical map of the river, lightly tapping the dense forest on the western shore with his fingertip, his expression cool and calm. Yu stands beside him, bowing slightly and reporting in a low voice, Brother Chen, 5 laborers sent by the White Shark have been lurking around the camp's perimeter, warehouse area, and workshop posts these days, remaining obedient and patiently gathering intelligence without causing any damage. Additionally, the Ghost Mask has completely halted the supply of raw materials, and our inventory only has enough for 7 days left, while scattered raw materials on the market are being discreetly controlled, causing prices to surge by 50%. The Ghost Mask supply cut is forcing me to lower prices. Lin Chen spoke lightly, revealing the core issue. The White Shark has hidden stakes waiting for me to show a flaw. The silence of capital is watching us consume ourselves, waiting for an opportunity to profit. The 3 factions all have ulterior motives, yet they are all focused on my lifeline. Yu frowned. Should we directly remove those 5 hidden stakes? Leaving them is always a hidden danger. they have figured out many of our sentry routines. No need to remove them. Lin Chun turned his head, a glimmer of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. The white shark now only has remnants without food or guns. Their only reliance is on capital supplies and intelligence advantages. He is suspicious and cautious in battle. Unless he sees an absolute flaw, he would never dare to act rashly. Since he wants intelligence, we will give it to him. Since the beginning of the conflict, Lin Chun has never passively defended. He only sets up traps to take advantage of the situation. For the next entire day, the camp intentionally exposed 3 deadly flaws, all precisely delivered to the eyes of the hidden stakes. First, the workshop deliberately reduced production, spreading news of raw material exhaustion and unrest among the craftsmen, leading the hidden stakes to believe that the Chun Sheng Society's inventory was critically low and unsustainable. Second, the Western Forest Sentry intentionally shrank deliberately, leaving a 10-minute gap during the night shift change, appearing to have relaxed defenses and no one on guard. Third, the temporary warehouse on the western side is piled high with packaged goods brightly lit and easy to ambush, creating the illusion that the main force is guarding the front. The rear is empty and supplies are within easy reach. All flaws are realistically natural, without any traces of being deliberate, perfectly allowing the lurking death warriors to capture everything while revealing not a hint of a trap. In the dimly lit room of the labor area at midnight, 5 death warriors sat together, quickly summarizing the day's intelligence and transmitting it back to the White Shark's remaining base one by one through an encrypted radio. Intelligence 1: raw materials are exhausted, production capacity, halved, inventory only lasts for 6 days, internal morale is restless. Intelligence 2: the western defense line is weak, there is a fixed gap during the night shift change with no heavy firepower or hidden fortifications. Intelligence 3: the western warehouse is stockpiling a large number of finished goods with weak defenses, making it the only vulnerable point that can be breached. In the dilapidated tent on the barren beach, the White Shark reviewed the intelligence one by one, his fingers tightly clenched, his eyes filled with long-suppressed greed and murderous intent. Scarred Cohen stood beside him, breathing slightly faster. Boss, the opportunity has come. The capital's firearms and ammunition will arrive on time in 3 days. At that time, we will launch a light assault, only seizing goods, without hard fighting, replenishing funds and supplies, allowing us to temporarily stabilize the remnants and endure through the most difficult phase. White Shark remained silent for a long time, his suspicious thoughts repeatedly analyzing the overall situation. This intelligence matched his predictions too closely. A young ruler, unstable foundations, chaos, under pressure, and flaws must inevitably emerge after supply cuts. This is an opportunity. White Shark slowly raised his eyes, coldly determined. Lin Chun has won 2 consecutive battles, and his spirit is high, making him underestimate us. He is guarding against the front and the ghost mask, but he will never guard against my remaining soldiers, making a desperate counterattack. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 days from now, when the tide is at its lowest and the night is the darkest, everyone will infiltrate and land, quietly launching a surprise attack on the western warehouse, seizing goods and retreating swiftly. What I want is not a decisive battle to turn the tide, but a lifeline. Through this surprise attack, I aim to obtain supplies, stabilize personnel, and bind capital, biding my time for a change. At the watchtower of the military camp, Au looked at the receipt of the intercepted messages and quietly said, "Brother Chun, the fish has completely taken the bait." Lin Chun gazed at the dark river surface, the evening breeze stirring his clothes, his tone calm and unruffled. Deploy defenses across the board, exchange falsehoods and truths. The western side appears to have an empty gate, but in reality there are 3 hidden fortifications, landmines fully covered and firepower crosslocked. This battle is not only to annihilate the remnants of the White Shark, but also to show the ghost mask and offshore capital. Showing weakness is a strategy for the kill. The battlefield loomed ever closer, and the entire Mekong River sank into an eerie, deathly silence. No clashing steel, no friction, no tremor. Yet the blades of all 3 factions were already drawn, aimed unerringly at the same pivotal center of the chessboard. Deep within the mountainous raw material heartland, a stone hall exuded bone-chilling cold. Gue Mian sat enthroned upon the dais, his silver mask glinting with icy light, while his generals stood in solemn formation on either side, murmuring low reports of the latest developments. Sovereign Lord Lin Chun's raw materials are exhausted, production has plummeted sharply. The western defensive line lies dangerously exposed. The White Shark will launch a midnight raid to seize cargo in 3 days' time. Currently, Lin Chun's main forces are fully concentrated along the front line, leaving his rear utterly vulnerable. The general spoke with quiet urgency. We may descend the mountain at full speed while the 2 sides are locked in brutal combat, exhausted and bleeding, and seize the downstream wharves and river trade routes, outright swallowing the entire lower river territory in one decisive stroke. Silence filled the hall. Then Gue Mian's voice echoed hoarse and frigid, "No haste. The White Shark is a dead piece. Lin Chun is a hard piece. Let them fight first. We shall sit atop the mountain and watch tigers battle." Gue Mian's mind was venomously sharp. He had long since calculated every gain and loss. Should the white shark prevail, his troops would be shattered and spent incapable of challenging supremacy. Gui Mian could then crush him effortlessly. Should Lin Xin triumph, he would still bear the scars of war, and the fatal shortage of raw materials would remain unresolved, forcing him in desperation to beg Gui Mian for supply. Whichever side won or lost, Gui Mian would emerge the sole victor. Issue orders. Gui Mian commanded, tone detached and calm. Deploy all 500 armed personnel to the border pass. Concealed, silent, unmoving, uninvolved in the battle. Only monitor the camp's movements. Await the perfect moment to harvest. Meanwhile, in a top-floor private club in central Hong Kong, senior offshore financiers gathered around a table under stark white light, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. The white shark has taken the bait. He will launch his midnight raid in 3 days, reported a subordinate voice hushed. Our arms, ammunition, and logistical support have been delivered precisely on schedule, sufficient to sustain one decisive assault. The lead man in the tailored suit tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, voice ice cold. Do not concern yourselves with victory or defeat. If the white shark wins, we leverage him further to contain the Nanyang region. If he loses, we discard this expendable piece and immediately activate the maritime blockade protocol. Chunsheng society has risen too swiftly, entrenched on 2 fronts beyond our control. It must be crippled before it fully consolidates its power. Capital's warfare is never about bloodshed. It is surgical precision, strangling lifelines, severing growth, dictating rules, boiling the frog in warm water slowly, inexorably, until resistance fades. At the Takwawan stronghold, lamplight burned through the night in the attic. Awen spread out intelligence from both northern and southern fronts. His finger traced lines of dense script across the pages, his expression calm, his thoughts thorough and far-seeing. Go broke the silence, restless. Brother one. War erupts in Nanyang any moment. Gui Mian watches capital, prepares the white shark, throws everything into the fray. Should we redeploy manpower to reinforce the front lines? No need. Awen replied without hesitation, gaze clear and penetrating. Nanyang is Brother Lin's hunting ground, and the trap he laid requires no outside interference. Our duty is to hold the rear, smother every covert maneuver by capital. He had foreseen it all. The moment the Nanyang conflict concluded would mark the precise instant capital moved in Hong Kong. Issue orders. Awen commanded, voice steady and firm. Withdraw all street-level operatives. Consolidate every hand at the 2 critical nodes, the docks and the warehouses. Sever all unverified external connections to prevent capital infiltration. Lock down height-tier client resources in advance, and prepare concealed maritime escape routes. Frontline slaughter determines the shape of power, rear stability determines survival itself. Both fronts are indispensable. Overnight, Hong Kong's undercurrents tightened. In Nanyang, lethal intent coiled, silent and patient. All waited for that rain-lashed night of slaughter. And Lin Shun, standing squarely at the center of the chessboard, remained unruffled. By day he inspected workshops, drilled troops, and fortified weak points. By night he sat alone on the riverbank, still and watchful, waiting for prey to step into the cage. He knew well this siege, ostensibly targeting the white shark, was in truth a solitary ultimate confrontation against 3 forces at once: the remnants, the warlords, and capital itself. On the 3rd night a torrential downpour descended. Dark clouds loomed over the entire Mekong River as fierce winds swept the rain down, shrouding the surroundings in mist. The sounds of rain, wind, and flowing water intertwined, perfectly masking any movements of the advancing troops. At 2 in the morning the tide receded to its lowest point of the day, a fortuitous moment for a surprise attack. 7 black-painted speedboats quietly glided along the riverbank's shadows, avoiding all frontal checkpoints, and stealthily docking on the west side of the desolate beach. Baisha, drenched in a wet raincoat, bore the weight of an old injury on his shoulder, his complexion pale and haggard. He personally led the team, consisting of 180 remnants, all lightly equipped, armed with brand new firearms provided by their capital. Their eyes were fierce, clutching the last hope of breaking through and surviving. Abandon the boats, move silently. Target the warehouse on the west side, grab the goods, and leave no lingering. Baisha ordered in a low voice, stepping first into the muddy jungle. The remnants followed closely behind, stepping on the slippery mud as they swiftly penetrated into the depths of the camp. The path ahead was silent, devoid of patrols, sentries, or lights, barren and desolate, exactly as described in the intelligence. Dao Ba Cohen felt a wave of relief wash over him, murmuring, "Boss, it really is a weak defense." Lin Shun underestimated the youth, and ultimately, he couldn't maintain the overall situation. Baisha's tense nerves relaxed slightly, a glimmer of wild joy flashing in his eyes. As long as he could seize this batch of goods, he would acquire a fortune, stabilize his forces, and gather strength, once more no longer needing to scrape by on the desolate beach. However, just as the group stepped into the heart of the jungle, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them. Boom! The muffled sound of an explosion shattered the rainy night as buried anti-infantry mines detonated, flames shooting into the sky and debris flying in all directions. Several people at the front of the team were blown away, their screams ripping apart the silence of the rainy night. In the next moment, countless gun muzzles around the jungle erupted a hail of bullets, forming a net that locked down all escape routes. The dark fortifications above, ambushes in the forest, and outposts all opened fire simultaneously, crossfire, crushing down in layers, with no blind spots, no vulnerabilities, and no escape. It's a trap. All false intelligence. Dao Ba Kuan felt a chill all over, screaming in despair. Bai Sha froze, the rain washing over his face, the wild joy in his heart instantly turning into bone-deep cold. The so-called weak defense, critical stock shortages, and wavering military morale were all part of the meticulously woven hunting trap crafted by the youth. He had gambled everything he had left in a desperate fight, ultimately stepping into the enemy's deadlock. Chaos instantly spread throughout the area. The remnants retaliated in haste, yet they could not even see the enemy's figures, only able to passively endure the assault. The dense bullets claimed countless lives, and the muddy ground quickly became soaked with blood, staining the entire desolate beech forest. From atop the lookout tower, Ayu's gaze was icy as he inquired, "Shun Gu, the enemy's morale is collapsing. Should we compress the encirclement and completely annihilate them?" Lin Shin stood still in the wind, and rain, his clothes soaked, through his expression indifferent and cold. "Surround, but do not kill; pressure, but do not annihilate. Leave them a path for retreat, allowing them to see their own defeat, and let the distant watching Gue Mian see my strength." What he desired was not a massacre, but a demonstration of power and intimidation. In the jungle battlefield, the situation had completely tipped in one direction. In just half an hour, more than half of the 180 remnants were killed or injured, their ammunition fully exhausted. The remaining individuals discarded their helmets and armor, unable to retaliate, completely losing their combat capability. Bai Sha was shot in the back, the wound tearing painfully, blood loss causing him to sway unsteadily, surrounded by several elite soldiers. Dao Ba Kuan shielded him, his face filled with despair, no longer possessing any courage to resist. The rain gradually eased, and the flames flickered out. The former tyrant of the Mekong River, covered in mud and blood, knelt helplessly in the blood-soaked puddle of his own defeat. In the distance, at the mountain's narrow pass, the armed forces under Gue Mian observed silently, no one dared. 500 elite soldiers watched helplessly as Bai Sha met a tragic defeat and was captured, finally realizing that the downstream camp was now as solid as a fortress, with formidable combat power, far from being a soft persimmon to squeeze at will. The sky brightened, the rain having passed. The battlefield was strewn with debris, corpses, spent cartridges, and broken branches, the stench of blood lingering in the air. The captured remnants were all detained together with the main offenders, Bai Sha and Scar Kuan, imprisoned separately in a stone chamber. The dim, closed stone room was only illuminated by a sliver of light filtering through a small window, cold and damp, oppressive and suffocating. Bai Sha leaned against the stone wall, his wounds crudely bandaged. His complexion was as pale as paper, yet there was no panic in his eyes, only endless desolation and clarity. A life spent as a powerful figure rising from the riverways, thriving in the rainy seasons, only to fall to a youthful ambush. A single surprise attack had completely drained him of all his resources and spirit. Footsteps echoed softly as Lin Shin entered the cell alone, without guards or weapons, standing tall and composed before Bai Sha. "You knew long ago that I had placed assassins, that I intended to launch a surprise attack." Bai Sha spoke first, his voice hoarse and dry. "I knew from the day 5 men entered the camp." Lin Shin responded calmly, "You are cautious with your people. Your assassins are extremely loyal, yet your deliberate silence and unblemished reputation are your greatest flaws." Bai Sha let out a bitter laugh full of self-mockery. "After fighting for half a lifetime, skilled in plotting and counterattacking, I never expected to ultimately fall because of wanting to win too much. You feigned weakness and revealed your flaws, leading me to believe I had seized an opportunity, willingly jumping into the cage. You did not lose to the calculations, you lost to your perspective." Lin Shin's tone was flat, each word clear. "Your entire life has been focused on riverway battles and territorial disputes, failing to understand capital, failing to see the larger trends, and failing to comprehend the balance of power." Bai Sha raised his eyes, asking in a deep voice, "Knowing that I colluded with offshore capital, why did you not cut off supplies and eliminate future troubles in advance? Keeping you alive serves a purpose." Lin Shin's gaze was cold, revealing a deeper strategy. "You are a pawn for capital in the South Seas, and also a bargaining chip for me against Gue Mian. As long as you are alive, capital will not rashly intervene, and Gue Mian will not dare to launch a full-scale attack without reservations." One sentence revealed the truth behind all the restraint and mercy. Bai Sha's heart trembled, fully understanding the terror of the youth before him. He thought he was gambling for his life, unaware that all along he had merely been a buffer piece in the opponent's game. Gue Mian is greedy and suspicious, and capital is cold-blooded and profit-driven. Bai Sha remained silent for a long time, gravely warning, "After my downfall, both sides will see you as their only prey. You have won against me today, but tomorrow you must face the encirclement from the shadows." "I am fully aware." Lin Shin nodded slightly. "From the moment I took root in the South Seas, I have had no expectations of living in peace." "Then how do you plan to deal with me?" Bai Sha met his gaze calmly, awaiting his fate. I will strip you of your military authority, but spare your life. Lin Shen made a decisive call. Scar Kowloon will be sent home without further accountability. You will be placed under house arrest, neither killed, nor released, nor humiliated. To keep me as a balance against all sides. Bai Sha immediately grasped the intention. Yes, Lin Shen replied straightforwardly, as long as you are alive, your scattered old subordinates will not erupt into chaos. Capital will have reservations, and Gue Mian will have concerns. Once the situation is completely stabilized, I will give you your final fate. Not killing is about perspective. House arrest is about control. Sparing your life is about balance. A simple method of handling conceals the highest level strategic thinking. Leaving the cell, you immediately approached Brother Chun. Bai Sha is no longer a threat. Why not eliminate him completely to prevent future troubles? The real trouble has never been Bai Sha. Lin Shen looked toward the direction of the deep mountains, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The true killing game has only just begun. News of the rain-soaked night battle in the South China Sea reached Hong Kong's capital circles within half a day. In Central's private club, the atmosphere was icy and solemn. White Shark is completely scrapped. The pawn has failed. A subordinate reported in a low, grave voice, its remnants have been utterly annihilated, its leader captured. All our deployed weapons and supplies are lost without a trace. The man at the head of the table, impeccably dressed in a suit, remained expressionless, his eyes utterly still, as if the ruined asset were nothing more than an inconsequential tool. Just useless trash. Discard it. He raised his hand with quiet detachment and issued a new order, his tone glacial and ruthless. Initiate contingency protocol to impose total blockade on all downstream Mekong River maritime exit routes. Coordinate with overseas distributors, maritime customs checkpoints, and transshipment ports to universally reject shipments, seize cargo, and sever all flow. Cut off every public trade channel of the Chunsheng syndicate. Strangle its cash flow lifeline. Without capital circulation, even the strongest production capacity and finest goods become lifeless inventory. Capital's warfare sheds no blood, yet it slays the heart, destroys the enterprise, and uproots the foundation. Once issued, the directive activated a synchronized network-wide response. Within a single day, the entire South China Sea export trade corridor ground to a complete halt. Inside the downstream military camp, the operations director burst into the council chamber, his face pale and frantic. Brother Chin, grave news. All overseas partners have collectively breached contracts and refused deliveries. Transshipment ports have seized and sealed our cargo. All official maritime routes are fully severed. Warehouses overflow with unsold goods. A liquidity has entirely evaporated. The once stable production and sales cycle was severed in an instant. Factories kept churning out goods, but with no outlet for sale. Hundreds of workers demanded wages. Supplies needed procurement. Machinery required maintenance. Every front drained funds, yet not a single cent flowed in. Ayu's expression hardened. Offshore capital has intervened directly. They've abandoned White Shark and moved to strangle our arteries themselves. Lin Shen reviewed the layered blockade reports before him, his demeanor calm and unshaken. He had foreseen that the moment White Shark fell would be the moment capital struck. No need to rush. Lin Shen swiftly formulated a counter-strategy and issued orders with unwavering composure. First, immediately scale back production. Shut down half the workshops to reduce inventory buildup and conserve materials and manpower. Second, dispatch urgent word to Alwyn, activate Hong Kong's covert nearshore private shipping network. Break cargo into smaller lots, deploy small vessels, and sail exclusively under cover of night to evade official and capital-controlled checkpoints, sustaining minimal cash inflow. Third, identify and lock in core high-end private clients. Negotiate prices discreetly, ship in small batches, and secure loyal patronage. Abandon the open market entirely to evade capital encirclement. By contracting instead of collapsing, operating in shadows instead of light, and stabilizing instead of scrambling, they tore a slender thread of survival from certain ruin. At the Tukway outpost in Hong Kong, Owen received the frontline alert and instantly activated the contingency plan. Official routes are sealed. We'll take the hidden ones, Owen declared, his gaze sharp and decisive. Mobilize every idle fishing boat and private vessel, divide bulk cargo into smaller consignments, depart in staggered nocturnal batches. Simultaneously freeze all non-essential expenditures and consolidate all liquid capital. Prioritize funding for the South China Sea frontline to preserve production capacity, retain personnel, and reinforce defenses. Ago executed the command without hesitation, coordinating vessels, crews, and supplies overnight, conducting every operation with absolute secrecy and leaving no trace. Dual-track coordination, frontline and rear, bore the full brunt of capital's first lethal assault. Deep in the mountains, Gue Mian keenly detected the shift, the sudden maritime blockade, and his eyes blazed with unrestrained avarice. He knew Lin Shen now faced dual constraints: raw materials throttled by his own hand, finances locked down by offshore capital, trapped between two tightening vices, vulnerable and cornered. The perfect moment for coercion had arrived. In the afternoon, the messenger from the deep mountains, accompanied by his entire escort team, descended into the valley, striding directly into the abandoned military camp with an air of arrogance and an imposing presence, completely exuding a sense of superiority. At this moment, the ghostly face had already discarded all bonds of friendship, leaving only the naked pursuit of profit. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was cold and stagnant. The messenger took his seat with authority, cutting to the chase and forcefully laying out all demands without any concealment. Lin Zhu, your shipping routes are currently blocked, your resources depleted, and your funds cut off. The situation is precarious. My esteemed master feels compassion and is willing to resume the supply of materials to help you through this crisis, but you must show your sincerity. Immediately, 3 domineering conditions were set forth, each one piercing to the heart. First, hand over the complete set of high-purity refining techniques, sharing technology without reservation. Second, divide the shipping routes with a 5,050 split in profits with our side, having priority in acquiring goods. Third, transfer control of 3 core docks to our side, with shared defense of the waterways. These 3 conditions directly stripped Lin Shun of all his core foundations. Should he agree, he would become a complete vassal of the ghostly face, lacking technology, shipping routes, and territory, doomed to be subjugated for life, with no possibility of rising independently. Yu listened, his anger surging as he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain his fury. Previously, they had worked together to break through challenges for mutual benefit, but now, when his ally was in trouble, instead of offering assistance, they seized the opportunity to rob him, acting with the utmost greed and shamelessness. Lin Shun sat in the main seat, his expression calm and unruffled, yet a bone-chilling coldness flickered in his eyes. Go back and tell the ghostly face. I firmly declare with a resolute tone that the core interests of technology, shipping routes, and docks shall not be yielded an inch, nor shall I cede any ground. Our alliance was formed for mutual benefit and to resist a common enemy, not for subjugation and plunder. Your side has choked off our supplies and is using this crisis to threaten us. This agreement has long since become void. The messenger's expression darkened sharply, and he threatened fiercely. Lin Shun, you are currently besieged from within and without. Without our support of materials, within 10 days your power will surely collapse. To insist on confrontation will only lead to your own demise. Whether I live or die, I will control. Lin Shun raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades. If he is willing to supply, we will trade equally based on our abilities. If he wishes for war, I will prepare my forces and accompany him to the end. To attempt to seize benefits through coercion is a miscalculation. Without a hint of compromise or retreat, he directly tore apart the facade of false cooperation. The messenger, furious with shame, snorted and stood up. Very well. Since you are so ungrateful, prepare for your materials to run out, your financial resources to dry up, and your own destruction. We shall immediately cut off supplies permanently and await your downfall. After saying this, the messenger turned and angrily left, hastening back to the deep mountains to report. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. You spoke in a low voice. Worried brother Chen, we are currently under pressure on 2 fronts, with resources scarce and shipping routes obstructed. If we completely offend the ghostly face, we will likely face a direct attack. Compromise means death. Engaging in hard battle may allow us to survive. Lin Chen's attitude was resolute. Greedy people have no bottom line. If we give them an inch today, they will take a mile tomorrow. Rather than live under constraint, it is better to stand firm. Send orders to the entire army, prepare for battle at full alert. Reinforce the border defenses, set up hidden sentry firepower, and train all personnel for combat, ready to confront the ghostly face's army. Meanwhile, in the stone hall of the deep mountains, the messenger returned with Lin Chen's resolute refusal. Upon hearing this, the ghostly face's wrath ignited completely beneath the mask. This foolish youth, daring to resist me even in the face of despair. The ghostly face slammed his palm on the stone seat, murderous intent boiling over. Since soft approaches are ineffective, we shall resort to hard measures. The subordinates all voiced their eagerness for battle, their fighting spirit soaring. Master, we shall immediately lead the entire army down the mountain, flatten the downstream encampments, seize technology, occupy shipping routes, and control the waterways. The ghostly face raised his hand to suppress the fighting spirit of the crowd, a sinister calculation flickering in his eyes. Though furious, he remained rational and clear-headed, unwilling to engage in foolish actions that would deplete his own resources. No need for a direct assault. Send orders to secretly contact all scattered former members of the White Shark, offering hefty rewards and territory to incite them to create chaos and disturb everywhere. Exhaust their manpower, tire their troops, disrupt their morale, and drag down their situation. Once they are worn out both inside and out, I will descend and reap the aftermath, unifying the waterways. The insidious scheme of attrition was officially set in motion. With the directive from the ghostly figure falling into place, chaos erupted along the lower banks of the Mekong River within a single day. The once scattered remnants of the White Shark faction, tempted by riches and territory, banded together and launched surprise attacks everywhere. The The border patrol teams suffered sudden assaults, small peripheral docks were destroyed, supply transport routes were intercepted, and village guard points were harassed, leading to sporadic conflicts without a moment of peace. These remnants were already outlaws. After their defeat, they were left without support and harbored resentment. Now, with someone backing them and profit to be made, they became increasingly reckless and chaotic. Within the barracks, battle reports arrived in succession, with numerous records of disturbances laid out on the table. Brother Chin, today there have been a total of 12 instances of harassment and conflict, mostly due to surprise attacks from the scattered White Shark members. They strike and flee, never engaging in prolonged battles, deliberately draining our manpower. Ayu's expression was grave. We are severely stretched thin on the front lines, with our brothers standing guard day and night, exhausted from the constant demands. The ghost scheme was exceedingly insidious. Rather than engaging in direct battle, it forced you to be on guard at all times, depleting your resources until the morale of your troops waned and defenses weakened. Lin Shin scanned all the intelligence quickly and decisively formulated a strategy to break the deadlock, precisely dismantling the enemy's war of attrition. Divide the troops and set fixed points to control the chaos through stillness. First, delineate 4 major defense zones, rotate small teams for duty, establish fixed posts, and assign responsibilities to prevent unnecessary movement and exhaustion. Second, issue a decree for the people. All members of the White Shark faction who surrender their weapons within 3 days will receive no punishment and will be accepted based on merit. Those who persist in chaos will be severely punished and rooted out without mercy. Third, form 3 rapid response teams to accurately encircle and eliminate any disturbances with swift strikes, ensuring no delays, thoroughly extinguishing the trend of harassment. Through a combination of benevolence and authority, stabilizing zones and precise strikes, the ghost strategy of attrition was instantly shattered. The policies took effect immediately. Most of the scattered members of the White Shark faction were merely seeking profit through chaos and had no intention of fighting to the death. Upon hearing that surrender would absolve them of sins, they quickly wavered and abandoned their disturbances to voluntarily pledge allegiance. A few stubborn elements were accurately encircled and swiftly eliminated by the response teams. Within a single day, the unrest along the shores of Nanyang was greatly quelled and the situation was brought under complete control. Meanwhile, the second wave of capital pressure from the back of the island arrived as scheduled. Offshore capital, seeing that the shipping routes had not quickly crushed Chuncheon society, immediately changed tactics, covertly supporting over a dozen small local factions, enticing them with riches and benefits, inciting them to compete for the street industries of Chuncheon society, stir up trouble, and create conflicts. Street scam stalls being smashed, clientele being stolen, and endless provocations aimed at creating chaos were deliberately manufactured, drawing Win's manpower away and leaving the Nanyang front without support. At the Tsim Sha Sui stronghold, Go's face was filled with anger as he angrily requested to fight. Brother Wen, this group of scoundrels is becoming increasingly audacious. If we tolerate them any longer, our territory and reputation will be trampled upon. I'll lead the brothers to clear them out. No. Wen calmly intervened, his gaze penetrating. The capital's goal is to force us into street battles, causing major incidents. Once the noise gets too loud, the police will intervene with a heavy hand, sealing our docks and warehouses, falling right into their trap. To fight recklessly is the way of the fool. Controlling the situation is the way of the victor. Wen quickly deployed a response strategy for the rear, steadily implementing it. Consolidate all scattered street industries, abandon the small stalls, and have everyone retreat to the core docks, warehouses, and cargo yards, concentrating our forces to secure our foundation. Secretly gather evidence of the capital's instigation of disturbances, contact reliable connections, leverage our strength, and patiently await the opportunity to counterattack. We do not seek immediate victories, but aim for stability in the rear, continuous cash flow, and an unshaken foundation. With a stable rear, there would be no worries on the front lines. Under the dual pressures of crisis, Lin Shun worked to quell internal strife and secure the territory of Nanyang, while relying on hidden shipping routes to maintain the flow of funds, simultaneously exploring various channels for scattered raw materials, gradually alleviating the deadlock of resource depletion. In the midst of despair, new sprouts of breakthroughs began to emerge. Yet everyone understood that this was merely the prelude to the storm. The ghost's patience had already worn thin, and the layers of capital suppression had escalated, with turbulent undercurrents brewing in the north and south, and deadly schemes lying in wait. The next decisive battle would no longer be a struggle for territory or the elimination of remnants, but rather the ultimate confrontation between the young overlord, the mountain tyrant, and the top powers of offshore capital. The entire pattern of storms in Hong Kong, Macau, and Nanyang was about to undergo a complete upheaval. The turmoil subsided and the banks of the Mekong River returned to silence, yet the lurking crisis had not vanished. The ghost face tightly guarded the raw material production area, completely severing public channels, and the inventory in the barracks gradually dwindled, forcing a continuous compression of production capacity. A prolonged stalemate was not a sustainable strategy. In the conference hall, Lin Shin spread out a topographical map of the riverbank, his gaze fixed deep within the tributaries. Although the scattered raw material channels had inflated prices and irregular supplies, they were the only means of survival at present. Any news from Ghost Old 7? Lin Chen inquired. Yu immediately responded, we've made contact. There are several scattered raw material points hidden deep within the tributaries, but the routes are remote with many desolate forests along the way and numerous unclaimed bandits scattered about posing significant transportation risks. They are willing to take the lead in negotiating prices, but the unit price far exceeds the normal range. High prices are acceptable. We must first stabilize our supply lifeline. Lin Shun decisively made the call, mobilized 2 elite teams to escort supplies in shifts, avoiding the main patrol range of the Ghost Face, using secret waterways for procurement. We do not seek to stockpile in large quantities. We only require stable daily supplies to maintain the basic operation of the workshop. Passive waiting would only lead to a deadlock. Actively seeking external sources of goods is the only way to break free from the shackles of raw materials. Meanwhile, the former members of the White Shark, previously summoned by promises of reward and threat, gradually arrived at the camp to pledge allegiance. In just 2 days, the number of defectors had exceeded 100. These individuals had long survived along the river, familiar with the depths of the water's hidden routes and pathways through the mountains and forests, making them invaluable assets. You looked at the roster with some concern. Brother Chun, these people were once under the command of the White Shark. Their loyalty is hard to gauge. Recklessly integrating them into the team may hide dangers. There is no need to directly incorporate them into the main combat units. Lin Shin thoughtfully arranged, select those with steady skills and no significant past misdeeds, and assign them to tasks such as river patrols, supply escorts, and outer reconnaissance. Establish rules, reward according to effort, and make distinctions between rewards and penalties. Once enemies, they now seek survival through submission, as long as they sincerely and quietly perform their duties, a place will be provided for them. If they harbor rebellious intentions, they will be severely punished without exception. This approach not only absorbed usable manpower to expand the defenses, but also layered safeguards to mitigate risks, maximizing the value of the defectors. The imprisoned White Shark, upon hearing of his former subordinate's defection, sat in the stone house in prolonged silence. The power he had once crafted with his own hands was now crumbling, and his subordinates had all changed allegiances, leaving him with mixed emotions. He knew the tide had long since turned, and he no longer had the capital to regroup. In the stone hall deep within the mountains, Ghostface learned that the unrest had been swiftly quelled, and that many former White Shark members had defected. His expression grew darker. The expenditure to instigate turmoil had not only failed to exhaust his opponents, but had instead bolstered their numbers. This scheme had completely backfired. A general under his command quietly advised, my lord, the harassment tactics have proven ineffective. Lin Chen's foundation is becoming increasingly stable. Delaying further will only allow him to solidify his position completely. It would be better to consolidate all our forces and launch a strong assault on the downstream camp. Ghostface's fingers drummed against the stone chair, the gaze beneath the mask shifting between uncertainty and determination. A strong assault would incur heavy losses, and he was reluctant to lose his elite troops in vain, still contemplating more insidious methods. For now, we will hold our position, Ghostface coldly ordered. Keep a close watch on their raw material procurement routes, secretly set up roadblocks to intercept and cut off external supplies. By severing their external support and exhausting their inventory, when they are ultimately left with no resources, they will naturally fall apart without us needing to attack. The hidden ambush on the supply lines marked the quiet onset of a new round of blockade schemes. On the side of the port island, the situation in the rear was also stabilizing. Owen abandoned the scattered street-side industries, firmly holding onto the core of the dock warehouse, enduring repeated provocations from small factions, steadfastly maintaining his bottom line without proactively engaging in battle. With capital failing to find an opportunity to strike, the momentum of street disturbances gradually weakened. The north and south lines each stabilized their positions, and a dark war surrounding the supply of raw materials quietly began. The hidden waterways were shrouded in mist, with dense forests on both banks obscuring the sky, creating a dim and oppressive atmosphere. 2 small cargo ships loaded with purchased materials slowly made their way back along the flowing water, while the escort team remained tense, guns pointed at the surrounding dense forest. The team leader was acutely aware of the dangers in this area, knowing that the Ghost Face might be lying in ambush, and dared not let down his guard. All personnel on alert, increase the speed of the ships and quickly leave this perilous area. The leader warned in a low voice, his vigilant gaze scanning the movements on both banks. Before he finished speaking, gunfire erupted suddenly from the dense forest. A hail of bullets swept towards the ships, splintering wood and sending waves crashing onto the surface of the water. Dozens of ambushers in black rushed out from the thickets, seizing the advantageous high ground and effectively blocking the ship's escape routes. Just as expected, there's an ambush. The leader shouted sharply, all personnel counterattack, protect the materials on the ships, and break through the blockade. The escort team immediately raised their guns to return fire, and an intense gun battle erupted instantly in the dark waterway. Taking advantage of the terrain, the enemy fired downwards with ferocity, putting the escort team in a passive position. The ship was hit multiple times, and several brothers were unfortunately injured. News quickly reached the barracks, and Ayu reported to Lin Shun with a grave expression that the supply team had been ambushed. The ghost face is indeed targeting our external supply routes, deliberately lying in wait here to intercept us. The escort team was trapped and found it difficult to escape. Lin Shen's expression turned cold as he immediately issued a command for reinforcements, quickly dispatch an elite assault team to drive fast boats to the affected river segment. We do not seek to annihilate the ambushers, but rather to prioritize the rescue of the escort team and preserve the purchased materials. Time was of the essence. The longer the delay, the greater the risk of casualties for the escort team. Several fast boats surged through the waves, racing towards the combat zone. On the battlefield, the escort team resisted tenaciously, using the hulls for cover, but ammunition was gradually depleting, and the pressure to break through was increasing. The ambushers pressed in, relentlessly intent on annihilating the team and destroying all materials. Just when the situation seemed dire, the reinforcements arrived as scheduled. The sharp sound of gunfire erupted from the side as the assault team suddenly entered the fray, disrupting the ambushers' formation from the flank. Surrounded on all sides, the ambushers' formation quickly fell into chaos, and their offensive strength weakened significantly. Seizing the opportunity, the team leader ordered the fleet to change course, using the cover of the reinforcements to make a desperate attempt to break through to the open waters. After a fierce exchange of fire, the ambushers, not daring to linger, retreated into the depths of the forest to hide. The escort fleet, carrying the injured brothers and intact materials, successfully escaped the dangerous river segment and steadily made their way back to camp. Although they had succeeded in preserving the supplies, the team had also suffered significant casualties, leaving everyone exhausted. Upon returning, the injured received prompt medical treatment, and the materials were accounted for with no losses. Lin Shen looked at the returning brothers with a solemn expression. The ghost face has become desperate, openly ambushing the supply team, clearly intent on trapping us completely, Ayu said indignantly. With such relentless pressure, a direct confrontation may be unavoidable. The more he desperately tries to block us, the more it indicates that our external support channels are striking at his weak spot. Lin Shen calmly analyzed the situation. Today's ambush failed, but the enemy will not rest. They will surely send more manpower to seal off all tributaries and key routes. Continuing to rely on scattered supply channels will become increasingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shen made new adjustments to the deployment. From now on, we will split the procurement into smaller batches, using smaller boats and staggering the times, traversing multiple different waterways to avoid large-scale ambushes. At the same time, we will set up hidden lookout points at critical locations along the way to scout for dangers in advance and reduce losses from surprise attacks. The defensive line was once again tightened, and the tug-of war between both sides and the hidden waterways grew increasingly fierce and perilous. Deep in the mountains, the news of the ambush failure reached Ghost Face, who was seething with rage. After several failed plots, he was unable to subdue Lin Shun, who continued to acquire materials and maintain operations, showing no signs of defeat. The long-suppressed fighting spirit continued to build up with each setback, and a large-scale direct confrontation was no longer far off. After several rounds of stalemate, neither side was able to completely suppress the other, resulting in a delicate. Gui Mian could not intercept all incoming materials, and Lin Shen also found it difficult to break through the blockade, leading to a prolonged standoff that would only exhaust both sides. Gui Mian understood that merely attempting to eliminate the opposition would not lead to a decisive victory. Thus, he opted to ease his aggressive tactics and proactively sent envoys back to the military camp to propose a temporary ceasefire for negotiations. In the conference hall, both parties sat facing each other again. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as before, yet still concealed sharp edges. The envoy spoke first, expressing the original intention of the negotiations. The prolonged standoff has drained both sides of manpower, which is of no benefit. The master is willing to relent and restore some material supply, but still requires equivalent benefits in return. Lin Shen looked calmly at the other side and stated, "Let's discuss the conditions of this negotiation. We will no longer insist on the complete purification process and the division of half of the shipping routes." The envoy softened his demands and proposed a compromise. We only need to share the mid-level refining technology, while the control of 2 secondary docks would be ceded to us, with product transactions settled according to the agreed ratio. Upon reaching an agreement, all supply interceptions would be lifted, restoring normal trade. After several rounds of exchanges, Gui Mian recognized that it was difficult to force Lin Shun to relinquish his core foundation and had to lower his demands for tangible benefits. Lin Shun weighed the pros and cons, realizing that the current situation should not continue to exhaust resources. The team needed a stable supply of materials to ensure steady development. A prolonged conflict would only increase casualties. Compromising and exchanging chips would provide a much-needed opportunity to catch their breath. We can share the mid-level technology, and the control of the 2 secondary docks can be transferred. The product division will be settled at a 3070 ratio. Lin Shin set his bottom line. However, our core shipping routes and essential workshops must not be interfered with by outsiders. By safeguarding our vital foundation, we can make moderate concessions on unrelated interests in exchange for a window of peace and rest. After several rounds of detailed negotiations, both sides ultimately reached a verbal agreement. The long-standing blockade of materials was officially lifted. All ambush actions along the river were halted, and both the northern and southern sides temporarily ceased hostilities. With the negotiations concluded, the envoy departed. You looked puzzled. Brother Chun is actively conceding some benefits. Isn't that a form of showing weakness? This is not showing weakness, it is gathering strength. Lin Shin gazed towards the distant mountains and spoke slowly. A temporary ceasefire allows us to safely assimilate surrendered personnel, regroup our forces, and stockpile supplies. Gue Mian, having obtained his desired interests, will also temporarily conceal his sharpness. We will take advantage of this peaceful interlude to shore up our weaknesses, and once our strength is fully consolidated, we will no longer need to make any concessions. In the prison, Lin Shin took the time to visit Bai Sha. With the situation among the three parties easing, past grievances and current dynamics provided the perfect opportunity for dialogue and assessment. Bai Sha looked at the young man before him and said with emotion, "You managed to reach a ceasefire agreement, with Gue Mian controlling the pace of advances and retreats. Your tactics and mindset have already surpassed those of your peers. I insisted on fighting back fiercely only to end up with a disastrous defeat and capture. Different positions lead to different choices." Lin Shin replied calmly, "You were fixated on regaining lost territory and power, while I focus on stability and long-term development." Bai Sha fell silent for a moment before voluntarily revealing a secret message. The offshore capital has grand ambitions and will not be satisfied with the current situation. Initially, they supported me to contain you, but after failing, they will surely plot underhanded schemes to try to erode your influence, so you must be on guard. Having experienced a disastrous defeat, Bai Sha saw through the cold-blooded nature of capital and was unwilling to be manipulated any longer. This heartfelt reminder was an objective warning, shedding the hostility. Lin Shin nodded slightly. "I have been vigilant in my heart, and the rear of the Hong Kong island is always monitoring the movements of capital." After a brief conversation, both parties gained a deeper understanding of the subsequent situation. With the waves on the river temporarily calmed beneath the seemingly peaceful surface, all parties continued to secretly amass strength. Gue Mian solidified his newly acquired territory, quietly expanding his armed forces. Lin Shin seized the opportunity to prepare for battle, strengthening internal foundations, and the offshore capital lurked in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The brief ceasefire was merely the calm before the storm, and a new round of power struggles had already begun to brew in the undercurrents. The smoke along the banks of the Mekong River has temporarily ceased. The ceasefire agreement reached between Lin Shin and Gue Mian has taken effect, bringing rare tranquility to the entire river. Raw materials continuously arrive at the downstream camp, and the workshop, which had been sealed for many days, has fully resumed operations. The machines hum day and night, rapidly filling the backlog of production capacity. As agreed, the two secondary docks in the downstream area are officially handed over to Gue Mian's personnel for guarding. On the surface of the river, the vessels of both parties navigate their own paths, refraining from crossing into each other's territory, creating an illusion of harmonious coexistence. However, those in the know understand that this peace is merely a brief respite born from an exchange of interests, not a settled situation. Within the abandoned barracks, there is no sign of relaxation. Instead, they have entered the most rigorous training phase. On the table in the conference hall, new and old personnel rosters, material lists, and combat capability reports are stacked high. Lin Shin meticulously checks each one, reorganizing over 100 former members of the White Shark. Among those who surrendered after removing those with wavering loyalties, there remain 107 individuals divided into 3 teams: the River Reconnaissance Team, the Material Transport Team, and the Perimeter Patrol Team. Lin Shin's voice is calm and clear as he arranges everything without a hitch. They will not be integrated into the main battle elite and will not have contact with the core workshop and warehouse keys. With the old guiding, the new positions and responsibilities will be clearly defined. Those who achieve merit will be rewarded, while those who violate discipline will be punished. A U.S. standing beside him nodded in agreement. This group knows the waterways, understands the mountains and forests, and is aware of the old situation. They are more suited to guard the periphery and scout the conditions than our direct subordinates. However, they come from the ranks of the White Sharks, so we must remain vigilant. Vigilance is the baseline, while employment is the strategy. Lin Shin raised his eyes, his gaze steady. In chaotic times, we stand firm not by excluding others, but by utilizing those who can control, contribute, and suppress. Those who sincerely work will be given a way to survive. Those with ulterior motives must be eliminated. Within just a few days, the surrendered troops have settled down completely. These people have been destitute for a long time, wandering everywhere, and have grown tired of the life of exiles and killing. Now, with a stable camp, fixed provisions, and fair rewards and punishments, most are genuinely loyal, working increasingly diligently and efficiently. What had previously been a hidden danger dragging down the defense line has been transformed by Lin Shun into peripheral combat power guarding the river. The shortfalls have been addressed, and the foundation has become increasingly stable. Meanwhile, within the workshop, the technical barriers have created a significant gap. Lin Shun delivered the mid-level refining process as promised. The procedures are open and transparent, and the craftsmen can learn and replicate them, fully complying with the agreement, leaving no room for criticism. However, only Lin Shun and the core craftsmen know that the truly high-purity core steps, the purification ratios, and the methods to remove impurities were never revealed. What Gui Mian acquired was merely an obsolete basic technology, seemingly beneficial, but in reality it remained trapped at the mid-level bottleneck, forever unable to reach the threshold for high-quality goods. You flipped through the records of the technology delivery and chuckled softly. Gui Mian thinks he has taken advantage, believing that acquiring the technology will boost production capacity, unaware that he has only received defective products from start to finish. What he wants is face and short-term benefits while I retain the lifeblood and long-term advantage, Lin Shun said flatly. The ceasefire period is our window to widen the gap. Taking advantage of the abundant raw materials and stable situation, the camp is working hard to stockpile, refine, and reserve, with the warehouse inventory growing fuller by the day. Meanwhile, behind the port island, Awen remains steadily unmoving. Offshore capital sees the temporary ceasefire in the South Seas and the gradual recovery of the Chun Sheng society, yet they do not rashly take action. Instead, they quietly restrain street-level activities, seemingly giving up pressure, but in reality, they are silently lurking, secretly reorganizing their new blockade chain. In the attic of Tugwawan, Awen scrutinizes the latest map of capital connections, his fingertip resting on several hidden shell companies, his expression grave. The capital has not retreated, it has merely changed its tactics. Owen slowly spoke. Street harassment has proven ineffective, and the blockade of shipping routes has been unraveled by hidden lines. Next, they are likely to target us from the three aspects of funding connections and regulatory compliance, striking at our weakest shortcoming. A dog frowned. Our cash flow is gradually recovering, and the docks are stable. Are we still afraid of their underhanded tactics? It's not the overt attacks we fear, but the encirclement. Owen shook his head. Street fights can be hard clashes, but the rules of capital crush us, leaving no room for direct confrontation. Both the north and south lines, one visible and one hidden, are gathering strength. Only deep within the mountains, Gui Mian appears to have gained benefits and stabilized the situation, yet his dissatisfaction only grows. The subordinate craftsmen, after replicating the techniques, repeatedly experiment, but are unable to surpass the purity limit, with production capacity improvements being extremely limited. A commander reported in a low voice, "Lord, this set of processes seems complete, yet it always lacks the most critical purification step, resulting in the quality of the products being far inferior to those from the Chunsheng society. We have been deceived." Within the stone hall, a chill suddenly rose. Gui Mian's fingers gripped the armrest of the stone chair tightly, and beneath the silver mask, anger surged in his eyes. His hoarse voice was icy and piercing. What a young man, appearing to honor the agreement and make concessions, yet hiding all his cards behind the scenes, playing tricks on me. He believes he has a grip on the situation, reaping benefits only to end up with a pile of worthless subpar technology. The ceasefire is his moment of respite and my opportunity to gather strength. Suppressing his fury, Gui Mian coldly commanded, "Send orders to the entire army, train the armed forces, expand personnel, and stockpile ammunition. Since we cannot take it softly when the time is ripe, I will personally seize his core technology and top shipping routes." On the surface, there is a ceasefire for mutual benefit, but underneath, the intent to kill lies deeply buried. The tranquility of the entire Mekong River is but a thin layer of paper, easily punctured. The evening wind swept through the Mekong River, and the night sky pressed down upon the riverbank, enveloping the entire abandoned barracks in a heavy silence. Several days have passed since the signing of the ceasefire agreement. Trade along both banks of the river has resumed as usual, and the river flows unobstructed. It seems to be a stable arrangement brought about by compromises from all sides, yet beneath the surface, turbulent undercurrents are surging wildly, waiting for an opportunity to break free. Lin Shun completed the day's defensive arrangements, inventory checks, and personnel reorganization, shedding the dust of his travels as he walked alone toward the stone prison in the back mountains. There were no heavily armed guards, no chains or shackles, yet it confined the once dominant tyrant of the entire tributary of the Mekong River, Bai Sha. After a few days of soft confinement and recuperation, Bai Sha's battle wounds had healed completely, shedding the embarrassment of defeat and capture and smoothing out the previously fierce aura of violence. At this moment, he stood quietly by the window, gazing at the rushing river, his silhouette lonely, with only a clear understanding of the world reflected in his eyes. Hearing footsteps approaching, Bai Sha did not turn around, his voice low and hoarse as he spoke. "First, you have finally come. You have been holding back your words for a long time." Bai Sha slowly turned around, his gaze clear, devoid of any trace of the past hostility, leaving only a sincere warning. "I warned you before. Gui Mian is merely a flesh wound, but offshore capital is the deadliest game buried in your foundation. Now the situation proves my point, doesn't it? In recent days, the North and South have shown unusual movements. Outsiders may only see Gui Mian secretly amassing troops and the undercurrents at the border, but Baisha standing outside the fray and rising above the conflicts of interest sees it more clearly than anyone else. Lin Chen nodded calmly, admitting the funding route on Gangdao has been attacked. Some offshore accounts have been frozen and capital is beginning to reel in. It's more than just locked accounts. Baisha shook his head, his tone extremely grave. They never engage in fruitless endeavors. Cutting off your cash flow is not to swallow your wealth, but to create a flaw in your defenses, grasp your lifeline, and secure evidence of your crimes. Initially, capital supported me, providing firearms, funds, and supplies, leaving traces throughout the process, all traceable. They nurtured me as a pawn, firstly to restrain you, and secondly to leave plenty of black evidence. I have lost, and all the dirt, all the blame are left unresolved. They will shift all of this onto you. Lin Chen's eyes dimmed with a sudden clarity, instantly comprehending the most insidious upper-level calculations of capital. Capital never uses blades or guns, but is most adept at killing with rules. First, they support chaotic pawns to create conflict, leaving a complete chain of illegal activities. Once the new forces rise and take over the territory and industries, they will lock down the funds, cut off the channels, and create crises. Finally, armed with a complete set of evidence, they will connect overseas organizations with local networks, completing illegal and thorough harvesting. I am a discarded piece, and you are the new piece. Baisha's words were firm. They abandoned me not to give up on their plans in Nanyang, but to bring you into the game. When you are eager to recover, eager to liquidate, eager to stabilize the morale of your troops, that is when they will completely reel in their nets and strike decisively. So your quiet recuperation during this time was not due to your inability to resist, but because you have seen clearly the final game we are in. I have fought for half my life, and in the end I am left with nothing but sins and a muddled endgame. Baisha chuckled self-deprecatingly, his eyes filled with relief. I fought for territory, seized shipping lanes, contending with the heroes of the river, only to understand in the end that the true adversary was never Gui Mian nor you, but the capital that lurks in the shadows, never shedding blood. Gui Mian is greedy for profit, which can still be traded and balanced. Capital is greedy for life, for your foundation, your influence, and everything you have built in Nanyang. No mercy, no respite. This truth was a lesson learned through the blood and tears earned by Baisha's half-life as a tyrant. The last thread of Lin Chen's luck completely dissipated. Previously, he had thought of capital as mere commercial suppression and shipping blockades, but now he has seen clearly that this is a well-conceived, layered, and merciless killing game. I know you are in a difficult position. Baisha looked him in the eye, his tone serious. With Gui Mian watching closely from the front and capital undermining you from below, new and old forces are at odds, while internal and external crises intertwine. You are now under pressure from all sides with zero margin for error. But you are stronger than I am. You know how to plan, how to endure, and how to leave a way out. You can break the deadlock. Lin Chen raised his eyes, the knight reflected in his gaze, calm and resolute. I never admit defeat, nor do I accept fate. The moment he left the prison, the night wind in Nanyang surged violently. A Yu approached quickly, holding an urgent telegram, his expression grave. Brother Chen, urgent news from Gangdao. Offshore capital has escalated its pressure, freezing most of our offshore funds, while linking with overseas ports to rigorously inspect all associated goods. The clandestine shipping routes have also been targeted, completely blocking our capital return and product export. The true deadlock has officially arrived. On the island of Hong Kong at the Kowloon base, the night was brightly lit. An stood by the window, gazing at the silent streets below, his fingertips lightly tracing the latest risk control freeze list, his expression cold and unyielding. On the table inside the room, financial transactions, trade documents, and the blueprints of shell companies were piled high, each line of writing filled with the ruthless encirclement of capital. This time capital had completely torn off its disguise, no longer using the lowly means of street provocations and gang harassment, but directly employing top-level financial rules to launch a dimensional strike. Overseas partner banks executed risk control without warning, freezing all offshore accounts of the Chunsheng Society, with large sums of money only allowed to enter but not exit, and years of trade transactions were being scrutinized and locked down one by one. For any grave force, the capital chain is the lifeline and cash flow is the foundation. With the lifeline locked and the foundation examined, it is akin to having one's throat gripped, rendering one unable to move. Ego stood aside, his face anxious, speaking hurriedly. Brother, when if we delay any longer, the supply of goods, brother's wages, and ship maintenance on the South Seas front will be completely cut off. Should we use personal connections and spend money to ease the bank's restrictions, forcing the funds to be unfrozen? An slowly shook his head, his tone cold and resolute. Ordinary easing can only solve temporary difficulties, but will expose more links, allowing capital to trace back through the cash flow, leading to not only a freeze on funds, but also the uprooting of all our overseas trade and industries on the island. The capital has laid a deadlock. The goal is not to plunder funds, but to force you to make mistakes, to expose yourself, and to self-destruct your foundation. Once panic breaks the ice, it's a total loss. In this critical moment remained composed, rapidly reviewing the contingency plans that Lin Shun had arranged in advance, and said in a deep voice, execute the plan prearranged by Brother Chen, split and cleanse, abandon the path to preserve the route. First, completely abandon all frozen offshore public accounts, decisively cut losses without entanglement or rescue to prevent being traced back by capital. Second, activate all standby clean shell entities, split all large existing fund stocks into smaller amounts under the legal guise of aquatic products, building materials, and small foreign trade for livelihood to rebuild safe return channels. Third, comprehensively consolidate the cash flow in Hong Kong, ensuring that all cooperative shops and offline industries settle monthly, accumulating sufficient cash reserves to prioritize the immediate needs on the South Seas front. Fourth, suspend all non-essential expansions and non-urgent expenditures, with everyone retracting their defenses, prioritizing stability, and holding fast to the foundation. The entire plan was layered and comprehensive, a life-saving card that Lin Shun had predicted and arranged in advance when the shipping routes were blocked and capital was dormant. In the dead of night, dozens of small capital chains were activated simultaneously. Vast amounts of money were split, scattered, cleansed, and reorganized, forcefully tearing open a slight, yet critical lifeline amidst the encirclement of capital. Meanwhile, at the South Seas barracks, Lin Shun reviewed the progress of breaking the deadlock reported from Hong Kong, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly, yet he showed no sign of slackening. Aue, with a furrowed brow, said solemnly, Brother Chen, although the funds have barely been continued, the losses are immense and the profits have plummeted. We are being led by the nose by capital. If this continues, we will only grow weaker, passively taking hits. That is the goal of capital. Lin Shen's gaze was cold, seeing through the whole situation. They are not in a hurry to kill me. They want to slowly exhaust our reserves, dull our sharpness, and force us to hastily sell goods for returns, exposing vulnerabilities. When our morale wanes, supplies dwindle, and defenses loosen, the wolves lurking in the shadows will pounce at the right moment. Just as he finished speaking, a border scout rushed into the camp, panic-stricken. Brother Chen. Emergency military situation. The two river dock areas controlled by the Ghost Face have been crazily reinforced overnight. Elite armed forces have all moved forward, and the coastal forests are filled with hidden personnel. They have completely lifted the ceasefire defenses, clearly preparing for war. Under dual pressure with internal and external attacks, capital cutting off financial sources, and the Ghost Face forcing a bloody battle, a chaotic situation capable of overturning the South Seas landscape has completely exploded. In the middle of the Mekong River, two docks, under the control of the Ghost Face, staged a perfect double deception. Under the bright daylight, merchants came and went, cargo ships passed through, and loading and unloading continued, as usual, maintaining the facade of peace required by the truce. The guards under Ghost Face were polite, never overstepping their boundaries or provoking trouble, even supplying raw materials on time, and in full, perfectly fulfilling the terms of the agreement, deliberately dulling everyone's vigilance. However, once night fell and the sun sank into the river, the entire dock was immediately sealed off and placed under strict martial law, becoming a hidden battlefield of Shura, forbidding any approach. Countless black military wooden boxes were transported into storage overnight, with rifles, grenades, and explosive devices continuously stockpiling. Seasoned veterans from the deep mountains and elite assassins infiltrated in batches, silently filling the defensive lines. Originally a garrison of only 200 men, the force swelled to 1,000 elite troops in just 3 days, each battle-hardened and unafraid of death. Inside the cold stone hall of the deep mountains, the chill penetrated to the bone. Ghost Face sat high in his position, a silver mask obscuring his expression, revealing only a pair of cold, sinister eyes as he listened to the military reports from his subordinates. Master, the troops' ammunition and fortifications are all in place. The two docks are prepared for both offense and defense and can launch a full-scale attack at any moment. Currently, Lin Shun is deeply ensnared by capital encirclement, with funds tight and operations in chaos. This is the perfect opportunity for us to flatten the downstream camps and monopolize the entire river. The generals were filled with fervor, all eager to battle, demanding an immediate strong assault to turn the tide of the war. But Ghost Face remained unmoved, his hoarse voice carrying a chilling calculation. There is no rush. Lin Shun has a solid foundation and strong combat power. Even when trapped, he still has the courage to fight back. A rash assault, even if victorious, would lead to heavy losses and significant damage, rendering it not worth the cost. His calculations have always aimed for the greatest profit at the smallest cost. Continue the facade of compliance, supply goods as usual, and maintain the appearance of peace. Ghost Face coldly ordered deploy 300 elite troops to infiltrate the heart of the docks, hiding lethal intent, and be ready to strike. I will wait for him to exhaust his funds, wait for him to be eager to ship, wait until he mobilizes his main forces to reinforce his rear, wait for the moment his defenses are completely empty. At that time, we will launch a full-scale assault, cutting off all river routes, sealing off the retreat across the river, besieging the downstream camps, seizing technology, occupying the docks, and swallowing the industry, determining the fate of the world in one battle. This person was ambitious, never content with merely seizing 2 docks for mid-tier technology. He aimed to completely replace Lin Chen, becoming the sole ruler of the Mekong River, enjoying all the wealth and power of the entire river. In the downstream barracks, the conference hall was brightly lit. Yu held a dense stack of border intelligence, his expression grave. Brother Chen, Ghostface's intentions are too vicious, clearly wanting to take advantage of our dual pressure and catch us off guard. On the surface polite, but secretly sharpening his knives, this truce agreement has long been a scrap of paper. I never expected a piece of paper to save my life. Lin Chen's expression was calm, without a trace of panic, only a clear and collected demeanor. Ghostface is greedy and suspicious, fearful of loss, yet covetous of gain. He can endure disguise and wait. This is his strength, but also his Achilles heel. He dares not confront Hedon. Oh, he only wants to wait for my flaws and seize my weaknesses. So let us play along with his thoughts and stage a performance of weakness and panic, maintaining the surface balance while secretly laying a net. Lin Shun immediately issued orders, making precise moves for a comprehensive counteraction. First, maintain a facade of relaxation across the board, publicly reduce the frequency of river patrols, creating the illusion of insufficient manpower and chaotic morale to dull Ghostface's judgment. Second, all elite main forces will hide in the dense forest along the coast, secret fortifications and tributary choke points, standing by for a counterattack, not revealing themselves, avoiding conflict, and not taking the initiative to engage in battle. Third, all core goods and strategic materials will be transferred to secret dark channels for storage and transportation, avoiding the public river under Ghostface's control, preventing being cut off from the lifeline. Fourth, all surrendered former troops will be reorganized and stationed in peripheral defense lines, filling personnel gaps and preventing against enemy sneak attacks. You hide your killing intent in the dark, and I conceal my sharpness in the shadows. Both sides maintained a tacit confrontation, the surface calm, while underneath lethal intent boiled. A decisive battle that would determine the future pattern of Southeast Asia was already on the verge of breaking out. The night was deep and the river wind was biting, causing the grass and trees by the riverbank to rustle. The oppressive atmosphere before the great battle enveloped the entire military camp, with no one able to sleep and no one relaxing. Everyone was aware that the calm was just an illusion and the raging flames of war could strike at any moment. Lin Shen once again walked alone into the back mountain prison. Bai Sha still stood by the window, gazing toward the direction of the ghost face, his eyes devoid of resentment or bitterness, only a clear indifference. Without needing to ask, he had already seen through the entire situation, and softly said, the ghost face is poised to strike, waiting for your funds to collapse and your defense to crack, ready to seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. Right now you are in a true deadlock. Lin Shen stood beside him and calmly stated, it is a deadlock, but also the only opportunity to break the situation. Bai Sha slowly turned around, his gaze intense, shedding all hostility, leaving only sincerity and determination. You lack manpower, lack death warriors, lack a team familiar with the waterways and willing to fight dirty. Although your elite subordinates are strong, they are unfamiliar with all the treacherous terrain of this river. Against the ghost face's ambush tactics, they will suffer greatly. Lin Shen looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. I still have one last batch of trump cards. 237 loyal veterans, all seasoned soldiers who have fought alongside me for many years, familiar with the riverways, understanding the dense forests, skilled in ambush, and willing to fight to the death. They are scattered and concealed in the tributary wastelands and mountain passes, only obeying my command. Outsiders cannot mobilize them. This was his only remaining force that had not been depleted, scattered, or turned traitor after his defeat. You plan to lend me your manpower? Lin Shen asked. Bai Sha shook his head, his expression extremely serious. It's not lending, it's surrendering. Those 3 short words carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. The once mighty overlord of the Mekong River, who had fought to the death with Lin Shen multiple times today, completely laid down his status, set aside grudges, and relinquished his obsessions, willingly bowing his head. I have struggled my entire life, fought my entire life, only to finally see clearly who is the enemy, who is the friend, and who can stabilize this chaotic world. If the ghost face wins, the waterways will become a hell, and the lower tier brothers will all become cannon fodder. If the capital wins, we will all be expendable pawns with no chance of a complete corpse. Only you can balance all parties, maintain order, and provide a way out for the lower tier people. I am willing to completely surrender, disband all independent establishments, and place all personnel under your command. Defending the borders, resisting the ghost face, stabilizing the waterways, breaking the deadlock, I have no second thoughts, and will never turn back. I want neither power nor territory nor personal gain, only that you win this round and protect all the brothers who have lived alongside us. The path of the overlord at the end is not defeat or surrender, but a rebirth after seeing the greater trend. Lin Shen quietly stared at him for several seconds, his gaze clear, seeing through all his sincerity and determination, and spoke in a deep voice, have you thought this through? Once you surrender, all past fame will be rendered null, and you can only occupy a subordinate position for the rest of your life, with no chance to dominate again. Empty fame is useless. Living, stabilizing, and protecting the brothers is the real foundation. Baisha laughed freely with no regrets. I lost due to my narrow vision, only knowing how to fight and not understanding how to control the situation. You won due to your long-term planning, restraint, and step-by-step advancement. I submit to you willingly. Good. Lin Chun nodded heavily, making a solemn promise. Today, you bring your men to surrender and help me break the deadlock. When the larger situation is determined in the future, I will ensure that all your former subordinates stand firmly, rewarding the meritorious and appointing the capable, absolutely not mistreating or doubting anyone. With these words, all grudges were erased. That night, Baisha personally wrote a secret order activating a long-dormant exclusive secret code to communicate with all the loyal veterans hiding outside. The more than 200 elite veterans who had been silent for many days instantly sprang into action, gathering from the tributaries, wild forests, and dark beaches, rushing to the downstream military camp to regroup and await orders. In one night, the situation was completely reversed. Originally regarded by the ghost face as a potential hidden danger and expendable cannon fodder, Baisha's former subordinates instantly transformed into the sharpest dagger in Lin Chen's hands, filling all the gaps in guerrilla warfare and ambush tactics along the river. Inside the military camp, combat power surged and morale soared. In the dark corners of the dense forest, the ghost face's elite thousands still lay in ambush, eagerly waiting to reap the rewards and achieve glory in battle. He was completely unaware that the flaw he was waiting for had already been filled. The original deadlock had become a burial ground tailored for him by Lin Chun. A storm was brewing and the decisive battle was imminent. Before the hour of the tiger had passed, the sky was as dark as ink, and the fog on the Mekong River surged, obscuring the heavens and the sun. Small fast boats broke through the thick fog, silently emerging from the dark shoals and secluded ferry points like ghosts converging towards the downstream main camp. The boats were without lights, sound, or markings, and all the people aboard were clad in black attire, armed with blades close to their bodies, moving with swift and steady motions, their eyes fierce and menacing. The 237 loyal former members of the White Shark were all assembled and returned to the camp. This group was unlike ordinary scattered soldiers. They were seasoned veterans who had long fought in the riverways and lurked in dense forests, having ambushed, defended against perilous shoals, and survived desperate situations. Each one was fearless adept in waterway guerrilla tactics and jungle assaults, making them the most elite force suited for the terrain of the entire Mekong River. In the past, they had scattered in different directions, each lying low, unable to be mobilized. Now, under a secret order, they traveled thousands of miles to respond solely to follow the White Shark into the fray. On the training ground of the barracks, the lights were bright. Over 200 men stood in formation, their postures upright, military discipline strict, with no trace of the laxness or timidity of surrendered soldiers, only the iron-blooded aura of seasoned fighters. Their gazes were fixed ahead on the White Shark, standing silently at the front of the ranks. The White Shark, having shed the quietude of his prison, regained some of the fierce presence of his former self. Though his voice was not loud, every word was clear, resonating across the training ground. Brothers, I have summoned you today not for any other reason, but for our path to survival. I have faced defeat, experienced downfall, but I have never allowed those who follow me to die in vain. Now the South Sea is in chaos, capital has locked down resources, and the ghost face monopolizes the upper reaches. The entire river has long ceased to be a place for scattered soldiers to stand. Continuing to wander aimlessly, you will either be hunted down and eliminated by the ghost face, or discarded as cannon fodder by the capital, ultimately ending up without a grave. He raised his eyes to scan the crowd, his tone resonant. Today, I will bring all of you to surrender to the Chunqing Society under Lin Chun. From this day forth, there will be no old members of the White Shark, only the brothers of Chunqing. Follow the orders, hold the lines, and resist the strong enemies together. If we win this battle, we all can secure our positions. Over 200 men responded in unison, their voices booming, shaking the thick fog of the riverbank. Follow the orders, hold the river. The momentum was overwhelming and the military spirit was solidified. Beside him, Au witnessed this scene, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. The surrender of this group was not merely a reinforcement of manpower, but it also filled the most critical tactical gap of the Chunqing Society. Lin Chen's elite forces excelled in frontal assaults and steadfast defense, while the former members of the White Shark were proficient in terrain guerrilla tactics, flanking ambushes, and concealed traps. The combination of the two doubled their combat power. Lin Chen walked slowly onto the high platform of the training ground, his gaze calmly sweeping over the assembled elites below. There was no oppressive superiority, only a confident openness. You are willing to abandon the darkness for the light, to join and defend this cause. I will provide you with opportunities, stability, and a future. Past grievances will be forgiven. There will be no distinction between old and new, no judgment of affiliations, and no inquiry into past actions. Those who have merit will be rewarded, those who err will be punished, and discipline will be equal for all. From today on, 3 guerrilla teams will be restructured, led by the White Shark, stationed along the coastal forests and the tributary choke points, specializing in reconnaissance, ambush, and flanking support. With a single statement, the structure, responsibilities, and positions were defined. He did not dilute the White Shark's prestige, nor did he harbor suspicions toward these former members. Rather, he recognized their strengths and maximized their tactical advantages. This arrangement won the respect of all the veterans present. The restructuring took effect, and everyone took on their roles. The three guerrilla teams set off overnight, silently infiltrating the bordering forests and the periphery of the Ghostface's dock, laying in wait and preparing. The terrain advantage that the Ghostface once used to calculate against Lin Shun was swiftly taken over by the river veterans he had previously looked down upon. In the meeting hall, Au looked at the latest deployment map, unable to suppress his admiration. Brother Chen, this move is brilliant. The Ghostface believes we are short on manpower, and that our defenses are weak, unaware that we have quietly gathered enough blades for a counterattack. If he wants to perform, I will accompany him in the act. Lin Shun lightly tapped the location of the Ghostface's dock with his fingertip, his eyes gleaming with cold light. He thinks I will show a flaw, but little does he know, every move he makes has already fallen within our surveillance range. At this moment in the stone hall of the deep mountains, the Ghostface remained immersed in his confident calculations. Of his subordinates continued to relay information. The patrols on the downstream river were lax, the goods were in disarray, and the military morale seemed slightly unsettled, perfectly fitting the weak illusion of capital rupture and self-preservation. The corners of the Ghostface's mouth curled slightly, his hoarse voice filled with sinister pride. The struggle of a trapped beast cannot last long. Waiting one more day until he is eager to liquidate his stock and his main forces gather the goods, we will strike all at once, delivering a decisive blow. He remained completely unaware that the ambush he was so proud of had long transformed into a carefully laid trap by Lin Shun. The undercurrents in the South Seas surged, and the countdown to war began. On the island, the second wave of capital's lethal suppression arrived as expected. Into Kowloon late at night, urgent reports continued to come in. Owen held the latest intelligence in his hand, his expression completely cold and grim, and the air in the room instantly froze. Previously, Capital had merely frozen offshore accounts and strictly checked overseas goods, representing peripheral financial suppression. This time, however, Capital had completely torn off all disguises, initiating a deadly close-quarters assault. Brother, when there's been an incident. The subordinate's voice was urgent, cold sweat soaking his back. All our cooperative overseas transshipment ports have received bans refusing to accept and seizing all goods under our name. Simultaneously, various local departments on the island suddenly began strict inspections of our dock warehouses. Fire safety customs and lockdown measures were layered upon each other, clearly indicating their intention to suffocate all our offline storage. A double blockade, an internal and external squeeze. No ports for exports, no storage inland. The circulation chain of goods for Chunsheng society was nearly completely sealed off. Ago clenched his fists, anger surging within him. These capital lackeys are too ruthless. They cut off our funds, block our shipping routes, and inspect our warehouses, clearly intending to drive us to our deaths. Should we withdraw the goods directly and relocate our reserves, forcefully breaking through the checkpoints? We can't move. Owen shook his head, his tone cold and resolute. Any movement would create a flaw. What Capital wants now is not our goods, but evidence of our violations. If we hastily relocate or force our way through, they can immediately accuse us of smuggling and hoarding violations, directly sealing off all our core docks, completely cutting off our foundation on the island. This is the most insidious top-level strategy of Capital, never engaging in direct combat, but using layers of regulations to lock you down, forcing you to make mistakes, causing you to panic, and compelling you to self-destruct. Panic leads to deadlock. Only patience can break the deadlock. Owen took a deep breath, quickly suppressing the heaviness in his heart, and immediately finalized a comprehensive response plan, clear and orderly, step by step, ensuring stability. First, all docked goods must remain stationary, absolutely no relocation or movement, fully cooperating with official inspections, completing all procedures and records, leaving no trace of violations. Second, immediately shut down all street vendors and small outposts, proactively retracting our front lines, abandoning all non-core profits, and concentrating manpower to defend the two lifelines of docks and warehouses. Third, activate backup legitimate trade licenses and register all detained goods under the names of regular civil trade items, such as construction materials, aquatic products, and agricultural products, thoroughly stripping away sensitive attributes. Fourth, gather evidence in secret, documenting the chain of Capital's coordinated suppression for future leverage in counterattacks. The entire operation aimed to stabilize the situation through silence, breaking the blockade with compliance, and resisting suppression with steadiness. Not seeking profit, only aiming to avoid any breakage, chaos, or exposure of flaws. All subordinates received their orders, urgently reallocating resources overnight, and the rear of the island instantly entered a state of utmost stability. Meanwhile, the South Seas barracks received an urgent report from A1. Lin Shun, after reading the intelligence, lightly tightened the paper with his fingertips, crumpling it. You spoke in a deep voice. The island has been completely locked down. Right now our goods are piling up, repayments are difficult, and we are under pressure from both fronts. If Guamian were to attack now, we would truly be caught in a pincer. This is Capital's calculation. Lin Shun raised his eyes, his gaze dark and calm. They are locking down my financial foundation from behind, forcing me into a material turnover crisis and destabilizing my troops' morale. They don't attack the front line, but cut off my retreat, aiming to trap me in the South Seas, leaving me only to passively wait for Gui Mian to reap. One front is open and the other hidden. Gui Mian is the visible butcher's knife, while capital is the hidden shackle. The two work together seamlessly, not seeking to annihilate in one battle, but aiming to trap, exhaust, and destroy Chunsheng society. The night wind howled, stirring the tent flaps, creating a rustling sound. Lin Shin stood up, gazing towards the fog-covered river, his voice cold and firm, piercing through the thick darkness. Capital wants to exhaust us, and Gui Mian wants to ambush us. Then we will break the deadlock, taking the initiative to turn the tables before the opponent makes a move. Send orders to Baisha. All members of the guerrilla team get ready. Tomorrow morning, we will actively probe Gui Mian's defenses, drawing the snake out of its hole. In this battle, we will first break the visible wolves, then slay the hidden capital. The stalemate was completely shattered. The long-anticipated Mekong River battle was finally about to explode in the thick fog of the night. The autumn night over the Mekong River is long and damp, with no hint of dawn at 5 in the morning, as the entire river surface is shrouded in thick white fog. The mist clings like cotton, pressing down upon the river and the dense forest above. Objects become indistinct just 3 meters away, their outlines dissolving into the vast white haze. The sound of flowing water drowns out all human noise. The wind, footsteps, and the subtle sounds of stealth are perfectly concealed, making this the most challenging and deadly ambush timing for river combat. After days of silent confrontation, the oppressive situation on both the southern and northern fronts has built up a lethal tension. On the island side, offshore, capital has locked down financial lifelines and strictly inspected goods storage, tightly gripping the lifeblood of the Chunsheng society. On the southern side, the ghost face pretends to comply with agreements while secretly accumulating elite forces, using 2 border docks as pivots to stockpile troops and weapons, planning a surprise attack day and night, waiting for Lin Shen's faction to reveal vulnerabilities under financial pressure, aiming to completely swallow the mid and lower river routes. Everyone believes that Lin Shen, trapped in a dual-front predicament, is completely passive and struggling. No one knows that this seemingly inescapable dilemma is merely a facade meticulously crafted by Lin Shen. In the pitch-black forest, shadows move stealthily along the ground, lightfoot and silent. Baisha, clad in black, has shed the flamboyance of a former warlord, exuding only the calm and severity of one seasoned in battle, personally leading the charge. 3 reorganized guerrilla squads consisting of 237 veteran soldiers from Baisha are all lightly armed, abandoning heavy weaponry to carry only rifles, grenades, and close combat weapons, spreading into a loose scouting formation, gradually advancing along the blind spots of the riverbank, the dark paths of the forest, and uninhabited tidal flats. These veterans represent the pinnacle of river combat strength along the Mekong River, having floated through this land for half their lives, familiar with every depth of the tidal flats, every hidden fork, and every dead corner in the dense forest, and they have thoroughly understood the defensive patterns of all visible and hidden sentries around the ghost-face dock. Using the dense fog as perfect cover, they skillfully avoid the range of searchlight beams, circumvent ambushes, and evade ground-based warning traps, inching closer, like phantoms, to the front line of the 2 core docks controlled by Ghostface. The entire operation is conducted in silence, with no one making a sound or showing any signs of movement, perfectly hidden within the vast white fog. On the observation tower of the downstream main business, the lights are extinguished, eliminating any exposure of shadows. Lin Shen stands with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing at the churning river surface obscured by fog, his stature tall and his expression calm and unperturbed. Beside him, Yu holds a high-powered night vision telescope, his gaze fixated on the movements of the dock ahead, his breathing slightly halted, closely monitoring the prelude to the battle. After confirming that the last guerrilla squad has arrived, all positions accurately set, and no one exposed, Yu finally lowered his voice to report. Brother Chen, all members of the Baisha squad are in position, ambushes completed at each point, and the formation is dispersed and concealed, ready to launch a probing attack at any moment. Lin Shen's gaze deepens slightly as he peers through the vast white fog, as if seeing through all the thoughts of the enemy troops across the river. His tone is calm, yet decisive. Open fire in small pinpoint strikes, retreat immediately after shooting, only feign an attack, do not engage in direct confrontation, deliberately expose the flaws of panic and retreat. Remember, do not seek to kill the enemy or break their defenses, just aim for a realistic performance. Let Ghostface and his subordinates be utterly convinced that we are cornered by financial blockades, desperately trying to break out a dying struggle rather than a well-planned ambush. The key to the game of luring out the snake from its hole is not the overpowering combat strength, but the manipulation of human emotions, the fabrication of flaws, and the inducement of enemy gullibility. Ghostface is inherently suspicious and greedy, overconfident in his calculations, firmly believing he controls the entire situation. As long as he sees a certain victory opportunity, he will undoubtedly abandon his positional advantage and strike recklessly. Ayu immediately relayed the orders to the front lines, precisely delivering the instructions to Bai Sha. In the next second, sporadic gunfire suddenly pierced the deep night silence at the forest's edge. The veterans under Bai Sha strictly implement the tactics, accurately targeting only the lights of the sentries on the outskirts of the dock, the warning searchlights, and the outer warning signs, quickly knocking out all illumination and early warning devices, creating the illusion of a grand surprise attack, yet never penetrating the enemy's defensive lines or touching the core facilities of the dock. The gunfire is chaotic and intermittent, with uneven firepower, deliberately creating the impression of a hastily assembled squad with insufficient ammunition and a panicked morale. Instantly, the dock, defended by Ghostface, erupts into chaos, the piercing alarm shattering the fog, illuminating the entire defensive area, with countless searchlights wildly scanning the forest, and the dense counterfire erupting in response, bullets pouring into the woods, attempting to suppress the raiding team. On the high command post of the dock, the main general under Ghostface looks down from above, surveying the scattered gunfire and chaotic fire output in the fog, watching the shadows in the forest swaying and hastily dodging, and bursts into loud laughter, his eyes full of contempt and pride. I knew it. Lin Chun is indeed at the end of his rope. The main general declares, arrogantly confident in the situation. The funds from the island have been locked down, goods are piling up and cannot be liquidated, and the morale has long been in disarray. Now they can only send this handful of remnants to break out, which is simply seeking their own demise. In his and all Ghostface subordinates' eyes, this midnight raid is not a strategic lure for the enemy, but merely the last desperate struggle of those cornered, a blind counterattack with no chance of victory. The main general can no longer contain the battle intent that has been building up for days, and he barks orders. All units advance. All 1,000 elite troops move out and surround the entire forest, devour this escaping remnant team in one go. Eliminate their flank combat power, and then strike directly at the downstream main business. We can settle the matter tonight. The 1,000 elite troops under Ghostface, who have been lying in wait within the dock facilities, finally all move out. A mass of armed soldiers pours out of the solid fortifications like a tide, abandoning the high ground advantage, forsaking their impregnable defensive lines, and charging full speed into the fog-shrouded unfamiliar forest, frantically encircling towards the direction of Bai Sha's squad. Fight while retreating, withdraw in layers, maintain the illusion of firepower, and sustain the appearance of a rout. A cold glint flashes in Bai Sha's eyes as he quickly relays the order in a steady and powerful voice. Over 200 veterans are in perfect sync, their years of combat experience together allowing them to require no excessive instructions. The group immediately slows their fire, the formation quickly disbands, and parts of the team deliberately drop spare magazines and damaged firearms, creating the illusion of a hurried escape and a disintegrating morale, step by step retreating towards the narrow ambush zone that Lin Chun had pre-surveyed and set up. Seeing the enemy retreating in disarray and fleeing in panic, the morale of the Ghostface pursuers surges completely, and they lose all sense of vigilance. All of them charge forward at full speed, focused solely on the pursuit, and harvest their formation, becoming increasingly scattered, completely falling into the depths of the unfamiliar forest, fully ensnared in the meticulously laid death trap. The moment the last enemy soldier steps into the narrow ambush zone, thoroughly entering the kill area, the silence of the high ground on both sides of the forest is suddenly shattered. Dense tongues of flame erupt simultaneously as the core elite of the Chun Sheng society reveal themselves, occupying the advantageous high ground, and crossfiring instantly, sealing off all retreat routes behind and ahead of the narrow passage. A rain of bullets pours down, sealing off the entire narrow passage, leaving the enemy no space to dodge or break out. In front, the Bai Sha squad pretends to be a defeated army blocking their path, while heavy firepower seals off their retreat and high ground above crushes down. In an instant, the tide of battle completely reverses without buffer or suspense. Within the fog-covered ambush zone, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and anguished screams intertwine, resonating across the riverbank. The elite troops of Ghostface, trapped in a desperate predicament, find themselves with no way to advance or retreat, crowded in the narrow, low-lying terrain, their formation completely shattered and casualties rapidly increasing. The meticulously planned ambush has from this moment on devolved into one-sided slaughter. This narrow pass stretching between the two military lines is widely recognized as a dead zone along the Mekong River border. The steep mountains on both sides are densely forested, while the central path is low and narrow, devoid of cover or escape routes. Once trapped from above, even the largest forces cannot unleash their might, and can only passively endure the assault. The 1,000 elite troops that Gue Mian takes pride in are the core strength he has forged over months, a critical trump card that allows him to backstab the truce and confront Lin Chenhiden. At this moment, these elite troops are completely trapped, sealed from the front and back, pressured from above and below, encircled on all sides, turned into living targets. The enemy, which was previously aggressive and pursuing at full speed, instantly became anxious and chaotic. Dense bullets swept through the pass and batches of soldiers fell to the ground, their blood quickly soaking into the soil, gathering into thin streams due to the low terrain. In the ensuing chaos, the enemy soldiers fired back wildly, but their scattered firepower could not break through the elite's high ground blockade. They could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell one after another, fear spreading throughout the battlefield. Steady the formation. Gather and counterattack on the spot. Break through the front line to escape. The commander of Gue Mian roared, straining to rally the morale and regroup the formation. He understood deeply that this elite force was the entire trump card for himself and Gue Mian. If they were all annihilated, the upstream defense line would be completely empty and there would be no capital left to compete in the south. But once a rout begins on the battlefield, there is no possibility of reversal. Extreme panic devoured the rationality of all soldiers. No one heeded the commands, everyone only cared to dodge and flee, searching for cover. Amidst the crowded chaos, the formation was utterly shattered, losing all combat capability. In the moment of the enemy's complete disarray, Bai Sha issued an order, leading 200 veteran guerrillas to suddenly turn their guns around, instantly shifting from a retreating posture to a fierce counterattack. These river veterans excelled in chaotic battles in dense forests and desperate situations. Compared to the positional assaults of the Chun Sheng Society's direct troops, their tactics were more cunning, fiercer, and better suited for complex terrains. Using the cover of thick fog and familiarity with the terrain, they dispersed and interspersed, accurately segmenting the already chaotic remnants of the enemy, completely shredding, ripping apart, and taking them down one by one. Point-to-point precise kills and close-range ambushes left the enemy with no opportunity to regroup, surrender, or escape. The battle situation tilted completely towards a one-sided crush. On one side were the elite death warriors who had laid out plans in advance, cooperating seamlessly and maintaining a calm mindset, occupying all favorable conditions. On the other side were the weak pursuers, caught in a trap in chaos, and with crumbling morale, passively facing death at every turn. In just half an hour, the intense pursuit battle came to a complete end. The pass was strewn with corpses, blood staining the barren earth, a scene that was shocking. The core elite troops under Gue Mian, more than 600 dead on the battlefield, lay lifeless in the pass, over 300 severely wounded and captured, leaving only a few dozen remnants fleeing for their lives, all injured, discarding armor, with no combat ability left. The commanding general was killed on the spot, his head rolling onto the muddy ground. In this ambush, there was no one left out, nor any chance of reversal. From the watchtower, you looked down at the completely concluded battlefield, observing the numerous enemy corpses and the captured remnants. He let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes filled with shock and exhilaration. Brother Chen, we did it. The elite wild troops that Gue Mian relied on have been completely crippled, no longer capable of organizing a large-scale attack. Lin Chen's gaze remained calm, devoid of any wild joy from the victory, still surveying the two empty docks in the distance, softly stating, "It is not just that we crippled his elite, we have completely shattered his offensive morale." Gue Mian dared to tear up the truce agreement and secretly amass troops for a surprise attack, relying on this elite 1,000. Now that his trump card is gone, the docks are left with only the old, weak, and injured troops, and he no longer has the capital for a frontal battle or cross-border attack. With that, Lin Chen raised his hand and solemnly commanded, "The entire army advance, push forward along the entire line with the spearhead aimed directly at the two border docks to completely reclaim lost territory." The entire army of the Chun Sheng Society immediately mobilized, with the main forces steadily advancing, pressing in from both the river and dense forest. The remnants of Gue Mian guarding the docks had already heard the dreadful news of the main forces' annihilation. Terrified and lacking any will to fight, no one dared to resist, scattering and fleeing in all directions. Without shedding blood, the two border strongholds, which had previously been handed over to Gue Mian according to the truce agreement, completely returned to Lin Chen's control. In the deep mountains 1,000 miles away, the dead silence was abruptly broken. A blood-soaked and disheveled scout desperately burst into the main hall, kneeling on both knees, trembling in voice and pale in face, shouting with devastating news, "Master, a disaster has befallen us. The entire elite 1,000 has been wiped out. The frontline commander is dead. Both border docks have been completely lost." A cold silence instantly enveloped the eerie stone hall, the air seeming to freeze completely. Gue Mian sat in a high position, his silver mask trembling slightly, a surge of cold air rising around him. His fingers tightly gripped the armrest of the stone chair, knuckles whitening and veins bulging. He had endured for many days, meticulously calculating and waiting for the right moment, believing he could see through Lin Chen's predicament and grasp the initiative in the battle, eagerly anticipating a decisive battle to determine the fate and engulf the middle and lower reaches of the river, only to realize that from the beginning to the end, he had been a prey toyed with by the other party. A surge of overwhelming hatred and extreme unwillingness engulfed him. Gue Mian's hoarse and cold voice echoed throughout the hall, carrying the aura of destruction. "Lin Chen, you dared to set a trap to slay my elite, seize my defenses, and shatter my plans. I will surely tear you to shreds, blood for blood. In his rage, Mian immediately ordered the mobilization of all remaining forces in the deep mountains, preparing everyone to descend and fight to the death for revenge. A group of trusted generals hurriedly knelt down, desperately advising him, their faces filled with fear. "Master, you must not." With the elite completely decimated, morale in tatters, and the army in chaos, attacking now would be to strike weakly against the strong, throwing ourselves into a trap. The only way to survive now is to hold firmly to the upstream resource production area, to wait and see while conserving strength and never act impulsively. Mian's chest heaved violently, filled with hatred, yet he ultimately retained a sliver of rationality. He knew clearly that he had lost all his trump cards and given up all initiative, completely losing control of the battlefield. In his unwillingness, he could only grit his teeth, endure, and abandon the counteroffensive, retreating entirely to the upstream resource hinterland, entering a passive and desperate defense. After this battle, the Mekong River's middle and lower reaches, stretching for 1,000 miles, completely fell into Lin Chen's hands, solidifying the situation in the Nanyang front. The dawn light pierced through the thick fog cascading over the Mekong River's surface as the vast white mist slowly dissipated, revealing the azure waters and the expansive river, which had finally returned to a state of calm after a night of bloody battles. Above the two reclaimed border docks, the black flag of the Chunqing Society fluttered in the wind, replacing the sinister emblem that had lingered for days, re-establishing its dominance at the strategic high ground along the river. The sunlight illuminated the flag, reflecting the complete turnaround of the battle situation and heralding the dawn of a new order in the Nanyang region. After a night of fierce fighting, countering ambushes, annihilating elite forces, reclaiming lost territory, and stabilizing the borders, a seemingly impossible turnaround had completely swept away the Chunqing Society's prolonged sense of oppression, invigorating the morale of the troops within the barracks. Previously, everyone had been under immense pressure, their financial sources cut off by capital, and the border threatened by the sinister presence, feeling tightly wound and repressed. Now, with the great victory secured, everyone saw the hope of a reversed situation. The troops were united, and their fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. In the conference hall, everyone gathered to review the battle with bright lights and an exhilarating atmosphere. Yu held a detailed report of the battle results, reporting item by item, his tone firm and powerful. "In this battle, we eliminated 627 elite troops of the sinister force, captured 314, and seized over 400 automatic firearms, hundreds of grenade explosion devices, and a large amount of ammunition and supplies, thoroughly depleting the enemy's field strength. Our side only suffered 23 minor injuries with no casualties. The guerrilla teams effectively lured the enemy, and our main force executed their strikes flawlessly, with zero collapse and zero errors, achieving a complete tactical victory." Standing quietly beside him, Baisha appeared indifferent, but his eyes were filled with deep shock and admiration. Not relying on brute force or sheer numbers to win, but solely on anticipating human nature, manipulating greed, luring enemies into traps, and executing decisive strikes, they had annihilated the enemy's absolute main. Not relying on brute force or sheer numbers to win, but solely on anticipating human nature, manipulating greed, luring enemies into traps, and executing decisive strikes, they had annihilated the enemy's absolute main force and turned the tide of the entire battle at minimal cost. In that moment, the last vestige of pride from his days as a past hero completely dissipated, and he felt genuine admiration for Lin Chen. He finally understood that his earlier defeat and capture were not merely due to bad luck, but rather a result of his outdated perspective, vision, and tactics. Baisha spoke solemnly, each word filled with conviction. "After this battle, the sinister force has lost all its elite troops, and its morale has crumbled. It will have no capital to contest in the south for the next 3 years. Now they could only retreat to the upstream raw material production areas to defend and protect themselves, struggling to maintain a solid defense, and they were no longer capable of blockading the river, launching ambushes at the border, or interfering in the midstream and downstream situations." Lin Chen slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the complete model of the river on the table, and he decisively established a new order for the river, issuing 4 new policies that would completely reshape the Nanyang landscape. First, the 2 border docks will immediately reinforce their fortifications at hidden bunkers and deploy heavy firepower, stationing 2 elite teams, permanently designating them as a permanent border defense line to prevent upstream remnants from causing disturbances and completely eliminate the risk of cross-border issues. Second, open up the passage rights of the midstream and downstream river channels, unifying the military discipline, navigation rules, and trading standards for the waters, dispatching teams to systematically eliminate scattered bandits, unregulated robbers, and residual soldiers, thoroughly clearing up years of chaotic river conditions. Third, open up civilian trade along the coast, allowing compliant small traders, village merchants, and small trading teams to freely conduct transactions, reducing harsh regulations, stabilizing prices, and soothing the people's livelihoods to solidify the foundation with public support. Fourth, Baisha will fully command 3 guerrilla teams specifically responsible for clearing the rivers, securing the forests, patrolling the borders, and surveying the terrain, utilizing the advantages of his former troops to compensate for our shortcomings in geographic warfare. The 4 policies were implemented step by step, interlinked, addressing military defense, river security, civilian trade, and responsibility allocation, completely ending the long-term chaos and conflict in the midstream and downstream of the Mekong River, establishing a new stable and orderly order. In this chaotic world, one must first secure territory, then stabilize the troops' morale, subsequently gain the people's hearts, and ultimately seek development. Lin Chen's strategy was always one of careful planning and long-term vision. With the great victory secured and the situation stabilized, Lin Chen still bore a hint of gravity in his expression, showing no signs of relaxation. You keenly sensed the abnormality and softly inquired, Brother Chen, now that we have achieved great victory in the battle, the river is stable and the border is secure, why do you still appear so worried? Lin Chen slowly raised his eyes, his gaze penetrating the vast mountains and rivers towards the direction of the harbor island, his tone steady. We have won the overt battles on the battlefield, yet we have yet to break through the deadlock of the hidden rules. The sinister force is merely a superficial ailment that has already suffered heavy losses and is incapable of causing further chaos. However, the offshore capital, this poisonous marrow, still lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike. The outcomes of the battlefield are merely surface-level contests. The ultimate net of capital is the true final blow. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression became serious and solemn. Everyone understood that the great victory in Nanyang was merely a clearing of peripheral obstacles. The real perilous game had only just begun. In the South Seas, the dawn breaks with victory in battle, yet on Hong Kong Island dark clouds loom overhead and despair descends. At the Tsung Shung Society's base into Kowloon, the atmosphere is stifling with heavy air enveloping the entire building, silence prevailing and no one relaxing. In contrast to the blade and gun confrontations on the South Seas battlefield, the capital's encirclement on Hong Kong Island is more insidious, more inescapable, and leaves one with nowhere to exert force. Awen stands quietly by the window, her fingertips pinching a paper, urgent report, almost wrinkling the paper as a chill runs deep in her eyes, her expression grave. The South Seas have won every visible battle, vanquishing strong foes and securing territory, yet the foundation on Hong Kong Island has been thoroughly locked down by capital, surrounded layer by layer. A core subordinate rushes into the room, pale-faced and trembling voice, bringing the worst news, brother, when it's a complete disaster. Offshore capital has united with overseas financial institutions and cross-border inspection departments to complete the entire evidence chain. They have integrated our early offshore accounts, transactions of the old White Shark faction, and early shipping flows, linking them layer by layer to trace back, compiling complete evidence of violating cross-border trade and gray logistics, officially submitted to the Hong Kong Customs and Inspection Bureau, initiating a formal investigation. This is no longer just about locking accounts, seizing goods, and risk control freezes. Capital aims to establish cases, uproot everything at its source, using official means to completely obliterate all the foundations we've built over the years on Hong Kong Island. All previous fund freezes, dock seizures, and strict inspections of waterways were merely tests and preparations by Capital. At this moment, Capital has finally torn off all disguises, launching a long-planned ultimate trap. They never personally shed blood or engage in direct confrontation. Instead, they use cold rules, compliant procedures, and complete evidence chains to deliver the cleanest, most thorough kill. By exploiting the gray trading loopholes of the old White Shark era and the early unrefined trade routes, they link all old accounts, traces, and hidden dangers, precisely targeting the illegal attributes of the Tsung Shung Society, intending to completely dismantle Lin Chen's rear base. Ago stands aside, anger surging and unwillingness filling his heart, gritting his teeth and growling, these capitalists are too ruthless. We've fought bloodily in the South Seas, risking our lives to turn the tide, while they hide behind the scenes, playing dirty tricks and fighting with rules. We've won all the hard battles, yet in the end we are forced into a corner by these cowards. Awen takes a deep breath, suppressing her inner gloom and anger, calmly reviewing the overall situation and analyzing weaknesses. Anger is useless. This is Capital's established strategy. All their evidence chains rely entirely on our old accounts, old trades, old networks, and old transaction traces. While it seems like a net closing in reality, there are traces to follow. As long as we completely sever all old traces, abandon all old routes, and cleanse all new systems, executing a drastic cut, we can cut off their source of tracing and break this deadlock. At this critical juncture of life and death, Awen immediately initiates the highest level risk control stabilization plan, with 4 precise directives implemented step by step to break the deadlock. First, all personnel must cancel all old offshore accounts, abandon old trade entities, and seal off past gray flows, completely eliminating all traceable signs, leaving not a single handle for Capital. Second, all goods detained at docks and stored materials must immediately complete compliance registration, all transferred into the regular civilian trade system registered under the names of construction materials, aquatic products, and agricultural products, completing all necessary documentation, ledgers, and procedures to ensure compliance and legality, leaving no room for error. Third, comprehensively sever all ties with old associated idle personnel, clean up past external connections, and completely cut off all associations with the gray trading of the old White Shark era, eliminating historical risks. Fourth, activate the clean connections that have been dormant for years, leveraging power against power, mediating centrally, and temporarily slowing down the pace of case initiation to buy time for the South Seas transformation and the establishment of new routes. This entire operation is immensely costly and drains heavily, nearly dismantling the Tsung Shung Society's years of accumulated trade system on Hong Kong Island, sacrificing more than half of its original foundation. But this is the only way to break the deadlock. Only through drastic severance and complete cutting can we seize a glimmer of hope in capital's inevitable death trap. The urgent report crosses mountains and seas, returning to the South Seas headquarters. Lin Chun, after reading the complete intelligence, slightly tightens his fingertips and remains silent for a long time. Ayu speaks softly, filled with helplessness and gravity. Brother Chun, the old system on Hong Kong Island is nearly collapsing. The capital chain is heavily damaged and trade channels are severed. The victory we fought for all night has instantly been diminished by capital. With the rear unstable, no matter how strong the front line is, it cannot last. Lin Chun slowly raises his eyes, a perfect calmness and clarity remaining in his gaze. This is the capital's desire for control. They will never allow any piece to break free from control and grow independently. I unified the waterways in the South Seas, detached from constraints, and expanded my influence. They will undoubtedly spare no effort to interrupt my growth and eliminate my retreat. They intend to lock down my foundation on Hong Kong Island, forcing me into a corner in the South Seas, helpless and without resources, leading to my own defeat. As the words fall, Lin Chun's gaze sharpens suddenly, and he declares the final move. Since the old path on Hong Kong Island has been thoroughly locked down, we must completely sever attachments, take root in the South Seas, generate our own resources, and create a whole new world. The dust settled in the lower reaches of the Mekong River. A single battle had wiped out over 1,000 elite troops of the Ghost Face, and the two border ports returned to control, bringing a complete end to the visible chaos along the river. However, the smoke of victory had yet to dissipate, and the confidential reports from the island port weighed heavily on the atmosphere of the entire barracks. The lethal machinations of offshore capital were far more insidious and deadly than the bloodshed on the battlefield. The intelligence meticulously compiled by Aun revealed that capital had united with overseas financial institutions and cross-border inspection systems to complete a full chain of evidence, using the gray transactions of the White Shark forces from years past as a breakthrough point to trace all offshore trade routes of the Chunxing Society, freezing any remaining hidden flows, and coordinating a strict investigation of storage ports across multiple departments on the island, with the intent to completely eradicate the foundation that the Chunxing Society had built over the years on the island. This was not merely a simple commercial suppression, it was a thorough reckoning by top-tier powers against a pawn that had lost control. Previously, Lin Chun had faced dual pressures, seemingly trapped in a desperate situation, yet it was precisely this crisis that compelled him to step outside the capital's preset game. In the barracks conference hall, a sand table covered the entire long table, clearly marking the terrain of the Mekong River, the riverside villages, port strongholds, and raw material production areas. Lin Chun stood before the table, his demeanor calm, devoid of the restlessness that often follows great victories. Only a cool, unwavering certainty remained in his gaze. The old routes of the island are completely obsolete. This conclusion declared the total end of the Chunxing Society's previous development model. The era of relying on the island, depending on offshore trade, and surviving through the gaps of capital was unequivocally over. Ayu stood to the side, his brow slightly furrowed. Brother Chun, if we abandon the old routes from the island, it means discarding a significant portion of our capital reserves. In the short-term, production capacity, salaries, and material procurement will all face pressure. The cost is too great. The cost is temporary, survival and self-reliance are permanent. Lin Chun lightly tapped the sand table's middle and lower reaches, stating, "We have been led by the nose by capital. The root of our predicament lies in being externally reliant and having our lifeline controlled by others. The island is the stronghold of capital, and we will always be outsiders, perpetually at risk of being exploited. Since the other party has locked down all our escape routes, severing our offshore funds, and sealing our overseas channels, we should then take advantage of this situation to shed our shell, completely take root in Nanyang, and build our own closed-loop system, no longer relying on any external forces. The most challenging situations are the most formative." The relentless pursuit of capital did not crush Lin Chun. Instead, it shattered all his illusions of relying on external forces. From this point on, without external aid, no escape route, and no dependencies, it was all about self-reliance and self-improvement. Lin Shun immediately implemented a complete set of new policies, carefully reconstructing the foundation of his power. Centered around the two recovered border ports, he built a dedicated trading hub in Nanyang, no longer connecting to overseas capital channels, but instead integrating riverside villages' local merchants and scattered border traders to establish a fully autonomous trading system. At the same time, he expanded the workshop capacity, adjusted product structures, abandoned high-risk overseas trade, delved deep into the grassroots markets of Southeast Asia, and created a closed-loop industrial chain of self-production, self-sale, and self-circulation. The defense system was also upgraded simultaneously, with the main forces stationed at the core of operations, the White Shark Commando Team, clearing river banditry, and newly surrendered soldiers guarding the peripheral ports, forming a three-layered defense that was as solid as a fortress. White Shark observed this entire layout with overwhelming shock. Having spent half his life fighting along the river, competing for ports, seizing shipping routes, and battling strong enemies, he had always been trapped in a zero-sum game, understanding only the struggle for profit, never contemplating true dominance. Not through annexation of territory, but through establishing roots, gathering public sentiment, and creating order. Brother Chin, this move of yours completely jumps out of everyone else's game. White Shark spoke solemnly. The ghost face fights for temporary territory, capital seeks immediate profits, but you are building a foundation for eternity. Lin Shun turned his head. In chaotic times, fighting can only ensure survival, but taking root is essential for existence. Next, our core tasks will be to clear up the chaos along the river, soothe the riverside populace, and stabilize local trade. The pattern in Nanyang was quietly being reshaped, and news rapidly returned to the top-tier capital firms in central Hong Kong. In front of the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, several capital executives in suits surveyed the bustling night scene, holding the latest situation assessment report. Their expressions, all icy. They had meticulously laid down a trap of rules and financial encirclement, believing it would force Lin Shun to collapse and plead for mercy, obediently falling under their control, or exhaust his strength to be devoured by the ghost face. Yet the result was entirely the opposite. In the face of adversity, Lin Shun directly severed all dependencies, shed his shell, and completely broke free from the framework of capital control. The head of capital lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his tone finally laced with unprecedented wariness. Previously, we always regarded him as a controllable pawn. Now it seems he has already gained influence and is no longer a piece, but an equal opponent. If we allow him to establish roots in Nanyang, within a year the entire lower Mekong River will become his personal domain, completely detaching from our sphere of interests. Another person added solemnly, the rules, finances, and overseas channels can no longer trap him. Conventional suppression has completely failed. From here on, we can only resort to our last measures, supporting new forces, creating dual fronts, and engaging in a protracted war to wear him down. The underestimation of capital had completely dissipated, replaced by the full targeting of the top-tier powers towards the emerging opponent. A new round of ultimate competition had quietly begun. The downstream of the Southern Ocean is thriving, and order is beginning to take shape, while the upstream deep mountains remain shrouded in a dead silence. The ghost face sits in the stone hall of the deep mountains, emanating a bone-chilling cold. A silver mask covers his face, revealing only a pair of bloodshot eyes that swirl with overwhelming hatred and restraint. After one night, his elite forces were entirely decimated, the docks lost, and the initiative squandered. His years of accumulated wild battle forces were buried in the dense fog, with his fierce general, Zhao Kun, perishing on the spot, leaving the remaining soldiers in fear and a broken fighting spirit. After this battle, he completely lost the ability to contend for the riverway to the south, retreating to defend the upstream raw material production area, shrinking back to a tight defense. The remaining generals bowed their heads, no one daring to speak, and a pin drop could be heard in the great hall. After a long while, the hoarse and cold voice of the ghost face slowly broke the silence. Do you all think I have been defeated? The generals trembled, none dared to reply. Though 1,000 elites have fallen, the upstream raw material production area is still in my hands. The ghost face slowly rose, gazing down at the vast forest below. Lin Shun has taken control of the middle and lower riverways, seemingly grasping the entire situation, yet his greatest weakness still lies in my hands: raw materials. He sees clearly. Lin Chen's newly established local trade system, expanded workshops, and stabilized market all depend on core raw materials. Without raw material output in the middle and lower reaches, all production lifelines are still firmly under his control. Previously, he was eager to launch aggressive attacks to seize land, which led to his disastrous defeat. Now, after this defeat, he has become completely calm and has pinpointed the most lethal point of balance. Send the order down. The entire army must retract their defenses, abandon all external outposts, and firmly defend the 3 major raw material mines. The ghost face ordered coldly, his tone resolute. Cease all reckless attacks. All personnel shall switch to defense training and gathering strength. Strictly control the entry and exit of the mining areas. Tightly regulate the outflow of raw materials, and not a single spirit stone shall flow into the downstream. At the same time, contact the scattered bandit forces around the borders and induce them with heavy gold and weapons to gather the idle combat strength compensating for the manpower shortage. After the defeat, the Ghost Face shed his past arrogance and became increasingly sinister and restrained. No longer greedy for a swift victory, he now plans to use a war of attrition to lock Lin Chen's production capacity, using raw materials as shackles to gradually wear down the nascent Chun Sheng society system. His subordinate generals instantly awoke and all accepted the orders. Compared to the disastrous defeat of a direct confrontation, locking raw materials is the most stable and lethal way to strike. In addition, the Ghost Face secretly dispatched messengers to quietly contact offshore capital from Gang Island, intending to form a coordinated balance. He knew well that the capital resented Lin Chen's uncontrollable rise while he hated Lin Chen for seizing land and losing soldiers. Both shared a common enemy and aligned interests. Since he could not defeat them alone, he would covertly ally with capital coordinate north and south, and strike from within and without. The undercurrents in the deep mountains surged silently, unnoticed by anyone. In the downstream barracks, White Shark, drawing from years of experience with riverways, quickly predicted the crisis and advised Lin Chen the Ghost Face is extremely patient. After the disastrous defeat, he will not completely hide away. He has lost troops and territory, and his only trump card is raw materials. Next, he will undoubtedly fully block the output of spirit stones, choking our workshop's production capacity. Lin Chen nodded slightly, already having foreseen this. I am aware. He is currently unable to launch a strong attack. He can only rely on locking materials for balance. This is his last trump card. Should we take the initiative to send troops and launch a strong attack on the upstream mining area to completely eliminate the hidden danger? Yu asked in a deep voice. No need. Lin Chen shook his head. The Ghost Face is currently in an extreme defensive mindset. The terrain of the mining area is treacherous and easy to defend, but hard to attack. If we recklessly launch an attack, we will surely suffer heavy casualties, which is not worth the loss. Our primary task now is to stabilize the foundation, expand channels, and secure the populace's hearts rather than recklessly start a war. If he locks the raw materials, we will expand our own sources. In chaotic times, one can never place their lifeline in the hands of a single person. The blockade of materials by the Ghost Face came swiftly and decisively. Within just 2 days, all transport routes for raw stones upstream were completely severed, with numerous sentry posts established around the mining areas, strictly checking every passing ship and every traveling team. Even the scattered raw stones smuggled by civilians were intercepted and publicly destroyed. The Ghost Face intended to cut off all sources of production for the Chongqing society in the most ruthless way, leaving Lin Chen's newly established local trading system as a tree without roots, water without source. The production capacity of the workshop plummeted, stockpiles of raw stones were rapidly consumed, and the pressure for supplies of frontline war materials and goods in circulation surged abruptly. If the situation continued to develop unchecked, within half a month, camp salaries, merchant supplies, and war reserves would all be in dire straits. The hard-won stability of public sentiment and trade would inevitably collapse once more. With the crisis looming, Lin Chen remained unfazed and immediately set in motion the long-prepared dual-source expansion plan to completely break the Ghost Face's monopoly on materials, achieving true self-sufficiency in production and preventing the lifeline from being controlled by others. The first source expansion relied on the deep cultivation experience of the White Shark in river channels to exploit hidden local resources. After surrendering, the White Shark had already submitted all the records of river morphology and hidden resources he had explored throughout his life. The tributaries of the Mekong River are vast and remote, with deep mountains and ravines crisscrossing, scattered with over a dozen small mining points abandoned by the Ghost Face in earlier years. These mining points have limited reserves and high extraction difficulties, but they excel in being concealed, uncontested, and distanced from the main battle zones, making them the most reliable source of supply in a dire situation. Brother Chun, I will personally lead a team to guard and extract from these mining points. The White Shark volunteered with certainty in his tone. My guerrilla team consists of seasoned veterans familiar with the mountainous terrain, skilled in covert operations and secretive tasks. We can quickly extract raw stones while avoiding the searches of the Ghost Face patrols, ensuring that our base remains undiscovered. Lin Chen immediately delegated authority, entrusting the entire local source expansion to the White Shark's man. The White Shark swiftly reorganized his team, selecting 200 capable veterans divided into multiple groups for round-the-clock operations, hiding during the day and extracting at night. The extracted raw stones were processed on-site and transported back to the main business through hidden waterways without any lights, traces, or exposure. This secret extraction chain perfectly circumvented all of the Ghost Face's blockade lines, continuously supplying basic raw stones to the workshop, stabilizing the production capacity, and averting a complete supply crisis. The second source expansion, led by Yue, opened up cross-border civilian channels to fill the gaps in production capacity. The Ghost Face could monopolize the main mining areas upstream of the Mekong River, but could not seal off the long border line. Numerous small private miners and civilian extraction teams are scattered along the Southeast Asian border. These small operators have long been exploited by large capital and middlemen holding raw stones, but lacking stable sales channels, often trapped in loss and stagnation. AU rushed to the border with favorable trade conditions, promoting a cooperation model of cash for goods, premium purchases, and full transportation guarantees. Compared to the previous capital team's practices of price suppression and delayed payments, the Chongqing Society's honest cooperation and cash settlement model instantly attracted a large number of small operators. In just a few days, dozens of civilian extraction teams established long-term cooperation, steadily supplying scattered raw stones and perfectly filling the production shortfall of local mining points. Meanwhile, Lin Chun took the opportunity to optimize the region's trade policies, further consolidating public sentiment and stabilizing the market. Any merchant who complied with the camp's order and operated legally could freely settle in the dock trade hub, enjoying benefits such as tax exemptions, armed escorts, and guaranteed venues. Of villagers along the coast who worked and traded lawfully could receive camp-provided supplies to prevent the disruptions of war. In the past, the entire Mekong River basin was plagued by constant warfare, rampant banditry, and oppression by powerful forces, leaving the populace and merchants suffering and displaced. Now the order in the middle and lower reaches of the river is stable, transactions are fair, there are no excessive taxes or plunder, instantly attracting a large influx of refugees, merchants, and small artisans. The dock market is becoming increasingly prosperous and trade is flowing more vigorously, showcasing a scene of peace and stability. The dual-source expansion channels have been thoroughly established, and the Ghost Face's proud material stranglehold has been completely unraveled. The workshop's production capacity steadily recovered, stockpiles of raw stones continued to accumulate, and the supplies of war materials, merchant goods, and soldier salaries were all restored to stability, allowing the Chongqing Society to completely free itself from the predicament of being controlled by upstream forces. Behind the island port, AU's concluding tasks were also successfully completed. By completely canceling old offshore accounts, severing gray transaction chains, stripping away early associations, and acquiring a brand new compliant trade license, the Chongqing Society thoroughly cleared all traces of criminal evidence woven by capital. Although it abandoned the years of accumulated industries and offshore funds in the island port, it completely cut off the handles for capital to trace and suppress, resulting in a clean, pure, and unencumbered new development pattern. With both internal and external stability firmly established, the foundations have been thoroughly solidified, and the Chongqing Society has leaped out of all preset traps, firmly establishing its foothold in Nanyang. Just as Lin Chun was deeply cultivating his local influence, perfecting his system, and steadily gathering strength, the ultimate dark hand of the Hong Kong capital quietly made its move in the southern seas. In the closed-door meeting of the top-tier capital in Central, the executives thoroughly finalized a new suppression strategy. Financial strangulation, regulatory encirclement, and battlefield balance have all become ineffective. Conventional methods can no longer curb Lin Chun's rise. Since they could not achieve results through direct confrontation, they resorted to the most insidious tactics of chaotic times, using disorder to break stability, exhausting strength through attrition, and employing guerrilla harassment to undermine the foundation. Capital never personally engages in battles, yet it excels at manipulating the forces of chaos, using the hands of others to eliminate its opponents. They secretly allocated substantial special funds, supplying a large quantity of new rifles, grenades, explosive devices, and communication equipment, fully supporting the three armed gangs that have long been active along the Mekong River border. These three gangs have long roamed the blind spots of border control among the three countries, fierce and brutal, lawless and unruly, engaging in rampant looting. Previously, they fought separately, were poorly equipped, and did not pose a significant threat. However, after receiving heavy financial backing, military equipment enhancements, and tactical guidance from capital, the three gangs quickly merged and unified, experiencing a surge in combat power and forming discipline, swiftly becoming the most dangerous source of turmoil on the border. The calculations of capital are precise and extremely ruthless. They are well aware that Lin Chun's current core task is to establish his foundation, win the hearts of the people, and stabilize trade. What he needs most is a secure developmental environment. Thus, they deliberately avoided direct confrontations, allowing the gangs to conduct guerrilla harassment, specifically ambushing scattered transport teams, raiding small coastal villages, and looting market vendors, striking and withdrawing without engaging in prolonged battles, never facing the main force of Chongqing Society hidden. The objective is clear. They do not seek a decisive victory in one battle, but aim to continuously create chaos, exhaust the defensive forces, undermine the morale of the populace, and disrupt trade order, ensuring that Lin Chun is forever mired in the trifles of maintaining stability, unable to gather strength for development, ultimately being worn down by endless attrition. The heavily armed gangs quickly stirred up a torrent of chaos along the border. Within just a few days, the Western supply transport fleet was ambushed, southern villages were raided, and several nearby markets were robbed, leading to significant losses and shutdowns for many merchants, while innocent civilians suffered casualties and displacement. The once thriving and stable midstream and downstream regions are now once again tumultuous with the populace in a state of panic. Many merchants fearing the gang violence dared not engage in trade, and cross-border small-scale commerce has nearly come to a halt. The recently stabilized market system is facing yet another severe test. Urgent reports from frontline scouts continuously returned to the barracks, each word causing distress. The atmosphere in the conference hall was heavy and oppressive. A youth stared at the pile of enemy situation reports on the table, his expression tense and voice grave. This batch of gangs employs tactics that are utterly ruthless, completely a matter of attrition. When our army encircles them, they immediately retreat into the deep mountains and forests, crossing the border and disappearing without a trace. When our army withdraws to defend, they return with a vengeance, pillaging everywhere. Large-scale encirclement has yielded little effect, and the dispersal of forces will lead to a vulnerable defense. The white shark has long been entrenched in the river, fully aware of the habits of the border gangs. He solemnly added, I have clashed with these three gangs several times in the past. Their combat strength was weak and easily dealt with, and they certainly did not possess the equipment and coordination they have now. Their recent transformation, ample ammunition, and organized tactics must be attributed to the full financial support of the Hong Kong capital, aimed specifically at disrupting our layout. Lin Shun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes glinting coldly, having thoroughly seen through the ultimate logic of capital's game. With direct battlefields, financial regulations, and trade blockades all failing, capital abandoned the straightforward encirclement, instead employing sinister tactics of chaotic times, using disorder to counter orderly development, and dragging down new forces through continuous attrition. Moreover, Lin Shun keenly sensed a deeper crisis. Gui Mian has been unusually silent lately, conducting closed-door training and remaining inactive. This is not mere forbearance, but an observation of the situation in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Capital stirs up chaos in the background, exhausting our forces, while Gui Mian locks down resources and restructures military supplies at the front. One in the dark and one in the light, one disrupting and one locking down. These two forces have formed a tacit coordination, encircling us from both sides, intending to gradually wear us down. The situation has instantly worsened once again, with the visible resource blockade, the hidden harassment from gangs, and the behind-the-scenes manipulation of capital intertwining. Threefold pressure, an absolute killing trap, targeting Chun Sheng society, has quietly taken shape. Faced with an unprecedented dual-line predicament, Lin Shun maintained a calm demeanor and an indifferent expression, showing no signs of panic. Having experienced numerous desperate gambits, he had long mastered the art of survival in chaotic times. The greater the pressure from all sides, the more precise his strategies needed to be, advancing steadily and countering with stillness. In response to the rogue tactics of guerrilla harassment that evaded confrontation, Lin Shun discarded the traditional model of large-scale military encirclement, instead tailoring a precise system of guerrilla against guerrilla patrols, locking blind spots, and station forces securing the people's hearts. The bandits depend on the mountains and forests, hiding in blind spots and surviving through stealthy attacks. They fear precise tracking, being left with nowhere to hide, and constant monitoring. Lin Shun's gaze was sharp as he issued the first military order in a deep voice. By Sha, you will lead 3 guerrilla teams, splitting everyone up into smaller units to cover the streams, deep mountains, border blind spots, and dense forests thoroughly. There is no need for a strong offensive. Simply tracking and monitoring for 24 hours will suffice, clarifying the bandits' hiding cave supply points, movement routes, and daily routines, maintaining constant surveillance to eliminate any space for their stealthy attacks. Bai Sha immediately accepted the order and led the team to set off. This group of veteran river soldiers excelled in mountain guerrilla tactics and covert tracking, making them an effective countermeasure against the roaming bandits. The entire team moved stealthily, dispersing and infiltrating the entire border blind spot, quietly laying down a net and silently tracking firmly, keeping hold of the bandits' movements. Next, Lin Shun turned to a Yue, issuing the second military order. The main forces will be stationed in designated areas, dividing exclusive defense zones, adding hidden guards and mobile teams at all key trade routes, village crossings, market hubs, and transport lines, ensuring seamless shifts of duty. Whenever bandits appear, we will provide immediate support, swiftly intercepting and eliminating them, ensuring that the situation does not escalate even a bit. At the same time, we will escort civilian transport teams to protect merchants and the populace, safeguarding the stability of the market. With these 2 military orders issued, the entire middle and lower reaches of the river instantly activated a comprehensive defense and precise suppression mode. The guerrilla teams locked down the bandits' hiding spaces, while the main forces secured all livelihood defense lines, balancing offense and defense effectively, completely restraining the bandits' harassment tactics. Beyond maintaining stability and suppressing chaos, Lin Shun understood that winning the hearts of the people was fundamental in chaotic times, subsequently implementing a new policy to stabilize the populace, combining strictness with compassion. Any merchants or civilians who suffered from bandit raids could register at the camp for compensation, with the government providing unified material aid and tax exemptions to minimize losses. Those who proactively reported bandit sightings and assisted in clearing the bandits would receive substantial rewards and lifelong tax exemptions. Merchants and civilians who conducted their business lawfully and helped stabilize the market would be guaranteed security by the camp. Strictly suppressing chaos and restoring order combined with benevolent governance earned the hearts of the people. This strategy of balancing strictness with compassion quickly stabilized the fluctuating public sentiment, and even though there were still sporadic disturbances at the border, the coastal populace and merchants were willing to trust the Chunsheng society, steadfastly maintaining their markets and operations. With tactics in place and public sentiment stabilized, the effects of the suppression were immediate. In the following days, the bandits attempted several surprise attacks, all of which were anticipated and intercepted with precision. Any bandits daring to show themselves for plunder were either annihilated on the spot or fled in disarray. Multiple teams were completely encircled, and captured bandits revealed the truth behind the clandestine financial support they received. After several defeats, the three bandit groups suffered increasing casualties, and their morale plummeted, their arrogance thoroughly suppressed. They no longer dared to plunder at will, and could only curl up in the deep mountain corners, afraid to move easily. As reports of success came from the front lines, a youth's expression relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Brother Chun, the bandit chaos has been basically suppressed. Market trade is gradually warming up, and public sentiment has been completely stabilized. We have successfully withstood the covert attacks from capital sources." Lin Shen looked at the pitch-black mountainous region on the sand table, his gaze still calm and clear, showing no signs of slackening. This is merely a temporary suppression, not a complete eradication. As long as capital continues to provide support, the bandits will never be finished. As long as there is funding and arms supplies, they can be resurrected infinitely and continue their harassment. More crucially, the ghost face remains inactive, secretly gathering strength, never abandoning their calculations for control and balance. He slowly spoke, his tone assured. Superficial measures can only stabilize the situation temporarily. To achieve long-term peace and a thorough resolution, we must eradicate the root cause and confront these two ultimate adversaries directly. The chaos at the border has been forcibly suppressed, and the situation downstream is gradually stabilizing. However, the covert chess games and conspiracies have already quietly taken root, weaving a web for a final killing move that could overturn the balance of power in the South Seas. In the deep mountains upstream, enveloped in mist, the stone hall is silent and solemn, the atmosphere stifling to the point of suffocation. After half a month, the ghostly face finally welcomed the secret envoy from the capital of the Hong Kong island. The envoy, dressed in minimalist casual attire, exuded an air of elegance and restraint, armed with neither weapon nor guard as he entered the forbidden deep mountains alone. His demeanor was calm and composed, yet he radiated the commanding aura of someone in control of the entire situation. He is the highest authority representing capital in the South Seas, holding the power to dictate the entire game. This time he came alone to finalize the ultimate alliance with the ghostly face. Inside the stone hall, candle flames flicker, casting mottled shadows. The ghostly face sat high in his seat, the silver mask reflecting a cold glimmer, obscuring his ever-changing expression. Only his pair of pitch-black eyes remained locked onto the envoy below, concealing a hidden intent to kill and scheme. Having been defeated and lying low for many days, he has lost troops and territory, with only a corner of the upstream mining area left. Though it seems he is at the end of his road, he has actually been waiting for this cooperation. He knows that with only his remaining forces, he can never turn the tide for revenge. Only by leveraging capital can he return to his peak and flatten the downstream. The envoy was the first to break the silence, his tone flat, yet precise, striking directly at the core benefits and drawbacks. Your Excellency has been lying low for many days, reorganizing the remnants and steadfastly guarding the mining area. It seems like a foundation is being stabilized, but in reality, you have long been trapped in a corner. Lin Shun has rooted himself downstream, building a closed loop, winning the hearts of the people and growing stronger. If given another 6 months, there will be no place for you or me in the South Seas. The ghostly face chuckled hoarsely, his voice chilling. You capitalists possess resources and wealth, yet you cannot even manage a young upstart. Now you think to borrow my hand to reap the benefits. This is cooperation, not leveraging. The envoy retorted calmly, his tone resolute. Capital will provide funds, weaponry, connections, and behind-the-scenes backing to help you reorganize your army, expand your combat strength, stabilize the mining area, and restore your peak power. You only need to guard the raw material blockades, continuously depleting Lin Shen's reserves, and cooperate with the border bandits to create persistent disturbances, dragging down his support and production capacity. We will exhaust him for 3 months, depleting his material reserves, tiring his defensive troops, and disrupting his development pace. When he is riddled with flaws and worn down, Your Excellency will lead the entire army south, at once flattening the downstream camps and regaining control over the waterways. After the task is completed, the entire Mekong River and all mining docks will belong to you. Capital will only take a fixed share of trade profits and will not interfere with territorial governance, troop deployment, or local order. This is a naked exchange of interests, a dark conspiracy where both sides get what they need. The capital does not wish to see a new force rise beyond their control, needing to use a knife to kill and clear potential threats. The ghostly face yearns for revenge and a comeback, needing capital to provide blood transfusions to regain strength. Both parties share a common ambition and are bound by interests, naturally becoming the most compatible allies. The ghostly face remained silent for a long time, his eyes reflecting shrewd calculations as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. He knows that he is currently weak and has no other choices. This cooperation is his only chance for a comeback. We can cooperate. The ghostly face replied in a deep voice, his tone resolute. But I want the first batch of new weaponry and 1 million in funds to be in place within 3 days. I need to rapidly expand and train my army, and within 3 months I must accumulate enough strength for the decisive battle southward. No problem. The envoy decisively agreed, his gaze icy. Capital's patience is limited, at most 3 months. We must completely eliminate Lin Shun and remove this largest piece on the chessboard. With the Dark Alliance established, the ultimate deadlock of the dual encirclement has been fully formed. From now on, Capital will remain behind the scenes, continuously supplying the bandits, stirring up chaos at the border, and depleting Lin Chen's strength. The ghostly face will guard the upstream, locking down the lifeline of raw materials, training his army, and gathering strength. With intertwining light and darkness, internal and external coordination, one side exhausting while the other attacks, one side disturbing while the other locks down, a deadly net covering the entire South Seas has completely trapped the downstream regions. In the downstream barracks, secret eyes returned overnight with intelligence reports from the Dark Alliance relaying all the details of the cooperation between the two sides. The night wind at the beach was biting cold, the river wind howled, causing the tents to flap violently. Lin Shin stood alone on high ground, gazing at the pitch-black, boundless upstream mountains. His eyes held no shock or anger, only an extreme calm and steadiness. A Yu stood beside him, speaking in a deep voice. Jingu, they are secretly aligning, preparing for battle, clearly intending to engage in a decisive fight in 3 months. Should we take the initiative and strike first to break the encirclement? Lin Shin slowly shook his head, his gaze deep and resolute. No need. They want to stabilize by consuming resources, dragging for change, waiting for my flaws. Then I will leverage the situation to gather strength, advancing steadily and digging deep. 3 months is enough for us to thoroughly perfect the local closed-loop stockpile combat supplies, train elite soldiers, and completely win the hearts of the people across the territory. Since they insist on a conspiracy for decisive battle, then I will accompany them in a final battle to determine the fate of the South Seas. The undercurrents in the river surged, and the mountain forest hid deadly intentions. The air across the entire South Seas grew tense and stagnant. The brief period of stability has completely come to an end, and a final confrontation concerning the survival of power, control of waterways, and future patterns has officially entered the countdown. The countdown to the March showdown had been set. The undercurrents across the entire Nanyang Basin had sunk into deep concealment. Upstream, Gue Mian sealed its doors to reorganize, weapons were locked away, and mining districts stood defended to the last. No further provocations. Having been routed and cowed, 3 capital-backed armed bands on the border abandoned large-scale pillage and shifted to furtive prowling and opportunistic raids, no longer daring to confront the Chunsheng Shi garrison hidden. Open warfare had quieted for the moment, yet the clandestine attrition, bargaining, and accumulation of strength had reached a fevered intensity. The camp council hall stayed alight deep into the night. Lin Shin stood before the regional sand table, his fingertip tracing over every dock, village, mine, and trade route in the middle and lower reaches, his gaze so composed it was almost icy. A Yue Bai Sha and the core cadres lined either side. The table was strewn with the latest supply manifests, garrison ledgers, merchant registries, and dossiers on public sentiment. Lin Shin spoke, his voice low yet commanding. If they intend to stall, then we shall use this death-like calm to root ourselves completely. Gue Mian's blockade of raw materials and the capitalists' manufactured chaos share the same purpose, to deny us steady development. So we will plant our roots deeper within the pressure they create. The previous twin efforts to open new sources, pacify districts, and stabilize the populace had only solved the immediate survival crisis. The coming 3 months are the sole window to gather strength before a desperate reversal. There is no room for slackness. Lin Shen's gaze swept the room as he laid out the ultimate plan to sustain commerce through war, sustain the army through commerce, and cement control across the region. Step 1. Reorganize production and implement tiered stockpiling. After weathering Gue Mian's raw material blockade and achieving dual sourcing Chinsheng, she had thoroughly shaken off dependence on a single supply source. The concealed mountain mines overseen by Bai Sha and the cross-border independent channels opened by Yu provided 2 steady lines of supply. A workshop capacity had fully warmed back up. Lin Shun ordered all workshops to accelerate, instituting 2 rotating shifts for round-the-clock production. Short-term trade profit would be forsaken, all output would be converted into strategic reserves. Goods were categorized into three tiers. First tier war material would be warehoused and sealed for wartime consumption. Second tier, civilian necessities, would be supplied at fair prices to riverside markets to steady public sentiment and prices. Third tier surplus goods would be discreetly traded across borders in exchange for hard goods such as weapons, medicine, and fuel. Forsaking quick profits, continuous cash flow, and flashy commerce, their sole aim was adequate preparedness, abundant supplies, and a controllable battlefield. Step 2. Register merchants and militarize commercial affairs. The dockside trade hubs, now thronged with merchants and customers, have become the busiest commercial cores of the middle and lower reaches. Lin Shen seized the moment to roll out a merchant registration system. All settled merchants must register intermutual guarantees and submit to unified dispatch. Merchants who conducted honest business, paid taxes on time, and cooperated with patrols would receive around-the-clock armed escort tax reductions and priority supply access. Any merchant who colluded with external enemies, concealed information, or secretly profiteered would be expelled from the basin and permanently blacklisted without mercy. Simultaneously, Lin Shen selected able-bodied young men from among the merchants to form civilian guarantee units that would assist with market patrols, maintain order, and screen suspicious persons in peacetime, then convert into logistical squads during wartime to handle supply transport, casualty evacuation, and depot replenishment. Commerce would no longer be merely a channel for profit, it would become the logistical backbone, ensuring the force's survival. Step 3. Win the village's loyalty and settle the land with the people. Along the Maigong lay dozens of long-displaced villages that had for years been exploited by various factions, ravaged by bandits, and dragged into conflict. The populace had no land to rely upon and no stability to seek. Lin Shen issued a direct order: all ownerless fallow fields and abandoned shoals within the basin would be open to the riverside people for cultivation. The camp would distribute seeds and tools free of charge, and troops would assist in repairing irrigation channels and reinforcing village works. Any villagers who settled lawfully and observed the order would be placed under the camp's protection. In times of chaos, stability and land are the most lethal chips for winning hearts and minds. In barely half a month, previously drifting riverside villages pledged their allegiance. Villagers no longer feared war nor longed to migrate away. Instead, they proactively maintained basin order, reported suspicious traces, and many able-bodied youths volunteered to enlist. With popular support firmly rooted, an asset Gui Mian and the capitalists could never strip away. Bai Sha looked over the entire arrangement and said sincerely, "Brother Chen, I used to think supremacy depended on guns, manpower, and ferocity. Only now do I understand a true hegemon rests on order, popular loyalty, and confidence. Gui Mian may fight for territory all their life. That is just the skin, or what you cultivate is the bone." Yu chimed in, "Now that our supplies are steadily stockpiled, public sentiment solidified, and defensive lines seamlessly linked, even if Gui Mian marches south in force in 3 months, and the capitalists foment chaos, we will have the confidence to meet them heat-in." Lin Shen nodded slightly, his eyes still clear and sharp. "Stability is only an illusion for now. The capitalists will not idly watch us take shape, and Gui Mian will not peacefully hibernate while gathering strength. Beneath the calm, there will inevitably be sudden undercurrent strikes." No sooner had he finished than hurried footsteps sounded outside. A scout drenched in sweat knelt and reported in, "Brother Chun, sudden movement at the western border. The 3 gangs have ceased scattered harassment and consolidated into a force of 1,000. Overnight they surrounded our cross-border independent raw material depot, plundering and setting warehouses ablaze. The garrison patrols were caught completely off guard. The calm was ripped apart in an instant. The hidden hand that had been biding its time had finally struck early. The raw material distribution center on the western border is a crucial node for EU to establish cross-border channels. Here, a large quantity of raw stones and transport materials from various local suppliers is stockpiled, representing the weakest link in the entire cross-border supply chain. This area is crowded with a mix of people and numerous merchants, making it difficult to implement a fully militarized defense, which has become the chosen breakthrough point for capital and gangs. 3 gangs have united 1,000 warriors using the cover of night and the mountains to silently complete their insurgency. No longer employing the previous tactics of small-scale raids and quick getaways, they have reorganized, clearly dividing roles, establishing both barriers and attacks, and launching a fierce assault with conventional tactical thinking. It is clear that the tactical instructors from Capital have deeply intervened, transforming the gang from a rabble into an armed force that understands cooperation, encirclement, and exploiting weaknesses. The team stationed at the distribution center, the Chun Sheng Society, numbers less than 100. Caught off guard, they fall into a passive position instantly. In the darkness, gunfire erupts, densely flames shoot skyward, and thick smoke from the burning warehouses billows up, staining the night sky over the entire border. Merchants, unable to evacuate, cry out in panic as chaos erupts. Goods are plundered on a large scale, and multiple storage points are set ablaze. The frontline walkie-talkies are filled with static, and the station captain roars a report: the enemy is numerous and fierce. They do not occupy territory or engage in prolonged battles. They They only burn warehouses, steal raw stones, and destroy equipment, preparing to retreat after the attack. In the conference hall, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Ayu grits his teeth. This is a test. They do not occupy territory or linger in battles. They seek only to disrupt our raw material supply chain, undermine our cross-border cooperation confidence, and test our response speed and defensive weaknesses. This is a new tactic from Capital. When they cannot exhaust us hidden, they strike precisely at our weak points, destroying production capacity, sowing discord, and dragging out the tempo, forcing us to be overwhelmed. Lin Shin stood up, his expression calm, showing no signs of panic as he quickly assessed the situation. The gang is merely a knife. The true orchestrator is Capital, and the shadowy figure watching from behind is a ghost. This battle is not only about destroying materials, but also about testing our bottom line, probing our defenses, and disrupting our stockpiling rhythm. He immediately issued orders, clear and structured. Baisha lead all the guerrilla squads to infiltrate through the northern mountain forest, cutting off the gang's escape route. Do not launch a strong attack. Just seal off all paths of retreat and trap them firmly outside the distribution center. Ayu personally lead 2 teams of main mobile forces to rapidly support from the front, suppressing the enemy's firepower and protecting the remaining storage and the local populace. Relay orders to all defensive positions along the border, seal the borderline completely, allowing no enemy to cross over, and ensure the total annihilation of the invading forces. The military orders were swiftly issued, and all elite forces from the barracks were deployed. Under the night sky, the sounds of the Mekong River's dense forest howled, and a great battle was imminent. At this moment, the leader of the gang stood high, watching the flames soar into the sky, his face filled with arrogance. Empowered by the arms and tactics of Capital, he was already overflowing with self-confidence, his eyes filled with greed and arrogance. Does Lin Shin think that stabilizing the market and guarding the river means victory? His lifeblood is still in our hands. Burn his warehouses, cut off his raw materials, sow discord among his people, and drag it out until the 3-month deadline. When the Lord's army descends south, he will undoubtedly perish. The gang members rampantly plundered and set fires, believing that this battle would be yet another total victory and that they could safely retreat into the mountains with the spoils. However, they never expected that Lin Shin had no intention of giving them any chance to retreat. In just 20 minutes, footsteps echoed densely from both sides of the mountains, and black shadows pressed down in droves. Baisha's guerrilla squad was fully assembled, perfectly infiltrating and encircling, sealing off all escape routes into the deep mountains. Countless gun barrels were aimed at the chaotic gang crowd, surrounding them silently and instantly locking the battlefield. At the same time, the headlights on the main road suddenly brightened as Ayu led the main mobile forces racing forward, heavy firepower directly aimed at the gang's formation. With the main forces pressing from the front and guerrillas sealing off the escape, the dense forests on both sides were completely locked down. The 1,000-strong gang was utterly trapped in a situation akin to catching a turtle in a jar. The sky was ablaze, smoke swirling as the chaos of the border hub suddenly froze in time. The bandits who had just been rampaging and acting arrogant were engulfed in panic at the sight of the encircling forces of the Chunxing Society. The frenzied crowd halted their looting, raising their guns in a frantic counterattack, but the tide had already turned against them. The bandit leader's expression changed drastically as he shrieked in disbelief. How could they arrive so quickly? How could they precisely lock down all our escape routes? In his expectations, the Chunxing Society's defensive line was vast with scattered forces, allowing them at least half an hour to loot and retreat through weak points, enough time to escape with their spoils into the deep mountains. However, Lin Shin's speed and mobilization, precision and defense and rhythm of encirclement completely shattered his understanding. From high atop a hillside, Baisha coldly surveyed the chaotic bandits below, his voice sharp as he commanded, advance on all fronts, clear them out in layers. Those who resist will be executed on the spot, and those who surrender will be taken alive. The veteran soldiers of the river, skilled and coordinated, rapidly advanced in layers, segmenting the gathered bandits into several groups for systematic elimination. Ayu led the frontal assault, with heavy firepower suppressing the bandits to the point they couldn't raise their heads. The scattered bullets fired in retaliation merely struck the defensive shields and cover all rendered ineffective. This was a one-sided suppression. Although the bandits were numerous, equipped with upgraded gear, and had formed some tactics, they were ultimately a disorganized rabble lacking discipline, with a restless mindset and poor ability to withstand pressure. Once the advantage of surprise vanished and the encirclement was complete, their morale collapsed instantly. In just a quarter of an hour, the battlefield situation became utterly clear. The stubborn bandits who resisted were all killed, shells and bodies littering the ground. As the flames illuminated the chaotic battlefield, many bandits, fearing for their lives, discarded their weapons and kneeled in surrender, completely losing their will to resist. The 1,000-strong bandit force was annihilated in one battle. The bandit leader was captured alive, bloodied and in disarray, brought before Baisha, still unrepentant. He bellowed, "You destroy my forces today, you will face retaliation in the future. The capital from Hong Kong Island and the ghost-faced lord upstream will not let you go. In 3 months, this entire river will be your grave." Baisha remained expressionless, raising his hand to have him taken away, coldly stating, "The ones waiting for death are you." The battlefield was swiftly cleared, the fires extinguished, and the chaotic hub gradually returned to calm. After this battle, the three marauding armed groups that had been harassing the border for months were completely erased from the Nanyang region. The blade of chaos, supported by capital expenditure, military supplies, and effort, was shattered overnight. A youth stood beside the devastated warehouse, reporting solemnly, "Brother Chin, the 1,000-strong bandit force has been completely wiped out, with over 200 captured and a large quantity of new military equipment, cross-border communication devices, and capital-exclusive material certificates seized. Our casualties are minimal, and we achieved a great victory." Lin Shen stepped onto the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the newly acquired equipment, a chilling glint in his eyes. These weapons, communication devices, and material codes all came from overseas capital channels, with irrefutable evidence and a complete chain of connections, thoroughly confirming the fact that capital was secretly stirring unrest in Nanyang. "The capital has finally stopped hiding," Lin Shen said calmly. "From covert support and indirect harassment, they've transformed into direct armed forces and tactical raids. They can no longer wait to disrupt our build-up rhythm. They want to drag us into chaos to stabilize themselves. Thus, we will use this great victory to completely end the border turmoil." Lin Shen immediately issued orders to launch a comprehensive border clearing plan overnight. "First, relying on the captured prisoners' testimonies, we will thoroughly dig into the hidden bandit spots, supply caches, and mountain hideouts along the border, conducting a comprehensive sweep overnight, leaving no hidden dangers or blind spots. Second, we will publicly disclose the complete evidence of capital's support for banditry, spreading it throughout all villages, markets, and merchants along the coast, allowing everyone to see the true face of capital stirring up chaos in Nanyang and harming the common people, thoroughly shattering the facade of neutrality that capital has tried to create in the shadows. Third, we will rebuild the border material distribution centers, upgrade security levels, add bunkers, mobile posts, and night vision defenses, transforming weak points into ironclad lines of defense. Fourth, we will conduct strict interrogations of the captives, deeply exploring the details of capital's collaboration with the Ghost, face the deployment for the decisive battle in 3 months, and troop mobilization plans to uncover their ultimate trump cards. In a night of urgent operations, the hidden currents at the border were completely cleared, all sources of potential unrest eradicated. The western border, which had been repeatedly harassed and never at peace, was finally stabilized. The hidden lethal strike laid by capital over several months was shattered and uprooted by Lin Shen in one battle. The intelligence of a decisive victory at the southern sea border returned to central Hong Kong, and the top-tier capital club fell into a dead silence. In front of the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, the night scene remained splendid, yet the atmosphere inside was oppressive to the point of suffocation. A group of executives in suits stood around the conference table, looking at the battle report data in their hands, their faces pale and their expressions grim, with no one speaking. Having spent tens of millions in capital, endured 2 months of military supply, and utilized a full set of tactical guidance, the 3 elite border bandit groups, created with all the resources at hand, were originally intended to continually exhaust and ultimately wear down Lin Shen as the ultimate dark chess piece. The anticipated battle situation was the bandits would disrupt the opponent's supply chain, delay their build-up, instill panic among the populace, and force the Shun Shung society to exhaust their military strength. Yet the outcome was ambushes were anticipated, encirclements were countered, the 1,000-strong team was completely annihilated, all equipment was confiscated, and evidence of the behind-the-scenes manipulation was fully exposed. The attempt to steal the chicken resulted in losing the rice. Months of planning collapsed in an instant. The leading capital magnate gripped the report tightly, the paper crumpled and deformed, his eyes filled with fury and trepidation. "I underestimated him too much," the magnate said coldly, with an unprecedented seriousness. "Financial strangulation, regulatory encirclement, battlefield balance, and chaos in the world. All 4 methods have failed completely. We pressed him step by step, yet he countered at every turn. Not only was he not worn down, but he grew stronger and more stable with each battle." The handler beside him looked grim, whispering, "The situation is now completely out of control. Lin Shen publicly disclosed our evidence of supporting the bandit turmoil, and the citizens, merchants, and small armed factions along the southern sea coast all saw through our tactics, with public opinion completely shifting in favor of the opponent. We can no longer attempt to stir up chaos in secret or leverage local forces. There is no foundation left. Moreover, he has completely established his own raw material supply chain, stabilized local trade, and gathered the hearts of the people throughout the territory, having entirely broken free from our control system. If this continues, the entire cross-border trade in Southeast Asia will be monopolized by him." Previously, capital had always reserved some leeway, maintaining a facade of respectability, secretly suppressing and manipulating from behind the scenes, never openly tearing apart the facade, all to leave room for negotiation and balance in the future. But after this battle, all hidden cards were completely exhausted and all disguises were torn apart. Capital had no retreat and no patience left. "Since the dark chess pieces have failed, we shall play our trump cards openly." The magnate lifted his gaze, his eyes fierce and resolute. Terminate all hesitation, double down comprehensively, and fully fund Gue Mian. Allocate double the funds, a full set of heavy weapons, wireless communication frequencies, and battlefield intelligence support, allowing Gue Mian to complete the reorganization of the entire army within 2 months, ending the build-up early and launching a full-scale attack. I do not want attrition, nor do I want delays. I want a direct, decisive battle and complete annihilation. With a command given, Capital completely tore away all disguises, shifting from behind the scenes manipulation to direct confrontation. Massive funds and military resources were secretly delivered overnight to the upstream mountains, continuously pouring into Gue Mian's territory. The forces of Gue Mian, which were originally training and building up step by step, received top-tier reinforcements in an instant, doubling their combat power. In the stone hall of the upstream mountains, looking at the mountain-like piles of new military equipment, stacks of cash, and sophisticated communication devices, all the remaining soldiers were exhilarated, their morale soaring. The oppressive trend that had weighed them down for days vanished, and everyone reignited their ambition to compete in the south. Gue Mian sat at a high position, a faint smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask, his eyes swirling with cold, murderous intent. Capital is anxious, he chuckled hoarsely. Lin Shun has broken all their dark schemes, forcing them to personally escalate their investments. Since they have sent us the capital for a comeback, we shall take the opportunity to conclude early. Order the entire army to expedite training, accelerate troop expansion, and strengthen battle readiness. Within 2 months the army shall march south and flatten the downstream. The originally agreed March decisive battle was forced to be advanced. The killing intent across the entire southern sea region suddenly doubled. Dark currents surged upstream, heavy troops rapidly prepared, and the news of the battle time being abruptly advanced was transmitted back to the lower camp in an instant. In the conference hall, everyone looked at the latest enemy situation report, their expressions all grave. You spoke in a deep voice. Chen Gu, the capital has completely gone all out, pumping resources into Gue Mian without regard for cost, and the battle time has been moved forward by a full month. The 3-month build-up period we originally reserved has been brutally compressed to 2 months, with insufficient time for material reserves, troop training, and fortifying our defenses. Gue Mian has gained heavy weaponry support, and with the capital providing precise intelligence communication backup and unlimited funding, they are no longer the remnants holed up in the mining area, but have regained peak combat power, even stronger than at any time before. The situation escalated in an instant, and the pressure surged. The original plan was for our side to steadily accumulate power, gradually perfecting the closed loop, and slowly widening our advantage, waiting for the enemy to initiate battle at the end of their 3-month period. Now the capital has forcibly disrupted the situation, hastening the endgame, which has directly thrown Lin Chen's entire build-up rhythm into chaos, turning what should have been a protracted war into a rapid decision. Everyone could feel the suffocating pressure, yet Lin Shun remained calm as water. He quietly observed the sand table upstream, his eyes devoid of panic, only a serene clarity that saw through everything. An early decisive battle may not be a bad thing, Lin Shun slowly spoke. The capital is anxious, which indicates their means have been exhausted, their patience depleted, and their trump cards played out. They can only gamble on a final confrontation. Gue Mian appears to be experiencing a surge in combat power and military upgrades, but in reality, they are being roasted over the fire by the capital. Their hurried expansion and expedited training make their forces look vast, yet their morale is restless, coordination is poor, and their foundation is hollow, making them a bloated peak of weakness. Lin Shen saw through it all. Although the enemy seemed to hold the initiative, they were actually rife with flaws. The capital was eager for victory, and Gue Mian was desperate for revenge, both in a state of impatience and urgency, bound to create numerous vulnerabilities. In contrast, Chensheng society was steady and solid, with a strong foundation, stable public support, and pure morale, thus possessing genuine core strength. With the time compressed, we shall accelerate our build-up. Lin Shen no longer delayed, immediately finalizing a 2-month rapid preparation plan, speeding up across the board, tightening up everywhere, and charging forward with all their might. First, the workshops would operate at full speed for 24 hours, with all personnel working overtime, prioritizing all production capacity for war supplies regardless of loss or cost, in order to stockpile enough resources for the entire battle within 2 months. Second, the troops would be rapidly reorganized, integrating reliable young adults, consolidating surrendered soldiers, and strengthening main force training with guerrilla teams focusing on ambushes in mountains and rivers, while main teams specialized in offensive and defensive operations at the front line, entering a wartime state. Third, the defensive lines would be upgraded throughout the territory, with all docks, passes, ferry points, and blind spots in the mountains being urgently fortified, with hidden bunkers, trenches, and sniper positions, establishing a multi-layered 3-dimensional defense network, ensuring there are no blind spots, vulnerabilities, or weaknesses. Fourth, all trade routes would be tightened, internal spies investigated, lurking eyes cleared, and external communications strictly checked, thoroughly sealing off channels for intelligence leaks, rendering the enemy blind. With 5 military orders issued, the entire camp instantly switched to wartime mode, the atmosphere taut to the extreme. Troop organizations stockpiling defense fortification, purging spies, and stabilizing the populace, all 5 fronts surged forward simultaneously. The coastal residents also sensed the oppressive atmosphere of impending war, yet there was no hint of panic. Having experienced several cycles of turmoil and witnessed the iron-blooded protection of the people by Chunsheng society, everyone had immense trust in this team, voluntarily assisting in fortifying structures, transporting supplies, and maintaining market order, united in heart and mind, awaiting the great battle. With the people's hearts aligned, the military morale solidified, resources expedited, and defenses tightened. Upstream, the Gue Mian army was gradually taking shape, heavy armor and weaponry piled high, with tens of thousands of troops ready to move, waiting only for the right moment to march south and flatten the lower region. On Hong Island, the upper management of the capital closely monitored the battle situation, continuously supplying funding and providing intelligence around the clock, determined to eliminate Lin Shun, this uncontrollable pawn, in one fell swoop. Downstream, Lin Shun commanded the central army, steadily building up, rapidly accumulating strength, and quietly awaiting the final outcome. The air over the entire Mekong River was stagnant, with an atmosphere thick with murderous intent, as the ultimate battlefield of North-South confrontation and Lai Tandark games took shape. With 2 months set as the deadline, the final battle loomed. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. As the military orders fell during wartime, the middle and lower reaches of the river lost all semblance of leisurely urban life, replaced instead by an atmosphere of pervasive tension and lethal seriousness. The dock market remained open, and the villages continued their stable farming. However, the footsteps of passers-by, the gazes of stationed soldiers, and the atmosphere of the entire region were all tinged with the gravity of the impending Great War. The 5 lines of defense set forth by Lin Shun advanced simultaneously, with workshop machinery roaring day and night, and the friction of soil and steel continued unceasingly, as dozens of defensive structures along the coast were hastily constructed. Everyone was racing towards the imminent final battle, yet a hidden danger lurked like a festering sore beneath the facade of stability: internal spies and lurking traitors. Capital had deeply cultivated the cross-border landscape of the South Seas for many years, and the Ghost Face had been entrenched upstream for several years. Both inevitably harbored lurking forces in the middle and lower reaches. In the previous period of calm, these spies lay hidden and inactive, but once the Great War commenced, they would inevitably leak defense intelligence, transmit stockpiles, and guide enemy attacks, becoming a fatal internal threat. In the late hours of the night, the discussion hall was still lit, with Lin Shun seated at the head, lightly tapping the stacked examination documents on the table, his expression cold and devoid of warmth. External enemies are visible and can be defended against, but hidden traitors are difficult to guard against. Lin Shun lifted his gaze towards the crowd, his voice steady, yet carrying an unyielding, iron-blooded authority. Now that the external situation is set and the enemy's game has entered its final phase, all external constraints are fully applied. At this moment, the most perilous threat is not the Ghostface army upstream, but the hidden pests amongst us. You stepped forward, holding the examination ledger, his brow furrowed as he reported, "Brother Chen, we have completed the first round of comprehensive checks, focusing on the movements of merchants who settled in the last 2 months, surrendered soldiers and workers at the border. Currently, there are 12 suspicious individuals whose movements are erratic, frequently entering the blind spots of our defenses, privately possessing encrypted communication devices from abroad, yet lacking any reasonable reporting records." Baisha added in a deep voice, "During patrols, my guerrilla team discovered that the night guard records at the Western Pass have repeatedly shown blanks. Some construction progress and shift change times appear to have been deliberately leaked. Previously, the bandits' precise raids on the distribution center were likely not only due to capital tactics, but also because of internal lines providing advance notice. The clues intertwined sufficiently, proving that there were indeed lurking traitors within who had already cooperated with external enemies, causing actual losses. If left unchecked, once the Ghostface army descends and the war fully breaks out, these internal traitors, working in tandem with external forces, could easily breach our entire defense line. Immediately activate the wartime order to eliminate traitors." Lin Shun did not hesitate for a moment, firmly deciding no leniency, no luck, no mercy. A lockdown across all regions, account for each person and root them out completely. He quickly set down 3 plans to eliminate traitors, tightening the net and enforcing lockdowns across the board. First, control the information, conduct silent checks. All suspicious individuals are to be managed secretly without public arrests or alarming the remaining spies, to prevent them from sensing changes and collectively fleeing or causing havoc. Led by Yue, the main team will verify movements, accounts, and communication records, unknown, digging deep into the connections behind. Second, engage the public and encourage all citizens to report suspicious individuals, unusual contacts, or unfamiliar movements. Those who report valid cases will be generously rewarded, while those who harbor traitors, conceal information, or connive with enemies will be severely punished as traitors during wartime, losing all protection and trading rights. Third, restructure the guard teams and refresh the defensive setup. All personnel at the border passes, fortifications, and supply depots will be rotated, abolishing the original fixed shift system and introducing random checks, nighttime inspections, and cross-zone inspections to completely sever the conveniences of guard duties for the spies. With orders in place, the entire power structure tightened instantly. After experiencing several cycles of stability and turmoil, the citizens along the coast had long bound their fate, with the Chunsheng society daring not to harbor any thoughts of luck, and none wished to return to the days of war and displacement. In just one night, dozens of valid reports flooded into the camp, and many hidden suspicious movements were locked down one by one. Interrogations began overnight, and under the weight of irrefutable evidence, all 12 suspicious individuals were broken and gradually confessed. This group consisted of spies planted by the ghost face years ago, along with lower-tier pawns secretly supported by capital lying dormant for years, disguising themselves as merchant assistants, migrant workers, and ordinary soldiers, quietly gathering intelligence and waiting for the right moment. The recent precise raid by the bandits on the distribution center was indeed leaked by them in advance regarding the weak points of our defense and the locations of stockpiled supplies. Moreover, they secretly recorded the distribution of defenses in the middle and lower reaches, workshop capacities, and core secrets of inventory, regularly transmitting this information to upstream and the harbor. Following the confessions of this group, Lin Shun followed the clues to continue digging into the remaining network. Within 3 days, he had eliminated 37 lurking spies covering all key positions in the market, construction sites, defenses, and logistics, thoroughly cleansing the internal filth. All involved personnel were dealt with strictly, leaving no room for leniency. Those who voluntarily reported and contributed to the uncovering of traitors would be treated leniently at their discretion. After a thorough crackdown on traitors, the entire Chunsheng society underwent a renewed atmosphere, effectively closing all intelligence leaks. You looked at the cleared list of spies and sighed with relief. Brother Chun, the internal threats have been completely eradicated. Now our defenses have no traitors and there are no leaks in intelligence. The enemy has become effectively blind. Even with the ghost face's capital intelligence support, they cannot grasp our true defensive setup. Lin Shin nodded slightly, his eyes still calm. Eliminating traitors is just the groundwork. Stabilizing our internal foundation is essential for fully engaging outward. Now that the internal threats have been removed, the next step is to actively probe and ascertain the true cards of the ghost face. With the internal cleansing complete and all rear threats eliminated, Chunsheng's tempo of war preparation settled into an ever steadier, more efficient rhythm. Stocks of engineering and defensive supplies swelled by the day. Fortifications were reinforced in successive layers. Troop training bore clear fruit. Recruits matured into combat-ready soldiers. Veterans' coordination grew increasingly polished, and a palpable atmosphere of national mobilization thickened. Across upstream, Gimian's expansion and intensive training were likewise drawing to a close. Fueled by ceaseless injections of capital and fresh armaments, Guamian forcibly expanded his ranks, rounding up border brigands, absorbing refugees, and consolidating remnants, coalescing into nearly 30,000 troops equipped with modern rifles, mortars, demolition gear, and even several light armored vehicles. On paper, their strength was unprecedented. Within the stone hall deep in the mountains, Guamian sat in his high seat listening to his commander's reports. Behind his mask, the murderous resolve only grew more intense. My lord, the entire army has been reorganized, weapons are supplied, ammunition abundant, and overall combat effectiveness far exceeds that shown at the Fog Pass engagement. The secure channels provided by our financiers run uninterrupted and can synchronize battlefield developments in real time. We hold an absolute advantage in both equipment and intelligence. Downstream, Lin Shun is hastily accelerating preparations. Time is gravely insufficient. Fortifications remain incomplete, and supplies are inevitably thin. This is the perfect moment for us to march south and crush them. The generals clamored to be sent, morale high and ambition unbridled. The continual influx of resources intoxicated them with the certainty of victory, blinding them to fatal flaws: a hasty reorganization, uneven resolve among the ranks, and inexperienced coordination. Guamian listened silently to the flattery, yet his eyes betrayed a quiet, restrained caution. Having suffered a crushing defeat before, he knew well Lin Shen's tactical depth and on-the-spot adaptability. He would not be beguiled by mere paper strength. No rush to engage, Guamian rasped, tamping down their restlessness. The army is newly reorganized, morale is unsettled, and coordination raw. A rash southern advance will reveal fatal flaws. Issue orders: dispatch 3 elite squads in separate waves southward to probe, harass the downstream frontline passes, and discern their true dispositions and pace of preparation. Simultaneously relying on the financiers' intelligence, focus on their supply, reserves, main force distribution, and the completeness of their works. Once reality and illusion are confirmed, we will launch a full-scale assault. Scarred by past disaster, Guamian had become increasingly cautious. He intended to use small-scale probes to avoid undue risk and to uncover their hand, aiming to decide the war in one decisive blow. What he never imagined was that all of this lay within Lin Chen's foresight. In the downstream barracks, Lin Chen had long predicted Gimian's probes and had laid a scheme of feints and realities in advance. He deliberately slowed the finishing of the frontline works so that the outer defenses appeared patchy and weak, and he intentionally let a small amount of supplies show, fabricating the illusion of hurried preparation and scant reserves. Bai Sha asked in puzzlement, Brother Chen, our works are already in proper condition and supplies stockpiled. Why feign? Guamian is cautious, the capital impatient, Lin Chen explained calmly. If we seem overprepared, they will hold fast and bleed us. By showing flaws, we make them complacent and prompt them to act rashly. What we seek is not passive defense, but to lure the enemy deep and resolve the matter with the smallest cost. No sooner had he spoken than urgent reports from the frontier arrived. 3 elite squads upstream were advancing south in waves, bearing down on the central and lower frontline passes with fierce intent to probe by force. Lin Chen immediately issued orders and set the lure in motion. Have the frontline garrison feign defeat and withdraw in good order. Abandon the outer makeshift works and deliberately present the appearance of collapse. Do not annihilate the probing forces, merely contain and drive them off. Spare prisoners so they carry back false intelligence. Bai Sha, take the guerrilla squad into the woods and observe the enemy's combat strength, equipment, and tactical tempo. I'll precisely discern the true caliber of Gimian's new troops. Yue, keep the main force concealed and on standby. Under no circumstances reveal our true strength. Wait for the enemy's complacency. With the orders issued, the curtain rose swiftly on the front line. Gimian's 3 elite squads, well equipped and brutal in firepower, pushed forward unimpeded. Chunxingshi's garrison steadily fell back, appearing utterly routed as the outer temporary works were all lost. Such a scene put the probing enemy squads completely at ease. Growing arrogant, they quickly radioed back reports. Downstream preparations were hasty works, incomplete forces thin, an easy strike. But Bai Sha, hidden in the woods, had already catalogued the enemy's tactical flaws, the recruits' coordination gaps, and their firepower weaknesses. In his mind, the true situation had been laid bare. The false battle reports from the upstream front returned to the stone hall in the deep mountains, igniting a frenzy among the entire army. The once cautious Gue Mian, upon reviewing the transmitted intelligence and battlefield images, felt his tense mind completely relax. In the images, the downstream defenses lay in ruins, the defending troops were in retreat, and the fortifications unfinished, revealing the vulnerabilities of hastily prepared defenses, perfectly aligning with the capital's prediction that Lin Chen's rhythm has been disrupted. Reserves are insufficient, and they are exhausted from the rush. The generals under his command were particularly exhilarated, all kneeling to request to fight. Master, the downstream forces are already at the end of their strength. Lin Chen is bewildered by the preemptive strike, and 2 months of buildup cannot compensate for the shortcomings. This moment is a heaven-sent opportunity. There is no need to waste time. The entire army should march south immediately to crush the downstream camp in one go and slay Lin Chen, regaining control over the entire Mekong River. The continuous illusion of victory, the overwhelming advantage on paper, and the persistent urging from the capital combined to completely shatter Gue Mian's last bit of rationality. Having experienced a crushing defeat and lying low for a long time, he had awaited revenge day and night. Now, seeing his opponent's many flaws, he could no longer contain his restless ambition. The special envoy from the capital of Hong Kong also simultaneously transmitted a secret order urging in a firm tone, the opportunity for battle has emerged. There can be no delay. Immediately launch a total assault across the line, swift and decisive, to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. With dual pressure from within and outside combined with his own eagerness for revenge, Gimian finally made a decisive decision, casting aside all caution. Order the 3 armies to rest for 1 day. At dawn the next day, the entire army will march south for a total assault. With a single command, the 30,000 troops from upstream set off. Military supplies and heavy equipment were activated along the entire line. Dense formations moved along the river and mountain roads, flowing towards the middle and lower reaches with great momentum, displaying an overwhelming presence. The intelligence of the enemy's full mobilization and all-out assault was immediately transmitted back to the downstream barracks. In the conference hall, everyone relaxed their expressions, and the tension of recent days slightly eased. Bai Sha reported in a deep voice, Brother Chen, the reconnaissance is clear. Although Gue Mian's new army appears numerous and well-equipped, in reality, there are many flaws. The new recruits have not been tempered by real battles, their mentality is unstable, and they cope poorly under pressure. The mixture of old and new soldiers leads to unfamiliar coordination and chaotic command. The generals are eager for victory, underestimating the enemy, and advancing recklessly, without any strategy. The so-called peak battle strength is nothing but an empty shell. You added the capital's eagerness for battle combined with Gue Mian's thirst for revenge has completely caused the enemy to lose their capacity for patience and judgment. They abandoned the optimal solution of a protracted war of attrition, choosing a full-scale assault and direct confrontation, which happened to fall into the type of battle we excel in. Lin Shan stood before the sand table observing the enemy's advance route, his eyes glinting coldly as he had already laid out a net. Since they are coming in full force, we will accept them all, deciding the fate of the world in one battle. He no longer concealed his strength, issuing a directive for a total battle across the line overnight, strategically setting traps to lure the enemy in, segmenting their encirclement and annihilating the enemy deeply. The first step was to completely abandon the outer defenses, withdrawing all frontline troops to the main defense line, yielding a large open area, deliberately creating the illusion for the enemy of a relentless advance, unstoppable momentum, thereby amplifying their arrogance. The second step was to split the forces and set ambushes with a focus on key positions. Bai Sha led all the guerrilla teams, splitting into multiple squads, hiding in the riverbanks, dense forests, and mountain passes, specifically targeting the enemy's logistics, isolated flanks, and retreating troops, cutting off their supplies and escape routes. The third step was for the main force to firmly guard the core defense line, using stillness to counter movement. Yu commanded the elite main force stationed at the key fortifications, equipped with heavy firepower, waiting for the enemy's main force to advance deeply, to enter the ambush zone, stretch their formation, and be unable to support each other. Then they would launch a full-line explosion and precise crushing. The fourth step was to safeguard civilian livelihoods, firmly holding the rear. The villagers along the coast and the merchant protection teams all transitioned to logistics, securing the rear, transporting supplies, assisting the wounded, and inspecting hidden dangers to ensure the front line had no concerns. The entire layout is intricately nested, capable of both offense and defense, with a blend of reality and illusion, specifically designed to counter Gue Mion's hasty reorganization, restless morale, and chaotic command. As night fell, the Mekong River region was particularly quiet on the eve of battle. Tens of thousands of troops from upstream rolled south, exuding a murderous aura. Downstream, the defenses were solid, awaiting the enemy, with hidden currents concealing sharp blades. Arrogant soldiers are bound to fail, and restless soldiers are destined to perish. Gue Mion and the capital have paved a path of destruction for themselves. At dawn the next day, the sky was dimly lit, and the morning mist enveloped the entire Mekong River pathway. From upstream, dust billowed, and the sound of footsteps thundered as the 30,000 troops of the Ghost Mask Army arrived at the forefront of the mid-lower river, densely filling the mountain roads and riverbanks, their weapons gleaming coldly, formations grand and imposing, creating an overwhelming visual pressure. Clad in black battle attire, Ghost Mask stood high above, overlooking the defensive line below. The silver mask, reflecting a cold light in the morning mist, his eyes filled with icy vengeance. Beside him, his generals were all spirited, confident of victory in this battle. Master, the defensive line downstream is severely damaged. The defending troops are retreating in fear. Lin Chun has exhausted his options. Charge the entire army within a day, flatten the downstream camp, slay Lin Chun, and unify the Mekong. Ghost Mask raised his hand to quell the restless troops, issuing a heavy command. Advance. The entire army press forward at full speed, break through the defensive line, Heedin, divide the enemy forces, no survivors, no mercy for the wounded. The military order echoed across the wilderness, and the 30,000 troops responded in unison, shaking the valley with their voices, then charged at full speed towards the main defensive line downstream. Artillery fire roared, first shells landing continuously on the outer open ground, kicking up clouds of dust, creating an imposing spectacle. From a distance, the front line of the Chun Shung society lay broken and desolate, devoid of resistance. The enemy troops grew increasingly arrogant, and the entire army let down their guard, their formations completely scattered, focused only on rapid advancement and seizing glory. Everyone was lost in the fantasy of imminent victory, unaware that behind the seemingly weak defensive line an endless trap lay waiting. No one knew that the seemingly defeated defending troops had long been poised to strike, arrows drawn and ready. The enemy's main force had fully entered the preset ambush zone, their formations completely stretched, the front and rear disconnected, flanks exposed, and logistics disrupted, all flaws laid bare. In the mountains and forests, White Shark observed coldly, waiting for the enemy troops to fully fall into the trap, suddenly raising his hand and roaring, attack. Instantly, gunfire erupted from both sides of the dense forest, unleashing a barrage of fire. The long-hidden guerrilla teams suddenly launched their assault, striking precisely at the enemy's flanks and rear, dense bullets sweeping across the wilderness, leaving unprepared enemy soldiers collapsing in droves. The enemy's new recruits, responsible for transporting supplies and guarding the rear, were already uneasy. Suddenly ambushed, they fell into panic, their formations crumbling, fleeing in all directions, and the logistics supply line was instantly severed. Meanwhile, on the main defensive line, Yu raised the command flag, shouting sternly, "Open fire!" across the previously silent main fortifications erupted with a deafening roar. Heavy machine guns, mortars, and sniper fire all unleashed the dense firepower, crushing down upon the charging enemy. Caught off guard, the Ghost Mask Army saw their frontline charging soldiers fall in droves, the screams, artillery blasts, and explosions intertwining, completely shattering their illusions of certain victory. How is this possible? How can their firepower be so fierce? How can their fortifications be so solid? The frontline commander shouted in horror, disbelief etched on his face. The intelligence gathered earlier had clearly reported a broken defensive line and weak combat strength, yet the defensive system and firepower reserves before them were of top-tier military readiness, far from the hastily prepared appearance. Ghost Mask stood high, watching the frontline collapse. In an instant, his expression under the mask suddenly turning ashen, finally realizing this was all part of Lin Chen's strategy to lure the enemy. The so-called hasty preparations, weak defenses, and lack of supplies were all a facade. Lin Chen had orchestrated a perfect play of illusion and reality, deceiving everyone, including him, and leading his 30,000 troops into a dead end. Steady the formation. Do not panic. Counterattack across the line. Ghost Mask shouted hoarsely, desperately ordering to stabilize the troops' morale, attempting to reorganize the formation and force a breakthrough. But it was too late. The hastily reformed new troops were already poorly coordinated and unable to withstand pressure, facing a double-sided ambush and fierce firepower. Their morale had crumbled completely, and they were in disarray. No matter how the commanders yelled to suppress them, they could not stop the soldiers from fleeing in panic. The main force in front was firmly suppressed. The flanks and rear were completely cut off. The logistics supplies were entirely destroyed, and the 30,000 troops were deeply surrounded, plunged into a passive state of being beaten. The battlefield situation changes in an instant. In just half an hour, the proud 30,000 newly formed army of Gue Mian completely lost its combat capability. The frontal assault formation shattered, ambushes on the flanks reaped lives in layers. The rear route was completely cut off, and the fleeing soldiers scattered, turning what was once a grand momentum into a chaotic defeat. In the mountains and forests, Baisha led the guerrilla team in hot pursuit, accurately eliminating the fleeing remnants of the enemy, firmly sealing off all escape routes, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to regroup. Along the riverbank, Yu led the main force to advance steadily, maintaining continuous fire suppression, gradually tightening the encirclement, and compressing the remaining enemy forces into a small open area. The roar of artillery never ceased. Smoke filled the sky, and the entire battlefield was littered with corpses and filled with whales. The heavy equipment, created with substantial financial investment, and the army painstakingly reorganized by Gue Mian, proved utterly ineffective against the precise tactics, solid defenses, and iron-blooded combat power of the Chunsheng society. In the capital club of Hong Kong Island, the high-ranking officials stared intently at the real-time intelligence transmission, listening to the news of defeat from the front lines, their faces pale and their bodies cold. Formation collapsed. Logistics destroyed. The entire army trapped. Impossible. The intelligence clearly showed that the enemy was unprepared and their defenses weak. How could this be a trap? Everyone gasped in shock, their hearts filled with expectations of victory, which instantly turned into They had poured all their resources, betting everything on Gue Mian's comeback, hoping to crush Lin Chen and regain control of the Southern Ocean pattern, only to fall once again into Lin Chen's scheme, suffering a crushing defeat. On the front lines, Gue Mian watched as his army crumbled and countless lives were lost, rage and endless regret surging in his eyes. He finally awoke to the reality that he was never Lin Chen's match. From the disastrous defeat at the Misty Pass to the current total annihilation of his forces, every step had been precisely predicted and firmly controlled by the opponent. But it was too late to realize this. The battle situation was set and defeat was irreversible. Hold the position. Fight to break out. Gue Mian roared through gritted teeth, personally taking up arms to lead the charge, attempting to tear open a gap and turn the tide. Yet personal valor was meaningless against absolute tactical pressure and overwhelming firepower. Lin Chen stood on the rear high ground, calmly overlooking the entire battlefield, his expression unwavering. From consolidating defenses and accelerating preparations to luring the enemy and setting ambushes, every step was within his calculations. Convey my military orders, push forward across the board, and sweep the area clean. Lin Chen spoke slowly, his voice cold and firm. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who resist will be exterminated. With the ultimate military order issued, the morale of the troops surged, and the rhythm of attack and defense accelerated once more. The enemy soldiers who had previously clung to resistance completely lost their will to fight, discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. The few diehard elements who resisted were swiftly and precisely eradicated. By noon, the smoke began to dissipate, and the cannon fire ceased. This ultimate battle concerning the hegemony and survival of the Southern Ocean had completely come to an end. Gue Mian's 30,000 troops were entirely annihilated, with countless dead or captured. All new military equipment and logistical supplies were seized, and the accumulated influence and resources built up over years were wiped clean in an instant. Gue Mian personally led a remnant of dozens of elite confidants, fighting desperately to break out, stumbling back to the upstream mountains, heavily wounded and utterly exhausted, reduced to a lonely figure with no capital left to contend for dominance in the south. On the battlefield, the soldiers of the Chunsheng society steadily cleared the area, collected supplies, and treated the wounded, maintaining order and exhibiting overwhelming momentum. After this battle, the entire army had been thoroughly tempered, evolving from a defensive force into an elite ready for battle with morale at its peak. The people along the coast, having heard the news of the great victory, rushed to share it, and the whole nation rejoiced. The shadow of months of war, banditry, and public anxiety had completely dissipated. Everyone understood that the turmoil of the Mekong River was about to come to an end. In the military camp's conference hall, everyone gathered looking at the battle report data with excited expressions. Ayu reported in a deep voice, "Brother Chen, we achieved a great victory in the decisive battle. The main enemy forces were completely annihilated, countless military equipment and supplies were seized, and our casualties are manageable. We have utterly shattered Gue Mian and the capital's encirclement and killing strategy," Bai Sha said with enthusiasm. "After this battle, there will be no threats of war downstream. Gue Mian is left to struggle for survival in the depths of the mountains, and the capital's military meddling has been completely exhausted, flipping the Southern Ocean situation entirely." Lin Chen's gaze swept over the sand table, looking towards the remaining mountain mining area upstream, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The great victory is just the beginning, the final outcome is yet to be decided. The capital still lurked in the shadows, eyeing the situation, while Gue Mian continued to cling to the upstream raw material production area. As long as the remaining hidden dangers were not removed, the Southern Ocean would never enjoy true stability. "Rest the troops, count the supplies, and stabilize the battlefield," Lin Chun ordered solemnly. "This battle has broken the deadlock. Next we will deal with the remnants, reclaim the upstream, and completely end the chaos, solidifying the hegemony of the Southern Ocean." As the smoke cleared, a new pattern had already begun. The era of Lin Chun and the Chun Sheng Society in the Southern Ocean had officially commenced. The midday sun pierced through the smoke-filled sky, casting its light over the battle-scarred front lines of the Mekong River. The intense smell of gunpowder and the stench of blood mingled with the damp mist by the riverside, permeating the entire expanse of the wilderness. Scattered across the ground were spent shell casings, shattered artillery shells, abandoned firearms, and supplies, and fallen bodies, silently narrating the recent, earth-shattering final battle. The 30,000 troops of the Ghost-Face army collapsed in a single day, suffering a total rout. The soldiers of the Chun Sheng Society organized themselves in an orderly manner, clearing the battlefield, collecting captured supplies, treating their injured comrades, and managing the prisoners of war. Having experienced this crushing victory, the morale of the entire army underwent a complete transformation, shedding the restraint of a garrison and gaining the fierce killing spirit of battle-hardened elites. Upon the high ground, Lin Chen stood immovably in his black attire, untainted by dust amidst the howling winds. The wind rustled his clothing as his calm gaze swept across the battlefield, devoid of the joy of victory, only reflecting the calmness and clarity that comes after the dust has settled. Ayu approached quickly, holding the complete battle report, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. "Brother Chen, the post-battle statistics are complete. The Ghost-Face army suffered over 11,000 casualties, with more than 14,000 taken prisoner, leaving only a few thousand remnants fighting desperately to escape back to the upstream mountains. We have captured 27 mortars, over 100 light and heavy machine guns, thousands of new rifles, a vast supply of ammunition, as well as specialized cross-border, encrypted communication equipment, and strategic resources, yielding unprecedented gains." Beside him, the White Shark added in a low voice, "All the enemy's supplies, food, and weaponry have been intercepted. Their 6 months of military buildup and the 2 months of heavy financial support have all become our wedding dress. Moreover, most of these prisoners of war were forcibly conscripted refugees or scattered bandits from the surrounding areas. Fewer than 30% were truly loyal core members of the Ghost-Face, while most can be reformed and incorporated." Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the densely kneeling and surrendering prisoners below, and spoke with a cold, resolute voice. "In times of chaos, it is better to govern than to kill, better to recruit than to execute. From today onward, we will initiate a comprehensive post-war reckoning, establishing rules, setting order, consolidating the people's hearts, and reorganizing our forces." After years of brutal conflict and struggle, the Mekong River had never seen true order. Various factions had alternated in seizing power, the strong plundering, while the weak suffered, leaving the common people and merchants in dire straits. Today's great victory was the perfect opportunity for Lin Chun to firmly establish his authority and reshape the rules of Nanyang. Lin Chun established a rigorous and fair post-war reckoning system, distinct in its layers, with rewards and punishments clearly defined. First, identify the prisoners of war and categorize their treatment. For the hardcore members who had long plundered and committed atrocities, under Ghost-Face execution in public would serve as a warning to others and purge the dark atmosphere in Nanyang. For ordinary soldiers and refugees who were conscripted, had not committed crimes, and were forced to fight, they would be spared the death penalty, unified into labor camps to participate in river repairs, fortification construction, and village reconstruction, working to atone for their sins, and those who performed excellently could officially join the ranks of the Chun Sheng Society, ensuring them a stable future. Second, publicize the evidence of crimes to stabilize the people's hearts. All evidence of the capital supporting banditry, the long-standing tyranny of Ghostface, and the chaos it caused in Nanyang, along with testimonies from prisoners and battlefield evidence, would be posted in every village and market along the coast, allowing the entire populace to clearly see the monstrous faces of the two major factions and utterly sever any foundation for the return of the dark forces. Third, provide relief and restore the populace. Using captured resources and camp reserves, generously compensate the families of fallen soldiers, assist civilians affected by the war, and subsidize damaged merchants. Organize forces to swiftly repair destroyed villages, roads, docks, and irrigation systems, restoring the means of production and daily life along the coast as quickly as possible, allowing the displaced populace to return to stable homes. Fourth, confiscate private troops to unify order. Orders were given to disband all wandering bandits and private armed forces along the borders, prohibiting any faction from hoarding weapons or seizing territory. Anyone who refused to submit and continued to create chaos would be completely encircled and annihilated. With this complete set of policies implemented, the measures of punishment and reward were judiciously balanced. In just 3 days, the shadow of war faded completely from the mid and lower reaches of the river. Markets reopened, villages resumed farming, and river trade flourished without obstruction. The formerly anxious heartland of Nanyang had welcomed a long-awaited era of peace and prosperity. Grateful for Lin Chen's protection, the coastal populace spontaneously offered supplies and knelt in praise, their hearts returning to unity deeply rooted. Countless young men from the borders actively enlisted, rapidly expanding the forces of the Chun Sheng society, all voluntarily following pure in intention and spirit. White Shark looked at the peaceful scene across the land, sincerely remarking, "Brother Chun, I used to think that dominance relied on ruthlessness, on guns, and on sheer numbers. Now I understand a true overlord fights battles, wins hearts, and establishes rules." Ghostface struggled for territory all their life, and in the end they were left with nothing but a sea of blood and deep-seated hatred. Yet you, with one battle, secured the hearts of the entire Nanyang. Lin Shun gazed towards the mist-shrouded upstream mountains, his eyes sharp as a blade. Peace in the mid and lower reaches is just a temporary respite. The remnants of chaos have yet to be eradicated, and this cannot be considered the end. Ghostface retreated to the upstream mining areas, barely clinging to life and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, while the capital of the harbor island continued to manipulate behind the scenes, leaving hidden dangers that would prevent true tranquility in Nanyang. Rest for 3 days, reorganize the troops, digest the results of the battle, and after 3 days we will march upstream to completely settle the remnants of chaos. The news of a great victory in the South Seas reached the central district of the Hong Kong island, plunging the upper echelons of the capital into utter silence. In the opulent and solemn top-tier conference room, the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the bustling splendor of Hong Kong Island, while inside an icy despair gripped the atmosphere. On the long conference table, the recently delivered final battle reports lay scattered, each piece of data striking like a heavy hammer, shattering all arrogance and control of the capital. The entire 300-strong restructured army was annihilated. The heavily financed gang armed forces were entirely eradicated. Vast quantities of military supplies were wasted, and the intelligence network that had been carefully laid out for years was uprooted. Financial blockades, regulatory encirclements, media suppression, chaotic interference, and military support. Every last trump card and means at the capital's disposal had been exhausted, yet they still failed to shake Lin Chen even in the slightest, instead fostering his growing strength and solidifying his foundation. "We lost." After a long silence, the leading capital magnate spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and weary, eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Having dominated the cross-border trade landscape for decades, they had never faltered, with not a single piece on their chessboard capable of breaking free from their game, escaping their control, or turning the tables on their strategy. Yet Lin Chen achieved it. From the emerging forces struggling to survive in the crevices of Hong Kong Island, to severing dependencies and rebirthing anew, and then establishing a foothold in the South Seas, creating a closed-loop system that crushed the capital's support with sheer force, in just 1 year, he completed a miraculous transformation from a pawn to a player. Not only did we lose, but we have completely lost our voice in the South Seas. The lower Mekong River has entirely become his territory, monopolizing trade, production capacity, public support, and military power. From now on, there will be no place for us in Southeast Asia's cross-border trade. Some held on to a glimmer of hope and suggested, since military force, finance, and regulations have all failed, why not take the initiative to reconcile seed benefits, seek peace and stability, and retain a portion of the trade share to minimize losses and exit. Reconciliation. The magnate sneered, eyes swirling with extreme malice. We have repeatedly pushed to the brink, encircled step by step, destroyed his foundations in Hong Kong Island, severed his financial chains, and supported chaos to kill his soldiers. The blood feud has long been irreconcilable. In this moment of seeking peace, it would only be self-humiliation, allowing ourselves to be slaughtered. The capital understands profit most, and also knows how to eradicate roots. They were acutely aware that both sides had long arrived at a point of no return. Once Lin Shan firmly established his hegemony in the South Seas, he would inevitably retaliate against the capital of Hong Kong Island, settling all old scores. To retreat is to suffer a slow death. To drag on is to passively await death. In the face of despair, this group of top magnates wielding wealth and power completely cast aside all pretenses and bottom lines, initiating a final desperate gamble. Abandon all hesitation, pour all remaining resources into a final gamble. The magnate suddenly raised his head, his gaze fierce and mad. Mobilize all secret overseas funds, hire Southeast Asian international mercenary teams at high prices equipped with the most advanced assassination devices, sniper gear, and explosive weapons. No more positional warfare, no more protracted battles, no more trade encirclements. Directly and accurately behead him at all costs. Assassinate Lin Shan. Having completely failed on the front lines and unable to reverse the situation, the capital tore away all pretense, descending from behind the scenes into a vicious gamble of assassination. What they gambled on was not the situation, not the interests, but the last opportunity for a turnaround. As long as Lin Shan dies, the newly arisen Chun Sheng community will be leaderless, inevitably descending into internal strife and collapse, and the situation in the South Seas will naturally revert to chaos, giving capital the chance to re-enter and reap the aftermath. A series of secret orders were dispatched overnight with enormous bounties, sky-high rewards, and top-tier resources laid out as a team of elite international mercenaries set off in secret, stealthily heading towards the South Seas. Meanwhile, the capital once again issued a final ultimatum to the ghost face: hold the upstream mining area, drag out the battle, exhaust Lin Shan's patience, and restrain his main forces to create an opportunity for the assassination team. Darkness enveloped the north and south as a deadly assassination trap, targeting Lin Shan quietly woven. In the deep mountains upstream, shrouded in mist within the ruins of a stone hall, a heavy air of death lingered, the place in utter disarray. Just days ago, a grand army of 30,000 had marched south, but now only a few thousand remnants return in disarray. Injured soldiers wailed in agony across the ground, with scarcely a tenth of their military supplies remaining. The once bustling camp in the deep mountains had completely devolved into a dilapidated hell. The ghost mask sat in a high position, his silver mask riddled with cracks, his battle armor stained with blood. The gunshot wound piercing his shoulders still oozed blood. The excruciating pain was sharp, yet it paled in comparison to the defeat and regret in his heart. He had fought for years along the Mekong River, rising from nothing to dominate the upstream territory. After countless fierce battles and several life-and-death situations, he had never lost so thoroughly and so miserably. The few remaining corps generals under him were all injured, their faces weary, their morale completely shattered, no longer possessing the arrogance and dominance of the past. Master, the situation is dire. We cannot withstand Lin Shan's grand army at all. One general knelt, a bitter smile on his face, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. Our main forces have been depleted, our supplies exhausted, and the hearts of the people lost. We are left with only a few thousand remnants and 3 mining districts utterly powerless to fight any longer. If the enemy's army presses in on us, we are undoubtedly doomed. Another person gritted his teeth and spoke. The capital has sent secret orders for us to hold our ground and delay to fight to the last, but aside from empty promises and vague commands, there is no substantial aid. They clearly see us as pawns, as cannon fodder, paving the way for their assassination plan. Everyone understood the situation. The capital had long since prepared to abandon them, caring little for their lives, viewing them merely as a final expendable resource. A sense of despair enveloped the entire stone hall, and the morale of the army had completely collapsed. Only the ghost mask behind his mask held no despair in his eyes, but rather a near madness and a hidden tenacity. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. The agonizing pain from his wounds caused his body to tremble slightly, yet the calculations in his heart grew ever clearer. He had lost the main battlefield, lost the trump cards of forces, yet he had not lost the final composure and patience. After a long moment, the ghost mask slowly raised his eyes, his hoarse and cold voice shattering the silence. To hold our ground means death, to break through means death, to fight hard means death. Only submission does not necessarily mean death. The generals were taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. Master, you wish to surrender, to submit to Lin Shan. It is not true submission, but false allegiance and genuine hiding. The ghost mask's eyes glinted with cold light. We are now worn out and powerless to resist, undoubtedly doomed. But as long as we feign surrender, yield the mining districts, and show weakness, we can dispel Lin Shan's murderous intent, preserving the lives of our remnants and keeping the spark of resurgence alive. The capital has already dispatched assassination squads to the South Seas to kill Lin Shan. All we need to do is to endure and bide our time. As long as Lin Shan dies from the assassination, the Chun Sheng society will undoubtedly face internal strife. At that time, we can seize the opportunity to counterattack, reclaim the mining districts, and regain control of the land, still having a chance for a turnaround. A single stone awakened the dreamers. The generals instantly realized that this was their only life-saving and turnaround plan amidst despair. It seemed like a humiliating submission, but in truth, it was a perfect layout for enduring and waiting for change. The ghost mask, having lived a life of slaughter, proud and arrogant, had never bowed to anyone. Yet now, for the sake of revenge, he was willing to cast aside all dignity and endure what ordinary people could not. Send the orders down. The entire army shall remove their armor, put away their weapons, retreat to the heart of the mining district, prohibited from setting defenses, resisting, or provoking. The ghost mask ordered in a deep voice, his tone resolute. Immediately draft a letter of submission and send someone to deliver it to the downstream camp, voluntarily surrendering the 2 minor mining districts upstream as a gesture of sincerity, seeking only to preserve our remnants and secure a safe haven upstream. Everyone must conceal their hostility, hide their murderous intent, pretend to be defeated, and show complete weakness to thoroughly paralyze Lin Shun. A secret order that completely changed the situation upstream. The originally tense standoff at the upstream defense line instantly withdrew defenses and relaxed completely. All remnants removed their armor in submission, presenting themselves in a posture of having no power to resist and sincerely submitting. Hours later, the ghost mask's trusted envoy, holding the letter of submission and the mining district transfer documents, hurried alone to the downstream military camp to seek an audience with Lin Shun. The main hall of the lower stream was brightly lit. Lin Shun sat at the head table, gently stroking the golden-edged surrender letter on the table, the neat calligraphy humble in tone, expressing sincere submission and willingness to obey. The envoy knelt with his head bowed, his attitude respectful and humble, not daring to look up as he earnestly recited the sincerity of Ghostface's submission. Our esteemed master is acutely aware of his grievous sins and rebellious actions. After suffering a great defeat, he has suddenly come to his senses, willing to fully submit to Brother Chen, surrender 2 mining areas, abandon all local powers, disband excessive troops, and only asks to lead the remaining followers to retreat to a remote mountain corner, living peacefully and obeying orders never to cause chaos again. The expressions of the people in the hall varied. A youth frowned slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Brother Chen, Ghostface, is cunning and treacherous with boundless ambition. Having fought for dominance for half his life, he is deeply entrenched in his obsession, and it is impossible for him to easily concede and submit. Now that he has suffered defeat and shown weakness, it must be a feigned surrender, hiding deceit. Bai Sha nodded in agreement, solemnly adding, I have battled with Ghostface for many years and know his nature well. This person excels at enduring, lurking, and waiting for an opportunity to strike back. The more desperate his situation, the better he can disguise himself. His current act of surrender must be a delaying tactic intended to buy time and await changes. Everyone could see the flaws, yet no one could see through Ghostface's true cards and schemes. Only Lin Shun, his fingers paused over the signature of the surrender letter, his eyes calm and undisturbed, had already seen through the entire conspiracy. He understood the current situation too well as Ghostface's and the capital's thoughts. Ghostface's feigned submission was not merely to save his life, but to wait, to drag things out, to lie in wait. He was waiting for the outcome of the capital's assassination, dragging out his offensive rhythm, using the illusion of submission to numb everyone, creating opportunities for the hidden killing move. The capital had suffered a major defeat and lost all military power, with the only remaining means of a comeback being assassination and decapitation. Ghostface's false surrender was a perfect move in this chess game. One side openly drags out the situation while the other secretly strikes. The combination of light and dark, a coordinated effort seeks to overturn the dire situation. Seeing through all the schemes, Lin Shun was not angered. Instead, he faintly raised a cold smile. Since the other party wishes to act, to lie in wait, and to drag out the situation for a killing move, then he shall flow with the current and play along. Tell Ghostface. Lin Shun spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet carrying the confidence of controlling the entire situation. If he truly wishes to submit and disarm in sincerity, I shall grant him a way to live. I will take both mining areas and allow him to lead the remnants to retreat to the last core mining area, retaining a small guard force living in the upper stream and staying within the rules. No past grievances, pardon all remaining troops for their crimes as long as they remain loyal and do not cause chaos again. I will ensure they live peacefully. The envoy was overjoyed upon hearing this, hurriedly bowing in gratitude and quickly set off to return to report. In his view, Lin Shun ultimately placed faith in the illusion and relaxed his vigilance. Their waiting plan had succeeded. After the envoy left, the atmosphere in the hall instantly grew icy. You questioned in confusion, Brother Chen. You know he feigns submission and truly lies in wait. Why still agree to his request and let him linger? Why not directly march the army, flatten the upper stream, and eradicate all threats? Lin Shun raised his eyes, a cold glint in his gaze, slowly unraveling the entire chessboard. Ghostface has thousands of remaining soldiers trapped in the deep mountains, unable to stir up great waves. Whether to kill or not poses no immediate threat. However, the assassination team from the capital is the real hidden threat. If we were to forcefully attack and eliminate them, our army would move to the upper stream, leaving the main hall vulnerable and the rear weak, which would provide an excellent opportunity for the assassination team. Conversely, if we accept the false submission and halt the war, creating an illusion of stability and our side relaxing with the overall situation seemingly settled, we can numb Ghost Face, while misleading the hidden assassination forces, making them believe we are lax in defense, and have vulnerabilities they can exploit, luring them to reveal themselves, then capturing them all at once. In just a few words, he revealed the ultimate strategy. Everyone was suddenly enlightened, sincerely admiring Lin Chen's depth and foresight. It may seem like indulging treachery, but in reality it is a deeper trap to lure the enemy. Issue the order. Lin Chen immediately made his move first on the surface, withdraw the frontline defenses from the upper stream, publicly announce a ceasefire in the north and south, and declare stability across the territory, creating the illusion of a flourishing era to numb all hidden forces. Second, secretly activate the highest level of security, deploying throughout the territory, doubling hidden posts, enforcing martial law across the city, focusing on inspecting unfamiliar faces, cross-border personnel, and unregistered outsiders, closely guarding all key locations. Third, Bai Sha will lead the guerrilla team to patrol the border ports, the blind spots in the deep mountains and riverbanks, firmly guarding the entry points and locking down all suspicious external forces. Fourth, you will reorganize the main force, secretly gathering strength and lying in wait. Once the assassination team reveals themselves, we will immediately encircle and annihilate the enemy. The chessboard has been swapped, the offense and defense reversed. Ghostface and the capital believed they controlled the chess game and had hidden killing moves, not knowing they had already fallen into Lin Chen's calculations. Everyone's patience, lurking, waiting, and ambushing were all within the other party's predictions. The news of the truce between the North and South spread throughout the entire South Sea region within a day. The downstream markets remained prosperous, the people lived in peace and happiness, and merchant ships came and went incessantly, presenting a scene of tranquility. The upstream deep mountains fell completely silent. The remnants of the Ghostface faction shed their armor and lay low, hiding all their brilliance as they obediently retreated to the last core mining area, maintaining a low profile without any unusual movements. To outsiders, the years of chaos in the Mekong River had come to an end. The confrontation between the North and South had drawn to a close. The war had completely subsided, and Lin Chen had unified the South Sea, securing his dominance. Yet beneath the facade of prosperity and stability, a lethal dagger had quietly entered the territory. In the dead of night, at the most remote tributary marsh of the Mekong River, the tides surged, the night wind howled, and the area was utterly deserted. Several unregistered speedboats broke through the darkness, silently docking at a hidden beachhead. The boats bore no markings and emitted no lights, concealing themselves in the night and shadows of the trees, perfectly avoiding all regular checkpoints. More than 20 black-clad masked individuals disembarked swiftly, all dressed in black tactical gear, their figures tall and upright, movements efficient, and their aura restrained. Without unnecessary words, they quickly formed a line and spread out for surveillance. They were equipped with top-tier international silenced firearms, high-precision sniper equipment, miniature explosive devices, and invisible communication earpieces. Each one was a battle-hardened elite mercenary with a murderous aura hidden in their bones, summoned by capital that spent a fortune and exhausted resources to hire these ultimate assassination blades. The leader, a burly man with sharp, eagle-like eyes, bore the coldness and ruthlessness of one who had seen many killings. He scanned the quiet night before quietly stating in a foreign tongue, "Target Lin Chen. Mission precise, decapitation, swift resolution, and leave no traces." The intelligence provided by capital indicated that the enemy had suffered a great defeat. The entire region was at peace and defenses were lax, making it the best opportunity to strike. Complete the mission and everyone will receive a hefty bounty along with lifelong freedom. The mercenaries' eyes were cold and filled with fighting spirit, showing no hesitation whatsoever. This group of individuals navigated the gray areas, having witnessed countless life-and-death battles and executed numerous high-risk assassination missions. They were confident that their combat skills and stealth abilities would allow them to move freely within the South Sea, striking with lethal precision. Following the precise intelligence provided by capital, they avoided main roads and patrol routes, moving silently through dense forests and blind alleys as they approached the downstream main supply direction. As they advanced, they remained completely silent and perfectly concealed. They were confident in the stability of the situation and the enemy's laxity, yet they failed to notice that the entire region had been ensnared in a web of traps. All remote beaches, hidden entry points, and deep mountain blind spots had been secretly locked down by the White Shark's guerrilla teams. The mercenaries believed they were perfectly concealed in their routes, entry points, and stealth patterns, yet they were fully exposed to the surveillance and sight of the Chunsheng society. The guerrilla fighters hid in the shadows, closely watching this group of unfamiliar elites entering the territory, holding their breaths, and silently tracking them, without recklessly making a move, only reporting positions and locking in their movements. The countdown for the hunters to net their prey had officially begun. In the main supply tent, the lights remained lit deep into the night. Lin Chen sat at his desk looking at the real-time intelligence reports in his hands, which clearly recorded the entry points, numbers, equipment, and infiltration routes of the assassination team. Ayu stood beside him, his gaze sharp. Brother Chin, the Dark Blade has entered our territory, all elites, top-notch equipment, and a clear target. They are coming for you. Should we mobilize forces immediately to encircle them along the way? Lin Shin gently shook his head, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, his eyes devoid of any ripples, leaving only extreme calm. No rush. Let them continue to delve deeper. Capital has laid all its cards on the table, betting everything, while the Ghostface faction lies in wait for a shift in the situation, just hoping to turn the tide with this last Dark Blade. Since they have staked everything, I will accompany them to the end. Let them approach the main supply, entice them to strike, and in front of everyone crush this last dark card. This battle will completely shatter all of Capital's fantasies, destroy all of Ghostface's lurking schemes, and eliminate the last trace of chaos in the South Sea. The night wind howled through the tent, and the entire South Sea seemed stable and peaceful, yet hidden dangers lurked, and a storm was brewing. The final battle of the light and dark game, the ultimate confrontation of decapitation and counter-decapping, had already entered the countdown. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. The evening breeze along the Mekong River passed through the dense forest, carrying the damp scent of vegetation gently brushing across the open fields. While the surface appeared tranquil and peaceful beneath the ground, countless eyes were fixated on the shadow moving stealthily, turning the entire downstream area into a vast hunting trap. Over 20 international mercenaries maintained an extreme pace of stealth, spread out in a tactical triangular formation spaced 10 meters apart, relying on the shadows of trees, earthen slopes, and thick grass for cover, their footsteps light enough to be silent. This group had long roamed the gray battlefields of the world, proficient in stealth, assassination, demolition, and breakout, the elite few chosen from the highest bidders of capital. In their past missions they had never missed a target, never lingered unnecessarily. Countless warlords and armed leaders had perished under the soundless barrels of their guns. The leader walked in the center of the formation, receiving real-time intelligence updates from the Hong Kong capital through his earpiece, with precise data and clear routes. The target's nighttime defenses are relaxed, most forces are stationed at the front lines for rest, and only routine guards are present in the core command tent. The optimal window for killing lasts 3 hours. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his ears, intensifying the murderous intent in the leader's eyes. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, the local forces of the South Seas were ultimately a makeshift troop. After a great victory, they would inevitably become arrogant and lax, and the so-called coastal defense and all-area security were merely superficial displays. Speed up, approach the peripheral blind zone of the command tent in 40 minutes, find the high ground, and strike decisively. He lowered his voice to issue the command, his tone resolute and forceful. After success, retreat quickly along the river. The speedboat is on standby for extraction. The mercenaries responded and accelerated, moving with precision and efficiency, inching closer to the core area of the Chunqing Society's main operation. They believed they had successfully concealed their actions and held the upper hand, unaware that from the moment they set foot on South Seas soil, every step they took, every pause, and every tactical adjustment was being captured and reported in real time by the guerrilla team lurking in the shadows. In a concealed lookout in the deep mountains and thick forests, several guerrilla fighters held night vision binoculars, silently tracking the movement, quickly marking coordinates on portable devices, transmitting information to the command tent. Everyone held their breath, strictly executing Lin Shen's order to lure the enemy deeper without alarming them, allowing the enemy to approach while remaining hidden. Inside the command tent, the lights flickered, casting a mix of brightness and shadow. Lin Shen sat at the desk, his fingers lightly tapping the continuously updating map, where over 20 red dots were clearly pulsating, precisely corresponding to each mercenary's position. His expression was calm, showing no signs of disturbance, as if he were not facing a deadly assassination squad, but a group of ants walking into their doom. Ayu stood beside him, his aura tense, hand gripping the gun at his waist, and he spoke in a low voice. Brother Chun, the enemy has entered the core zone 3 kilometers from the main operation. Just ahead is the outer defense area of the command tent. Should we encircle them immediately? No rush. Lin Shen slowly raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the tent, looking into the deep night. Wait until they all enter the center ambush zone. Wait for them to set up sniper positions, lock onto their targets, and prepare to strike. Then we will close the net. What I want is not to drive them away, not to repel them, but to annihilate them completely. Not one will be spared. His words were cold, yet carried an absolute commanding authority. He aimed to completely crush the last assassination card of the capital and ensure that the high-ranking figures in Hong Kong would abandon all hope of a comeback, while also making the lurking specter of the upper stream witness the collapse of all their calculations. Time passed by the second, and 40 minutes flew by. The mercenary team successfully arrived at the unguarded forest area around the main operation. The terrain was elevated and the view was expansive, perfectly able to overlook the entire area of the command tent, making it an excellent sniper position. The surroundings were silent and unguarded, creating an illusion of complacency. The leader felt no doubt in his heart, quickly gesturing to deploy tactics. 2 will seize the high ground to set up snipers and block the entrances, 4 will establish outer perimeter security, 10 will approach for a frontal assault, and the remaining 6 will hold the rear to cut off escape. Complete deployment in 3 minutes. Act immediately. As the command was given, everyone instantly took their positions, moving with fluidity, clean and precise. The dark muzzle of the sniper rifle silently elevated, accurately locking onto the position of the command tent, while the explosive device was quietly activated, ready to breach defenses and launch an assault. Just as the crosshairs of the sniper scope steadied on the window of the command tent and the mercenary was about to pull the trigger, the entire forest suddenly erupted with blinding light. Dozens of concealed searchlights simultaneously illuminated, instantly piercing through the darkness, casting the entire forest in daylight, rendering all shadows exposed. Immediately following the dense footsteps and the sound of guns chambering rang out from the surrounding forest, countless black-clad warriors emerged from the shadows, encircling them tightly, blocking all paths of retreat. Not good. It's a trap. The mercenary leader's face changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out all over his body as the arrogance and certainty in his heart shattered in an instant. Having fought for many years, this was the first time he felt such a terrifying encirclement. The enemy's defenses were dense, their concealment profound, and their patience far exceeded his understanding. Retreat! Break out immediately, he shouted. But it was already too late. The cold roar of the white shark echoed across the wilderness. Seal the entire area. Kill those who resist. Capture those who lay down their weapons. In the next moment, a dense barrage of firepower surged forth, specifically countering the close-quarters suppression fire aimed at Special Operations Stealth, completely sealing off all escape routes. The mercenaries hastily raised their guns to retaliate, but exposed to the bright light, and in an open area, they had completely become live targets. The faint sounds of silenced guns could not compete with the heavy firepower of the elite forces. In just a few minutes, the battle situation had completely solidified. The stubbornly resisting mercenaries were all accurately taken down, the gunfire rising and falling, gradually subsiding. The remaining few, knowing they were powerless to turn the tide, completely collapsed mentally, hurriedly discarding their weapons, crouching down with their heads in their hands, forced to surrender. The entire ambush was clean and efficient, with no unnecessary complications. The white shark strode into the battlefield, stepping over the scattered special operations gear, looking at the captured mercenaries with a gaze as cold as frost. Immediately, the remaining few, knowing they were powerless to turn the tide, completely collapsed mentally, hurriedly discarding their weapons, crouching down with their heads in their hands, forced to surrender. The entire ambush was clean and efficient, with no unnecessary complications. The wind of the deep night blew through, once more dispersing the killing intent in the forest and completely blowing away the capital's last hopes for a comeback. In the early hours of dawn, as the eastern horizon began to lighten, the temporary interrogation room of the main operation remained brightly lit, shrouded in a suffocating and cold atmosphere. This place was isolated from all sound and prevented any form of eavesdropping, serving as the most secure interrogation site of the Chunsheng society. Over 20 mercenaries were held separately, with their firearms, communication devices, explosive devices, and identity documents all confiscated and sealed. The faces of everyone were pale and covered in dust, stripped of the arrogance and pride of elite assassins, leaving only deep fear and helplessness. The stealth techniques, assassination tactics, and special operations experience they prided themselves on seemed laughably naive in the face of Lin Chen's comprehensive defensive arrangements, preemptive predictions, and meticulous strategies. White Shark personally led the interrogation, employing methods that were both decisive and flexible. This group of mercenaries was merely in it for the money, devoid of any loyalty, and their psychological defenses were extremely fragile under desperate circumstances. Initially, a few held on to false hopes, remaining tight-lipped, trying to rely on their foreign identities and dubious backgrounds to escape. However, faced with solid evidence and high-pressure interrogation methods, they collapsed and confessed within just half an hour. The confessions were compiled layer by layer, revealing a complete and ultimate assassination chain of capital that was thoroughly exposed. From the top-level project initiation by the capital in Hong Kong, the covert fund transfers, overseas headhunting agreements, tactical orders issuance, to the planning of entry routes, intelligence on hiding spots, the coordination of ghost face tactics, and post-operation evacuation plans, every link and detail was crystal clear with irrefutable evidence. More critically, the encrypted terminal carried by the mercenaries was successfully cracked, containing the original directives from senior capital officials, bounty agreements, contingency plans, and even the overseas escape routes and covert money laundering channels reserved by the capital. A Yue, holding the final interrogation summary report, swiftly entered the command tent, his expression grave yet invigorated. Brother Chen, we have thoroughly interrogated them all. This assassination team was the last tactical trump card of the capital, and beyond that they had no available arms. Moreover, we have obtained the complete set of ironclad evidence regarding the capital's cross-border operations, covert disruptions, illegal arms support, and assassination conspiracies. Furthermore, the terminal data indicates that the capital has long-term ties with various overseas gray forces, relying year-round on covert support for regional conflicts, assassinations of local leaders, and profit from the aftermath. This has been their gray industrial chain for many years. Lin Shun took the report, his gaze swiftly scanning through the densely packed text and data with layers of coldness accumulating in his eyes. The capital of Hong Kong has never been a mere trading consortium. Rather, it is a top-tier behind-the-scenes mastermind that profits from chaos and bloodshed. Years of turmoil and banditry in the South Seas, with power struggles always shadowed by their influence. Previously, the confrontations between both sides had been limited to the local dynamics of the South Seas. Now, holding the complete set of ironclad evidence means that he has fully grasped the lethal leverage to counterattack and severely damage the capital of Hong Kong. Excellent. Lin Shun closed the file, his voice cold and resolute. Since they enjoy manipulating from behind the scenes, relish in secret killings, and gamble with lives, this time, I will completely overturn their game board. He immediately issued 3 directives aimed at striking at the capital's lifeblood, severing all their escape routes. First, preserve all evidence, categorizing and sorting it with encrypted backups. Manpower, physical evidence, communication records, and financial links must be fully closed off, leaving no loopholes and thoroughly locking in the capital's culpability. Second, comprehensively freeze all trade accounts, cooperative channels, and warehousing assets associated with the capital of Hong Kong within the South Seas, cutting off all their profits from the region and completely stripping the capital of its commercial foothold in Southeast Asia. Third, publicly disclose some key evidence, simultaneously disseminating it within the Southeast Asian cross-border trade circles and Grey Force circles, exposing the capital of Hong Kong's long-term disruption of regional dynamics and its blood-sucking nature during conflicts, thereby thoroughly destroying its overseas credibility and cooperative system. With the 3 directives enacted, each step was precise, every strike lethal. The capital of Hong Kong, which had been struggling to survive and attempting to gather strength for a counterattack, was instantly severed from its funding chain, its commercial foundation shattered, and its credibility amongst circles destroyed. The cross-border gray industrial chain they had spent decades building collapsed in an instant. In the top-level conference room of central Hong Kong, the capital executives, who had not dispersed all night, fell into complete silence upon receiving news of the evidence exposure, asset freezes, and channel ruptures. Everyone's faces were pale and icy, utterly devoid of their former calm arrogance. It's over. A handler slumped in his chair, his voice trembling with despair. We have lost our armed trump cards. The assassination team has been annihilated. The evidence has been thoroughly exposed, and all overseas cooperation has been severed. We have not only lost the South Seas, our entire Southeast Asian layout has been wiped clean, and we even face cross-border accountability. The leading big shot grasped his phone tightly, his knuckles white, his face ashen, filled with overwhelming regret and extreme fear. He finally understood that he had chosen the wrong opponent from the very beginning. Lin Shun was never a pawn to be manipulated. He was a top-tier player who advanced step by step, laying plans in silence. You play your hidden cards against him, and he will take all your trump cards. You engage in strategic games with him, and he will flip your entire game board. The capital's years of deep cultivation, countless financial investments, and layered schemes were rendered completely void overnight. In the upstream deep mountains, the core mine Stone Hall lay shrouded in dense fog. The dampness seeped into the crumbling halls, creating an atmosphere that was chilling to the bone. Compared to the settled dust and clarity of the situation downstream, this place remained enveloped in a stifling silence and a facade of calm. Seated high above, the figure known as Ghostface wore a tattered silver mask that obscured most of his face, revealing only his pair of sinister, deep-set eyes fixated on the communicator in his hand. His fingertips incessantly rubbed against it, his agitation reaching its peak. According to the original plan, the assassination squad of mercenaries that infiltrated during the night had already succeeded, and the geopolitical landscape of the South Seas had plunged into chaos. Yet as an entire night passed, there was no communication, no news. The capital from the harbor island remained silent, and still offering not a shred of good news. The longer the wait, the stronger his unease grew. His remaining subordinates stood below, their expressions filled with fear and confusion, none daring to speak. All were clinging to the last sliver of hope, yearning for a miracle that would turn the assassination's fate. Master, there is still no news. Could it be? Something went wrong. A deputy could not help but speak softly, his voice trembling and barely concealed panic. Though that squad is elite, they have penetrated deep into enemy territory. Lin Chen's defenses are extremely tight if they are discovered. Silence. Ghostface barked harshly, his voice raw and brutal, forcibly suppressing the chaos within. How could the capital, personally orchestrating this with exorbitant fees for international elite forces, possibly fail? They are merely in stealth, temporarily out of touch. Wait a moment longer, and we shall surely receive good news. He was both deceiving himself and soothing his remaining troops. At present he had but a final glimmer of hope for a turnaround. If the assassination squad were to be completely annihilated, his feigned submission and patient hiding would turn into a complete joke, leaving him only with the path of destruction. But reality never grants the weak a chance. Hours later, the remaining cross-border informants desperately relayed the last piece of information, a single short sentence that shattered all of Ghostface's fantasies. The assassination squad has been entirely annihilated, the evidence of the capital exposed, overseas channels completely destroyed, and the Harbor Island's capital has utterly collapsed with no external aid remaining. Boom. Like a thunderclap resonating above the stone hall, all present were shaken to their core, their bodies chilled. The once fierce faces of the remaining soldiers turned ashen, the last flicker of hope extinguished, and their previously taut nerves completely unraveled. It's gone. All gone. The capital has collapsed, the assassination has failed, and our last chance for a turnaround has vanished. We feigned submission, endured, and acted weak only to end up wasting time and deceiving ourselves. Despairing wails rose and fell like a tide, the morale of the troops completely shattered, no cohesion remaining. Ghostface's body trembled slightly, the old wound on his shoulder tearing open due to the violent surge of emotions, blood seeping through his robe, once more a piercing pain engulfing him. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted and ferocious beneath the mask, the facade of restraint he had held for days completely shattered as boundless hatred and unwillingness erupted forth. He had lain low, endured, bowed his head, and feigned weakness, casting aside half a lifetime of pride, enduring what ordinary people could not, betting all his remaining power just to wait for a chance to turn the tide. Yet the capital's incompetence, the failure of the assassination, and total defeat were his reality. From the disastrous defeat at the Foggy Pass to the annihilation of 30,000 troops, and now to the empty hopes of hiding in dire circumstances, he had been relentlessly crushed by Lin Shen, losing ground step by step. Lin Shen. Ghostface growled in a low voice, his tone hoarse and fragmented, filled with a bone-deep resentment. You have destroyed my army, seized my foundation, cut off my external aid, and severed my path to survival. I will not rest until you are dead. The facade of feigned submission completely collapsed, all restraint and patience stripped away, leaving only the madness and ferocity of being cornered. Send the orders down. Ghostface sprang to his feet, unsteady, yet with a frenzied aura. The entire army will abandon their disguises and gather for battle. Remove all signs of weakness, tally the remaining weapons, and defend the core mine at all costs. Since there is no path to peace and hiding is futile, let us fight to the death. Even if we lose utterly and die without a corpse, we must at least peel a layer of skin from him. In the face of such desperation, the once docile and humble forces of the upstream remnants shed their false appearances and revealed their sharpest fangs. The previously disarmed and docile upstream remnants immediately donned their armor, armed themselves, and reinforced their fortifications as the dead silence of the deep mountain mine reignited the scent of gunfire and war. The standoff situation that had just calmed between the north and south tightened once again, the last flicker of warfare in the final decisive battle ignited completely. The news of the reversal of the situation upstream and downstream spread rapidly throughout the entire South Sea region. The common people, upon hearing of the capital collapse, the assassination of leaders, and the unmasking of the ghost face, were not in the slightest panic, but rather filled with certainty and tranquility. After years of war, everyone had long seen through the situation, fully aware that the Chunsheng society was on the rise, unstoppable, while the ghost face was merely struggling for survival in its death throes. In the main camp of the downstream forces, scouts swiftly reported back, accurately relaying the movements of the upstream Ghostface troops as they readied themselves for battle, reinforced their fortifications, rearmed, and prepared to defend their mining area. Brother Chin, the Ghostface, has completely torn off its disguise, abandoning its fantasies of hiding. They have gathered all their remaining soldiers to rely on the natural defenses of the core mining area, preparing to fight to the death. Ayu's eyes were cold and fierce as he solemnly requested, "At this moment the enemy's morale is scattered, their forces weak, and their external support cut off. This is the best opportunity for a full-scale attack to flatten the upstream forces. Please, Brother Chin, issue the order to advance." Bai Sha also stepped forward to volunteer for battle. The Ghostface has only a few thousand remaining soldiers, lacking in equipment, low in morale, and with no support or supplies. They cannot withstand even one round of our strong assault. While they are still unsteady and their hearts are in disarray, we should directly crush them and completely end this chaotic era. The two men were filled with battle intent, and the soldiers of the entire army had already completed their preparations, ready to move at the final order. Lin Shen stood up and walked slowly to the sand table, his gaze firmly locked on the last core mining area upstream. This place was backed by towering mountains, faced a rushing river, and was flanked by steep cliffs, making it a treacherous stronghold that was easy to defend but hard to attack. It was the last refuge of the Ghost Face and the final source of unrest in the entire Mekong River region. He saw clearly that the Ghost Face was already at the end of its rope. Their so-called stubborn defense was merely a desperate counterattack, incapable of stirring up any waves. The situation is already determined. There is no need to waste more time. Lin Shen spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful, carrying the resolution of a decisive end. Send orders to the three armies to march immediately and advance on the upstream. This battle will cleanse the last remnants, secure the final mining area, and set the final order completely, ending the years of chaos in the Mekong River. The military order echoed, shaking the main camp. The elite forces of the Chun Shung Society, already prepared, set out in full. The main forces, guerrilla teams, logistics units, and battlefield medical teams formed layered ranks orderly and with great momentum. After several battles of tempering and reorganization, the current Chun Shung Society had a strong military force, ample supplies, soaring morale, and solid public support. They were no longer the weak forces struggling for survival, but rather a top-tier armed group in the South Sea, unified in the middle and lower reaches, commanding trade and equipped with excellent military resources. The Grand Army set off, marching powerfully towards the upstream. The villagers along the way came out of their homes, lining the streets to send them off with cheers, enthusiastically helping to transport supplies and guide the route, united in their hearts, all hoping for the end of chaos. Half a day later, the Chun Shung Society's army pressed forward, firmly stationed on the outskirts of the core mining area upstream, completely sealing off all exits and completing the encirclement. On the mountain, Lin Shen stood under the central military flag, dressed in black, exuding an imposing aura. Ahead, the ghost face had constructed layers of temporary fortifications based on the natural defenses of the mining area, with their remaining soldiers holding guns in a desperate defense, their expressions a mix of fear and frenzied determination. On the high platform of the mining area, the ghost face stood alone, wearing bloodstained black clothes and a damaged mask, gazing down at the vast, imposing army of the Chun Shung Society, with eyes filled with unwillingness, resentment, and despair. He had fought for half his life, carved out a territory, and competed for dominance over the Mekong River. He once commanded tens of thousands of troops, controlling the lifeline of the upstream and looking down over the entire South Sea. Now, however, he was left with only a few thousand soldiers, a solitary mountain, and a body full of wounds, driven to the edge of despair with no way out. Below the mountain, banners waved, weapons were plentiful, and morale was high. Above the mountain, the remaining soldiers were sparse, their hearts scattered, and they were at their wits' end. The outcome of the battle had long been determined. Lin Shen raised his hand, halting the soldiers from attacking immediately. His voice pierced through the wild winds, clearly resonating throughout the entire mountain, reaching every ear. Ghostface, at this point you have only one last path left. Surrender and lay down your arms, and I will spare the lives of your remaining troops, preventing them from death. If you stubbornly resist, your entire army will be annihilated, and not a single bone will remain, completely vanishing from the South Sea landscape. The two authoritative declarations, resounding and firm, offered the Ghostface one last choice at the end of its rope. Yet upon hearing this, the Ghostface threw his head back and let out a hoarse, manic laugh, the sound sharp and filled with despair and madness. Surrender. I, Ghostface, have spent half my life in slaughter and competition for dominance. Oh, I would rather die than bow my head. Lin Shen, if you want my legacy, my territory, and everything I have, then come and take it. Even if I exhaust everything, I will make you pay a bloody price. The frenzied roar echoed through the valley, completely shattering the last glimmer of hope for reconciliation. Gui Mian had utterly abandoned all routes of retreat, determined to hold the line and fight to the bitter end. He swung his hand, fiercely issuing the command for a desperate battle. Prepare for battle. Defend the fortifications. Fight to the death against the enemy. Anyone who retreats a single step will be executed on the spot. The remnants of several thousand soldiers, mostly loyal subordinates who had followed him for many years, though their morale was shattered and fear had taken root, could only grit their teeth and line up with their rifles, relying on the fortifications to stubbornly resist. On the mountaintop, gun barrels stood upright and murderous intent filled the air. The final battle was about to erupt. Lin Shen's gaze was calm as he watched the enemy's last frenzy, his eyes revealing no ripples, only a serenity that signified the impending conclusion. If you do not seek life, then I shall fulfill your wish. He raised his hand and issued the final order for battle. All units attack. Flatten the mining area. Eliminate the remnants. The military order was given, and the earth-shattering horn sounded across the wilderness. In the next moment, the main forces of the Chun Shung Society, who had long been poised for action, struck instantly. Heavy artillery roared first, and the shells flew through the air, accurately hitting the enemy's frontline fortifications. A series of thunderous explosions followed as earth and stone were blasted apart, and the hastily constructed makeshift fortifications of Gui Mian collapsed in an instant, with the frontline defenders being engulfed by the bombardment, resulting in countless casualties. Immediately afterward, machine guns of all calibers opened fire simultaneously, and the dense web of firepower crushed the mountaintop, completely sealing off all angles of counterattack from the enemy. Bai Sha led the guerrilla squad, familiar with the mountainous terrain, swiftly maneuvering through the blind spots of cliffs and the paths of dense forests to launch a surprise attack from behind, directly cutting off the last supply line and retreat route of the mining area. Commander Ayu's elite forces advanced steadily, crushing layer by layer, gradually encroaching upon the enemy's positions, leaving them no chance to catch their breath. This was an utterly one-sided, crushing battle. The morale of Gue Mion's soldiers was already in shambles, their combat effectiveness low, and their equipment lacking. Faced with the fully capable, well-equipped, and tactically mature elite of the Chun Sheng society, they were simply powerless to resist. The frontline defense collapsed in an instant. Soldiers fell in droves, cries of anguish filled the air, and the remnants were defeated. Countless soldiers completely abandoned resistance, discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender, seeking only to save their lives. In just half an hour, the outer fortifications lost all defense, and large swathes of the mining area were completely captured, shattering Gue Mion's desperate defense. Gue Mion, wielding a long knife, led his team into a charge, fighting madly amidst the chaos, desperately counterattacking, slaying several fleeing soldiers in an attempt to stabilize the morale of his troops. But the tide had turned, and he could no longer support himself alone. No matter how strong his personal valor, it could not withstand the overwhelming tide of the entire front, nor could it reverse the completely collapsed battlefield. Watching his soldiers completely rout the positions lost, and his trusted aides fall one by one, the eyes beneath Gue Mion's mask were filled with bloodshot despair and overwhelming hopelessness engulfing him. He had fought for half his life, dominating the upper reaches, overlooking the South Seas, competing with capital and warring factions undefeated, until he encountered Lin Chen, losing step by step, defeat after defeat, ending up alone, betrayed, and at the end of the road. "Why?" he shouted hoarsely, his voice broken with unwillingness. "I have schemed for half my life, planned every step, poured out everything. How could I lose to a mere upstart?" In that moment of distraction, several elite soldiers seized the opportunity to encircle him, their weapons firmly locking onto him, completely sealing off all avenues for escape. With nowhere left to turn, there was no possibility of a comeback. Lin Chen walked steadily through the smoke and flames of battle, step by step, ascending the elevated platform of the mining area, standing face to face with Gue Mion, his posture upright, his aura steady, looking down upon this once formidable warlord. "You have never lost due to luck, but due to your perspective. You vie for territory, for military power, for temporary dominance, while I vie for the hearts of the people, for order, for long-lasting stability. You rely on slaughter and division to establish yourself, while I root myself in rules and order. From the very beginning, you were destined to lose." Gue Mion stared fiercely at Lin Chen, his features twisted and grim beneath the mask, and after a long pause, he let out a profoundly sorrowful, bitter laugh. Indeed, he had spent his life robbing, killing, and competing, ultimately left with nothing but a landscape of devastation and deep-seated hatred, while Lin Chen was establishing, defending, and securing, ultimately winning the hearts of the people and unifying the land. The outcome was clear: victory and defeat predetermined. No more unwillingness, no more obsessions, no more delusions. Gue Mion slowly dropped the long knife in his hand. The shattered mask fell to the ground, revealing a face covered in scars, weary and aged. The reign of a warlord came to an end. Thus the last remaining faction of the Mekong River was completely destroyed, and the final remnants of chaos were thoroughly eradicated. The upper reaches of the mining area were fully reclaimed. The northern and southern river basins were entirely unified. The capital on the island completely collapsed, and external forces had no chance to intervene. After years of turmoil, peace was finally achieved. As the smoke gradually dissipated, sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the entire Mekong River basin. The land was unified, the people's hearts returned, and order was restored. The new era of hegemony in the South Seas, belonging to Lin Chun and the Chun Sheng society, officially began. The midday sun pierced through layers of smoke, illuminating the summit of the upper mining area. As the dust settled, corpses and remnants of machinery were cleared away, marking the true conclusion of years of chaos in the Mekong River. The ghostly face was captured, the remnants of the army annihilated, and the entire territory unified. Rivers flowed down the mountain fields, intersected, smoke from villages rose anew along the banks, and the marketplace buzzed with life. Atop the mountain, fresh banners fluttered, armor gleamed, and soldiers stood in formation, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Chen stood at the highest platform of the mining area, the strong wind lifting the hem of his black robe as he looked down over the vast southern and northern rivers. From the very beginning, struggling to survive in the crevice of the island, starting from nothing to entering the South Seas, fighting step by step, breaking through barriers, defeating bandits, cutting off capital, and annihilating the ghostly face, he had escaped death countless times and turned the tide repeatedly, finally securing this territory. Yu and Baisha, along with other core members, stood behind him, their eyes filled with awe and excitement. Throughout this journey, they had witnessed Lin Chen single-handedly carve a path to dominance, supporting the entire South Seas. Brother Chen, the entire territory has been cleared, the north and south unified, and the Mekong River is free from division, conflict, and external interference. Yu spoke solemnly, his tone filled with relief and exhilaration. "We have finally established our roots." Baisha looked at the stable villages and rivers below, lamenting. In the past, the South Seas were a chaotic chessboard where everyone was a pawn and no one had control over their own fate. Now Brother Chun has set the rules, established order, and pacified the people. This land truly belongs to the living. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze calm and profound. The establishment of peace through force is merely the beginning of dominance. To truly stabilize power and sustain peace, it relies not on slaughter, but on systems, order, and the people's hearts. In chaotic times, military strength is crucial. In prosperous times, governance is essential. With the war concluded and the territory initially stabilized, there is a pressing need to avoid complacency, the resurgence of chaos, and the vacancy of order. If one only understands killing and not governance, the territory subdued today will still breed new banditry, division, and undercurrents tomorrow. Send orders throughout the territory. The three armies shall rest, and post-war governance will establish regulations across the board. Lin Shun turned, his voice resonating across the lands, each word ringing clear and firm, initiating a new governance structure in the South Seas. First, delineate districts and establish governance, unifying the land. The entire upper and lower Mekong River basin will be unified into 5 major administrative districts: the downstream commercial hub, the central agricultural settlement, the upstream mineral industry zone, the border security alert zone, and the river transport nexus. Each district will perform its duties and maintain interconnectivity, abolishing the previous chaos of mountain divisions, private control, and power splits. Each district will have dedicated administrators stationed, defense teams, and patrol security, with military and political governance separated and responsibilities clearly defined, eliminating military intervention in politics, personal divisions, and factionalism. Second, comfort the displaced, resume farming and production. Years of war have left countless citizens along the coast homeless, with fields barren and livelihood shattered. Lin Shun ordered the opening of all public lands, wastelands, and abandoned riverbanks to be unconditionally allocated to landless, displaced persons and impoverished farmers. The camp will provide free rice seeds, farming tools, and working animals, organizing soldiers to assist citizens in repairing canals, reclaiming wastelands, and fixing homes. All citizens will be exempt from taxes for a year, and merchants will have their taxes halved to support market recovery, encourage trade circulation, and stabilize the foundation of the people's livelihoods. In chaotic times, surviving, settling down, and having a means of livelihood is the greatest public sentiment. As soon as the policy was announced, the citizens along the coast erupted in cheers. Countless displaced persons who had wandered for years finally found a home, and many struggling farmers on the brink of life and death finally saw hope for survival. Families spontaneously cleaned their villages, repaired roads, and reclaimed wastelands, with the pace of production recovery across the territory accelerating remarkably. Third, reorganize the army, eliminating the dross and preserving the essence. In this battle, more than 10,000 prisoners of war and surrendered soldiers were mixed in with die-hard loyalists of the ghostly face, forcibly conscripted displaced persons, and scattered bandits from various regions, resulting in a complex composition of personnel with varying loyalties. Lin Shun did not pursue a one-size-fits-all slaughter, nor blindly absorb them all, implementing strict selection and reorganization. Those who had committed numerous crimes stained with the blood of innocent citizens, and those obstinately loyal to the past, would be strictly held accountable and dealt with according to the law. Those conscripted against their will, with no records of wrongdoing, and who sincerely submit, would be assigned to labor camps for penance, with the exemplary being favored for incorporation into the regular army. Those with skills adept at workshop production and infrastructure repair would be redirected into logistics and industrial systems. At the same time, the existing veteran forces of the Chun Shung Society would be reorganized with rewards based on merit, rank promotions, and defined responsibilities, preventing veterans from relying on their seniority, abusing their achievements, and fostering a well-disciplined regular elite force that protects the people and their land without disturbing the citizens. Fourth, monopolize the waterways and control commercial veins. The entire main river, tributary crossings, port hubs, and cross-border trade routes of the Mekong River will be returned to public ownership, managed, coordinated, and taxed uniformly by the authorities. Eliminating private monopolization of shipping routes, preventing black forces from extorting and profiting, and halting external capital from infiltrating and manipulating secretly. Regular merchants will have their operations recorded, conducted legally, and protected by official armed forces. Those without registration or qualifications engaging in smuggling will be strictly investigated, heavily fined, and permanently banned. A new system integrating military governance, civilian livelihood, industrial development, and security will rapidly take root. In just 10 days, the entire South Seas underwent a complete transformation. Fields were cultivated, markets buzzed with trade, merchant vessels sailed the rivers, villages brimmed with life, and border security was established. The scars left by war were quickly smoothed over, the hostility of chaotic times dissipated entirely, replaced by an atmosphere of order, stability, and prosperity. Bai Sha looked at the thriving scene across the territory, sincerely admiring. Brother Chin, I once thought that to dominate was to kill all opponents and monopolize the land. Now I understand that a true overlord is one who provides a means of livelihood for the masses, revives the land, and transforms chaos into peace. Lin Shun gazed far into the distance and replied lightly, stability is but temporary, peace needs to be guarded. The remnants of island capital remain unvanquished, external forces observe with greedy eyes, and the dark currents in the Golden Triangle still surge. Establishing governance and providing for the people is foundational. Only by cleansing the remnants can lasting peace be achieved. Meanwhile, in central Hong Kong, 1,000 miles away, once a dazzling metropolis filled with the elite of the capital world, it now lay in eerie silence, the atmosphere thick with foreboding. In the top-level conference room, the curtains were tightly drawn, the light dim and oppressive, the air suffocating. In just 10 days, a venerable cross-border capital group in Hong Kong faced a catastrophic collapse. Assets across the Nanyang region were frozen, overseas partnerships severed, the gray industrial chain completely exposed, and cross-border credibility utterly bankrupt. The stock market plummeted, partners collectively terminated contracts, banks withdrew loans, and regulatory scrutiny intensified. Decades of established business crumbled overnight. On the long conference table lay numerous reports of collapse, terminated contracts, and accountability documents, each one pronouncing the demise of this old capital empire. The leading capital mogul appeared, withered, bloodshot eyes betraying his despair. In just a few days, he aged well over a decade. The calm demeanor that once orchestrated strategies and maneuvered through storms had vanished, leaving behind only a sense of defeat and anxiety. It's all gone. Completely gone. A seasoned trader slumped in his chair, his voice hoarse and trembling. Southeast Asia's layout is completely wiped out. Nanyang trade utterly severed, all overseas gray channels fractured, and the physical industries under our name are bankrupt one after another. We have destroyed the cross-border business landscape built over generations in an instant. Another executive, pale-faced, added softly, more devastatingly, the evidence of assassinations, armed support, and instigating wars has leaked, and multiple cross-border trade alliances have blacklisted us. We will face international accountability, asset seizures, and summons of legal representatives. Everyone knew deep down that this time it was a true disaster. In the past, losing in capital games merely meant losses and withdrawal, with opportunities for resurgence still present. But this time the structure has collapsed, credibility is bankrupt, culpability is apparent, and a complete network ban leaves no room for a comeback. The mogul slowly raised his eyes, filled with crimson resentment and malice, grinding his teeth as he growled, "I refuse to accept this. I have dominated the landscape for decades, controlling numerous powers. Why should I lose to a newcomer from the mainland? We have fallen at the hands of Lin Shun. This grudge cannot simply be overlooked." In the face of their dire situation, this group of top capitalists remained obstinate, unwilling to concede or withdraw, attempting a final desperate counterattack. Conventional methods, armed assassinations, trade encirclement, financial stranglehold, all have failed. The mogul spoke in a low, sinister tone. "Since we have no overt means to combat capital, we shall move in the shadows, take the back door, and pursue gray avenues. Mobilize all hidden assets, divest from visible industries, abandon all exposed accounts, and transfer all remaining resources underground. Contact the remnants of the old guard in Hong Kong, scattered gray forces, and the floating armed groups of the Golden Triangle to covertly weave a net and bide our time." Lin Shun has now unified the Nanyang. Feeling triumphant and complacent, he will surely let his guard down and become complacent. "We will endure in silence, lay our plans in secret, and accumulate strength, waiting for the right moment to strike back and disrupt his peaceful order." Despite the inevitable defeat, they remained deeply obsessed, harboring malicious intent. The senior executives nodded in agreement, as if grasping onto the last straw of hope. They refused to accept failure, unwilling to exit the stage of competition, preferring to lurk in the shadows, cling to life, and wait for an opportunity to create chaos rather than admit total defeat. A clandestine plan for a counterattack against the new order in Nanyang quietly took shape. The remnants of capital began frantically divesting assets, erasing traces, concealing funds, and contacting old factions, transforming from frontstage overlords into hidden parasites. Yet they did not know that Lin Shun had never relaxed his vigilance. Within the main headquarters in Nanyang, intelligence agents continuously relayed updates from Hong Kong, capturing every move of fund transfers, forced dormancy, and secret networking with precision. Yu looked at the confidential report in his hand, his gaze sharp. "Brother Chun, after the collapse of the main capital in Hong Kong, they have begun to abandon visible industries and retreat underground, frantically reconnecting with old factions and consolidating remaining gray forces, clearly intending to hide in the shadows, wait for a chance to strike back and rise from the ashes." Bai Shao agreed solemnly. "Such remnants of capital are the most troublesome. When they can't be fought overtly, their shadows linger endlessly. If we allow them to take root and establish their networks, they will inevitably cause chaos and become a long-term hazard." Lin Shun lightly tapped the table, his eyes cold and deep in thought. He understood the nature of capital too well, relentlessly profit-seeking, greedy, and bloodthirsty, never willing to die easily. If you leave them a thread, they will become a great menace in the future. Since they wish to hide in the shadows, cling to life, and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Lin Shun slowly spoke, his tone cold and decisive. "Then I will completely cut off all their escape routes, uproot them, and eliminate them thoroughly. The foundation of dominance has been laid, neither arrogant nor restless. Following a great victory, the remnants were dealt with thunderous resolve. Lin Shun has never believed in the saying, "Do not pursue a desperate foe." In a chaotic world, showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Wherever there are remnants of disaster, they will surely turn against themselves one day. In response to the lurking remnants of capital in Hong Kong Island and their covert networking, Lin Shun immediately implemented a thunderous plan for cross-border eradication, proactively launching an offensive to completely crush the capital's last hopes of counterattack. Step 1: Intelligence comes first, penetrating the shadows. Lin Shun ordered the integration of all seized encrypted data communication links and old files of the capital to compile a comprehensive list of remnants in Hong Kong, gray cooperation channels, hidden funds accounts, and the networks of former associates. At the same time, elite intelligence personnel were dispatched to infiltrate Hong Kong Island, establishing roots within the gray circle's former associate networks and the black market of cross-border trade, constantly monitoring the movements of remaining capital, grasping every contact, every financial transaction, and every consolidation of power without escape. In the past, capital lurked in the shadows while we stood in the light. Now the situation has completely reversed, with the enemy fully exposed in our sights, every move locked in. Step 2: Cut off funds and lock down lifelines. In chaotic times, power lies not in connections, but in capital. As long as the flow of funds is severed, all clandestine networks, power consolidations, and plans for counterattacks are mere fantasies. Using the cross-border financial evidence and account data obtained, Lin Shun collaborated with major legitimate trade organizations in Southeast Asia to comprehensively freeze all hidden accounts, money laundering channels, and underground financial flows of the capital. Any financial movements related to this capital faction were intercepted and frozen. Any institutions or individuals providing money laundering transit or cover were permanently blacklisted in Nanyang, completely severing cooperation and sealing them off entirely. Under such thunderous measures, the last trickle of capital remnants funds was completely cut off. They wished to consolidate former associates by armed forces, cultivate informants, and restart their plans, yet they found themselves utterly devoid of money channels and resources. Step 3: Targeted strikes to dismantle networks. Based on the list of remaining former associates compiled from intelligence, Lin Shun arranged for White Shark to lead an elite guerrilla team for cross-border targeted strikes. Avoiding large-scale turmoil, avoiding provoking cross-border public opinion, and not confronting Hong Kong Island's public order directly, the aim was to accurately remove the remnants of capital's informants, intermediaries, armed contacts, and gray agents. With individualized strategies for each target, silently eliminating enemies, Lin Shun aimed to disrupt the rhythm of capital's clandestine networks, ensuring they could never gather strength, rebuild systems, or form a counterattack force. Step 4: Monopolize reputation and completely lock down the foundation of public opinion. Lin Shun continuously publicized the undeniable evidence of capital's long-standing role in inciting turmoil, supporting banditry, assassinating factions, and profiting from chaos, allowing the entire Southeast Asian cross-border circles, gray power circles, and commercial circles to see the bloodthirsty nature of Hong Kong's capital. Previously dependent forces, cooperative institutions, and intermediaries began to avoid them, actively cutting ties and drawing clear boundaries. In just half a month, the remnants of Hong Kong's capital had become utterly isolated. No one dared to cooperate, no one dared to depend on them, with no funds to use, no channels to pursue, and no powers to ally with. They hid in the shadows, gathering strength, yet were locked down layer by layer and surrounded on all sides. All their plans had yet to materialize, only to perish before birth. Within the hidden stronghold of Hong Kong, the remaining high-ranking members of capital looked at their failed plans, severed links, and completely disbanded allied forces, sinking into despair. It's over. There's no chance left. He not only won the battlefield, but also blocked all our escape routes and severed all our foundations. We wanted to gather strength to lurk, but he directly executed a thorough cleanup across the board, launching cross-border crackdowns without giving us a moment to breathe. The big boss clenched his fists tightly, the last vestige of ambition in his eyes completely extinguished, leaving only endless despair and regret. He finally acknowledged that he had lost utterly and completely. In the game against Lin Shun, from the open battlefield to the hidden struggles to the lurking retreats, they had not won a single round. The malignant tumor in the shadows has been completely eradicated, and the last external threat in Nanyang has been thoroughly eliminated. The external undercurrents have been completely cleared, and the internal judgment has been executed as planned. The captured ghost face was tightly confined and brought back to the downstream headquarters, held in solitary confinement in a heavily guarded interrogation area. Once a tyrant in the upper reaches, carving out a territory of his own, standing in defiance against capital and stirring up the entire South Seas, now he is in a state of utter disarray, shackled and chained, no longer possessing even a fraction of his former majestic aura. After several days of confinement, he neither ate nor drank nor spoke a word, remaining in a daze all day long. The old and new wounds on his body throbbed painfully, yet they paled in comparison to the despair and desolation deep within his heart. Half a lifetime of struggles for supremacy, half a lifetime of bloodshed. In the end, his entire army was annihilated, his foundation destroyed, external support severed, and he was abandoned by all, left alone and trapped in a prison. On this day, Lin Shan entered the interrogation room alone. The cold light within the room and the empty walls created a suffocating atmosphere of silence. Ghostface slowly raised his head, looking at the tall and serene young man before him, his eyes filled with complex emotions, unwillingness, regret, jealousy, and helplessness, all ultimately transforming into a weary desolation. Are you here to interrogate me, humiliate me, or kill me? Ghostface's voice was hoarse and dry, devoid of malice, only resonating with a profound silence. Lin Shan pulled over a chair and quietly sat down, his tone calm and undisturbed. I am here to listen to your last words and to grant you a dignified conclusion. Ghostface fell into silence for a long time, then sighed softly. I lost utterly and completely. I once thought that in a chaotic world relying on ruthlessness, guns, and territorial control would allow me to stand invincible forever. I believed that capital was an ally, military strength was a trump card, and geographical advantages were the foundation, but in the end I realized that I had misjudged the entire landscape from the very beginning. I fought for momentary hegemony while you established an everlasting order. I instilled fear through bloodshed, while you garnered loyalty through benevolence. I lost due to my vision, lost due to my narrow perspective, lost due to the hearts of the people, and lost because I was too obsessed with winning and losing. Every word spoken is genuine, a thorough confession from a fallen tyrant. He fought for half a lifetime, shed blood for half a lifetime, and was arrogant for half a lifetime, never bowing to anyone. Now trapped in a desperate situation, he finally sees the stark difference between himself and Lin Shan. Lin Shan listened quietly, without mockery, without triumph, only calmness. You ruled the upper reaches for several years, guarding a territory and repelling external invasions, which is not without merit. But you indulged your subordinates in plundering, slaughtering the common people, colluding with capital to disrupt the situation, causing perpetual warfare and displacement in the South Seas. Your crimes are unforgivable. Your deeds and misdeeds balance each other out, and the punishment must fit the crime. I will not kill you, nor will I release you. Lin Shan delivered the final verdict. Commuting the death sentence, he sentenced him to lifetime imprisonment and labor at the upper reaches mines, overseeing the very lands he once dominated, witnessing this territory transition to an era of peace and stability. Letting him live, watch, and regret is more fitting for this fallen tyrant's conclusion than a swift execution. Hearing this, Ghostface slowly closed his eyes and gently nodded. I accept it. This is the conclusion I deserve. No unwillingness, no arguments, no resentment. He fully embraced his fate. Thus the saga of a South Seas tyrant came to a definitive end, with the remainder of his life confined to the mountains and rivers, quietly reflecting on the past. The results of Ghostface's disposition, the list of remaining loyalists to be accounted for, and the verdicts of war criminals across the territory were subsequently announced to all. Responsibilities were clear, rewards and punishments were appropriately meted out, killings were fair, and benevolence and authority were both exercised. Seeing this, the common people were filled with admiration and praise. Everyone knew that the South Seas now had no injustices, no favoritism, and no rampant power, only fairness, order, peace, and stability. Thus, all the grievances, territorial disputes, and dark games of the old era in the South Seas were completely. As time passes, autumn arrives with clear skies, mountains and rivers appear pristine, and everything is renewed. After months of post-war restructuring, regional organization, purging remnants, and restoring order, the entire Mekong River basin has completely shed the shadows of chaos, welcoming an unprecedented era of peace and stability. With unobstructed upstream and downstream flow, each of the 5 administrative regions performing its duties, bountiful harvests in the fields, thriving commerce ships sailing the rivers, and smoke rising from villages. The once chaotic lands where corpses lay scattered, battles raged, banditry prevailed, and the people lived in fear, have completely transformed into a stable and prosperous land, with public safety, abundant livelihoods, and flourishing trade. The main military encampment downstream is no longer merely a military barracks, but has become the core governance hub of the entire region of Nanyang. Inside the camp, order prevails, government orders flow smoothly, documentation is systematic, and everyone is fulfilling their roles. The 5 major systems of military governance, livelihood, commerce, and security operate efficiently, handling regional affairs in an orderly manner every day, establishing a complete governance framework. Core personnel gathered to discuss reviewing the governance achievements over the past month and planning for future long-term strategies. AU held the governance report for the entire region and calmly reported Chun Gu the rate of land restoration is at 100%, the rate of business resumption is at 100%, trade flow in the rivers has surged several-fold compared to the previous period, and all displaced persons have settled down without any remaining homeless. Public order is stable throughout, with no banditry, no unrest, no hidden currents, and no spies. Social order is firmly established. Baisha added the military reorganization is complete, seasoned veterans guard the core, new recruits are steadily growing, military discipline is strict, and the army safeguards the people, earning their love and ensuring loyalty. The upstream mining areas have resumed operations, standardized production, and unified management, steadily increasing productivity, thus becoming the foundation of our core industry. The capital of Hong Kong has been completely eradicated, foreign forces have entirely retreated, and the chaotic factionalism has been decisively ended. No internal or external threats remain in Nanyang. Everyone's expressions were invigorated, and their spirits were high. From the lone entry of a scoundrel from Hong Kong to the present unification of Nanyang, establishment of governance, restoration of order and dominance over the region, Lin Chun has traveled a path of conquest in just a few years that others could not reach in decades. Standing before the sand table, Lin Chun's gaze swept across the unified landscape, his expression calm and distant, devoid of arrogance from his achievements, only a steady determination. The end of chaos marks the beginning of prosperity, yet the path of conquest does not end here. Stability is merely the foundation, as strength is the ultimate goal. The current stability is just the starting point. Lin Chun slowly spoke, setting forth a long-term plan for Nanyang over the next century. Next, we do not seek aggressive expansion, but rather to deepen our roots, strengthen our industries, stabilize our order, and broaden our horizons. Firstly, we will deepen our industries and create a closed loop. Integrating upstream mining, central agriculture, downstream commerce, and river transport, we will establish a complete industrial chain that encompasses production, processing, trade, and cross-border export, completely freeing ourselves from external dependencies, forming a self-sufficient and export-oriented strong economic closed loop, making Nanyang the most stable and prosperous core region in Southeast Asia. Secondly, we will strengthen our military and secure our lands. We will continue training and reorganizing our troops, updating equipment, enhancing tactics, and perfecting our border defense system, creating a capable and elite military that can protect our land and the people, deterring threats from all sides. We do not seek to instigate conflict, but rather to ensure that external enemies do not dare to infringe, that hidden currents do not dare to arise, and that chaos does not return. Thirdly, we will promote trade and expand our borders, radiating throughout Southeast Asia. With the Mekong River at its core, we will establish cross-border trade routes, discarding the dark harvesting methods of old capital and adopting fair, compliant, stable, and trustworthy trade rules, radiating through the entire Southeast Asian trading sphere, making Nanyang a regional trade hub, rule maker, and pattern leader. Fourthly, we will cultivate talent to strengthen the nation and ensure long-lasting peace. We will establish schools, educate the populace, nurture grassroots management, and refine the customs and manners of the people, completely washing away the bitterness of chaos, establishing a civilized, stable, orderly, and progressive atmosphere in Nanyang, fundamentally eliminating the soil for the breeding of war. These four long-term national policies, implemented step by step and deeply cultivated, lay the foundation for a century of prosperity in Nanyang. Upon hearing this, everyone felt their spirits stirred and bowed in acceptance. In the past, everyone followed Lin Chun for survival, for stability, and to break free from chaos. Now they follow Lin Chun to build a prosperous era, establish the land, create a foundation, and forge the future. Outside the camp, the wind blew fiercely, banners fluttered, the mountains and rivers were clear for miles, and the human realm flourished with life. The era of old factionalism, warfare, capital manipulation, and dark struggles has completely turned the page and concluded. The era of grand hegemony belonging to Lin Chun, to the Chun Sheng society, and to the new Nanyang has officially begun. Nanyang, now united, 3 months of steady peace have settled over the land. The banks of the Mekong River had finally shed the wounds of war. Warm spring breezes stroked 1,000 miles of fertile soil, paddies shimmered with ripples of light. Markets along the shore buzzed with daily life, and merchant vessels plied the waterways in endless procession, each one a legitimate, properly registered trader. A place that once teetered on the edge of disaster, rife with bandits and fear, had become the most stable and prosperous corner of Dongnanya. Shinshingshi's fourfold national policies took root steadily. The 5 major administrative regions performed their duties in orderly succession, yielding a civil order that progressed layer by layer. Upstream mines doubled their output through standardized extraction and unified smelting. A steady stream of high-grade minerals became Nanyang's industrial backbone. The central agricultural districts boasted boundless fertile fields and abundant harvests, solving the region's food needs. Downstream trade barriers were removed and commerce was conducted fairly, producing record daily turnover. A clear separation of military and civil governance took shape. Generals focused on garrisoning borders and training soldiers, while civil officials managed livelihoods and commercial affairs, eradicating the old chaos of military meddling and factional rule. People lived in peace and prosperity. Soldiers and civilians each attended to their duties, and the whole of Nanyang blossomed. Yet beneath the splendor of this flourishing age, watchful gazes from beyond the border never ceased. The Mekong River traverses the Zhongnan Peninsula and links the frontiers of several states. A seismic shift in Nanyang's balance has never been a matter confined to a single corner. Lin Chun by his own force annihilated the Guamian separatists, crushed Port Island capital interests, and unified the entire river basin, shattering the years-old equilibrium across Dongnanya. Neighboring powers had long treated the Megong frontier as a buffer tolerating local chaos and divided fiefdoms as a means to check one another and shore up their own borders. They had grown accustomed to a land perpetually at war, each faction fighting its own battles. No single power ever able to dominate or unify the region. Now with Nanyang unified, its power consolidated, industries closed-looped, and military strength ascendant, a stable and formidable force occupying a strategic choke point immediately set every neighboring power on edge. The Taipei border military government closest to the Megong River's upper reaches could not hold its restraint. At the Taipei military district headquarters, sand tables and battle charts stood in rows, and military discipline was austere. Senior officers of the military sat in council, their eyes locked onto the unified Megong basin on the map, their faces heavy with apprehension and caution. Until now, the Taipei government had watched Nanyang's turmoil from the shadows, occasionally propping up scattered factions to check Guanyin expansion and maintain a fragile border balance. To them, the disorder along the Megong had been a natural bulwark, a barrier against the gray undercurrents spilling from Jinsangio, and a means of sparing countless border hazards. But the chaos had been swept away, and the barrier gone, replaced by an emerging hegemon, disciplined in its ranks, formidable in its force, and solid in its foundations. Lin Chen's rise has been terrifyingly swift, one senior officer said in a low voice laden with unease. In a matter of years, he rose from a lowly street thug on the port island to unify Nanyang, annihilating tens of thousands of armed men and crushing cross-border capital. His combat strength and strategic scope far exceed our expectations. He now commands the entire Megong navigation route, effectively seizing the peninsula's waterborne lifeline. The military commander's face darkened as he tapped the border line with his fingertip. When the Megong was divided, with all sides exhausting each other, we reaped the benefits and guarded our frontiers quietly. Now Nanyang is unified and military power concentrated. Given time, that force will inevitably radiate outward. The first blow will strike our Taipei border trade and defenses. A voice hesitated. They have always governed their lands peacefully and traded above board, never provoking border disputes. If we act rashly against them, we risk losing moral high ground. Moral high ground. In a chaotic world, power is truth, the commander snorted coldly. One cannot allow a tiger to slumber at one's bedside. If Lin Shun were left to cultivate and expand unchecked, within 3 years Nanyang's strength would crush the neighbors. By then, it would be too late to rebalance the region. After deliberation, the Taipei government settled on a plan of probing measures: no open war, no outright enmity. Use vague border demarcations and disputes over river passage as pretexts to test Chunxing, Xi's limits, and true strength. First, quietly redeploy border garrisons forward, stationing them on the disputed shoals at the Megong Junction to deliberately shrink our buffer zone and create the illusion of military confrontation. Second, intercept cross-border merchant vessels under the pretext of lacking extraterritorial passage credentials, harassing Nanyang's compliant merchants, levying higher transit fees, and detaining some cargo to probe our trade thresholds. Third, covertly corral the remaining scattered gray militias of Jinsangio, permitting them to roam blind spots at the border to spark small-scale clashes and unsettle the frontier. The entire scheme was practiced and precise, advancing or retreating with measure. It could nibble away at border interests or be feigned as a local dispute to absolve responsibility, neatly avoiding the risk of all-out war while probing Lin Chen's governing style and Chunxing, Xi's actual combat capability. Border disturbances were reported back to Nanyang headquarters in an instant. Inside the command tent, AU held the urgent border dispatch with a grave expression. Brother Chen, the Taipei government has moved abruptly, garrisons shifted, merchant ships harassed, and bandits tacitly allowed to stir. In 3 days, there have been multiple border frictions. More than 10 legitimate merchant vessels have been detained, and merchants are in a panic. Bai Sha's eyes iced over as he badgered to take action. They see our peace and believe we revel in comfort, our strength relaxed. They seek to take advantage. In my view, we should dispatch our border elite to press the frontier, expel their garrisons, and clear out the bandits so as to beat down their attempts at probing us. The officers in the tent echoed him. Morale ran high across the army, every man eager for battle and undaunted by neighboring tests. Lin Chen stood by the sand table, gazing quietly at the border junction. His face betrayed no ripple, but his eyes held deep deliberation. He understood that this was not a mere border spat, but the power play of a newly formed order. Nanyang had only just unified and laid its foundations. With much to rebuild, it could least afford rash external warfare or entanglement in multi-front confrontations. Yet in a world of strife, retreat is perceived as weakness, and compromise invites incremental erosion. Once a bottom line is breached, all neighboring powers will follow in succession to probe and press. We will not start a war rashly, and we will not retreat in weakness, Lin Shun said slowly, setting the tone for their response. Courtesy before force, yet every measure will be fiercely defended. Issue the orders: border forces on full alert and steadily pressing the frontier. Do not provoke, do not fire the first shot, and defend every inch of our territory. At the same time dispatch commercial envoys bearing compliant trade accords and old border files to formally negotiate with the Taipei military government, clarify boundaries, demand the return of seized goods, and hold them accountable for the provocations. Tell them that Nanyang seeks stability, prizes commerce, and cherishes peace, but will neither fear war, nor concede profit, nor yield an inch of its land. Beneath this measured posture lay an unyielding resolve to defend every inch. Prosperity was never secured by compromise alone. It was preserved through steadfast defense, by taking the fight when necessary, and through resolute strength. On the border in spring the wind blows fiercely, concealing hidden dangers. In the marshy area where the Mekong River converges, two armies face each other across the river, banners fluttering in the wind. Hundreds of troops from the Northern Thai military are arrayed along the river, weapons drawn, their formation tense, deliberately projecting an intimidating stance with a hint of disdain and provocation in their eyes. In their view, the Chunsheng society has just concluded its civil war and stabilized domestic affairs, thus it is unlikely to engage in external conflicts. Even when provoked, they would simply endure and seek compromise, avoiding further escalation. In contrast, the Southern Sea Border Defense Forces are well-organized, disciplined, and exude a calm demeanor. There is no hint of panic or aggressive provocation. They are firmly stationed on their homeland, their defense lines solid and impenetrable. Bai Sha personally leads the elite border guard stationed at the front line, clad in military attire, with an imposing presence, coldly observing the movements of the opposing troops across the river, ready to respond to any sudden developments. The envoy team arrives punctually at the Northern Thai border station, equipped with complete border documents, trade agreements, and merchant registration papers, ready to commence formal negotiations. At the negotiation table, the Northern Thai military representatives display an arrogant attitude, deliberately making things difficult, completely ignoring the established border demarcation and trading regulations. The old border treaty is already outdated. In light of the current border situation, the boundaries naturally need to be redefined. The military representative leans back in his chair, his tone flippant and domineering. The marshy areas near the Mekong River tributaries are contentious territories. Whoever deploys troops, whoever controls it, owns the land. As for the confiscated merchant ships, cross-border trade requires our approval. Violating the regulations means confiscation is justified. This reasoning is nothing short of bandit logic. The so-called contentious territories have been an established default border for decades, consistently managed and operated by local forces from the Southern Sea. The term violating regulations refers to long-standing legitimate trading routes that are compliant and lawful. The other party is clearly bullying us, using the guise of provocation to forcibly encroach on the Southern Sea's border interests and to manipulate the nascent Southern Sea regime. Our envoy argues vigorously, presenting evidence and rebuttals point by point, stating facts, providing proof, and upholding principles. Their demeanor is restrained yet unyielding. However, the other party deliberately acts, unscrupulously ignoring legal principles and disregarding rules, avoiding substantial discussions and engaging in nonsensical arguments. The negotiations stagnate without any progress throughout the day. The Northern Thai military grows increasingly confident, believing the Southern Sea regime is weak and cowardly, emboldening them to continue their provocations. That evening, they escalate their provocations tacitly, allowing scattered armed forces to cross the border and ambush our border patrol posts, injuring several patrol soldiers and plundering supplies from small coastal villages. Tensions escalate completely, with provocations crossing all boundaries. Urgent reports from the front lines reach the main command through the night. Ayu's expression is icy as he reports, "Brother Chen, the negotiations have completely collapsed." The Northern Thai side shows no sincerity, deliberately acting unscrupulously to encroach on the border. Last night, they allowed armed forces to cross the border and ambush us, injuring our soldiers and plundering our people's resources. This is intolerable. Bai Sha conveys military orders from the front lines, his tone resolute. "Brother Chun, repeated forbearance will only be seen as weakness. Please order an upgrade to full-line defense, actively eliminate the border-crossing bandits, and drive away the opposing forces, safeguarding the dignity of our borders." Everyone in the tent is filled with fighting spirit, no longer supporting forbearance and peace. Lin Shen looks at the casualty reports and details of the skirmishes from the front lines, the last trace of warmth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a layer of cold ferocity. He can tolerate the neighbors' suspicions, accept the probing of forces, and exercise restraint for the sake of a peaceful era, but he will never accept the trampling of the bottom line that harms our soldiers, disturbs our people, and invades our territory. The time for courtesy has passed. Now it is time for war. Lin Shen stands up, solemnly issuing military orders, each word resonating with decisiveness and determination. Send word to Bai Sha to immediately activate first-level combat readiness at the border. First, eliminate all scattered armed forces crossing the border without leaving any threats or remnants. Completely purge the dark currents along the border. Second, press on all fronts, drive out the illegal Northern Thai troops and reclaim all occupied border marshland, returning every inch of territory. Third, seal off the border rivers and suspend all cross-border trade until the other side formally apologizes, returns the confiscated goods, and promises not to provoke further. The military orders are swiftly transmitted to the front lines, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the entire army. Under the night sky, Shah receives the command to march immediately, mobilizing the elite border forces to split into two groups for precise strikes. One squad stealthily moves under the cover of night, accurately pinpointing the hiding spots of the scattered armed forces, causing chaos. They launch a thunderous assault, quickly eliminating the threat. These bandits, relying on Northern Thai protection to wreak havoc, are weak and disorganized, and before the elite forces of the Chun Shung society, they are easily crushed. Within half an hour, they are completely annihilated. The other main force steadily advances, pressing on all fronts, armored vehicles lined up, weapons at the ready, approaching the standoff area with the Northern Thai troops. The Northern Thai troops, once arrogant, now feel a wave of fear as they witness the Southern Sea's elite gathering overnight, exuding an overwhelming and fierce battle spirit. They had originally believed the other side would only endure and retreat, never expecting Lin Shun to be so decisive, striking without hesitation and without dragging his feet. Shah stands at the forefront, his voice echoing across the river, exuding a commanding presence. Illegal crossing, occupying our territory, injuring our military and civilians. Withdraw your troops immediately. If you do not retreat in time, we will launch a full-scale assault. A chilling, murderous aura sweeps across the entire border marsh, causing the once arrogant Northern Thai troops to waver, their formation thrown into disarray. They were merely following orders to probe and apply pressure, having never received instructions to engage in battle, and they dare not clash directly with the formidable elite forces of the Chun Shung society. After a moment of stalemate, the commander of the Northern Thai troops collapses under pressure, knowing they cannot withstand the confrontation and can only awkwardly order a retreat, abandoning the occupied marshland and hastily returning to their own borders. In one night, all occupied territories are reclaimed and all border crossing troubles are completely cleansed, with the border crisis thoroughly resolved. Through this battle, the Southern Sea has clearly demonstrated to all external forces observing from afar, in times of peace, they will not initiate conflict, but they are certainly not afraid of war. Trade can be mutually beneficial, but they will not tolerate being bullied. The dust settled after the battle at the border as Nanyang repelled the probing of neighboring states with a thunderous strike, safeguarding the dignity of its territory. News spread rapidly throughout the entire Southeast Asian sphere of influence. The surrounding forces, which once harbored a watchful eye and secretly coveted the interests of Nanyang, completely retracted their disdain. Everyone clearly recognized that this newly emerged force, which had just unified the Mekong River, was far from a mere facade. It was a well-disciplined, formidable, and uncompromising elite army. The military government in northern Thailand suffered a heavy loss. After retreating to the border, they no longer dared to provoke trouble lightly, instead choosing to endure in silence and reassess the situation. The plans to encroach upon the border and manipulate the nascent regime completely fell through, resulting in a loss of face and a withdrawal without any gains. The border of Nanyang temporarily regained stability, but the entire power structure of Southeast Asia was quietly rewritten due to this battle. In the past, major forces tacitly regarded the Mekong River as a chaotic buffer zone. Now, with the buffer zone vanished, it was replaced by a unified, stable, strong, and prosperous new hegemony. Some were apprehensive, some vigilant, some merely observed, while others sought to seize the opportunity to form alliances for mutual benefit. The bordering regime of Laos, close to Nanyang, was the first to lower its guard, proactively dispatching envoys to visit the main hub of Nanyang, presenting documents to establish trade relations. Laos, being landlocked for years, faced trade isolation and weak industries, constantly under pressure from the trade exploitation and resource blockade of surrounding powerful forces. Now that Nanyang had opened the entire Mekong River route, established a fair and compliant trading system, and possessed a complete industrial closed loop, it was the partnership opportunity they desperately needed. The envoy displayed a humble and sincere attitude, proactively proposing a cooperation plan for mutual exchange, opening border ports, sharing river trade, and achieving win-win outcomes, willing to exchange local scarce resources and agricultural specialties for Nanyang's mineral processing products, agricultural tools, and trade channels. For Nanyang, this was an excellent opportunity to expand its external boundaries and radiate its influence. Lin Shun personally met with the envoy, finalizing a bilateral trade agreement, opening northern border ports, establishing a regular cross-border trade channel, and setting rules for fair taxation, armed protection, and mutual benefit. On one side, there was a firm stance against adversaries, refusing to yield an inch. On the other, there was open trade and friendly cooperation. The juxtaposition of strength and flexibility, severity and harmony, perfectly showcased Nanyang's new paradigm: not instigating trouble, yet not fearing it. Those who are friendly will benefit, while those who offend will surely be punished. Yet beneath the prosperous and favorable facade, deeper currents of turmoil were quietly brewing in the depths of the Golden Triangle. The capital from the island city had been obliterated, all cards laid bare, but the long-standing gray forces entrenched in the Golden Triangle had never truly retreated. This area, spanning multiple national borders and lacking governance, was home to numerous armed groups, smuggling rings, and cross-border black market forces that had long operated in the gray zone. In recent years, they have been closely tied to the capital from the island city, coexisting in mutual benefit, relying on the channels, funds, and intelligence provided by capital to smuggle for profit and stir chaos at the border. After the collapse of the capital, these gray forces lost their greatest backing. Their original profit chains were severed, smuggling routes obstructed, and their living space continuously compressed. After Nanyang's unification, a strict crackdown on smuggling, a purge of chaos, and a reorganization of trade severed the chaotic benefits they relied upon for survival. The once rampant gray industries now had nowhere to hide and could not find a foothold. Under the survival crisis, these previously competitive gray forces began to abandon their divisions, huddle together for warmth, and unite for self-preservation. In the depths of the Golden Triangle, a black market stronghold hidden among the dense mountains and forests was dimly lit at night with a sinister atmosphere. Leaders from various gray forces gathered together, their faces grim and filled with malice as a strong sense of crisis and hatred permeated the air. Lin Chen's unification of Nanyang appears to be a peaceful era, yet it has cut off the livelihoods of all of us. The entire region is banned from smuggling, trade is being regulated, and gray channels are being blocked. If this continues, we will all face complete annihilation. In the past, with the capital from the island city backing us, paving the way, and providing funding channels, we could still profit stably. Now that the capital has collapsed and the connections severed, we have become rootless driftwood at risk of being wiped out by Nanyang's military at any moment. In chaos, we can survive. In prosperity, we will surely perish. If we want to live, we must shatter Nanyang's stability. The crowd exchanged heated words, intertwining hatred and a sense of crisis, ultimately reaching a unified consensus. They would not confront the elite military of the Chun Sheng society, heeding, fully aware that direct combat would lead to certain death. However, they were well versed in the blind spots of multiple national borders, the terrain of deep mountains and forests, and underground black market channels, adept at stealth attacks, cross-border disturbances, covert sabotage, and creating chaos. Soon, a counteroffensive plan based on chaos to disrupt stability and using darkness to disturb light. Various forces dispersed their manpower, infiltrating villages, trade markets, and river crossings along Nanyang's border, secretly creating small-scale disturbances, sabotaging trade facilities, spreading panic rumors, and assassinating grassroots managers, not seeking direct victory, but rather aiming to disrupt Nanyang's stability and undermine the order of the prosperous era. As long as Nanyang fell into localized chaos, with public sentiment wavering and trade impeded, they would be able to reopen the breach, restart the gray industry, and reclaim their living space. The lurking tumor quietly gathered, and a new wave of dark currents was already approaching silently. The South Sea is unified, and March welcomes peace. The banks of the Mekong River have completely emerged from the shadow of chaos, with bountiful harvests, navigable waterways, bustling markets, and contented citizens. Lin Chen's system of military governance, solidifying livelihoods and facilitating trade, is steadily taking root. The 5 administrative districts are each fulfilling their roles, operating in an orderly fashion, presenting a stability and prosperity unseen for decades throughout the entire river basin. To outsiders, the South Sea has entirely shaken off the fate of war and division, establishing itself as an emerging power in Southeast Asia. All disorder, disputes, and power struggles have come to a complete end. Yet only those at the center of this situation understand that beneath the surface of prosperity, there are always currents of turbulence. Open enemies can be crushed with weapons, yet the malignant tumors hiding in the shadows can quietly erode the very foundations of the land. After the overt probing on the northern border of Thailand ended in failure, external forces temporarily withdrew their aggression, but the gray forces lurking in the Golden Triangle exploded with a sense of crisis, initiating a covert battle that struck at the very heart of their targets. These gray forces, entrenched in the border gaps of multiple countries, include long-established smuggling groups, remnants of underground armed factions, cross-border black market gangs, and scattered outlaws surviving for decades on the chaos of the world, gray transactions, and border disorder. After the collapse of the capital on Hong Kong Island, they lost their largest source of funding and channels of support. Lin Chen's national policy of comprehensive trade, restructuring, strict crackdowns on smuggling, clearing out banditry, and unifying border order has directly severed all their sources of survival. For the common people, this prosperity is a land of comfort and joy. For them, it is a dire crisis. In times of chaos, they can run rampant, but in times of prosperity, they must perish. In search of a glimmer of hope, this group of outlaws, originally in a delicate balance and mutual conflict, has cast aside all barriers, banding together to form a loose, yet highly destructive network in the shadows. They know that confronting the elite army of the Chun Sheng society hidden is akin to striking a rock with an egg, so they abandon all direct confrontations, focusing instead on the most vulnerable aspects of a prosperous era: public sentiment, trade, and grassroots order. The first wave of covert assaults suddenly swept through the western trade port. The Bantong port as the core trade gateway connecting the South Sea to Laos became the most prosperous border market after the new policies were implemented. Every morning merchants gather from all directions, vehicles come and go, and goods pile high. Grain, oil, foodstuffs, mineral products, handmade goods, and agricultural specialties flow back and forth, not only supporting the livelihoods of the local populace, but also carrying the core lifeblood of the South Sea's foreign trade and industrial circulation. Port security is tight and station troops are orderly. While the surface security is impeccable, it cannot prevent the shadows from infiltrating under cover of night. As midnight deepens, the night breeze grows cool. The clamor of the port subsides, merchants close their shops to rest, and citizens return home to sleep. The guarding soldiers rotate shifts and patrol as per regulations. Taking advantage of the pitch-black night and the concealment of the mountains and forests, over 30 elite bandits from the Golden Triangle change into the ordinary attire of refugees, discard their signature weapons, and bring along fire-starting materials, short blades, and climbing tools, splitting into 5 groups to stealthily infiltrate the border. They are all seasoned criminals who have long roamed the borders, familiar with all security loopholes, blind spots, and patrol routines, moving silently with their bodies low, avoiding visible posts and hidden sentries, as if they were phantoms slipping into the heart of the market storage. Each group has clear divisions of labor and works in perfect harmony with personnel on the periphery, watching for signs blocking paths and evading patrols. Those on the inside quickly dismantle protective facilities and douse them with flammable liquids, precisely targeting contiguous storage warehouses. In an instant, flames soar into the sky. The surging flames instantly engulf the entire storage area. Wooden beams, stacked goods, and bags of grain ignite upon contact with fire. The night wind fuels the blaze, causing it to spread wildly as thick smoke billows into the night sky, painting the entire town a deep red. The crackling sounds of burning, the booming collapse of goods, and the startled cries of citizens intertwine, shattering the tranquility of the night. The guarding soldiers rush to the scene upon hearing the commotion, blowing whistles to assemble, fetching water to extinguish the fire, and evacuating citizens working tirelessly to combat the flames. However, the fire rages fiercely and spreads rapidly, compounded by the bandits' prior sabotage of some firefighting facilities, making rescue efforts increasingly difficult. Even more insidiously, some bandits do not flee, but instead blend into the panicking crowd, seizing the opportunity to loot merchants and ambush isolated guards. After their successes, they immediately turn and vanish into the deep mountains, escaping across the border without leaving any effective traces. It was not until dawn that the fire was completely extinguished. The once prosperous and orderly storage area has become a blackened wasteland with shattered walls scattered everywhere and ashes covering the remnants of burned goods and materials. More than a dozen merchants lost their lifetime savings in a single night, years of hard work down the drain. Many sat on the ground staring at the devastated sight, crying out in despair, filled with hopelessness. Everyone believes this was merely an accidental fire, yet the traces of accelerants left on the ground, the deliberately sabotaged security facilities, and the precisely concentrated points of ignition all prove that this was a carefully planned and malicious act of destruction. As the arson incidents at the port remain unresolved, the Central River trade hub suffers another severe blow. The Longdu dock, as the core transit point of the Mekong's main shipping route, controls the lifeblood of material flow between the north and south and the transfer of cross-border merchant ships, with hundreds of merchant vessels navigating daily, accounting for half of all trade circulation in the region. The morning after the fire, strange rumors quietly began to spread at the dock, with someone secretly disseminating false information among the merchants and boatman communities, claiming that the upper echelons of the Chunsheng society were about to adjust trade policies, significantly raising cross-border tariffs, tightening navigation permissions, and strictly inspecting the qualifications of private merchant ships. Any vessels lacking official permits would be confiscated with severe penalties imposed, nullifying previous tax exemption and escort policies. The rumors strike at the core interests of the merchants with pinpoint accuracy, spreading far faster than anticipated. In just 2 short hours, panic spreads throughout the entire dock. Merchant ships, which were originally engaged in orderly loading, navigation, and trading, come to a complete standstill, with merchants afraid to unload goods and shipowners unwilling to set sail, everyone watching and apprehensive. Many merchants from other regions, fearing losses, urgently pack their goods, suspend cooperation, and evacuate the port. Local merchants close their shops and cease operations, waiting to see how the situation unfolds. The once bustling and lively shipping hub has instantly fallen into silence and stagnation. With the north-south material transport severed, the circulation of grain, cloth, and daily necessities is obstructed, leading to slight fluctuations in domestic prices, increasing the cost of shopping for citizens and further exacerbating the atmosphere of anxiety among the populace. False rumors are like an invisible poison, silently eroding the hard-won order of trade, proving far more destructive than an act of arson. The chaos of both overt and covert operations continues to ferment, with bloody disturbances in border villages following one after another. From the western port to the eastern border, 8 remote villages suffer consecutive nighttime raids. These scattered bandits from the Golden Triangle are well versed in the essence of guerrilla warfare, not gathering in large numbers, not hoarding points, and not engaging in prolonged battles. They exploit the natural advantages of the intermingled borders of multiple countries, dense mountains and forests, and complex terrain, selecting villages with weak security to stealthily invade each night. They do not confront the regular station troops directly, instead targeting isolated patrolling soldiers, nighttime guards, and solitary farmers to loot valuables, damage farming tools, intimidate people, and destroy village security barriers and warning facilities, creating bloody panic. Once our station troops gather to encircle and suppress them, they immediately scatter and cross into the blind spots of other countries, disappearing without a trace. When the troops withdraw and security weakens, they return to wreak havoc, continuing the cycle without end. In just 5 days, over 10 incidents of chaos, both overt and covert, unfold in succession. Arson, destruction, rumor-mongering, looting, and injury, utilizing diverse methods, scattered points, and complete unpredictability. Unlike the previous large-scale bandit clashes, these covert disturbances are fragmented, hidden, and ongoing like the bites of mosquitoes. Non-lethal, yet extremely weary and capable of gradually undermining public sentiment, disrupting order, and exhausting military strength. The panic among the populace continues to ferment, and the shadow of chaos returns to the hearts of the people. Those who have experienced years of war and turmoil are already extremely sensitive to disturbances, and the series of strange events leave many restless day and night. In remote villages, citizens close their doors at sunset, afraid to venture out at night or work alone. Port merchants are cautious and fearful, unwilling to conduct normal business for fear of suffering unwarranted calamity and losing everything. Grassroots personnel on duty are tense day and night, running around to reinforce defenses, and under long-term pressure, both body and mind are exhausted, with security loopholes throughout the territory becoming increasingly evident. The once stable foundations of prosperity are being gradually gnawed away and loosened by this endless stream of hidden toxins. Within the main command tent, reports of chaos, disaster documents, and citizen sentiment monitoring reports have piled up day after day, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere within the solemn tent, with no one speaking a word. The soaring morale brought by recent victories and a stable situation has been completely diluted by this insidious shadow war. Yu holds a complete dossier of the chaos, his expression grave and brow furrowed, reporting clearly. One by one, Brother Chen, within 5 days, over 1,000 square meters of storage at the western Bantong port were burned, leading to direct losses of hundreds of thousands for the merchants. The rumors at Longdu Dock caused waterway paralysis for 3 days, with severe delays in the flow of north-south materials, fluctuations in domestic prices, and disturbances to livelihoods. 8 border villages in the north and south were attacked, with over 10 civilians injured and 6 soldiers on duty hurt, and a large number of farming tools and security facilities were destroyed. All those involved in the chaos are cross-border drifters lacking fixed bases, collective forces, or retained clues, rendering conventional encirclements and patrols completely ineffective. The White Shark radiates a chilling aura filled with pent-up rage and frustration. He has fought on the battlefield all his life, crushing tens of thousands of enemies and elite troops with ease, yet now facing this group of outlaws hiding in the shadows, stealing like rats, and too cowardly to confront him directly. He holds a powerful military blade, but finds no means to strike, only able to passively endure and struggle to remedy the situation. This sense of powerlessness is far more frustrating than a defeat on the battlefield. Brother Chun, these scoundrels are running rampant just because they have the advantage of darkness. The White Shark urgently requests to fight, his tone firm and eager. They dare not engage in open battle. They will only disrupt our livelihoods, confuse our hearts, and exhaust our military strength. Please give the order to mobilize the main forces at the border to sweep the mountains and conduct cross-border cleanups. Even if we have to comb through the entire dense forest of the Golden Triangle, we must eliminate all hidden dark bandits and completely eradicate the source of trouble. The generals in the tent all echoed his plea for battle, their hearts filled with anger. A strong army can quell rebellion and stabilize the land, yet being trapped by hidden rat-like nuisances is intolerable for anyone. Lin Shun stands quietly before the sand table, lightly tapping the complex terrain of the Golden Triangle's border, his expression calm and steady, with not a hint of impatience or rage, only utmost composure and clarity. He has completely seen through the sinister calculations of the opposing forces. The counterattack of these gray powers is not about seizing power through force, but a precise psychological order and attrition warfare. We must not mobilize the army for encirclement. Lin Shin speaks, slowly pinpointing the key. They want to force us to deploy our forces and conduct a sweeping search of the mountains. Once the main forces are dispersed and military strength stretched thin, the army will be completely bogged down by the boundless mountains' cross-border blind spots and will be exhausted and weak. At that time, internal security will be vulnerable, governance will stagnate, and livelihoods will be unmanageable. They will seize the opportunity to infiltrate and create greater chaos, thoroughly collapsing our prosperous order. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly comes to a realization, a chill running down their spines. What seems like a passive and frustrating situation is in fact a carefully laid trap by the opposing side, digging pits step by step, calculating layer by layer, all to exhaust our advantages and tear apart our order. In direct confrontations with a strong army, we are invincible. Yet in the shadows, as public sentiment is pulled and order is consumed, if we respond improperly, years of achievements could be lost in an instant. Lin Shen raises his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, and coldly issues a decisive order to break the deadlock. If the enemy engages in covert warfare, I shall counter with covert measures. If the enemy consumes our order, I shall solidify our foundation. Send orders throughout the territory to immediately launch a comprehensive plan for stabilizing the populace and market in the dark. First, advance intelligence by forming specialized undercover teams, recruiting local personnel familiar with the border terrain and knowledgeable about the gray circles to establish a presence in the borders, markets, and villages, mapping out the routes, hiding spots, and networks of the dark bandits, precisely locking down all hidden tumors. Second, stabilize the market and the populace by immediately publicizing trade policies, tariff standards, and navigation regulations, posting announcements throughout the territory, informing every village and household, shattering all false rumors, restoring port navigation and market operations, and stabilizing merchant confidence and public sentiment. Third, enhance security by adjusting patrol models, rotating visible posts, and hiding sentries, focusing on key areas such as forest blind spots, border paths, and vulnerable market points to prevent nighttime raids and cross-border incursions. 3, orders are implemented in layers, accurately restraining all the enemy's insidious tactics. From the dimensions of intelligence, public sentiment, and security, a comprehensive resolution is established, solidifying the foundation, and the ultimate contest of light and dark strategies officially begins.